The offense, listen, you're never really worried about the offense because it's Mahomes and Andy Reid, and as long as Kelsey is there. But listen, it's probably a one-off, but I mean, Denver definitely figured something out.
Devante Adams, if he can be had, I don't think the Raiders would trade him in division. A big guy like that who can be a sure target for Mahomes besides Kelsey. Because if you're playing against the Chiefs, what's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to try to stop Travis Kelsey. After that,
I know, but nobody can because he doesn't run routes.
That's a problem.
Like, that's the thing. That's what the broadcast is always telling you. Like, that's not even a route, what he just did right there. He's just running around the field. Like, how are you supposed to stop that?
I think Sky Moore's drop against the Broncos was interesting because he's been criticized a lot. Maybe they need another wide receiver in that rotation, but they have 5 or 6 young guys maybe they mix in. I worry, I love the trade deadline, that nothing's going to happen today. There's a chance that because of the contracts, that teams are not going to want to go in. Say Chase Young or Montez Sweat. Can the Niners trade for that guy and then give him a $100 million contract like the Dolphins did last year with Bradley Chubb?
I mean, you always can. I don't know. It's not like you're prohibited, and you also have a little bit of time to work it out. The Ravens did the same thing with Roquan Smith, where they traded for him and made him the highest paid linebacker in the league. There already was a trade. We should mention the Seattle Seahawks brought in Leonard Williams, who, listen, the Giants are doing nothing this year. And Leonard Williams, I believe he's in the last year of his deal, but he's not in line for like another big payday. He got the big payday from the Giants.
Yeah, but the Giants got a pretty good pick for that.
A second-round pick.
And that's going to help come draft time. They want to move up for quarterback. That is a very valuable piece. I thought the Giants did a great job. I know they had to pay a big chunk of money, but that's a really good trade.
Well, they still have one more potentially valuable piece, and that would be Saquon Barkley if they want to part with Barkley. Now, you franchise tagged him this year, and, he didn't make a big stink about it. He showed up on time, was the good soldier, but what are you going to do next year?
Well,
you're not all of a sudden magically going to sign him to a contract extension. That's living in fairy tale land. If
you trade for Saquon Barkley, are you taking on a headache because of the contract? Is he going to be... He's
shown that he's not.
I saw a tweet from our friend Josina Anderson said that if you trade for a player and don't give him a new contract, you're immediately creating bad blood. So Saquon, if you trade for Saquon's agent's going to be like, okay, pay up. That's what I worry about.
But Saquon has never shown that he has the stomach to make things uncomfortable. This is not James Harden we're dealing with here, someone who will just make it super uncomfortable. I was thinking after last night, too, what about Josh Jacobs? Jacobs, clearly, when he can run, they put together the one good touchdown drive that the Raiders had last night in a game that was dominated by Detroit, even though the final score wouldn't tell you that. But it was dominated by Detroit. Jacobs was the key. They ran it basically on every down, and he was awesome. He still has it.
Very good running back. But if you're talking Raiders, I think the prize is Devante Adams.
Of course, but I mean...
Can you imagine him in Buffalo? Oh.
Don't even tease me like that. That's not even cool to bring up.
Actually, the Eagles have great wide receivers, so that's one team that doesn't. Even Chiefs would love a guy like that.
That's almost like... That would be almost illegal. I would want the league to look into all of a sudden... The Raiders trade their best wide receiver into a division rival to the one dynasty that we might have right
Sounds
now.
like it's going to be this offseason. Not going to happen now.
All right, coming up, get our costumes on here. YouTube.com/CBS Sports Radio. Twitch.tv/CBS Sports Radio. Also, an epic back and forth between Dabo Swinney and a caller into the coach's radio show. Wild stuff. We'll play that.
Say, for the ones who get it done, Grainger is offering high-quality supplies and solutions for every single industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and the experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people even safer. So, call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop on by. Grainger.com.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer skills in these matters, and that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596.
Paid for by Cordell & Cordell. Rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now, 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
When you call Consumer Cellular's customer support to discuss our affordable and flexible phone plans, it's like you're calling the Declaration of Independence or a hot dog at a baseball game. Because Consumer Cellular's customer support is based entirely in the United States. And Consumer Cellular's customer support agents are from where you're from. The same small town that you're from. The one that stretches from California to Maine, Minnesota to Corpus Christi, Texas. The one that cares about its neighbors and lights fireworks, legal ones, in the street. So the next time you want to make a phone call that feels like an American flag waving at an air show at magic hour, give us a call. Even if it's for no reason at all except to exchange barbecue sauce recipes like a couple of Americans. Or make jokes about Canadians. LOL, just kidding. We love Canadians. They're our neighbors. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
KNBR and KNBR FM, your home of San Francisco 49ers football.
And that will do it. The Warriors are going to come home with a perfect road trip Steph Curry goes for 42. The Dubs have a perfect road trip. Home for one against Sac on Wednesday.
From the 18 of the Raiders, shotgun snap, four-man rush, line drive, throw in the numbers, call Laporte at the 5. He'll walk into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit. Jared Goff has just thrown a touchdown pass of 18 yards. Goff, hands off. Oh, it's Gibbs breaking a tackle, 20. Coming to the near side, the 10. Near sideline, 5. He goes inside the pylon. That is a Detroit touchdown. The rookie with a 27-yard touchdown for the Lions, who extend their lead late in the third, 22-14.
Swing and a ball drilled out towards left center field. Thomas racing, can't get there. Lowe is in to score, and Marcus Simeon has delivered the first run of the game. It's an RBI single to left center. Swing and a high fly ball crushed. Right field, that one on its way, and that is gone. Home run over the right field fence for Corey Seager. And it is 3-0. A no-doubter. Swing and a miss struck him out. And Texas wins it. 3-1 the final. And Game 3 belongs to the Rangers. And that should do it.
That should do it for a spooky night of the sports equinox. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Tuesday morning. On a Halloween morning. What's up? Happy Halloween, everybody. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, literally in my South Central Louisiana State University Mud Dog shirt, repping Bobby Boucher, literally role-playing as the Waterboy this morning with, of course, my guy Overnight Dave behind the glass. We'll be taking you up to 6 a.m. today, the start of the Murph and Max show, where we're going to be offering a smorgasbord of topics to talk about this morning. Because we've been talking about this sports equinox for quite some time now, over the last couple of weeks. And last night, we had maybe the biggest night of all, with some NBA action going on. Steph Curry dropping 40 again, as the Warriors have already won their third road season game of the year, when they only won 11 last year. So the Warriors have gotten off to a pretty good start in the CP3 era. We also obviously had some baseball with Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers taking the 2-1 lead out in Arizona. Max Scherzer and John Gray with the piggyback effort going back-to-back. Aroldis Chapman and Jose Leclerc shutting down the D-backs in those late-inning situations. A little bit of a scary injury situation with Adolis Garcia. He had to be taken out of the game, but man, oh man, that Texas Rangers lineup is scary right now with Corey Seager continuing to launch home runs in the postseason left and right. That was your baseball option. And then you even had some football option that I don't really want to talk about too much this morning because it was my Las Vegas Raiders, the team formerly known as the Oakland Raiders last night on Monday Night Football. And Dave, I think this is a perfect way to put it. On a Halloween morning, when Steph Curry's dressing up as the Road Warrior, when Bruce Bochy's dressing up as a World Series manager, we got Jimmy Garoppolo out here dressing up as an actual NFL quarterback. And maybe he's the best trick-or-treater there is, because he tricked everybody here in San Francisco into actually thinking that he was a good quarterback. And there I was last night watching Jimmy Garoppolo throw interceptions left and right, watching him overthrow Devante Adams, watching Devante Adams throw down his helmet in disgust after being wide open on 2 double moves in the fourth quarter, and just thinking to myself, like, this might be one of the worst Raider offenses I've ever watched in my life. And I've watched a lot of bad Raiders teams over the last 30 years, going back to the Jamarcus Russell days, the Andrew Walters days, the Marcus Tuiasoposta days, the Andrew Walter days. I mean, how much farther do you want to go back? This is just some bad football right now. And I will say Jimmy is playing in a bad system. Josh McDaniels is an awful coach. The Raiders are literally the only team this year.
I say he's an idiot.
Yeah, I'll double down on that one, Bruce. The Raiders are literally the only team this year to not score 20 points with their offense. They have one of the lowest scoring offenses in the league this year, top 4 bottom. They have 2 of the top 20 offensive players in the league. Devante Adams is hands down one of the best wide receivers in the game. You saw last night, Jimmy didn't even complete a pass to a wide receiver in the first half. Devante had 1 catch on it. He did have a drop on a throw that was thrown behind him by Jimmy Garoppolo also. But you saw his frustration. Hell, Josh Jacobs was the NFL leading rusher last year. Raiders are one of the worst rushing teams in the NFL this year. And that, of course, is because of that Josh McDaniels system and Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback, man. Trick or treat. The red and gold Garoppolo goggles. I mean, Kyle Shanahan should have won a Coach of the Year award just for winning all those ball games that he won with Jimmy Garoppolo. Dave, can I get a Jimmy played good enough to win this morning? I need that to kind of set my head straight on a Halloween morning.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Yeah, Jimmy ain't playing good enough to win with the Raiders.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Yeah, I don't see any scenario of that. That was my answer last year when people were blowing me up on the text line saying, oh, Waterboy's just being a typical Raider fan complaining about Jimmy G because he's a Jimmy G hater. What is he going to say next December when the Raiders have won 10 games and they're going to be in the playoffs?
Only God knows.
Yeah, no. I don't think even God has faith in this Raiders team to make the playoffs, not with Josh McDaniels at quarterback. And that's why I said when I got on the air, when Murph and Mac both asked me, what's the best case scenario for Jimmy Garoppolo in silver and black? I said, hey, I hope he plays bad enough that Josh McDaniels gets fired. And it seems like we're on that path now. But, man, this is a path that's seen Josh McDaniels take over a Raiders team that I'll remind you was in the playoffs with Derek Carr. And last night I was sitting on my couch, not like reminiscing about the good times of Derek Carr and Devante Adams, the one season they actually got to play together. You know, the whole reason why Devante Adams came to Las Vegas to play with his best friend, who they played together in college. And Derek's not lighting the world on fire out in New Orleans, don't get me wrong. But man, oh man, he would have made those throws last night. That was a game the Raiders could have won. That was a game where the Raiders' defense actually kept them in the game, Dave. They won the turnover battle. How many times do the Raiders actually win the turnover battle, and how many times do we talk about the turnover battle deciding the outcomes of games? It didn't matter that Oakland's own Marcus Peters went 60, 70, 80 yards, whatever it was, to the house, taking a pick six off Jared Goff. It didn't matter that Max Crosby was just wrecking havoc all over the field, blowing up plays in the black backfield, straight up stripping fools at the 1 yard line. It was a wasted performance for Max Crosby. It's been a wasted year this year for Devante Adams. And that's why I wouldn't be surprised if Devante straight up put a trade request in last night before the Raiders even left Detroit. Because, man, oh, man, it's a mess out in Las Vegas. It's a dumpster fire. Jimmy Garoppolo leads the NFL in interceptions, and he's missed 2 games this year, technically 2.5. I'm surprised he actually didn't get injured yesterday when he took a few sacks in that fourth quarter. Nice little low hit there from Alonzo. But, man, oh, man, what a mess it is. Maybe the Raiders will ship off Devante. Maybe they'll ship off Josh Jacobs. That's another guy who they went through contract disputes this offseason, a guy that was unhappy with the situation. It sounds like he's going to be walking away in free agency next year, so maybe he will be one of those big-name players on the trade market this morning. Because while everybody's getting ready to go trick-or-treating, John Lynch is going to be getting ready to make some calls up for the NFL trade deadline. It's at 1 p.m. Pacific time today, and I will give everybody an update this morning. John Lynch is scheduled to come on the Murph and Mac show tomorrow morning, post-trade deadline. So we'll get all the reaction from the 49ers GM before the 49ers fully take off for the week for their bye week. Shout out to Kyle Shanahan. He had a press conference yesterday. We'll play some sound of him talking about the trade deadline and whether or not he thinks John will make those calls today. But, man, oh, man, you got to make some of those calls after you see a team like the Seattle Seahawks make the call for Leonard Williams yesterday. That's a big, big trade, first-round draft pick out of USC, a guy that can play outside, a guy that can play inside, a guy that the 49ers saw earlier this year when the New York Giants came to town for the 49ers home opener. So this is a Seattle's defense that continues to get better. We've talked a lot about their corners on the outside, Weatherspoon and Tariq Woolen. We talked about the return of Bobby Wagner. Jordan Brooks is happy. The Seattle Seahawks is stacking up talent, and we'll see if the 49ers make a move today. Because as of right now, going into this bye week on this 3-game losing streak, the 49ers are in second place in the NFC West. So, with $40 million in cap space, more than anybody else in the NFL, maybe they will try to make a move. Maybe they will call up the Washington Commanders, see if a Montez Sweat or a Chase Young are available. Maybe they call up the Denver Broncos, try to get a Pat Surtain. But it's also the question of what it's going to cost and if the 49ers are willing to give up another first or second round draft pick, after trading all those first-rounders for Trey Lance. So that's a discussion that we can get into this morning. We can also just take a broad look around the NFL with the rumors of guys like Derrick Henry being on the trade block. I've heard links of him going to teams like the Baltimore Ravens, who are quietly, in my opinion, one of the best teams in the NFL that nobody's really talking about right now. We've heard links to him to the Miami Dolphins. Could you imagine Derrick Henry in that Mike McDaniels offense? I mean, hell, we've even heard Derrick Henry have links to the Philadelphia Eagles offense, which is something I'm sure that 49er fans don't want to see, especially the way that teams have been running the ball the past couple weeks against this 49er defense. Maybe an interior defensive lineman, maybe an exterior defensive lineman will be on the grocery list for the San Francisco 49ers today. I don't expect him to be involved in the DeAndre Hopkins sweepstakes or even the Saquon Barkley trade market. He's another guy like Josh Jacobs that went back and forth with his team over the offseason, signed a 1-year contract, but might be looking towards free agent. And that's what you kind of got to look at here in this situation of what teams are going to be buyers, what teams are going to be sellers. We saw the Minnesota Vikings get the upset of the 49ers 2 weeks ago. They're back to having a 4-4 record, but now with Kirk Cousins having a torn Achilles, what are they going to do? Are they going to go out and try to trade for a quarterback? Are they going to bring in Jameis Winston? Or are they going to go in full sell mode? Are they going to ship out guys like Danielle Hunter, who's top of the league in sacks right now? All questions that are going to be answered today at 1 p.m. Pacific time, the official deadline for the NFL to get their trades in. Last year, there were 11 different trades made on deadline day. So we'll see what kind of action is being moved around in the NFL today. But like I said, when we started the show, there is plenty of action to get into this morning. Whether it's the Dubs, without a few starters last night, Clay taking a night off, some of their young guys getting some action, getting some extra minutes in their 130-102 win over Zion Williams and the New Orleans Pelicans. Draymond Green starts back-to-back games. Chris Paul still coming off the bench. He had a pretty good night last night, scoring 13, had a few assists. But it was guys who were stepping up, like the rookies. Brandon Pojemski got his first NBA action, really. And you even saw the second-rounder, Trace Davis Jackson, get his first kind of action in the NBA, threw a nice little ricochet off the backboard, nice little alley-oop to himself. Nice to see the Warriors youngins get some wins, get some playing time. And it's nice to see the Warriors just win on the road, to be honest with you. Last season, they went the entire season only winning 11 road games. They've won their first 3 this year. And tomorrow night, they're back at home facing off against the Sacramento Kings. Second matchup against the Kings so far this year. And also some injury news with guys like De'Aaron Fox, who might miss a little bit of time, not sounding like he's going to play tomorrow night. But since we're talking about the trade deadline, how about this blockbuster trade that I guess we all woke up to this morning? Maybe you're on a back end of a bender. Maybe you're having a little bit of a Halloween party and just going wire to wire 24 hours straight, not sleeping. And maybe you're celebrating the news that James Harden finally got traded out of Philadelphia, now joining the LA Clippers, who, of course, are one of those teams that a lot of people are saying are going to be in the mix to be in competitive in the West this year. Shout out to Charles Barkley and his take that the Warriors are the 4th best team in California, which would obviously put them behind the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Sacramento Kings. Clippers kind of collecting, not going to say old, washed-up talent because James Harden is still a good player, but he's approaching 35 years old. And how serious are we taking a team of Harden, Paul George, and Kawhi Leonard when none of them are pretty much healthy ever to be on the court? It'd almost be like facing off against a full team of Jimmy Garoppolo's. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys thought I was done with taking shots at Jimmy G this morning. No, I'm just getting started. We got all day to talk about the Raiders' loss to the Lions, but we won't bore you with that nonsense. Instead, let's get into the 49ers, the team that actually, plays on this flagship radio station. As I mentioned, Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday, gave a couple updates on not only the trade deadline, but whether or not it's time to make the move from Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold. Wait till you hear this answer from Kyle Shanahan. We'll play it for you on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a spooky Halloween morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Purdy out of the shotgun, coming in long motion, McCaffrey. They ride it. Purdy pulls it. Purdy going to scramble and throw. Ball got tipped, intercepted.
There's a penalty.
A flag is down, and coming back the other way is Jermaine Pratt. As Brock Purdy did not hand the ball to Elijah Mitchell, he pulled it out and threw it. Maybe an illegal man downfield on the Niners, which the Bengals will decline. It looks like Brock Purdy threw a low red zone INT.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Halloween morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back breaking down some Brock Purdy turnovers and the 49ers heading into their bye week on a 3-game losing streak. Man, oh man, I guess the question this morning is 808 KNBR. Would you rather have Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo at this point of the season?
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Because I remember there was a few people after Jimmy left this offseason saying, damn, I wish we still had Jimmy. I wish we still had Jimmy. And after walking out of Levi's Stadium last weekend and hearing some 49er fans say, hey, it might be time to make the move to Sam Darnold, I would still stick with Brock Purdy. I still think Brock Purdy is the guy, and so does Kyle Shanahan. Of course, he was asked about making that roster change yesterday. We'll get to that question in just a few seconds. But first, we got to talk about the possibility of maybe the 49ers trading back for Jimmy Garoppolo. No, I don't see any scenario of that. That's not going to happen. But I know there's some people floating out the option of Kirk Cousins after tearing his Achilles earlier this season. Maybe next year in free agency, Kyle Shanahan bringing in Kirk Cousins. And it seems like, once again, if this does happen, which it's a long stretch, people, work with me, I'm riffing this morning, but that'd be another quarterback controversy here in San Francisco. But honestly, as I was just saying, I don't think there's much controversy. I think this is Brock Purdy's team. I think we've seen some of the worst performances in the fourth quarter in back-to-back games by Brock Purdy, but I still don't think he's that bad of a quarterback. But after watching Jimmy Garoppolo struggle last night in Josh McDaniels' system, it does go in favor of the Kyle Shanahan system argument. And we even had a text this morning from the 510 sending in a picture of Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy and their average stats with the 49ers side by side, which is not in favor of Brock Purdy being a quote-unquote elite quarterback, which we've never said he was on this show, but also goes to show that the 49ers just need somebody to take care of the ball and not turn it over. Because we've seen in these back-to-back losses, hell, 3 in a row, the 49ers have been losing the turnover battle and simply have not been playing up to their standard, whether it's on offense or on defense, a defense that has been gashed the last couple of weeks. And so now with the NFL trade deadline today at 1 p.m., maybe John Lynch gets on the phone to not only call into the Murph and Mac show, which will be happening tomorrow morning, but to make some of these trade moves. Because I do think that this is a defense that is extremely talented, but does have some holes. I mean, hell, Dave, we were talking about it at the NFL draft when the 49ers had 3 third-round draft picks. And the day of the draft, I remember saying on the show, I think their 3 biggest needs are an offensive lineman, or a defensive back to replace Jimmy Ward, and also a bookend defensive end to pair with Nick Bosa. Well, here we are now at the end of October on Halloween Day, on trade deadline day, and it seems like the biggest need for the 49ers are a corner, or an offensive lineman, and a defensive lineman. It's almost as if they shouldn't have drafted a kicker, a tight end, and the safety. Now, I don't know how Jair Brown's going to turn out, but he's not even sniffing the field right now. We all know what's going on with Jake Moody making and missing field goals, and Cameron Laitu's out for the season. So that, to me, was the biggest wasted pick in that third rounder. But maybe today, the 49ers will trade a third rounder, or maybe a second rounder, or maybe even a first rounder if they're planning on going after someone like Pat Surtain from the Denver Broncos, who was a top 10 draft pick a couple years ago out of Alabama, lockdown corner with the Denver Broncos, probably the best player on that team and arguably one of the best corners in the NFL. So maybe the 49ers have some interest there, but of course, everything's got a cost. Everybody's got a price, and the price to pay for Patrick Surtain might be pretty damn high. Well, the question is, How desperate are the 49ers right now after losing these last 3 games? And should this 3-game losing streak impact the way the 49ers handled the trade deadline? Well, Kyle Shanahan was asked about that Sunday after their loss to the Cincinnati Bengals. Here's Kyle on whether or not the 3-game losing streak influences what the Niners do at this year's trade deadline.
No, none of this changes anything with the trade deadline, how we played today or how we played these last 3 weeks. When you sit and you watch tape, when you're out there on the field, and I know how these last 2 weeks especially have felt, but I do believe we have the answers in our building. I believe we have good players. I believe we have good coaches. It's up to me to get them to do better. I thought we started out pretty good, but there's some things that we haven't been able to hide here these last few weeks, and that's why we got to continue to push them in every aspect, because some people do go on these losing streaks and they don't have those answers, and you're just living in hope. I truly believe we do have the answers. I believe we got them on our team. I believe we got them with our staff, and we got to sit here and wait about 14 days to deal with this feeling that we have, which nobody wants. But I think we need to. I think our guys need to be pissed off a little bit. I think we need to come back with a little better focus, because it hasn't been enough and we haven't been getting it done.
Now, I agree and I disagree with Kyle right there. I do think this is still one of the best rosters in football. I still think this is one of the best defenses in football. Right now, though, they're not playing like it. And that's why we spent a lot of time yesterday on the show talking about Steve Wilks and some of these defensive schemes and some of these play calls that really aren't putting his positions in the best player to succeed. But at the same point, I do think these past 2 games specifically is going to influence the 49ers trade deadline moves today. After watching Kirk Cousins pick apart this secondary, after watching Joe Burrow complete 19 straight passes, 28 of 32 this past weekend, Kirk Cousins and Joe Burrow went a combined 67 for 77 for over 660 yards the last 2 weeks. That's a red flag. I don't care about the pressure and not getting home. To me, it's more about Steve Wilks sitting in soft coverage and just watching these quarterbacks pick you apart. And how do you even get sacks? I mean, we saw plenty of pressures this past weekend from Nick Bosa. Still ain't getting those big numbers. I know everybody's freaking out about that. But when the quarterback's getting the ball out of his hands in 2-3 seconds because he's got open wide receivers, it makes it pretty hard for those guys to go home. So to me, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a Patrick Surtain, despite if it's going to cost you a first or a second-round draft pick. 49ers also with $40 million can afford to take on these contracts that maybe other teams aren't able to. So maybe the trade packages won't be as big. But you tell me, 808 KNBR. Hit us up on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line. After John Lynch gave up 3 first-round draft picks for Trey Lance, and you're finally going to get one back next year, do you take a risk for someone like Patrick Surtain? Because he's obviously good enough to be a first-round draft pick. Now, the problem is, I don't know, a good problem to have is he has 1 more year left on his contract, so he would still be kind of under team control, but then also you would have to worry about maybe paying him the same year you would have to pay Purdy. That's if Brock Purdy is still the quarterback of their team after everybody's been freaking out over the last couple of days. Again, questions that I think the 49ers are going to be asking themselves, and John Lynch is going to be asking himself. Here he actually was last week on the Murph and Mac Morning Show talking about the plan of attack for this 49ers franchise. Here's last week's sound from John Lynch prior to last week's Cincinnati Bengals game.
We shall see. Like I said, we've been doing our work, and I think that's our responsibility to do our work to see what's out there, and talking to a lot of people. We'll see where that goes here. We got to really focus on Cincinnati and everyone pouring all their energy to having a good outcome there, and then we'll see where that goes by Tuesday. As I've said many times, certainly not afraid to dip our toe in there if it helps us. But that's the key thing. It's got to, this is our team really, and if we can help it, we'll make a move to do so. That can come in a variety of ways. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Tuesday, I guess at 1:00 our time.
Tuesday, 1:00 today. The same time where John Lynch was a year ago making trades for Christian McCaffrey. The same John Lynch who 3, 4, 5 years ago now went out and traded for Jimmy Garoppolo. And as much as we ripped Jimmy this morning in his performance last night with the Raiders, we all know how important Jimmy was to turning around this franchise and really kickstarting this run that the 49ers have had over the last 5 or 6 seasons. But now it's to the point where John Lynch, I feel like needs to improve that defensive backfield, especially as a former DB. So whether it's Surtain, who's probably going to cost you a lot, whether it's Jalen Johnson from the Chicago Bears, who put in a trade request, a guy that's got Northern California ties, grew up in Fresno, pretty damn good corner, might cost you a second rounder, maybe even a first rounder for him. There's Christian Fulton out there from the Tennessee Titans. Adoree Jackson, former USC corner, was with the Tennessee Titans also. These are some of your pieces. Whether it's outside or at nickel, I feel like you've got to address these problems. And then maybe you even look at something up front on the defensive line. We talked about the Seahawks adding Leonard Williams, great tackle / defensive end for the New York Giants, another first-round draft pick out of USC. Maybe the 49ers try to add another piece, even though they already added Randy Gregory to this team. Now, with everybody freaking out about the sack totals, I would give a call up to the Washington Commanders. And there's been a lot of talk about Montez Sweat, who is great defensive end, especially against the run game, which has been struggling recently for the 49ers. But my eye on the prize is Chase Young. If you want an impact player, if you want another Ohio State monster at defensive end, I think you make the call for Chase Young. I mean, hell, there's a couple good defensive ends available, whether it's Brian Burns from the Carolina Panthers, Danielle Hunter, who we mentioned earlier with the Minnesota Vikings. There are playmakers available, and the 49ers have the cap space to make the moves if they want to. Here was Kyle Shanahan yesterday on his conference call talking about John potentially making these moves, but also something that caught my ear of him saying there's not much out there for the 49ers.
I know John's been working on that for the last month. He's talking with everyone, as every team does right now. If we think there is a chance to improve us, we'll do it. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of options out there, but it doesn't mean for sure no. So I know we'll look up that all the way up to the deadline and see if anything changes.
That's it. And you never know what the market's going to be like, if it's going to be a buyer or a seller's market, especially with these extra wild card teams in the NFL. We mentioned the Minnesota Vikings as a great example, as a team that just got back to 4-4. But what do they do now? Do they go out and trade for a quarterback? Do they try to bring in someone like Jameis Winston, a Colt McCoy, a veteran quarterback that maybe can win you a few ball games so you can still go out and try to win the NFC North? I don't know. It's an option. I mean, look at the injury over the weekend to someone like Matthew Stafford. Maybe at this point, who knows what's going to happen with these quarterbacks in the movement. Everybody's always looking for a quarterback, so that's something to keep an eye on today. But I still think the 49ers are in a position to buy. And if we're being honest with you, I'm probably buying low on the 49ers right now because their stock is at the lowest it's been all year. And when I'm talking stocks, I'm talking Super Bowl value. It's something I'm going to be keeping my eyes on this week, and I definitely want to do a segment on it. 49ers have higher Super Bowl odds right now after their 3-game losing streak than they've had all season long. And if you would have just told me before the season started, 49ers will be 5-3 going to their bye week, I would say, yeah, they're in a pretty damn good position. Now, it is different when you win 5 games in a row and then lose 3 games in a row, but we also got to hop in our time machine and go back to when the 49ers were 5-0. They were the favorite to win the Super Bowl. Their odds were minuscule. And if you're looking for value, if you're looking for a ticket to bet on, I still might be throwing down a few shekels on the 49ers to win the Super Bowl, even though everybody is panicking after these 3 games. As I said to start this segment, I still think the 49ers have one of the best rosters, and John Lynch could go out there and improve it as soon as today. But I think that's kind of the narrative, is to not freak out too much, is to not press the panic button. And that's kind of the message that Kyle Shanahan sent yesterday during his conference call when he was asked what's went wrong over these past 3 weeks during this losing streak and how close the 49ers were to winning some of these games.
I mean, I know we lost 3 games in a row. I thought there was things that we were sloppy on versus Cleveland, mainly the penalties, and I'm struggling against the run. I thought Minnesota, there was actually a number of good clips that I really liked how we looked on tape and our energy and stuff like that. But I thought we gave up a couple too big of plays, a couple busts, and we struggled against a quarterback who was really hot. And then I believe yesterday that to me sticks out on the tape the most is just how slow and tired I thought we looked. And when that does happen, I think it leads to bigger holes. I think it leads to more mistakes. I think it leads to missed tackles. And I could see on tape a different type of energy that was disappointing. But I also know that they need this rest, and that showed the most.
Yeah, this is a 49ers team that needs to reset. And I guess that's the argument. on whether or not this bye is coming at a good time or a bad time for the 49ers. They're going to go a full month without winning a football game. Think about that for 1 second, for one of the most talented rosters in the league. But maybe this is a great time for guys like Trent Williams to get healthy, Dre Greenlaw, who looks like he was hobbling all over the field. Guys like Deebo Samuel could be back. This 49ers team could be much, much better coming off the bye week. I mean, look at the Cincinnati Bengals and a healthy Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase looked after getting a bye week. I think it's a good time for the 49ers to reset, not overreact to their 3-game losing streak. Again, we set it up on Monday. It's going to be the week, actually 2 weeks, of all the hot takes. Steve Wilks must go. Well, Kyle Shanahan said yesterday Steve Wilks isn't going anywhere, unless maybe it's down to the sideline to start calling some plays. Interesting discussion that we got into yesterday with Tim Ryan on the Murph and Mac show, and a question that Kyle Shanahan was asked about yesterday. But, of course, there's going to be questions about the quarterback because everybody's got a hot take. And as I mentioned, walking out of Levi Stadium on Sunday, I heard a few 49er fans say maybe it's time for Sam Darnold, which I immediately laughed at because I don't know what Sam Darnold's going to be able to do when Christian McCaffrey's had 3 straight games rushing the ball for 50 yards. I don't know what Sam Darnold's going to do when Fred Warner and Nick Bosa are missing tackles. I don't know how much Sam Darnold improves his team. I don't think he's the quick fix option. But maybe the 49ers will go out and trade for a quarterback this week. I don't know. Some of the stupid stuff that I'm hearing on social media. And this might be one of the stupidest questions I heard yesterday during the 49ers press conference call with Kyle Shanahan when he was asked whether or not it's time for the 49ers to make a change at quarterback. This is completely raw and unedited. I wanted you to feel the awkward silences of Kyle Shanahan giving his response when asked if the 49ers should move on from Brock Purdy.
Kyle, will you consider making a change at quarterback during the bye week? And if not, why?
A change at what?
Quarterback.
No.
Why?
Because no one just changes our quarterback for no reason.
A change at what? Who?
No.
When? How?
No.
I mean, Kyle's not even entertaining this question. And again, I don't think anybody should be.
No.
Brock Purdy has had a hell of an NFL career. He still also has not played a full season, folks.
A change at what?
We've seen him win ball games. Now, people are questioning whether or not he can win a fourth quarter comeback. But then again, there's people questioning whether or not Kyle Shanahan can coach this team to a fourth quarter comeback. Now, 0-37 it is, Dave. Went down 8 points or more in the fourth quarter. 49ers were down double digits to the Bengals. They lost this past weekend, but they still had plenty of chances to win against Cleveland with that Jake Moody field goal. And with Brock Purdy trying to drive down the field in the final possession against the Vikings, unfortunately for Brock, he's had a pair of interceptions in back-to-back games, has been dealing with those concussion issues. Maybe a week off will be good for Brock to reset, and maybe the week off will be good for all 49er fans to kind of reset and not overreact. Like I said, I think it's a good time to buy low on the 49ers. I'll buy low on that stock of Brock Purdy. You know that stock a couple weeks ago that people were talking about him being an MVP candidate? Yeah, those discussions have moved on, but I'm not moving into the discussions on whether or not it's time to move on from Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold. I'm not there yet, and I don't think you are either, seeing that some of these reactions on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line. But hey, I appreciate everybody checking in this morning. Some people saying that they're fine trading away a first-round draft pick based on the track record of the 49ers and their first-round draft picks over the last couple of years. I say go all in. We're talking Super Bowl or bust, right? This is the Brock Purdy window. You've got 2 more years left on his rookie deal after this. 49ers, you've got all the superstars. You've got $40 million in cap space. The only thing you're missing is that Lombardi trophy back at Levi Stadium. And if you want to get back to Las Vegas this year to play in the Super Bowl, I think you do need to go out and get a Patrick Surtain, a Jalen Johnson, or one of these DBs available on the market. We'll see if they have any interest on the defensive line or the offensive line after the 49ers have been beat back-to-back weeks in the trenches. 49ers got to play better football. Brock's got to be better, and I think they will be better coming off the bye week. Let's not panic too much, but it is the NFL and the overreaction. So how about on the other side? We overreacted Jimmy Garoppolo's performance last night. We'll hit you with the smorgasbord of sports that was the sports equinox. A little basketball, a little football, and a little baseball as Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers take a 2-1 lead in the World Series. We'll recap a manic Monday night? Yeah, I guess that works for the alliteration purposes, Dave. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Tuesday morning on Halloween on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Garoppolo is in the gun. His arms extended. There's the snap. The hand to Jacobs over the guard on the hash and into the end zone. Twirling for the touchdown. The Raiders score on a beautiful 75-yard drive. and they cap it off on a 3-yard touchdown run by Josh Jacobs. And now trail by 3 late in the second quarter with the extra point coming up.
The leadoff spot now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is the leadoff spot on a Halloween Tuesday morning. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back with Overnight Dave, wrapping up Week 8 of the NFL season last night in Detroit, where the Motor City Kitties got the win over the Raiders, 26-14. And on the rejoin, you heard a Josh Jacobs touchdown, and the call started off with Jimmy Garoppolo hands off the ball. That was probably the best thing that Jimmy G did the entire night, because the Raiders' only offensive scoring drive was essentially a drive where they took the ball out of Jimmy G's hands and just handed it to Josh Jacobs over and over and over again. And it seemed like it worked on that drive, but outside of that drive, the Raiders literally had zero offense last night. So no, Jimmy did not play good enough to win, and he cannot do any favors to his former team, the 49ers, who are now currently sitting as the 4th best team in the NFC after the Detroit Lions improved to 6-2. Philadelphia Eagles are still 7-1, and of course, the Seattle Seahawks are now in first place at the NFC West and went out and traded for Leonard Williams yesterday, only stacking up that defense even more. But yesterday, I did want to give some love to the Raiders defense and my guy Max Crosby, who was flying all around the field yesterday, literally keeping this Raiders team in the game, because this was a winnable game for the Raiders. I'm not coming out of this week saying, oh, the Detroit Lions are a Super Bowl favorite. No. We saw them get blown out by the Baltimore Ravens last week. And now against a Raiders defense, they really struggled to move the ball in the first half. Raiders held them to 3 field goals the first 3 possessions. And Dave, I got to say, watching the Detroit Lions miss that last field goal ended up actually winning me some money because, A, I bet the under. And in our Wednesday Waterboy winners picks, the weekly pool that I'm in here at KNBR that has like 175 people in it, we all put in $100 before the season and have weekly payouts. Surprise, surprise, Dave. I won once again. Went 14-2 with my picks over the weekend. Only 2 games I got wrong were the Chiefs against the Broncos and the Houston Texans, of course, which one of our Bobby Boucher's best bets against the Carolina Panthers. Every other game I got correct, including the Detroit Lions last night. Because how could you not pick this Lions team against the Raiders? To cover the spread on the money line, it didn't really matter. Hell, hopefully if you're betting prop bets, you threw down some money on Jimmy Garoppolo to throw an interception. Because I know we've been talking a lot about the Christian McCaffrey touchdown streak. Look at the Jimmy Garoppolo interception streak. He leads the NFL in interceptions, and he's missed 2.5 games this year. Think about that for a second. Like, I know I've come on air and ripped Jimmy Garoppolo a lot, whether it's during his time in Las Vegas or even when he was here in San Francisco, and that's when the text line started calling me a Jimmy Garoppolo hater. And I always thought I just gave realistic takes on Jimmy G. I didn't think he was that good of a quarterback. Could you win games with him? Absolutely. You saw that here in San Francisco. You saw that in the Kyle Shanahan system. But in this Josh McDaniels system, it's looking like one of the worst offenses maybe in NFL history. They're the only team this year that hasn't scored 20 offensive points. Last night, they put up 7 on the Josh Jacobs running touchdown. Jimmy Garoppolo finished 10 for 21, 126 yards with an interception, folks. He went the entire first half without completing a pass to a wide receiver. Had 31 yards in the first half, 3 for 8 with that INT. Literally just giving the ball away. And then in the fourth quarter, when the world needed him the most, he disappeared, missing Devante Adams on multiple deep throws down the field. But hey, I've only been telling you guys for 2, 3, 4, 5 years now, even going back to my days of producing KNBR Tonight, that Jimmy does not have a deep ball, and Jimmy really isn't that guy. Maybe pulling off the biggest trick-or-treat heist ever here in San Francisco, tricking people into thinking that he's a better quarterback than he actually is. But Jimmy G is no longer here in San Francisco. Gave us the famous goodbye.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
And now I'm just waiting to say goodbye to Josh McDaniels. But we'll get back into the Raiders in a couple days. Hell, maybe we'll talk in Raiders today at the trade deadline with guys like Devante Adams, who showed his frustrations yesterday, or maybe even Josh Jacobs, or even my guy Hunter Renfrow, who they refuse to get into their offensive system. Because who would have thought a small, shifty wide receiver would be good in a New England Patriot-style offense? Not like they ever had Julian Edelman or Willis Walker, or anybody who was successful in that role, Dave. What do I know about football? Probably more than Josh McDaniels. But that was your Monday Night Football action. There was also some World Series action with Bruce Bochy getting back on top. Texas Rangers go into Arizona, take down the D-backs 3-1. Marcus Semien, the man that used to play out here in the Bay Area for the Oakland A's, got the party started with an RBI single. Then it was Corey Seager continuing the hot streak. He hits a 2-run home run to score him and Semien. They take a 3-0 lead. Also want to give a shout-out to Adolis Garcia, who has been on absolute fire this postseason. And last night, it was the first or second inning, throws out Christian Walker at home. He runs through a stop sign, shows off the hose, throws a frozen rope, guns him out at the home plate, keeps it 0-0. And, man, I got to say, it's nice watching baseball when they play defense. After watching the San Francisco Giants the entire season and them lead the major league in errors, the Texas Rangers and the D-backs were two of the best defensive teams in baseball, and surprise, surprise, here they are facing off in October. But since we did mention the Giants real quick, I do also want to throw out this news story that broke yesterday of Alex Cobb having hip surgery, which is going to sideline him for up to 6 months, which means he could miss the start of the 2024 season. We're talking trades this morning, not only in the NFL with the deadline at 1 today, not only in the NBA where we saw James Harden get traded to the Clippers this morning, but also with the winter meetings coming up, I think this makes it more likely that the Giants need to go out and get a top-end starter. Whether it's a Blake Snell or whoever, Giants need to make moves this offseason, but we'll get into the winter meetings when that time comes in about a month as we're about to get into November. And we all know now Bob Melvin is in town, and maybe he'll be making some of those same moves that John Lynch will be trying to make today. But last night in the World Series, great effort by the Texas Rangers getting back on top. Max Scherzer goes 3 innings, leaves the game with a back injury. John Gray, who also recently came off the IL during the ALCS, then piggybacks him. Chapman gets a huge strikeout over Corbin Carroll in the 7th or 8th inning, and then Leclerc closes it out in the 9th. And just like that, Bochy's boys are 2 wins away from winning a World Series. You got a bullpen game today, which I hate saying in the World Series, but it's Andrew Haney taking on Joe Mantiply. That means you should probably be betting the over today in a bullpen game. I expect fireworks out in Arizona. And honestly, as I told you a couple weeks ago, I expect Bruce Bochy's Rangers to go out and ultimately win the World Series. But you don't need my prediction. When the Pop Culture Showdown told you that already, that the Rangers were going to win it all. And real quick before we go, got to give a shout out to the Dubs and Steph Curry dropping 40 again for already the second time this season. Last night, they took care of business, beat the New Orleans Pelicans, and now they're back tomorrow night against the Sacramento Kings, trying to snuff the beam, but they'll be at Chase Center facing off against a Kings team that might not have De'Aaron Fox. We'll give you an injury update tomorrow and also give you an update on Klay Thompson, who did not play last night. All storylines that we can get into during the sports equinox.
Clay.
And the Halloween spooky season. We'll make a connection with Murph and Mac and check out their Halloween costumes that I'm sure they're dressed up in this morning. Coming up next on the other side, it's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, it's the mash. It's the monster mash. It's almost time for the start of the Murph and Mac show, but it is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, wrapping up the leadoff spot with my guy Overnight Dave on a Halloween morning. But boys, I don't think there was anything spookier than watching your guy Jimmy Garoppolo quarterback my Raiders last night in I don't know if disappointing is even the right word. It was downright disgraceful loss to the Detroit Lions. My guy Max Crosby's flying all over the field, stripping people at the goal line. Raiders winning the turnover battle. But there's Jimmy Garoppolo leading the NFL in interceptions this year. 9 of them, even though he hasn't played a full season. Boys, the NFL trade deadline's today at 1 o'clock. You want Jimmy back?
Let me get back to you on that one, buddy. Happy Halloween, brother.
Yeah, happy Halloween.
Like the legendary Peanuts Halloween, bro. You're like Charlie Brown getting the rock.
That's it.
You remember
dude.
that, dude? Everybody's like, I got a chocolate. I got a chocolate. I got a rock. Poor Charlie Brown.
I'll tell you, I feel like Charlie Brown when he gets that football pulled from him.
Yeah.
Dude, every week with the Raiders, kicking and missing.
You got the trick, not the treat, bro.
Dude, and that's what I said on my show this morning, like, Jimmy Garoppolo might be the greatest trick-or-treater of all time because he tricked everybody here in San Francisco that he was a good quarterback.
Listen to this. 10 of 20. I'm looking at this. 10 of 21 for 126, no touchdowns and a pick. Passer rating of 46. 46, Jerry. Dude, his QBR, which is that other one. Ready for this, dude?
Does it really matter?
3.7.
3.7?
That's a GPA.
Dude,
it's a good GPA, too.
That's a better GPA than I ever got, but still.
6 sacks, too.
Bro, yeah. The Raiders' offensive line is not very good, but Jimmy Garoppolo was just blatantly missing throws to Devante Adams, turning the ball over. It was bad. Murph, he went the whole first half without completing a pass to a wide receiver. A whole first half.
Can I offer you a Steph Curry on the other side of the screen?
I'll take a step. I'll take a step, dropping
Maybe
40
playing
plus
his
again.
finest basketball at age 35. It's unbelievable. And may I offer you a Corey Seager out here dominating, too.
Oh, yeah.
Hells yeah. Bro, how about
with the bat and the glove?
Well, can I offer you Bruce Bochy 2 wins away from another World Series? And I'm sorry right now, I got to tell you, with apologies to the D-backs, I don't see Boch blanking this up. I don't. He's 2 wins away.
That was a big one yesterday, getting that road win.
Huge win.
Because D-backs don't mess around, man. They were in that game, and they were threatening, and then Seager turns that double play in the 8th inning.
How about the fact that you wake up and Bruce Bochy's 2 wins away from another ring? Might as well grab a couple more wins.
I start thinking about it. I wonder if he would say this would be his sweetest because of the circumstances of, getting run out of town.
Dude, it's a lot like Tom Brady walking away from the team he's synonymous with and going like, why don't I just go grab myself another ring in this Bucs uniform? And that's kind of what Bochy's doing now. He's out of retirement. He fished. He hunted. He's all relaxed. I'm going to grab myself a ring, Murph.
Joe didn't get one in Kansas City. Guys who try to go get one somewhere else.
Now, Murph, I'm just looking ahead. Because Murph and I went down to Texas and we saw some games in the 2010 World Series, but where in God's name do you throw a parade down in that part of the country?
Big D.
I guess you got to check with Brent Jones. Right? He'll let you know. Brent Jones will be like, hey, do it through my backyard.
Yeah, that's our resident
He's
Texas.
Mr. Texas now, yeah.
I mean, I know Overnight Dave thinking like I am American history. We've had a lack of success with motorcades.
Look at this now. Are we going back to presidential riffs? What are you saying? Don't throw Boch in a convertible? Is that what you're saying?
We're talking dark riff now. You're going dark
yesterday. We're saying don't drive him around. Wow, no grassy knolls around Boch. No grassy knolls.
I'll end it on this last one. One time we were going to play Dallas with the Niners, and we were riffing with Dwight Clark, the late great Dwight Clark, and John Crumpacker asked him, the late great John Crumpacker, 2 people who've left us.
Look at you.
He goes, Dwight, you going to hit the Texas School Book Depository when we're down there? And Dwight said, what's that, a strip club?
Oh,
that's what he said.
By the way, Murph is, you want particles on a Halloween morning, and this is like supernatural stuff swirling around. Murph had no idea. But just so you know, if you haven't tuned into the stream, none of us are wearing costumes. But Murph, look what I am wearing today. I'm wearing my... And this is not planned.
He's wearing his Dwight.
No, this is not planned.
I'm dressed as a nerd wearing Adam Clayton glasses. That's my costume.
I understand, Murph. It's the Murph and Mac show dressed up for Halloween. The water boy Bobby Boucher in the building. Overnight Dave on the 1s and 2s, and you are listening to KNBR. Overnight Dave, 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader in the Murph and Mac show on a Halloween morning. Starts right now.
I got a rock.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, happy Halloween, everybody. Where's my bite-sized Snickers, man? Where's my Reese's? I asked Rory when I tucked him in last night. I said, what are you looking forward to the most? He said nerds. Do you like nerds?
You know what? He's in good company. My buddy Winks loves nerds. He's a big nerds guy. So
what are they, like little?
They're like little hard candies. They're like things I don't even know how to describe them. Yeah, they're just like little tiny hard candies.
Well, I told him, I said, well, you got a nerd. It's your old man, right? That's my joke. I'm dressing as a nerd today.
No, I like the candy topic. I grabbed a box of, I told Murph off the air, I went to the movies on Saturday. I went early in the morning. I saw
Paulie Mack going to the movies.
Yeah, saw the new Scorsese movie.
Shout out Siskel and Ebert sitting on those aisle seats.
Went by myself, couldn't find a date. True story. Went by myself, which is fine. But anyway, I'm sitting there and you talk about candy. This is a long movie now, kids. You want to pack a lunch. I actually grabbed myself a box of Reese's Pieces.
Oh.
I got a sugar rush for the second half.
Is that a common move by you?
No, it's really not, actually. I'm usually a popcorn soda guy, but this was such a long thing. I was like, I better plan ahead.
Did you have an urge to phone home?
Not really, but it was a satisfying little sugary treat.
My rare E.T. impression.
Want to lay it on me again? It's Halloween.
I don't think I've given you an E.T. impression in our entire tenure together.
It's a first.
Well, you said Reese's Pieces, so I had to jump to conclusions there. There we go. A little sponsor sheet action. Thank you, buddy.
Murph, wasn't Dick Van Dyke in E.T.? Didn't he have like a cameo?
We should probably talk about last night's sports calendar there, buddy. Man, what a toggle. It was a toggle in paradise last night.
Almost too much. It was a three-way. It was like
Paulie,
it was a three-way.
Been living most of my life living in a toggling paradise last night. I was having trouble deciding
it
where
was
to go.
really hard.
I was constantly going.
Me too.
Boom, boom,
no, it was too much. Giving us two options is fine. Monday Night Football World Series. You throw in a Steph 40-plus point performance on a, you throw that in the mix too. Now I got troubles because I'm on Steph for 5 minutes. Now I'm checking out Jared Goff. Now I'm back to Bruce Bochy. It was like too much almost for the three-way. Yeah.
To show you the prevalence of commercials in American TV, sometimes two of the three were at commercial.
I hit a point where I had all three at one time. There was all three were running them at once.
That's a little depressing.
Yeah,
Look at this. Oh, is Triple E going as me for Halloween? Look at that.
Hold on, I haven't seen him yet.
Pretty good.
I can't see him. Come on in here, Triple E. I can't see through the glass. I had a big glare. I got to see him without the light.
Sit down. By the way,
come on in here.
He's now the second. He's now the second
KNBR
I love this. Guy to come dressed as me for Halloween. Come over here. Come to the camera.
Oh
my God, he's got gray. He's got gray. Look at that.
Bro, this is just...
Get in here, buddy. Get over there.
Wow.
Wait. Come here. Get in here.
Dude, somebody get a picture of this.
Get in here.
Look at that. Wow, dude.
Good.
Give me some. Tremendous.
By the way, Kevin Franzen came dressed as me about 5 years ago. I'm out here. What about dressed as sexy me?
Hey.
How about that? Because, we talk about joke about sexy Halloween.
What's wrong with being sexy?
It'd be hard to find sexy Murph, though. Look at that.
No, that's a real commitment to the character.
Eerie.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm looking into a mirror over there.
Martin Scorsese online, too. He likes the commitment to the character.
Should I have grown out the... if he had shaved the facial hair... He should have shaved the facial hair.
No, it's really impressive.
Yeah, he said he meant to and forgot.
Attention to detail with the gray and the zip up. He basically checked all the boxes.
Yeah, the zip up.
I don't know where he got the Claytons, but they look great.
Yeah.
They look great. Why? What's that?
Right down
little ankle socks?
No, he's wearing the Vans.
Vans? Okay, I don't know. This is a very impressive. Marcus is almost
trying to get the... By the way, I was watching. They put a couple of our things on Instagram yesterday.
Right. Yeah.
We really got to do something about my side of the room. It's really orange. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on with the lighting on my side of the room.
It's Oompa Loompa time. Yeah, it's a tribute to Willy Wonka.
Like, look at the difference between our faces right now.
Yeah. I'm coming in nice and pale.
You're
Murph's
coming in
nice and orange.
I'm too.
Yeah.
I look like the freaking jack-o'-lantern. I really do.
That's just the way it's going down, buddy.
Anyway,
I don't know. Yeah.
So let's call that one in, buddy, because, dude, let me tell you what. It's not just that he's playing... Literally, Paulie, he's playing record basketball. So his 24 3-pointers in the first 4 games of the season
it's unbelievable.
Is an NBA record.
Yeah.
Nobody has ever started an NBA season by making 24 trays in 4 games. He's 35 years old.
Yeah.
Dude, I see him out there
he's hopping around like a little kid.
Paulie, he's galloping.
No, he
he's
is, dude.
Galloping around.
He's just making fools.
Dude, he's laughing his ass off.
I know,
out
he's
there.
having a ball. He's having a ball.
Was Jordan Poole that much of an albatross?
Did he have that much darkness with him? Because this team is light. This team is...
we all thought the Chris Paul move would blow up their chemistry.
By the way, shout out Trace Jackson Davis, too. I'm an instant fan of this kid. Grabbing rebounds, stuffing it home.
I told you on draft night, buddy. That was my guy.
I love this kid already.
He went for, if you missed it last night, I'll give you the line on TJD, 13 points points, 9 rebounds, 4 blocks.
No.
Another stat for you. He's the first Warrior ever to have 4 blocks in his first 2 games.
What's his measurements, too? You got a height on him for me, Murph?
I'd say 6'9".
Yeah. I just like everything about this kid.
Well, he plays basketball.
Yeah.
He's basketball, man. So let's call it in because they are just – and Chris Paul's like, off the bench? Sure.
That was like,
why not?
That was like the perfect example of what Chris Paul can do for the Warriors last night. What was his line? Like 13 points?
And ready for this? Their bench – I got a slew of notes from Raymond last night. Their bench has now outscored their opponents in their first 4 games by – they're plus 45.
You see, Steve Kerr was saying that during right before the season started. He goes, our strength is going to be our bench. And I kind of thought, well, I need to see it to believe it, but we are seeing it. This bench is coming, man. This bench is like really chipping in.
Moody last night with another good game, too.
Moody, all these guys.
And by the way, they host the Kings on Wednesday night. That'd be a party.
Already they're throwing cold water on you. We're 4 away. It's game 4. Relax. But I'm saying, let's get excited about it. Why shouldn't you be excited about it?
Totally different than last year. Dude, they lost. Whoever said that?
Here comes Murph. I got Murph to the left and right.
Creepy,
I got double Murph.
It's really creepy.
Hey, Murph.
Do you remember when Kevin Franzen did this?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I think Triple E's is more effective, though.
Because he went to the grave.
Triple E's fully committed, dude.
Yeah, really
head
good.
to toe.
It's really good. Wow, it's scary.
What else can he do to, like, personify Murph? Like, what else can he...
Like I said, be a total nerd. Lose his temper on somebody?
How about like lose like a laptop, or you got to lose like something?
Don't get me started.
Well, that's because Murph could lose his stuff on trips.
Don't say my kid lost his wallet last night.
See, it's in the family. It's in the family now.
It was a tough night. The Murphy household.
It runs in the family.
It's because we have been lecturing him. You now have this wallet with your driver's permit. Take care of it. The guy lost it, dude.
Hey,
let me tell you what.
Happens. It's all right, Big D.
Don't tell that to mom. It was a tough night.
He's probably all messed up.
He is messed up. We crushed him.
Yeah.
All right, let's have this one. Phone it in to the commish because Bruce Q. Frazier, dressed as the most handsome assistant coach in the league.
I'll buy that.
He called it up. Silver said, "You calling me from the road for the 3rd straight time?" He said, "That's right, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 130, New Orleans Pelicans 102."
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
It is lovely. And, the Pelicans had won their first 2 games. They rolled in 2-0. They got blown out on their home floor. And did you hear, because that's the first time Steph's played there in a few years because he's missed because of load management and stuff. So it was like a pent-up demand for Steph. And then apparently the Smoothie King Arena was just like roaring for Steph the entire night. So it's just all happening right now. Warriors are off to a great start. The Chris Paul... I tell you what, is it 4 games in? Can we say Mike Dunleavy gangster? Can we say that? I mean, the Chris Paul trade is looking fantastic right now. He dumped Jordan Poole's turnovers. The drafting of Trace Jackson Davis. Dude, not trading Kuminga. I mean, it got Dunleavy. Gangster right now.
And also just the way they're playing on the road is far beyond anything we saw last year. I mean, they were just giving games away left and right all year long on the road. Clearly, they are committed to tightening that up and getting wins. So they're just winning out on the road.
They listened to Tim Ryan who said, "Hey, let's try to tighten it up out there."
Yeah.
Just a word before we go on the man who used to be Jimmy G.
Some ugly football out there, buddy. Some ugly ball.
The very worst version of that was the version last night that all the Jimmy G haters have been saying for years.
Well, then you got a feast last night.
Even when he was playing well for the Niners, they're like, look at him, he's limited, he stinks, he's got no arm, he's got bad vision, he can't make reads. We're like, but they're winning. That guy last night was the personification of every Jimmy G hater's fantasy. They're like, that's Jimmy G.
Hey, to keep the thread of dark riffs going on Halloween, Murph, don't tell me about Jimmy G. I got my own quarterback problems I'm trying to work through right now. Don't weight me down with Jimmy G issues. I got my own things going on.
Pretty good call. Yeah. All right, guys, so that's the deal. The Raiders lose to the Lions 26-14.
Ugly ball. Bochy needs 2 more. I figure I'll grab 2 more.
Would this be his sweetest?
Well, this is going to be 4. I mean, if he can get through these next 2.
In honor of my Adam Clayton glasses, would it be the sweetest
It's going to have a real special place for him. Yeah.
Well, this one, the other 3 were nice, but
I thought I'd give one to Texas.
They ran me out of town. I went and won one, man.
Farhan didn't want me.
Oh, man.
We got to do it down here now.
All right. Hey, get your bite-sized Snickers. Get your Reese's Pieces.
Yeah, man,
get
like
your
ET.
Nerds.
Murph's doing ET today.
Get your Halloween ready. Get your... Did you ever use a pillowcase as a bag? I never did.
I had like a.
You did what Modern Waterboy did.
You did have a pillowcase? All right, whatever works, man.
That's fine. I just,
he's like hitting guys with it now. He used it as a weapon. He wielded it as a weapon. Yeah.
Well,
Jeez. Wow. Okay.
Violent Halloween.
What do you call that thing the Knights used to use? They'd swirl that thing around. It had the spikes on the end, the ball, the chain.
Mace?
Some kind of medieval weapon. I'm not sure. Marcus was demonstrating he would use his bag like one of those things.
They used to use those in Dungeons and
Medieval
Dragons,
weaponry.
Too.
808 KNBR.
By the way, I looked at the Raiders just because I'm fascinated with Jimmy G's demise. You know who the Raiders play this Sunday?
No.
The New York Giants.
Well, it's a game. I mean, I'm assuming you can go grab that one.
Dude,
God's sake.
I'm just talking about bad. Who you'd have to talk about? That's a Clockwork Orange game where you got to put toothpicks in the eyelids.
What's the over under on punts, Marcus? You got a number on that 25 for?
I mean, that's a bad game too. So
they'll probably put it on national TV.
We'll see. No, there's so many other good games. We got Dolphins, Chiefs in Germany,
Cowboys, Eagles, man.
Dude, I'm just going to end the segment on this.
Yeah.
You aware what's going on up in the?
I see. They're making moves. They're bringing guys in.
Northwest?
I know. The first place team. I know. Yeah, they're in first place.
I just read that their second-year linebacker Boye Mafa, Charles Cross, the tackle in Seattle, says he's more difficult to block than Myles Garrett. And dude, this is that rookie. They had a great rookie class last year, and now they're turning it. I think I've tried to warn you all along, man, about the Seattle Seahawks, and you've poo-pooed. And here they are. Go Ravens. Go Ravens.
Yeah, geez, please, somebody, please.
Quote the Raven, let's kick some ass. All right, let's get the guest list from the other side. I'm rattled by the Triple E
I love it.
Today.
Oh, the kid looks amazing.
Yeah,
he really did. He looks great. It's a real commitment with the gray hair and the glasses. He went all the way.
He should have shaved the
he looks fine. He's awesome.
All right. Get the guest list from Marcus
Look
on
at
the
him
other
sitting
side.
out there.
On KNBR 104.5 at 680, the Sports Leader.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday morning and then went on the Tolbert and Cope Show to break down everything that's gone wrong for the 49ers in this 3-game losing streak. To hear those podcasts and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Steph out of the corner. Oh, he got another one. Come on, are you kidding me?
Well, Williamson couldn't do his job. Steph shook him.
Steph has got a big smile on his face. He's got 38. He's just hitting shots. He's playing with the game right now. He's coming out. And he's got a 40 spot. 42 for Curry.
He's special. That's all you can say.
It's just a mindset because, we have a lot of options. Clay demands a lot of attention out there. JK's been playing great off the bench, really pushing the pace and getting us transition buckets, knocking down shots. So when those two guys are out, especially Clay, like I said, it opens up more opportunities. And I had to be aggressive because it opens up, options for everybody else too. So thankfully shots went down early, which kind of got us into it, especially on a back-to-back. It's tough.
There it is, man. The pretty much the king of the world, Steph Curry, after 42 last night. Is this beginning a series of Halloween-themed rejoins?
I hope so.
Marcus Boucher?
I hope so.
You're damn right it is, boys. It's a holiday. It's Halloween. It's going to be a spooky playlist today.
You should go as, I got a great idea, costume idea for Marcus. Murphy should get a tracksuit, grease the hair back, go as Al Davis.
Well, did you see Peter Schrager on NFL Network this morning?
That'd be a great costume.
I don't like it.
Schrager's fully committed. He's got the white turtleneck. It's on the NFL Network.
No kidding. Okay.
He's got I got to say, he looks pretty good.
He's
got the white turtleneck. He's got the white satin jacket with the black shield on the left breast. He's got the shades.
You could do like other iconic coaches, too. You could do like Tom Landry with the suit and the hat. Other great. Who else could you do? Coach
on
was
and on and on.
Vince Lombardi.
Yeah,
could do the glasses, the hat.
Well, you're stealing. Remember, I told you Springsteen Timmy's idea back when college basketball really was college basketball in the early '90s. We wanted to have a March Madness kegger come dressed as your favorite college coach, and he was going to go with the Gene Katie comb over.
The best.
Probably. Yeah,
no, the best, dude.
And then I said I was going to go with the short sleeve Tark shirt, chomping on the towel.
Yeah, good one.
You know what I mean?
How about John Thompson towel on the shoulder?
There was a time when college basketball coaches had such iconic looks.
Dude, all those guys were characters.
So for NFL, Lombardi, Landry, Al was an owner, not a coach.
Shout out Rolly Massimino, too, at Villanova with the unkept suit and wrinkled jacket and everything.
These days, who's the most iconic? Well, obviously Mike McDaniel. And I've seen Mike McDaniel costumes on Instagram.
I have too.
I saw little kids go as Mike McDaniel.
I saw that yesterday.
Yeah. The sweatsuit with the headset and the glasses and all that. So that'd be number one,
That's
right?
a good one. Yeah.
Any others? Belichick, grumpy Belichick with grumpy Belichick.
Cut off thing.
Just walk around sour.
Yeah.
Kyle, easily.
Oh, I was going to say, there's a 49er fan that shows up as fake Kyle to almost every 49er game.
They put him on TV last week. They showed him on the game.
The Tam High baseball team did their Halloween game. You ever see that, Paul? You ever see that? By the way, I've shown you that before. I think San Diego State has the most iconic Halloween game of all time, where they all dress in costume and then they play a real ball game, Paulie. So they're in outfit, but they're there was
you
a
got
guy
a pirate at third base kind of
guy
thing?
dressed as Jesus Christ. He had sandals and the white robe, and he
I wasn't ready for that.
And he was like a power hitting third baseman. He was roping balls down the line
with the robes on.
Robes and the hair
full
flying,
extension, making diving catches with the ropes,
getting up and throwing. Look picture Casey Schmidt in a Jesus outfit, hitting doubles and making diving stops, but no riff, not riffing, in
stealing
the Jesus
bags as Jesus.
Yeah.
So Jesus steals.
They had they had 3 guys come up to bat as the Cool Runnings guys from Jamaica.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then the first guy hit, and then they picked up the bobsled, and then they all ran to first base. So
yeah.
But anyway, the point is that the local high school did it, and one of the kids went as Kyle Shanahan, but everybody was ragging on him because he didn't have the headset. They're like, you can't be Kyle without the headset.
Well, you got the hat. That'd be the first thing. You got to have the red hat. He likes that white long sleeve.
Yeah, and then the scruff is
Scruff is good too. You could always now for me, Marcus, one of my home base things, like my comfort zone, just dress up as any member of the hottest band in the world, Kiss. Great costume any year, any time. You hit the scene like Gene Simmons, you're going to grab some attention. I can promise you that.
I would imagine Jerry would be an easy one, right?
Jerry, get the pillow, the white wig. Sure.
So there you go, man. Anyway, Marcus has his Bobby Boucher shirt on today.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize, boys. I was planning on dressing up like Paulie Mack, but, someone stole the idea already.
What would you have done for Paulie Mack? Just a Niner hoodie, zip up?
I probably would just came with like a rolling tray and had it on the camera the entire time and just be like rolling up on the live stream.
Right in character.
People are missing it.
One of these days I might do that. It could be my last show.
It's funny because I interacted with Triple E this morning. We prepped for the show. He was giving me all the stories about Jalen Johnson, the Bears corner, being the target of the 49ers here, that the Niners trade deadline is today at 1 o'clock, I believe.
Yes, correct.
And as a result, we should tell everybody John Lynch has punted his hit until tomorrow.
That's fine.
Which
Let
we
him go
endorse.
to work.
We endorse.
Yeah, totally. Let him go to work.
Particularly because it's better radio tomorrow when the trade deadline will have come and gone.
Plus, I wouldn't want to be the object of the Bay Area's hate if, it was like, oh, hey, guys, I was about to close a deal, but I had to do my hit with Murph and Mac.
While he was on the phone with us, the Cowboys landed Jalen Johnson.
You know what I'm saying? Right. It's Eminem's fault. Yeah.
That nightmare scenario. But anyway, he'll be on tomorrow.
Right.
But, everybody's talking corner, edge rusher. Some people are talking O-line. Might they make more than one trade? Man, oh, man. Well, this guy, we should tell everybody about, because Patrick Surtain Jr. has been the guy that everybody's been looking at. But the momentum now is going towards the kid out of Utah and Fresno. He went to Central High School in Fresno, Jalen Johnson, who runs like the wind and is a great young cornerback in the final year of his rookie deal. So the Bears were looking to get something for him in case he doesn't re-sign. And he could come back to the West Coast, come back to California, and he fills a need for the Niners. So we shall see. Jalen Johnson, Patrick Surtain, Montez Sweat. These are the names you hear.
All right.
And I would guess the Niners do something. Because, look, by the way, the Eagles got Kevin Byard, right? A back-end safety, all-pro guy. The Seahawks freaking got Leonard Williams yesterday.
Yep.
Big-time talent on the D-line for the New York Giants. So we're just standing here, man.
They're going to do something. The Niners will put something together today.
I got a rock, right?
No. I don't think we're getting rocks. I think they're going to bring some help in. I do.
Well, I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what the cost is. We'll see who's available. And all I know is the pressure has been ramped up now.
Yeah, and that's the price, I think, is the big question for the 49ers moving forward because they have the most cap space in the NFL, $40+ million. And also, if we're talking about Super Bowl or bust, you have this 2-year window with Brock Purdy still on his rookie deal. This is kind of the era where you say blank those picks.
Look what happens.
That is if Brock Purdy's going to be your quarterback in 2 to 3 years.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, see how fast it happened?
They got Brock.
3 L's, that was all it took.
Man, don't forget that third pick that got called back on the penalty.
I do want to forget it.
I mean,
I want to forget that. I want to forget the fumble. I want to forget all of it.
That led to my take yesterday about him seeing all those ghosts, and then I read all the comments underneath.
What does that mean? What were they?
I stand by it. He had a brutal. His fourth quarter, he was rattled.
He looked like S. He looked like total S. Let's be honest. Yeah.
So something's going on. He's got to cleanse the palate. Perhaps get a little. What do you do to cleanse the palate?
Maybe
Paula?
you should dress as Brian Murphy for a day. Take some time.
So again, back in the day, there was a show called The Audible on 1050.
Shout out The Audible. That's my guy Ogden over there rocking that hair. He had that crazy hair.
And
just spiked up.
Kevin Franzen came dressed as me for Halloween one day, and it was really weird.
Yeah.
I was like, is he dressed as me?
That's cool. Franny
was back before I wore the glasses all the time, too.
Yeah, right.
So he didn't have the glasses really distinguished.
I think so, too. It's like a final touch.
I can't live without him, though, man. I can't see S.
He really does look good. I'm serious. He really does look pretty good as a Murph.
Is he handsome?
Well, because I walked into the kitchen during the break and I was coming out, like, you can't see, like, his entire body, but you can see the gray hair, like, above the cubicle. I'm like, that looks like Murph sitting there with that. Like,
he's got he's wearing the quarter zip.
And the hair's combed over like Murph. It's like,
Paulie Mack, this is the most professional I've seen him look in 2 years.
It's all no question.
That's a good line. That's a good line, actually.
I went to the laugh track.
The ghosts are coming. We got ghosts. We got spooky.
Try it again. The most professional you've seen him in how long?
Since in 2 years.
Thank you very much. All right. Now we get the guest list. Halloween, baby. Halloween.
Trick or treat. Smell my feet.
We're getting near the end. Rory's in 6th grade. He's going out. I'm thinking maybe one more year where you kind of go out as like the old 7th grader, just grabbing candy and running.
You really think about it. Does anything symbolize the end of childhood more than when you hang up your trick or treat bag? That's when you leave childhood behind. Now I'm going into teenage stuff.
Like,
you know what I mean?
Like Riggins leaving his cleats on the field.
Stuff like that. Yeah, leaving your cleats. You know what I mean?
Wrestlers do that. Do they leave their shoes on the mat? Yeah.
You left it all on the ring.
So you hang up your bag,
Kinda.
Is that it?
I mean, then you're on to teenage concerns. You know what I mean?
Well, then you
Prom
start
dates
egging
and-
houses,
Probably,
right?
Yeah, vandalism.
That's the thing. When I was like 6th, 7th, 8th grade, that's when I broke apart from my parents, started going out on my own, and that's when the troublemakers really started to come out, and that's when we started TPing houses.
Yeah, let's not forget.
You're right in the middle
there's
of
two
that,
Halloweens. There's the cute little kids Halloween, and then there's the
Mischief,
aggressive, violent teenage Halloween. Not violence, not the wrong word. The aggressive, vandalizing teenage
now,
Halloween.
I've told you this before, Murph, but I don't know if you remember that when one big culture shock from me from moving from San Francisco to New Jersey in the early 80s was they have like a 2-night thing back there. They have like, on the 30th, on October 30th, they have a night like where Marcus would just be running wild. It's actually called Mischief Night. Ooh. And that's when people just go out and blank stuff up. All they spray paint. They're starting to know with the shaving cream.
Yeah, shaving cream.
Cream the cars, and toilet paper houses. And then there's Halloween the next night. But Mischief Night, when I went back, I'm like, what the hell? They're like, yeah, grab your stuff. We're going out tonight. It's Mischief Night. I'm like, what do I do? They're like, yeah, bring some shaving cream. I'm like, I don't even shave. I'm 12. What do you want me to do? But anyway, so I got thrust into that world. But they don't do that in California. They don't have mischief, which is for the better. Which is for the best.
I would say just the general sort of like helicopter parenting that has taken over the last 20 years. And I do blame, by the way, on the record, I blame the baby boomers.
It's all y'all's fault.
No joke. I've done a deep sociological dive on this. This is going to be my PhD lecture circuit.
We're Gen X, baby.
And you know what, by the way, I see that.
Me and Kurt Cobain and Murph.
I see Matt Perry's being mourned as the voice of Gen X because we had, and they're saying our generation's answer to the baby boomers was just to be snarky and sarcastic.
Yeah.
We took our cues from David Letterman.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he said Matt Perry took like everything. He just rolled his eyes and riffed.
I'll buy that.
And that's kind of because we were like, these baby boomers tried to ruin everything. They tried to change government. They tried to change parenting. They tried to change how we eat. They tried to do, they took it all so seriously. We were like, it ain't that serious, man.
Yeah.
That's what we were. That's our answer.
That's what David Lee Roth was telling me as a kid.
That's what Matthew Perry kind of was his one-liners on Friends were all about.
Okay, boomer.
Yeah, exactly.
There it is.
But the boomers, I watched it happen because Halloween, dude, you and I, Waterboy, we went out on our own.
No parents.
All of a sudden, I'm like in high school or college.
All of a sudden,
I'm watching all these parents walking along with kids. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
man?
let the kids have a night.
Trick or treat.
Yeah.
They're like, no, we got to be here. We got to be here. You know, and it's
just
like,
in case.
And ever since, parents have like just hovered over Halloween. I'm like, get out of here.
I would go so far as to say the parents have stolen the holiday and turned it into their own, where they dress up as naughty waitresses and naughty doctors. And
like Triple E's dressed as Sexy Murph.
No, that's the great dude. I love Sexy Murph.
He's dressed as Naughty
the
Murph.
best,
Right? And
throw a pair of Daisy Dukes on with that
Right?
costume.
And Paulie Mac, I think it's gone one step farther because now it seems like adults are all set up and ready to go with their Yeti cups and their wine. and their
that's what I'm saying. It's a big party.
But
Yeah.
Marcus, I could show you stuff that would be, it's unbelievable. It's like, no, it's not about me. It's your day. But here, I'm going to go down and party.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is that I think that's affected what used to be considered sort of good, clean fun. A TPing, a shaving cream. The egging was a little tough because getting an egg out of a house paint's a little rough. You're like, damn, guy did me dirty. You know what I mean? But like, you know, the TPing and the shaving cream on the car, now the parents would be like, oh, what are you doing?
So you're bringing in SWAT teams.
Whereas we used to wake up and routinely just see it walking to school on November 1st.
That's just what happens on November 1st. Clean the car. Yeah.
Anyway, again, blaming the boomers.
Yeah.
All right, let's go here. What do we got today,
Okay,
buddy?
boomers. Our guest list today is starting at 7:35 with Mike Krukow kicking us off, talking some World Series action. Bruce Bochy being 2 wins away from winning the World Series. Then we'll get into the big hit today where I'm guessing we're talking NFL trade deadline this morning with the deadline today at 1 p.m. We'll hit you with a cooler of content. Mike Silver will check in at 8:50. And at 9:30, it's our 49er player of the week, Jake Brendle.
Okay, he's this kid. It's all good. By the way, shout out Jake Brendle, go Bruins, and Kruk. This kid is riffing
Look at him.
crazy.
He's going in like, look at this.
He just came in with a top 6. In honor of
all Murph-centric stuff,
all stuff that I would typically put in top 6. You guys want it? Or should we tease it for the other side?
Tease it. This is good. This is good.
KNBR 104.5 and 680 Sports Leader.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok at The Sports Leader. We are KNBR.
By himself with Goff under center and all those gray uniforms out there bunched together from the 28 of the Raiders. 2nd and 6, short drop back under center. Here comes the pressure. He moves out of the pocket, throws a pass. It's caught by Peters. Peters on the near side 40. He's chased to the 50, down the near side 40, breaks the tackle 30, down the near sideline 20, 10, 5, touchdown Raiders! Marcus Peters, 33rd career interception. It is a pick six, 75 yards, all the way in front of the Lions bench to the other side.
Garoppolo, Devante, he's picked off, intercepted by the Lions, and Kirby Joseph.
There it is. By the way, you heard, listen to this. His Halloween rejoins continue and actually plays into Triple E's little top 6 trick or treat that he has for us here. Zombies on Halloween. I get it. Very good. Very good, Waterboy. You're 2 for 2 now. We've had, I've always feel like somebody's watching me by Rockwell.
That was a nice way to start.
Zombie by the Cranberries. One of the things Kevin Harlan said there I wanted to touch on, he said all those gray uniforms bunched together. And we were talking about, you know, nostalgia uniforms. The Eagles come back with the Kelly Green. The Oilers come back, the Titans come back with the Oilers uniforms. And then last night, and we were saying, are we just nostalgic, or are the new uniforms literally worse than the old uniforms? There was a discussion.
You're talking about the Lions?
And then, as if on cue, the Lions came out not wearing their uniforms.
Yeah, I didn't like those ones. I got to be honest. I wasn't crazy. It was very gray. Like, give me the blue jersey of a Lions.
Yeah,
I need the blue.
To me, the glory of the Lions is that what I love to call the Honolulu
yeah,
Blue.
Man. No, we all like that.
It was kind of funny because they were wearing such newfangled 21st century space age Oregon Duck type uniforms.
Yeah, right.
And on the other side of the ball, Raiders just looking like the Raiders.
We don't change our unis. Well, that's why they're such classics. I mean, that's why, because they've never messed with it.
It was like the Raiders are like, what are you guys dressing up for Halloween? Because
well,
we're wearing our Raider uniforms.
Yeah, I would recommend the Raiders never make any changes to their unis because their home uni is great and their road uni is great. They're like iconic looks that don't need to be messed with on any level. And one more Halloween note real quick. I was thinking about athletes and Halloween. You guys remember couple of years back when the Warriors were still playing over in Oakland, Steph rode up on Halloween on his bicycle, wearing that Wolfman mask or whatever that thing was.
Who was the slasher flick guy who rode a tricycle?
Oh, Pennywise? Is that what it was? Pennywise?
Yeah,
something like that. But
he was fairly creepy.
He did. He was like pedaling in. It was like, Steph Curry. Anyway, he gets into the spirit of it.
Like I said, there's many different ways to go to Halloween. There's the comic outfits, the Travis Kelce's and the Travis Kelce's and the Taylor Swift's, and then there's like you come as like the full slasher. Like there was a guy, we do these these hovering parent parties. I've been at them. One of the parents showed up as a serial killer.
Oh boy!
But like a little too far. Like he had like a pretty freaked out mask on, and he never took it off, and he didn't riff with anybody. He just stood in the corner. And he had a big butcher knife. And he had a headless baby.
Oh, yeah, well,
it was like, and people were like, after a while, people would get uncomfortable.
You didn't need the headless baby. I get the point.
And then if you talked to him, he didn't say anything.
No, see, I'm moving to the other side of the house. In case he snaps, he's holding the knife.
You want to play Don't Stop Till You Get Enough while we read the top 6 sports stories? Because everybody needs to know. Triple E, you got to come in here now.
It's been so long.
Triple E, come in. You got to give them the visual.
Hey, it's 2016 again.
He came dressed as me for Halloween, and you can't see it unless you come on the stream. This will build up our YouTube numbers here. On YouTube. Now, come on in here, buddy.
Yeah, come on in, Murph. Murph 2.
So we're on YouTube.
Look at this guy. I can't get enough of
And we're
this.
on Twitch, which if you go to the KNBR app, boom, it's right there on the homepage.
Show the world what you've done.
Get in there, buddy. Get in there.
I love, dude, it's amazing. Marcus, you got to give it up. This is maybe the kid's greatest moment.
So in honor to keep the whole thing going.
I love this.
We used to do the top 6. We were proud of our top 6, and then we were told to stop doing the top 6.
Stop doing the top 6.
So he did a top 6 as part of things, and he did a top 6 mocking my little personal quirks, shall we say. Number 6, European soccer stuff. And the text says, I love soccer. I may not watch much, but I really do love it. Very good. Number 5, Ireland rugby or something. Right? There you go. And there it was, Zombie. Listen to this ambient crowd noise, and I'll loudly tell you why Ireland is the best. It is the best, by the way. Number 4, some obscure golf thing. That's pretty good.
I like the headline.
The text says, I worked in golf forever, but don't ask me my handicap. That's true. I just never mastered the game. What can you do? Listen to this sound from a golfer whose name Waterboy can't pronounce. So he threw Waterboy in there, too. Number 3, go Sharks. The Sharks suck. Not my words, David Quinn's. But I'll keep giving you updates nobody asked for. We did put the Sharks in the top 6.
Yeah, we do. We like the Sharks, yeah.
Number 2, Tam High football. Well, they're having a good year now. I usually don't talk them. Only this year is the only year I've ever talked Tam football on the show. Hey, at least it's better than me talking Little League Baseball. That's incorrect. Little League Baseball resonates throughout Northern California. Listeners freaking love it. I get their stories on the text line all the time. And I love hearing them, too. And our number 1 sports story, the story that ended the top 6, Caitlin Clark. Remember the Iowa basketball player? It was the one where the program director's like, nobody wants to hear about Caitlin Clark. And I said, she's one of the best stories in North America. And they killed the top 6.
Yeah. I appreciated that. That was a nice little trick or treat. That was a true trick or treat.
All right, Kyle Shanahan.
And I took it as a treat, is what that was.
Shanahan joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. We need to play some of that Shanahan stuff on the other side.
Yeah.
He was saying some interesting stuff, dude. He was saying that the Niners looked slow and tired.
Do you agree with that? I mean, he's the head coach.
I do, but should they look slow and tired? I mean,
Kyle doesn't usually talk that way either, calling his team out like that right at the midseason point. But maybe that's what this group needs. It's hard to figure out what's going on with them defensively, especially when they do have so much talent up front. They just haven't been able to do what we were expecting them to do and saw them do for the first 5 games.
And this was the stat. They've lost time of possession 3 straight games.
That's crazy. They used to dominate that.
They've lost time. So we have injury updates for you. Aaron Banks, of course. And then the Brock Purdy concussion story. See if it has legs. So let's get into that. Let's hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say yesterday. We've, of course, got a Warriors win to celebrate.
We do.
We got, of course, Bochy 2 wins away from a World Series.
How about that, brother?
Oh, my God. And the NFL trade deadline, guys. Will John Lynch make that big move as the Seahawks go and get Leonard Williams, a big-time D lineman? The Eagles go and get Bayard, the great safety. So your rivals are stocking up. We'll see what John Lynch's answer is and get into Shanahan next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Go Sharks.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
We shall see. Like I said, we've been doing our work, and I think that's our responsibility to do our work to see what's out there, and talking to a lot of people. We'll see where that goes here. We got to really focus on Cincinnati and everyone pouring all their energy to having a good outcome there, and then we'll see where that goes by Tuesday. As I've said many times, certainly not afraid to dip our toe in there if it helps us. But that's the key thing. It's got to, this is our team really, and if we can help it, we'll make a move to do so, that can come in a variety of ways. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Tuesday, I guess at 1:00 our time.
There he is, man, John Lynch. And by the way, multiple teams. You're playing Thriller here. It's good to hear. You see multiple teams, including the Bengals, did the Thriller dance. Lions did it last night, too.
I thought the Lions was a lot of fun because the camera was so close. We're breaking off the moves, doing it so close to the camera, like you could see their faces. They were having a ball out there. And that's good. You love to see a young team on the rise like Detroit kind of going through this for the first time where they're having a hell of a season. The crowd is lit up there in Detroit. They're having a great time. And who would have known it was my main man, Brian Murphy, the Oracle. If I could drop an Oracle on his ass, he was talking Lions playoff road, you were talking just about the NFL playoff road running through Ford Stadium. Bro, that riff is going to come true.
Paulie, do you remember I said that to you?
That ain't no riff.
I said to you week 1.
Yeah. That's why I call you the Oracle now. # Oracle knows. You knew something, Murph.
Field, baby.
They're
Ford
6-2. That team is the Lions are 6-2.
They have a better record than the Niners.
That's correct. So do the Seattle Seahawks.
So do the Eagles.
Yeah. Yep.
We got work to do, brother.
I know.
Got to sit on this for 2 weeks.
That's why 1:00 today, man. We are glued. I would be, if I were you, I'm a Niner fan. I'm listening to KNBR all day for updates because it could happen any time. John Lynch going to work those phones. I expect them to work the phones today. I think they're going to bring somebody in.
Yeah. I would. I mean, they have he's been very active. And given that the Seahawks and the Eagles have been active, I think they're going to. I think they're going to make a move, and I think they're going to make a big move, too. Whether it's Montez Sweat, edge rusher. To me, it's corners. I haven't liked their corners for years and years and years.
Yeah.
And they got a chance to either get Patrick Surtain Jr. out of Denver or Jalen Johnson out of Chicago. You got to go do it.
Well, until they tighten it up, the teams are going to continue to attack their corners. I mean, that's what Trevor Lawrence will do in 2 weeks. That's what Joe Burrow was doing. That's what Kirk Cousins did. Until they tighten that up, that's going to be a target area for opposing teams.
For sure. By the way, 510 with a great line. So we were talking about, during the break, I said to Triple E, who's come dressed as me for Halloween, and it's the gray hair that really does it.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
And the zip up and the glasses and all that.
He really did it.
And I said, didn't like Jim dress up as Dwight? And he said, yeah, but somebody else wrote in 510, says, don't forget in that same episode, Creed from The Office showed up with blood all over his clothes and later told the camera he didn't know it was Halloween. Remember that? It was an incredible moment.
Well, there are a lot of inter-office kind of Halloween stories. We used to have a big true story, Murph. I think this is pre-KNBR Murph, but maybe you caught a couple of these at the end. I don't remember. But when the old company owned the station before the new company bought us, they used to have a big Halloween party. And then they'd have a big Halloween costume party and a contest. And then all the employees would vote. Were you there the year Ruthie won like consecutive years? She was coming in as the pirate. One of our old employees. I
do remember Ruthie as the pirate.
You do? Yeah, she had the big sword, the headband, and the whole bit. Anyway, she was our great costume contest winner consecutive years. She was like the LA Lakers of the 80s, just on a run.
Today, Shasta will win, right? For her.
Shasta looks insane. Have you guys seen her?
I haven't seen her yet.
She has a full skeleton bodysuit. She has flowered roses in her hair, and her face is painted. She's doing like a Day of the Dead kind of tribute. And I told her, I go, you would fit in at any Grateful Dead show looking like that.
Yeah, right.
She really would, yeah.
Sounds like a deadhead there. Mm-hmm. Hey, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So Kyle's going to be on the afternoon show today at 3:30, but we had him yesterday with the writers. And it starts with his discussion on the trade deadline. Will the third consecutive loss affect how they attack the marketplace?
No, none of this changes anything with the trade deadline, how we played today or how we played these last 3 weeks. When you sit and you watch tape, when you're out there on the field, and I know how these last 2 weeks especially have felt, but I do believe we have the answers in our building. I believe we have good players. I believe we have good coaches. It's up to me to get them to do better. I thought we started out pretty good, but there's some things that we haven't been able to hide here these last few weeks, and that's why we got to continue to push them in every aspect, because some people do go on these losing streaks and they don't have those answers, and you're just living in hope. I truly believe we do have the answers. I believe we got them on our team. I believe we got them with our staff, and we got to sit here and wait about 14 days to deal with this feeling that we have, which nobody wants. But I think we need to. I think our guys need to be pissed off a little bit. I think we need to come back with a little better focus, because it hasn't been enough, and we haven't been getting it done.
Okay, there he is. So do you believe, Paulie, they have the answers in the building? Like the players, the same roster as is, can go win that Super Bowl we thought they were going to win?
I actually do. Yeah, I actually do. I think it would help, obviously, if the guys were healthy with Trent and Debo. As soon as those guys come back to the offense, I think you'll feel that impact right away, especially out there on the edge when Trent is working. So, yeah, I do. To answer your question, I think they have the talent. We saw the first 5 weeks, they were mowing fools down. Yeah. So, yes, I don't know exactly what's gone wrong these last 3 weeks, but they're, like you said, something that really caught my attention earlier in the show. Murph dropped this stat that the Niners have lost a time of possession battle in how many straight games?
3 straight games. All 3
That's crazy, because Kyle, that speaks to the Niners' inability to run the football last 3 weeks. Like, the 3 and out that started the game last week just kind of put a vibe out there like, oh, no, is this the kind of game this is going to be? Because Kyle's opening drives are usually like the highlight of the game. They just methodically march down the field and generally score a touchdown. That was not what was going on this week, but it does speak to the problems they have been having, and one of them is running the football. Hasn't been that effective. Brock Purdy leading the team in rushing. You don't want that.
It's just funny because in the trade deadline, I want them to get a corner, and that ain't going to help the run game.
Now, do you agree or disagree with Kyle? Because I kind of have both kind of perspectives. Yes, I think that this roster is good enough to win a Super Bowl. They have enough talent on the defense side and even on the offensive side. But also, after watching these last 3 games, more specifically, Kirk Cousins and Joe Burrow pick apart this defensive backfield, I think that does influence what they do at the trade deadline today.
I agree with you, Marcus. I think the corners have always been sort of iffy going into the season. I think if you had to talk about one area that was the weakness, it would be the secondary, I would say. And now they're getting, with the lack of a pass rush, they're getting more and more exposed. So, yeah, you need to plug a leak. Like, you got a leak in the boat. You got to go plug the leak.
Shout out Fixing a Hole.
Yeah, shout out 6 months in a leaky boat by Split Ends.
Okay, dude, you know what? I got no problem with Split Ends. Zero
Do
problems.
you know the song 6 months in a leaky boat?
I'm not sure, but I like the big one.
I spent
God,
6 months in,
I got no problem with the ends, dude. END.
I don't know why.
Totally.
All right. Shanahan on the trade deadline. He says he doesn't think there's much out there. We hear that Jalen Johnson and Patrick Surtain. Let's hear this cut.
Okay.
I know John's been working on that for the last month. He's talking with everyone, as every team does right now. If we think there is a chance to improve us, we'll do it. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of options out there, but it doesn't mean for sure no. So I know we'll look up that all the way up to the deadline and see if anything changes.
Somebody asked if somebody on the text line says, I hope he doesn't take any calls from Farhan, who stood still at the trade deadline. Wait. Except for AJ Pollock. Hey now. Forever Giant. Does he come to a reunion, AJ Pollock? Does he come to a reunion?
I'm sorry, I got distracted, Murph, during that last thing. Some texter just got my attention. The 707 comes in. He goes, guys, I'm not a hater. I just thought this was funny. And he doctored up a picture of Brock Purdy pulling out a tray of what looks like apple turnovers.
Yeah.
And the caption is, fresh turnovers, anyone?
Yeah, I've seen those.
That's a fairly common meme. I wasn't ready for that. Murph's dropping
what makes that, though,
is making me laugh.
That's a fairly common meme. I've seen that with quarterbacks.
Fresh turnovers.
What makes it is Purdy's face. It's Purdy's face. He
looks so happy. He looks so happy.
I'm still startled every time I see him.
He's such a very boyish.
I cannot get over what a little kid he looks like, man. Okay, but this is the big one here, and that is Shanahan calling out the defense slow and tired.
Yeah.
Slow and tired. Never. People say, hey, how's the Murph and Mac show? Slow and tired.
How's the lovemaking prowess? Well, to be honest, he's slow and tired. Damn.
So here it is, Shanahan on the defense. They're missing tackles. This is a stat Matty Barrows dialed up, or Pro Football Focus dialed up.
Yeah.
In the first 3 games, the film showed the Niners, in the previous 3 games prior to this losing streak, the Niners missed 9 tackles. That's where, it's judged to be you have a clean shot at a tackle, you miss the guy.
Run right through it, yeah.
In the last 3 games, 32.
It's
32.
Insane. I mean,
32.
And that's not schemes. You can't blame Silk Wilkes for that.
No. So here's Shanahan on that.
I mean, I know we lost 3 games in a row. I thought there was things that we were sloppy on versus Cleveland, mainly the penalties, and I'm struggling against the run. I thought Minnesota, there was actually a number of good clips that I really liked how we looked on tape and our energy and stuff like that. But I thought we gave up a couple too big of plays, a couple busts, and we struggled against a quarterback who was really hot. And then I believe yesterday that to me sticks out on the tape the most is just how slow and tired I thought we looked. And when that does happen, I think it leads to bigger holes. I think it leads to more mistakes. I think it leads to missed tackles. And I could see on tape a different type of energy that was disappointing. But I also know that they need this rest, and that showed the most.
Okay, ma'am. So 8 weeks, and so, of course, we always go back to the old days. The Chiefs play 16 weeks without a bye, man, and now 8 weeks in, and they're tired. I guess that's it. I mean, are they the latest team to have how many teams?
Yeah.
What's the latest the team has a bye this year? Has anybody looked?
Oh,
I don't know. I have to look that up.
I always think it's better to come later than early, though, right? Because it does take a toll, and I think the more banged up you get, the more you're going to need that break.
Is it 2 road trips to the Midwest? Is that what got them?
I don't know. I mean,
Marcus, the latest bye weeks this year are Week 14 for the Arizona Cardinals and Week 14 for the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, that's late, man.
Yeah, they go 13.
That's real late.
It's surprising that he called them slow and tired, but the fact is that it's true. They did look that way. The defense was not closing in the pocket, and all those missed tackles. Now, why are they slow and tired? Is it because... So what's their travel been? They went to Pittsburgh. They went to Minnesota. They went to Cleveland. They went to L.A. I mean...
I got to credit Johnny Lund. I was listening to the Papa and Lunch show yesterday. I was driving home, and Johnny had an interesting comment about the Niner D where he said, and this is true. In my mind, it's true. He said, if you think about the beginning of the season defensively, you'd have your primary guy making the stop, and then there were other 49er defenders that would just swarm to the football. They were just kind of gang tackling. Now... To Murph's point about missing tackles at an alarming rate, they're missing tackles and there's no help. Like they miss tackles, and then the ball carrier's got some open space, and he goes even farther. So the swarm tackling mentality hasn't been there either, where we saw that early. It's kind of that's the thing where you can't really blame Steve Wilkes for their poor tackling. That's on them. They're the guys on the field. They got to bring guys down. They haven't even been able to do that.
831 says it has to do with depth. They're not as deep. That's not a bad call at all. 949 says, guys, Paulie Mack, if you're ever going to play Mike Nolan, now's the time. Right?
Well, I can give you all the Mike Nolans we have. I mean, are they saying?
Well, I mean, because of the 3.
Stand by, yeah.
3 in a row.
Sure, we're losing. We've lost 3 in a row.
There it is.
Yeah, that was a Mike Nolan show.
Sure, we're losing. We've lost 3 in a row.
Sure.
He's right there, too. Hey, the other question was the the Purdy concussion.
Okay.
We were all like, that looked a little tough when his head hit the ground. And then the very next play, he fumbled, and everybody's like, did you check on that?
I mean, it's not that far-fetched. I mean, we saw what happened. What
was kind of weird was that Shanahan almost poo-pooed it yesterday. I guess if Purdy's fine, he's fine. It was a bad look. Anyway, here was Shanahan's answer to the question.
Yeah, I don't get the TV copy in the game, so I don't see how they hit from where I'm at. So we don't see that at all. But I'm always assuming that there's people spotting that stuff and spot checkers, and that everyone's going to do that when they see it. So that's not something that I'm looking for during the game. I'm usually watching defense, and I'm looking at my call sheet getting ready for the next down. I didn't ask. The fact that nothing is wrong is why I didn't ask. If I think any of our players are hurt, I always want to get them out of the game.
Okay, so he said, listen, nobody said anything. Purdy's fine. It just was a bad look. It really was. And, he's got 2 weeks off. So with each passing day that he doesn't report anything, I guess he'll be all right. I mean, again, we talked about this yesterday. The concussion thing is so vague, man. And it's so personal. And each concussion is different. And to be honest, Purdy played great for 3 quarters. But, man, once he threw that first interception, things got a little weird. Then he had, nobody asked Shanahan about those 2 throws across the body. I would have liked to have heard his, hey, Tolbert and Copes, ask him about those throws across the body. Is that something he wants to see? Because the positive is, Brett Favre, gunslinger, you're making plays.
Well,
the negative is, bro.
I don't think many coaches. No. I don't think many coaches are going to want to green light something like that, especially the way I'm talking about the Kittle play specifically. It did work. He did find him, but boy, that was a really risky throw, and the ball, he kind of lobbed it. It really didn't have a lot of zip on it, so that was rife to be picked off or swatted down. So, no, I don't think many coaches are going to say, yeah, give me more of that. 209 says, tired. Excuses are like those holes. Everybody has one. Manholes?
That's what he said.
Yeah, shut up, manholes.
831 says, how do you think Trey Lance feels about Purdy's struggles? Man, see, I actually had people hitting me on the Twitter. This is where we need Trey Lance.
Of course. You got to know that's going to happen.
Come on, of course. Come on. By the way, Barrow's another great stat. Did you know Purdy had 8 pass plays of 20-plus yards in this game? 8.
Actually, I did not. I wouldn't. No.
And that's the most pass plays of 20-plus yards since 2015.
Wow. That's an interesting
quarterback
stat.
Hasn't done that. It's always weird when there's a really cool stat and then you kind of get to, because the last guy to do it was
Mickey Mullins?
Blaine Gabbert.
Okay.
You're like, not since. Well, Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Blaine Gabbert,
Yeah, well, we know it wasn't Jimmy Garoppolo after seeing those throws to Devante last night.
I know. All I can say to you, Marcus, is you got a lot more games to go still. You got a lot more of this.
Can't wait, Paul.
Yeah.
I was wondering when he
wasn't getting sacked, he was throwing picks, and he got sacked a lot. What was the sack total last night? 6, 7?
5 or 6, yeah.
Yeah, he got his ass thrown to the ground constantly. And he's got a bad back. He's going to get killed out there.
He's got a bad back. He's got a bad knee.
That offensive line is not going to.
Bad offensive coordinator, Paul.
I don't care if it's Jimmy or anybody else under center back there. That guy's going to get injured because they got no protection in Vegas. You see that, Murph, how often Jimmy was getting his ass kicked?
And it looked like he started to expect it after a while, too. You know what I mean?
That's the worst. All right, here it comes.
And he kind of wasn't really looking downfield. He was just kind of bracing.
Go, geez.
Yeah, here it comes. I actually wonder what in God's name could Jimmy even say to Devante after that game? What could he even say to him?
Not much.
Sorry.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Well, maybe they start doing a thing like in high school and you're in a fight with one of your boys or whatever. You got to start eating at separate tables and stuff. You'd be like, oh, look at Jimmy over there. He won't even sit with me now. And then it makes it even worse. Then you got a Scotty Christensen situation where he's beating up his brother in the locker room.
707 says, is Jimmy the most immobile quarterback in the league? Bro, we were calling him Jimmy Jukes. Remember that?
Jimmy Jukes.
We were calling him Jimmy Jukes.
I'll tell you one thing that Jimmy did well last night. He can still do this, maybe better than anybody. Forget the tush push. You want a quarterback sneak, you call Jimmy Garoppolo. He'll give you those
He did it again last night.
Again, like perfection.
I noticed what I think he does that's different is, and I think he learned it from Brady. Is
he really gets a lunge.
After he takes the snap, I think he takes a step or two back and then goes forward.
What, for momentum?
Yes. It looks like it
works.
To my naked eye, he takes the snap and then he goes boom, back, and then forward. He goes into some momentum.
I would say, kidding aside, he's probably the best at that in the league that I've seen. Now,
he's fantastic.
The Eagles do it with the push, but they don't. Garoppolo doesn't need the push. He's like, I got it right here. I got my Paisan ass ahead 2 yards. By the way, he's got the Italian flag on the back of the helmet now. Did you see that? He does. He's got the American flag and then the sticker. Mm-hmm.
Whoa, you talking Italian?
Wow, the NFL doesn't allow that.
Yes,
do
they do. Fred Warner does it too.
Mm-hmm.
He has a flag for his country.
He's got the Mexico flag on his helmet.
Yeah. So every helmet has
Puerto Rico. Triple E just walked in looking like me again.
I can't get over this kid.
And I got to say, it's a good costume when an hour and a half later, it's still working. It's still working.
Yeah, so every helmet on the back has a very small American flag, and now the NFL has okayed it if you want to honor your homeland or your native country. So Jimmy has the Italian flag right under the American flag.
So Borat would have a Kazakhstan flag on there.
Totally.
Yes. Wow, I didn't know that. I got to look a little harder. Jimmy had the Haiti flag.
The Paisan lunge, we call it, the quarterback sneak. Yeah.
By the way, do you think the Italians called and said, hey, man, take that thing off?
You're disgracing our province. You know what I mean?
The Italian Athletic Club on Stockton. They don't want any part of that.
Yeah.
They don't want any part of that. Yeah. They want Marcus upstairs.
Jimmy, do me a favor, lose
upstairs.
the flag, baby. Yeah.
Oh, man,
Poor guy.
415 says, Niners played 2 teams off their bye weeks. So they're getting beat up and out schemed by teams. So there you go. That's one theory. I mean, listen, I get, come on. You still got to win. You still got to beat the Browns and the Vikings, and you can't get out time of possession, and you can't continue to miss these tackles. Somebody wrote in, I forget which area code it was, said they're trying to blow guys up instead of wrapping up. And that's true, too. This 100%. Fundamental
100% wrap dudes up. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
They're going for that like big Ronnie Lott style hit, only these guys ain't hitting like Ronnie. And they're bouncing right off him.
Well, that was some of the sound from yesterday. Shanahan, he was asked by Grant Cohen, are you going to make a change at quarterback? And he said no. He said no.
He almost you could hear him he almost ripped the guy's head off through the phone.
Do you want
Did
to
you
play
hear
that
that?
one?
Oh, my God.
We have it. It's cut C.
This is amazing sound.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
Kyle, will you consider making a change at quarterback during the bye week? And if not, why?
A change at what?
Quarterback.
No.
Why?
Because no one just changes their quarterback for no reason.
Kyle wasn't having it, Marcus.
How did that silence?
Oh, silence speaks a thousand words,
Marcus.
Marcus.
Talk about the old days when you used to talk to your girlfriend on the phone.
I hate
in
that.
college, you have
the
a long
payphone in the hallway.
Fight.
The freaking word.
And then there's a long pause. You go, hello? You still there?
I hate that. You still there? Yeah, I'm still here.
That was
Damn
that.
it.
That was that right there. Give me that again. I want to hear that pause here after the
Kyle's
why.
pissed. He's had enough.
You hear that?
Change at what?
Quarterback.
No.
Why?
It's almost.
Because no one just changes their quarterback for no reason.
It's almost like a skit. Like the timing is so incredible.
Oh, man. So anyway, all right, guys. Well, we continue to dissect this corpse for the next 2 weeks until they play Jacksonville. And my guy, Trevor Lawrence, the mid-segment reads, he's been okay. Listen, everybody's like, he's on the rise. Don't be – listen, I follow it. At least fantasy-wise, he looks pretty
good
mid.
to me. I don't know.
He's pretty mid on the mid-segment read.
I respect
Who
that.
are, by the way, 4-4. We're a mid team ourselves.
See what I mean? Yeah.
So, anyway. All right, guys, listen. It's fun. We'll get into it some more.
By the way,
obviously,
maybe
Mike Silver at 8:50 today. Jake Brendle, 49er Player of the Week. Hey, O-linemen are always good interviews. He'll be good. He'll be good.
Good. Give me some Brendle.
Yeah. So we'll do that. Who, by the way, is having more fun than anybody, including trick-or-treaters, will tell you next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
A change at what?
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Paul and Max saying good morning. Getting ready to talk to my buddy Steve Moskowitz. You know, it's Halloween, right? So you grab your bag and you got your costume on. You go up to Steve's house. You ring Steve Moskowitz's doorbell. Steve opens the door and you just say, hey, Steve, trick or treat. I can't pay my taxes. What do I do? That's what I'm going to say to you tonight, Steve.
Absolutely, Paulie. And I'm going to say, and our job is to take care of you. Instead of making it a Halloween horror, let's instead make it a treat.
Ooh.
If you can't pay your taxes,
okay,
it just ruins your whole life, Paulie. And the bottom line here is what we do is we take over for you. There's so many good options, and then you can have a normal life. Don't go through life hiding and screaming and running and ruining your life, business, marriage. Don't let these new IRS agents and this enhanced IRS, enlarged IRS, do all these things to you. There's so many good options, but don't stick your head in the sand. We want to take care of you, and we've done so many of these cases. We have so much experience here. Just let us take care of you.
Steve, you are the man, and I'm saying again, right from Steve's, the word Steve just shared with us, don't get tricked. Take the Steve Moskowitz treat and give him a call at 1-888 and Tax Deal. Talk about your situation directly with the man himself. Visit Steve online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Step out of the corner. Oh, got another one. Come on, are you kidding me?
Well, Williamson couldn't do his job. Steph shook him.
Steph has got a big smile on his face. He's got 38. He's just hitting shots. He's playing with the game right now. He's coming out, and he's got a 40 spot. 42 for Curry. He's special. That's all you can say.
Oh man, I'm a happy boy right now. I'm a happy boy because
shout out Donovan.
Steph went for 42, and we just got Waterboys continued Halloween-themed rejoins. We've
Very good work, Trip. Marcus.
Rockwell's Someone's Always Watching Me, Cranberry Zombie. What's the one I forgot in between then? Then Season of the Witch by Donovan.
He did Thriller by MJ. We did the dance. Remember, we were doing our thing for the stream.
The satisfaction of Halloween songs
much,
there, yeah.
Pretty much.
Well, this is perfect because that was Fitz on the call.
Totally.
With the Warriors getting a big win. We can call that one in this segment. Can we get from the original to the...
But he's strange.
Back to back, Marcus. Here you go, baby.
Yeah. So strange. Must be the season of the Fitz. Must be the season of the Fitz. Yeah. Must be the season of the Fitz.
I might prefer you to Donovan, buddy.
Okay, well, that's a nice compliment.
Listen, I said, who's having more fun than any trick-or-treater out there? It's Steph Curry. I don't think I've ever seen him so excited. Like, he's putting on a show. I mean, this is the thing. Steph Curry is just such a remarkable... He's putting on a show in every town he goes to. I don't think I've ever seen him, laugh so much.
Yeah.
He's, galloping around.
It's great, yes, yeah.
Dude, he looks better than ever. I don't know what to tell you right now. He's 35 years old.
I think he's at his peak right. I really do. I think he's peaking right now physically with all the experience he has. His body looks great. I think he's in great shape. 42 points last night.
This is what running sand dunes will do for you.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, that's his second 40-plus performance of the year. He's done it twice already.
Let's call it in first. Bruce Q. Frazier, who's dressed up as the most handsome assistant coach in the NBA, he called Silver. Silver said, this is not the 415 area code. You're calling from the road for a third straight game? He said, that's right, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 130, New Orleans Pelicans. Sorry, Kermit Ruffins, 102.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Man, who knew that Chris Paul would be the bringer of joy?
Right. I mean,
you know what I mean? Like that,
bringer of
Jordan
joy.
Poole must be looking at the TV going, damn.
Was it me? Was it something I said?
It was a pool party.
Well,
it's a pool party. It's a pool party.
It's a pool party. By the way, have you guys wrapped your head around the, because when you said pool party, my mind went to the, we have kind of a big collection of Warriors, bobbleheads in our house. We have them on this one shelf. We got all the guys. I got the old days KD, Iguodala, got all these guys. And I had the Jordan Poole one with the water splashing up and everything. And are you guys prepared spiritually, philosophically for the Chris Paul bobblehead? There's going to be one.
At this point, yes.
A Chris Paul bobblehead wearing a Warrior uni. And Murph, I agree with you, bro. It was funny. I was texting my buddy Brian Connors last night, and he was like, you know what, dude? He's like, I think I'm embracing this Chris Paul thing. And he's like, yeah, me too. This is working out really well. It's about... Maybe it was like the piece that they really needed last year, a little more veteran calming presence with the second unit.
Right now, Mike Dunleavy, gangster.
Yeah.
Dude, Bob Myers gave him the key card, said, here's the key code to get in my office. Dude, he got into the office, picked up the phone, and traded Jordan Poole.
Yeah, right away.
Like, first job.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, whoa, wait. And he's like, oh, and bring me Chris Paul. I was like, whoa,
I know. I know.
And then Dunleavy's like, just sit back and watch.
You're right. That is gangster-esque right there because those are some pretty dramatic moves.
Which Farhan has not done.
At all. And you were the guy talking about, I can't wait for his first. You said his first splashy move. It never came.
You got to bring A to get A.
Shout out Eddie DeBartolo.
And he ain't bringing A. Farhan has not brought A at all.
A, and he ain't bringing it.
And I'm expecting John Lynch.
Farhan's not getting A, Marcus.
John Lynch to bring A and get A today.
Yeah,
I do.
Oh, John, he knows how to get A.
Whereas
been bringing A for years.
Dunleavy's a gangster, man. Anyway, here's the deal. It's all about Steph Curry. What do you want to know about Steph? I mean, he scored 42 last night. Okay, we have all sorts of Steph. It's his second 40-point game of the season. He's now, got his NBA record streak of 249 consecutive regular season games with at least one made three. He's shooting. Ready for this, guys?
Yeah, hit me with some numbers.
He's averaging 33.5 a game.
Oh, is that all? Just 33?
He's shooting 55.8 from the field. He's shooting 47% from three. Bro.
No, he's off his ass right now. It's really fun. And you can hear him winning arenas over. Like, by the end of the game, the New Orleans crowd was in the palm of his hand.
It just happened 2 games in a row because what was their previous road win?
They were down in Houston.
They were cheering.
Same thing.
Cheering
he won the whole building over.
Kind of reminds me of 2015-16.
Yeah. Well, he's thinking maybe I need another MVP with this.
Well, not another ring. Yeah. Yes.
Well, why not?
Is that on the table?
That's why he's here. Yeah.
Okay, guys. He's also, by the way, his 24 3-pointers in his first 4 games is an NBA record. Nobody's ever done it.
I know. It's crazy, man.
What is going on? Anyway, he did say afterwards. The first cut we have from him, he's not even talking about himself. He's talking about the second unit. Listen to this second unit numbers. This is the Chris Paul effect, guys. Their second unit has outscored the opposing second unit plus 45. That was the whole thing, the non-Curry minutes, the NCM, the non-Curry.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Kind of look forward to the non-Curry minutes now.
Kidding aside, I kind of do.
Anyway, here's Curry on that.
Yeah.
We talked about it before the season. That was a big deal for us to get off to a good start. Our starting 5, Draymond's obviously been out, so he's trying to find his rhythm. Wiggs missed a little bit of early in camp, so he's trying to get going. But that 5's been great in pass, and really our second unit has been the difference these first 4 games where, CP, some of the younger guys, JK coming in, GP, guys really making a difference and not only protecting leads, but building on them. So on the road, that's huge because it stabilizes us and gives us good energy.
It's true, man. Look at last night. I mean, last night was a blowout, but Trace Jackson-Davis, TJD, 13 and 9 off the bench and 4 blocks.
That's my boy. I'm having a great time watching him play. By the way, 530 checks in with a pretty serious question about the Chris Paul bobblehead. He goes, guys, will you be able to press a button and will it flop? I want the flopping Chris Paul bobblehead. That's a great idea, dude.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Somebody actually said, can you change It's a Pool Party to It's a Paul Party?
Yeah.
It's a pool party.
By the way, hashtag the Book of Paul, if I may.
Between Christian McCaffrey having your last name,
we're surrounded.
And Chris Paul having your first name,
a little too close to home.
Paul McCaffrey going on here. More Curry. I'm taking shots. He took 22 shots yesterday. The next highest was Chris Paul with 10. Here.
It's just a mindset because, we have a lot of options. Clay demands a lot of attention out there. JK's been playing great off the bench, really pushing the pace and getting us transition buckets, knocking down shots. So when those 2 guys are out, especially Clay, like I said, it opens up more opportunities. And I had to be aggressive because it opens up, options for everybody else too. So thankfully shots went down early, which kind of got us into it, especially on a back-to-back. It's tough.
By the way, New Orleans was 2-0 going into that game. How about that? And so they were kind of like, damn.
Where are my Dubs going next, Murph?
They come home to face Sacramento, dude.
Oh, here we go, right back at it.
Meanwhile, here it is, Curry on Chris Paul, his new best friend.
Okay.
I love good basketball, right? I've been watching him, playing against him, Hall of Famer. You know the resume. So when he comes in at, 19th year, I think it is, and, still, though it looks different than earlier in his career, he makes his presence felt. So it's looking exactly like we thought. Obviously, game 4, we got to keep getting better, building our chemistry.
Man, it's just incredible here. 4 and 5 is just a terrible text. The only decent team they've played is Phoenix. Hold your horses.
On.
First of all, they played Sacramento.
Yeah, they did.
And second of all, did you see them on the road last year, bro?
Yeah.
And third of all, New Orleans is 2-0 going to this game.
And Marcus
had a winning record last year.
Marcus reminds us in the headphones, De'Aaron Fox not going to play tomorrow. He's got the bad ankle, so he's going to miss. Yeah. He might miss a couple of games, actually.
So Triple E just ended his run as the Murph costume guy because he's been very efficient. By the way, you know what the best thing he did dressing as me for Halloween? He came to work on time. All right, so
there you go.
Any little help there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Give me.
Thank you very much.
How much power you want? You want a big one, or you want okay? Let me give you a big one. Hold on.
The best thing he did dressing up for me is Halloween. Came to work on time.
I want to have some punch. Yeah.
He just came into my radio and goes, the Pelicans were undefeated going into that game.
No, thank you.
We literally had just said that.
Yeah.
30 seconds
Look at him back there. I
too.
can't stop looking. I can't take my eyes off this guy.
People need to know. You can explain what's going on
So
here.
Marcus, I walk into work today, and Triple E is decked out in what I can only call like a Brian Murphy tribute, unlike anything I've ever seen. Now, Kevin Franson did it years ago, but it wasn't with this kind of commitment to detail. With the Clayton the glasses, the zip-up pullover, which is zipped up, and he's got the gray. See, it's the hair. I think it's the hair.
It's 100% it's the hair.
He's put some gray stuff in the hair, and I don't even think Murph is that gray, but
yes, I am.
It's very effective as far as the overall look. Marcus, what are your impressions?
I think it's a good effort, but he's got to go clean shaven if he's going to go full Brian Murphy.
I'm not even just. That's okay with me that you kept your beard on. I'm fine. It's really the hair and the glass. Look at him, man. It's crazy. Make sure you're on the screen.
Come on in, buddy. Show him again.
I want you to show the streamers what you're working with.
While we do the next cut, which
Look
is
at this guy, man.
Steve Kerr.
I mean, side by side is when it really happens.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It is. Check it out.
Especially with the orange light you guys have. Look at that.
Look at this.
Marcus, that's crazy.
This is some kind of good.
It's a Halloween trick or
If
treat.
he had shaved, it would have gone next level.
You guys
really
want?
would.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Do you think he can go shave right now?
Would you be willing to?
Would Bhavna not like that?
He doesn't have a razor.
Does she like your? Does she wants you to shave, or she likes your facial hair?
Yeah, I like the hair. Yeah.
How about that? All right.
She's in.
Steve Kerr. How many different times has Steve Kerr had to sit at a podium and gush about Curry? Here's another.
No. I don't know what his numbers are, but he's white hot right now. It's amazing watching him. I mean, he looks better than ever at 35, but he puts the work in every summer and keeps looking for ways to get better. He's constantly searching for edges in his training, and there's a reason he's Steph Curry, but just stunning to watch.
Stunning to watch. And should we also note the other thing, guys? He played. It was a back-to-back. He played. A back-to-back. Chris Paul played.
Yeah.
Now, is that the result of the new NBA rules? Yeah. 65 games if you want to qualify for an award, or just kind of their thing. By the way, good text from 415 says, I like CP's attitude. He doesn't smile much. He's all business.
He is.
So when Steph's going crazy, CP's making sure everyone's where they're supposed to be. It's like he's playing sort of the foil there.
No question.
And then do 3-1-0 just coming in with the just off the top rope. So nice to see the ball handler not fall down and turn the ball over during the last possession.
Well, that was getting cut. He did get a little sloppy with the ball last year, let's be honest.
And Murph, real quick, if we're giving shout-outs to the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line, how about 2 different texts coming in from the 707 this morning saying, damn, De'Aaron Fox hurt ankle? Is it a coincidence that he's wearing the Steph Curry shoes?
Maybe the only thing going wrong with Curry's year so far is that, you know?
By the way, speaking of the NBA and the Western Conference and Charles Barkley's proclamation that the Warriors are the 4th best team in the state of California alone, do you guys have any comments about James Harden going down to the Clippers? I mean, does that even make them a better team? I'm not sure it does.
It's a good question.
I don't even know if that might hurt them.
It didn't really faze me. It's funny. Did you see Steve Kerr said, well, I've known Charles a long time, and his predictions have an accuracy rate of about 7%, so I'm pretty good.
The coolest, man.
Yeah, Harden, if you overnight while you were sleeping, literally it went down like 1 in the morning.
I thought we should bring it up. Yeah.
James Harden got traded to the Clippers.
And I'm not sure that helps them. I'm not. I'm being honest.
Mac, like my question is, it reminds me of when he joined up with KD and Kyrie with the Brooklyn Nets.
How did that go?
But then they were never healthy enough to be
played together
on the
like
court
19
together.
times in 3 years or
and
something.
Now he's going to team up with Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, who are also
and
never
Russ
on the court.
Westbrook.
Yeah,
but he's on the court, right?
Yeah. Crazy Russ, man.
Last one is playing on the back-to-back. This is of note. They did play back-to-back.
We didn't play last year because he was banged up. We didn't rest him. We didn't play him because he was injured, and we don't. Nothing's changed with this stuff. It's what is it, 4th game of the year, so he's feeling great. So that's why he played.
Man, oh man, he's got the Kings on Wednesday, and De'Aaron Fox will not play in that game. How about that? And, by the way, Stan Tim asks, will Triple E nap with his shoes on?
Ooh, great question.
Will he nap with his shoes on?
Great question. What are some other Murph stuff?
And
Murphisms?
650 says for sure, Paul. This is for Paulie Mac. Chris Paul is Keith to Steph's Mick.
Wow.
Do you buy that?
That's a big. I don't even know if I want to give him that much love. I mean, calling the guy Keith Richards, that's a big compliment.
All right. There you guys go. That was fun. A Warrior recap. All fun. 3-0 road trip.
Yeah.
How about that?
I love it.
Okay. World Series. Bochy, 2 wins away.
How about it?
Plus, bad news for the Giants. Alex Cobb, hip surgery. Stuff to talk about with Mike. The big hit is the 49ers, what Kyle Shanahan had to say about his team. That's at 8 a.m. Mike Silver talking Niners at 8:50. It's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Palea, boys.
We've been talking for days about Halloween being today and Amici's feeding you. And so now's the day to order early to take care of your Amici's pizzas and pastas and salads and flame roasted chicken wings. All these things can be out. If you're one of those houses that has the people over, order early. Guarantee your ideal delivery or pickup time. So go to Amici's.com. Today's the day. We are a big Halloween feeder at Amici's. It's a perfect thing to do because there's no sit-down dinner on Halloween. You got to grab it and go. You can get the half-baked, by the way, part of your order, and then just slide it in for 5 minutes, put it out on the table. The kids run by. They wolf it down. So it's all about Halloween. It's all about Amici's being the place on Halloween. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, taking care of your busy schedule, getting you the pizza you need, getting you the wings you need before they head out trick-or-treating or while they're heading out trick-or-treating, kind of mid trick-or-treat. And also parents, while you're hanging at the house, you can eat too. So Amici's.com, order early today to guarantee your ideal delivery or pickup time. Amici's delivers.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we do it every Tuesday and Thursday. We signed off with Mike last Thursday. The World Series hadn't started. 3 games in, we've got all sorts of drama. The Friday night miracle with Corey Seager and Adolis Garcia. That
was a great game.
Saturday night blowout with Merrill Kelly pitching fantastic. And then a huge road win for Bochy yesterday. But it came with injuries. Max Scherzer, back spasm, may not be able to continue in the series. And Adolis Garcia strained his side. He may be out too. So a lot to get to. Plus there's Giants news. Alex Cobb's going to have hip surgery. Could be 6 months. A lot to get to. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Kruk.
Yeah, good morning. Good. I'm enjoying the series. It's been really interesting and fun. I love it. Just sitting there. I got a fire going, just looking outside. It's cold and beautiful, and I got the World Series.
Yeah.
I got Jennifer, and right there's Patriot. Come on, it doesn't get any better than that.
That is good living. That is good living.
I mean, 9-1 was no fun on Saturday in terms of a blowout, but that Friday night game, Mike, if the Rangers do win the World Series, they'll look back on that as one of the more, maybe the most important moment in franchise history. I mean, and it speaks to Corey Seager. So this is a guy who in 2020 during the COVID had that incredible postseason when, everybody was in the bubble. And now here he is again. And then last night, Mike hits the home run that puts him ahead and then makes a tremendous defensive play. I don't know. You saw this guy as a Dodger. He's a 6'4" shortstop who seems to be Mr. October. What are you seeing?
Yep.
I see an exceptional postseason player. I mean, the home run that he hit in Game 1 was remarkable because, as you say, he's 6'4", and he's got an uppercut. So where do you pitch that guy? You pitch him above the hands on the inside corner, and that's exactly where they pitched him. That ball that he hit, that ball was right there. That was not a hanger. That was not a mistake. That was a pitch to his weakness, and he gets it on a first pitch. I mean, he was looking for it, obviously, but still, for a guy 6'4" to hit that ball above the hands and hit it the way that he did, I mean, that was impressive. So, I mean, not only is he good, he's smart, obviously, but that at bat, that was one moment in this series that was one we'll always remember. But, I mean, you mentioned the defensive play he made last night, and how about the momentum changer from the bottom of the second to the top of the third when the Diamondbacks ran through a stop sign and kind of took themselves out of an inning where they were going to score and possibly go big, and then in the top half of the inning the Rangers come up with 2 outs. They score 3 runs, and one of which was the 2-run homer off the bat of Seager. That was we'll remember that inning as well, or at least that 6-out sequence.
Sort of obscure question, but the third base coach for the Diamondbacks was waving him, then threw up the stop sign late. Is there any way Christian Walker gets a pass that the coach threw it up too late? And is there such a thing as a third base coach, kind of the timing of a stop sign?
Well, that's why that play right there is one of the most difficult plays for a third base coach. And Tony Perez-Chica is really a good third base coach. And he's an old giant, and we all know the guy, hard worker and wears it. And I love what Walker did after the game when he was asked about it. He claimed it. See, that was my mistake, because you saw an early green light, and then with Garcia out in right field, he's got one of the best arms in the game, and he made a spectacular throw.
Yeah, he did. He really did.
I mean, it was just that's one of the best throws we've seen all year, and to do it in the World Series, it's just a remarkable play. But when you're Walker and you pick up the initial go sign, you put your head down and you're digging. And now Perez-Chica realizes this is not going to be a good thing to do. There's nobody out, and he puts the stop sign in. Well, Walker never looked at him. I mean, yeah, ideally you want to look and pick up your third base coach, but he was digging. I mean, he made the commitment. He was going for it, and then he was out. But I love that he covered his third base coach. Who's going to wear it harder than the third base coach, or any coach for that matter, or a player? Well, the third base coach is. I mean, I guarantee you Tony Perez-Chica got no sleep last night. And I always felt that if you could cover up your coach, because all they do is try and do things to make you better. They're the unsung heroes in that clubhouse. And a couple of years ago, we saw Tex. What the heck was the guy's name? The first baseman for the Yankees.
Mark Teixeira?
Yeah, Teixeira. He hung out the third base coach for the Yankees, and you know what? It was BS. And I thought to myself, what a dog this guy is when he's this third base coach, he never had any big league experience. He had to work his way up from the minor leagues, and Teixeira completely threw him under the bus, and it was uncalled for. Yeah. He buried the guy. And I always thought that was just just the wrong thing to do. So what Walker did yesterday was classy. I think that he had made a mistake. He could have put it on Perez-Chica, because Perez-Chica, he's obviously going to take responsibility for it. But when a player trumps that takes some of the pressure off of him, some of the exposure, some of the hurt, some of the negative off of it. And I'm glad he did that last night. I thought that play was just an example of a brilliant throw. I mean, they had to make a brilliant play to get him. That's how close the play was.
Yeah, you forced the action, and they delivered. It just goes, and it highlights, Mike, what has been one of the themes of this series, which is incredible glove work on both sides, by the way. But really, the Rangers, they haven't made an error. I don't think the Diamondbacks have either. But that throw, the double play Seager turned. There was a ball off of Scherzer's elbow last night that Josh Young picked up and threw and got a guy. I mean, You want to talk about how to win.
Yeah, it's crisp.
This
crisp
glove
baseball,
work is,
yeah.
You want to just stand and applaud.
Yep.
Well, you're preaching to the choir. I mean, I think pitching and defense is your key to success. No, we get all just gaga eyes about offense and home runs. I mean, why not? I mean, it's pretty, it's fun. But when you get into postseason, you get into the best pitchers in the game, and you get into the best defenses of the game. And they're completely showcased in this series between the Rangers and the D-backs, because both these clubs, they pick it. And they've got great arms. I mean, they just do a lot of little things right. They throw strikes. I mean, it's a great matchup, and they're not getting the notoriety because they don't come from big markets. But man, they're playing good ball, and this is a good series. I think it's going 7. I do.
Oh, you do? You think that? Well, the answer backs. That's what they're called. But true to their form, they should win tonight. Max Scherzer, Mike, was pitching well last night. Had to leave with a back tightness. It's really dicey. He would have been the Game 7 starter if there is one, like you say. So, I mean, I don't know. You can tell us at his age and having back spasms.
It must have been bad for him to leave that game, too.
Well, yeah, it was. And you know, he knows at that point he's not 100%. You could push on in a regular game, maybe give him another couple innings, but you can't do that in the World Series. I mean, if you're suspect and you know you're not following through, and at the point of release, if you're holding back 2%, you are losing stuff. You're losing movement, and you're losing the ability to command the big 3, and you got to get out. So you know, I applaud him for leaving. Now, will he be able to come back into the series? In all likelihood, I think he will, unless he's structurally done something to his back. If it's a spasm, you can get a spasm out. So, you know, he'll probably feel pretty good today, and you know, he'll probably throw a side, and then you might see him in Game 7 should they get there. So, you know, I think what he did last night was the right thing to do, as hard as it was for him to do. It's tough for a guy, especially a guy who, you know, is battling injury and he wants to make a contribution. It's tough for a guy to leave a game like that, but he did the right thing. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him in Game 7.
Yeah, we'll find out. Bochy, Adolis Garcia, too, left with left side tightness. Yeah. So, big day on
that's a big...
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Oh, did Mike get...
Because he locked up. And you know what? He didn't look to me like he was swinging right at any point during the game. And so I wasn't surprised to see that happen and for him to leave. You know, I just keep my fingers crossed. I mean, I hate it when injury has something to do with a championship, something as big as the World Series. And if he can't go on anymore, that's really going to affect this series. So hopefully he can come back tonight.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks went with a bullpen game tonight. Always depressing. Joe Mantiply, whereas Bochy's...
Why is that depressing?
I don't like it. It's just, I like romance
and
I like entertainment.
We saw the
Mike,
opener all year this year.
Like
We're over it.
I hated it. Because you know why, Mike? Because I'm there as... Howard Bryant said it best. He said, we're fans for we want the drama and the stories, not the efficiency. Like, we want competition, not efficiency. We want heroes, not efficiency. It's like efficiency isn't fun to watch. It isn't.
Yeah, but they've got 14-man pitching staffs. I mean, you got plenty of arms. It isn't like these guys are getting taxed and guys are going out there, you know, and they're tired and they're digging deep. They're not doing the Madison Bumgarner thing. You know, they're rested. I mean, Mantiply is going to throw an inning tonight. Okay, great.
It's just
and then you get him out, and then here comes the bulk guy. I mean, we've seen that story all year.
Yeah, I didn't like it all year. You know, I hated it. I think the fans are voting with their feet too. I think fans want drama, not efficiency. So,
well,
anyway.
I mean, they want a traditional starter to go deep in a game. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I'm an old starter, and I think what they've done at the starting position is tragic, but you know, it's not ever going to change.
I also think it's the best way to win games too, to keep your bullpen fresh and all that stuff. But anyway, the point is, I was just going into the game, probably an argument for a different day. The Diamondbacks are going with Joe Mantiply doing the thing. But what I wanted to ask you about is Rangers winning 9 straight road
That's
games.
Like their comfort zone on the road.
That's a record.
Yeah, no, it's insane.
Never been done. And so what do we say?
It's hard to explain. It really is, because you know, I think the very first couple of games when you're in an environment like that, I think the home team's at a bit of a disadvantage simply because of the logistics. A lot going on. People want to touch base. Relatives coming in. Friends wanting tickets. A lot of distraction, and I think it's easier to maintain your focus when you're on the road. But after the first couple of games, you know, you get it all in place and you take care of the whole thing. And but for them to have 9 games, that's crazy. I can't explain it. I really can't. I mean,
mental toughness.
I can't explain an 18-game hitting streak for Ketel Marte. That's crazy.
Is it mental toughness? Is it is it a togetherness? Is it luck?
Well, I think that it's easier to hold your focus when you're a road team. I do, especially in that environment. You know, the biggest pain in the butt is tickets. I mean, during the regular season, you get 4 family tickets, you get 2 friends tickets. And the way that it's set up now, there's no such thing as a free ticket. Whatever the cost of a ticket is, that player pays 35% tax on it. So it's funny. You know, back in the day when you didn't pay for your tickets, when you left tickets for your friends and family, you'd leave 20 tickets, not a problem. You didn't pay for it. Then they dropped the 35% tax on it, and overnight there were plenty of tickets available. Guys weren't doing it anymore. And it gets to be a little different in the postseason because you pay for the whole ticket. There are no complimentary tickets whatsoever. So not only is it an issue to try and get enough tickets, but I mean it's a real big financial commitment for a lot of these guys. You know, you say, oh, wait a second, minimum wage is $700,000. What's the big deal? Well, it is, and it's a distraction. So that is one of the big pains going into the postseason.
Yeah, for sure. Whatever they're doing, defense, focus, not buying tickets, it's all good. Mike, we can't end without this story on Alex Cobb. We knew his hip was bothering him, and now we get the bad news that he's going to have surgery. And they're talking, Mike, 6 months.
Yeah,
we're talking about
take some time.
I don't even know what that means in terms of like him rehabbing out of it, all that, but it just obviously it's not what Bob Melvin wanted, and then it focuses on going and getting a starting pitcher. They've talked about Yamamoto from Japan. I mean, I know Blake Snell's out there, but what's your reaction to the Alex Cobb hip surgery story?
Well, I'd rather it be a hip than a shoulder, and it's a labrum tear, which is essentially the same type of an injury that puts a lot of guys under the knife with shoulder labrum tears. The good news is it's 6 months, which means you're going to have them 1st of May or middle of May. And you can live with that, especially the way things are set up right now. A guy starts 6 weeks late. Hey, he's going to be fresh going in to the month of September and hopefully October. But I like the point you brought up. Now they're motivated big time to go out and get a big time arm.
Yeah.
We saw the importance of Cobb last year when they had the 5-man rotation and they were using the opener 3 times. You have to have a couple of anchors if you're going to do that. And they had Logan Webb and they had Alex Cobb. Well, guess what? Cobb's gone till June 1 or March or May 1, whenever.
Yeah.
You got to fill that spot. So, that's one of the places that they're going to have to look to improve this club. And there's some out there. I mean, Snell's out there. That guy from Japan's out there. Montgomery's out there. Heaney. I mean, they got some arms out there that can help, that can be anchors, that can be innings eaters, that can give bullpens days off. So, and in regards to Snell, I don't think anybody in baseball was throwing the ball consistently as well as he was last year. That to me was a rough at bat. But there's a little question mark that goes around him because in his career there have been times when he's gone long stretches where his mechanics have been screwed up. When he's mechanically right, he's as good as anybody. So it'll be an issue that they have to address. But I do think that the Giants are motivated to bring in 1, maybe 2. Good arms.
Great.
Yeah, it's really too bad. He's going to have surgery, I guess, today. And he's 36 years old, and I guess they tried to rehab it. And says it's according to John Shea's story in the Chronicle, they say they won't pitch for about 6 months.
That's tough.
Season starts March 28th, which is 5 months. So a blow for the Giants, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, if it's a shoulder, then you got other issues you're dealing with. But a hip, that heals up much better than a shoulder when you're starting to talk about, body parts on a starting pitcher. So, I mean, this is like, man, I'm like 10% concerned, 90% not concerned about this one.
Giants have a $10 million club option for him in 2024. They can buy him out for $2 million. By the way, did we mention? I'm sorry if you mentioned. Did we mention Sonny Gray out there too? Former Bob Melvin guy. He's a free agent
another
too.
guy who had a great year last year for Minnesota. I've always liked that guy.
And he and Bobby Melvin have a little history.
Do. That's a good call.
So
yes, they do.
All right, Mike. All right, fun chat.
Yeah,
fun
enjoy the
baseball
series,
chat.
Mike.
Man, I kind of like the idea of a crackling fire and Patriot.
Yeah, that's a good scene.
I mean, the crisp fall weather.
Maybe a cocktail.
We're coming up, Mike.
Yeah.
Maybe a cocktail. Did you say that?
I did, yes. Yeah.
Well, I might have to think about doing that tonight.
Add that to the equation, yeah.
All right, you do that. We'll talk to you Thursday.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow, he's in a good spot.
Are you prepared?
Fire and a cocktail and a dog and a ball game.
That's like kind of my dream, actually, is being in front of a fireplace watching the World Series during the offseason. Murph and Mac need an offseason. Hey, are you prepared for Bruce Bochy to be up 3-1 tonight?
No, I'm prepared for the answer backs to win.
You think so?
Yes.
See, I think Boch might take that next step.
I think Bochy gets it in 6.
Guys, while we're here, might as well grab game 4.
Dial up the George W. Bush prediction. I like Texas in 6. I like us in 6.
I'm going to be watching the game.
He said Texas in 6.
What's the name of George W.'s dog? What's the name of that little guy?
It used to be Millie.
Yeah,
right?
Millie. I'm going to cuddle up with Millie, watch some ball game.
Kyle Shanahan joining Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. So,
by the way, I would vote for W right now. If he was on the ballot,
he'd going political.
He would get my vote. That's how much he's won me over the years.
You just decided to blow up the text line right there, didn't
I'm not going into that.
Well, as opposed to the options that are out there. Let me write in W.
Okay.
Give me the Schnauzer, give me the easel. I want it all.
Blake Snell is I'm going to change the topic. Blake Snell is a free agent. Sonny Gray is a free agent. Shohei Ohtani, but he's not pitching next year.
I'll take Snell and Gray right now.
Yamamoto, whose first name, by the way, is Yoshinobu.
Yoshinobu, come on down.
Jordan Montgomery's a free agent. Aaron Nola's a free agent. Lucas Giolito is a free agent. These are all guys that you would expect the Giants maybe to go get. Yeah, I told Mike, listen,
What, with the bullpen stuff?
Yeah,
that was surprising. Because he's seen it. He knows what's up. He saw Bumgarner go to work in Texas.
Mike wants to, support the Giants, and that's what Farhan was selling.
But you're not going to remember a bullpen game. There's nothing about a bullpen game that would stand out. Like, it won't really survive the test of time. What does survive the test of time is talking about 13 years ago. Murph and I watching just a barely 20-year-old Madison Bumgarner go 8 deep.
This day?
Yeah, it was today, wasn't it, man?
We also had the parade on this day in 2014 in the rain.
I was a hell of a day. I remember walking up Market Street going, how many days in my life am I able to just parade down Market Street with no cars?
At least 3.
Yeah.
Right?
It would be great to do it again.
We haven't been in the Warriors parade, but...
But you feel me on that, Murph? Like, you remember Bumgarner because of what he did that night. It was heroic. The standing ovation in the hallway. They ain't giving no standing ovations to the bullpen, Marcus, when they walk down the hall.
Okay, couple things here. You're 100% right. It's a great call.
Yeah.
Joe Mantiply ain't getting a standing ovation today. 530 says, hey, Triple E, in honor of Murph once asking Marcus to get Obama for Willie Mays' 90th, with all this talk about George W. Bush, can you get W on for the big hit next week? Okay? He's not doing anything.
No.
Talking
I'd
ball.
love to come on and talk some ball.
And
I love
623 says Triple E should have gone next level with his Murph costume and brought in some leftover fried chicken wrapped in foil to share with his coworker.
Well, that's big. That's going super, super deep.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. It's fried chicken.
Thank you, Marcus.
If people missed
I like fried chicken.
Nah, we should catch up with that kid, too. Book him while you're at it.
I interacted with Triple E this morning, and he was looking like Triple E. And then when the show started, he walked in, and he's dressed like
I got Murph to the right of me, and I got Murph on the other side of the glass looking at me right now. It's a Murph sandwich. I got Murph to the right of me. Bow, bow.
Look at him in there.
No, it's amazing. When they go side by side in the orange light, Marcus.
Well, we're on the YouTube, right? Mm-hmm. And we're on Twitch, so you can see it.
What are you at?
Triple E, come on over here before
I want to do it side by side.
Yeah, for people, go to YouTube. This will kick up our streaming numbers.
I would hope so. Triple E is Murph.
So here it is. I didn't know he was doing this. I had no idea. I looked up and I saw this.
Can we get hashtag double Murph to trend? Like double stuff. Look at these two. Really, it is pretty amazing. I got to say.
It's pretty creepy.
The attention to detail by Triple E is...
except for the failure to shave the facial hair. Until Bavna grows back, So
I don't get involved in domestic issues, yeah.
All right.
Let those guys do their thing. Yeah.
All right, guys. All right, the big hit's back. It's the Niners. It's the trade deadline. NFL trade deadline is now... The Niners, are they getting outfoxed by Seattle and the Philadelphia Eagles? What did Kyle Shanahan say about the third straight loss? How's Brock Purdy's head? Are they going to make a change at quarterback? That's some audio you got to hear. It's the big hit next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Trade me right now.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The NFL's trade deadline is today at 1 p.m. Pacific time. So to find out who the 49ers could target at this year's NFL trade deadline, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now. This is Murph and Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Addison out wide right, watched by Ward. Inside rush.
There it is.
Throw a deep one to Addison, and it's broken. No, it's caught by Addison. Touchdown, Minnesota Vikings. He took it away from Charvarius Ward. Ward went for the pick on him like he got earlier in the game, and right at the contact point, Addison pulled the ball away, spun out of it. It's not quite a Minneapolis miracle, but how did they score a touchdown there? They snapped the ball anyway. Burrow's going to roll to his right and throw. It's caught for a touchdown.
With a penalty on Charvarius Ward.
What a mistake there. Andre Yosivac will score the touchdown. They were going to take that down to the end of the quarter and not snap the ball.
Tip and picked off. Surtain up the sideline. Can he get there? Surtain to the end zone for the touchdown.
His long pass of the day is 15 yards, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Jalen Johnson. Johnson untouched for the touchdown.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Oh, man, the big hit. We wish it was better. 8 games in. The Niners are 5-3. They've lost 3 in a row, but the trade deadline is today, 1 o'clock, and we're expecting something big.
I think so.
John Lynch has done this. I mean,
where do you expect to help on the?
He traded for Trent Williams, and now we'll see what happens.
Do you expect cornerback help, defensive line help?
I would expect, corner. Back help. And the 2 names to look at are Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson, who was granted permission at midnight last night by the Bears, according to Ian Rappaport, to seek a trade. So he is out there peddling his wares with his agent. Also, Patrick Surtain, of course, of the Broncos. Although if the Broncos reevaluated their season after that win over the Chiefs, the Bears aren't reevaluating anything. Justin Fields is out again this week after Triple E, who's dressed as me for Halloween, tried to trade me him 3 weeks ago. I see he's got a dislocated thumb. He's like, no, dude. Is that some sort of ethical violation, trying to trade an injured player?
Pull the wool over Murph's eyes? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Are you asking if our guy Triple E is ethical? That's the real question, Murph.
I tell you, I busted a bunch of 6th graders in driving to a birthday party. I caught a kid trying to trade another kid, Justin Jefferson. It was one kid who knows a lot of football versus a kid who doesn't know a lot of football.
Taking advantage of the kid, yeah.
And I had to come in from the driver. I try to keep out of those kids' conversations, I had to come in. I was driving. I'm looking in the rearview mirror. I'm like, I got to blow the whistle right now. I can't let this trade go down in my car.
I can't let these kids prey on the weakling of the herd.
Me personally, I would have let the kid learn the hard way.
See, you got different schools out there now. Marcus,
speaking hard knocks.
Yeah, but you know what it is, though, Marcus? You're speaking from a guy who's not a parent. Like Murph's got the sensitivity of a parent. He's looking out like that. He's going, this kid needs a little help.
Taking advantage. It was unethical. Unethical.
And if anything, one thing about Murph, whether it's the fake Murph on Halloween or the real Murph, he's ethical.
And that's it, Paulie, man. And all's fair in love and fantasy football.
Even in 6th grade?
Even in 6th grade.
By the way, does the fake Murph today, the Triple E costumed Murph, which is incredible.
2 hours in, it's still creeping me out.
It's still paying off. Does he have the moral compass of a real Murph? I don't know. I'm asking the question.
I think we know the answer to that. You are listening to KNBR. Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media.
Because you need a moral center there, Marcus.
You do.
Yeah.
And turns out Chris Paul is the Warriors' moral center.
I want to throw one more name at you, Murph, for free agent consideration because it's popped up a couple times. Marcus says it. I kind of like the idea. Can I throw you a Chase Young?
I mean, sure. I mean, I'll take any good player, but man, what does it say about their D-line that they've had to go trade for Randy Gregory, and now you're looking for even more?
And it was supposed to be the strength of the team, but they are just simply not getting to the QB.
Where's my man Drake Jackson? You know what I mean? Where's my man Javon Kinlaw?
Where is he?
How many freaking summers do I have to read about Kinlaw It ain't happening. Shout out Pat Connor. He was
What do
on
you mean
day
Summers?
one.
What, just that he's having a great offseason?
The comeback, he had a great offseason. He looks great. He looks great.
Very impressive looking
guy.
guy.
I could make
He's
a hand
huge.
gesture on the YouTube, but it would be coarse.
Yeah, it's probably
it would be coarse.
To say the least.
Now, Triple E, maybe Triple E.
Coarse.
It would be coarse.
Good word. That's an effective word, coarse.
It would be.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. I
do.
And Javon Hargrave, dude, this guy can. Did the Eagles, like, you always have to wonder.
Well,
when the Eagles are like, yeah, you can go, you're like, why are the Eagles letting this guy go? Well, he's been okay.
Okay, he's been all right.
And then we got the ongoing case of Nicky Bosa, the mystery missing man, Nick Bosa.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard Leonard Nimoy's getting ready to reboot In Search of. First topic, Nick Bosa. I know that's a little harsh. I'm just trying to find some comedy in the sadness.
So let's start with a little 808 KNBR is the phone number, too, by the way. You know the big hit. We'd like to talk to you guys. You guys can compliment Triple E on his Halloween costume, which, by the way, he chose today's big hit. Our George Kittle Halloween costumes, including one of them's the Joker. Who are the other ones?
Yeah,
in
but
there?
let me slow you down right there. That you're kind of half right. He put together a couple of George Kittle photos, but the one in the middle, that's the late Heath Ledger. That ain't Kittle in a costume. That's actually Heath Ledger as the Joker.
What the hell?
So he's throwing Ledger up there.
He said he said all the pictures are George Kittle in costume.
Well, not Heath Ledger. Marcus,
Because it was confusing.
No, I'm not confused.
Oh my God.
I have total clarity. That's the Heath Ledger.
I looked at the big hit sheet, and I said, "Is that George Kittle as a Joker?"
No, that ain't Kittle right there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Kittle on the other two pictures, well done, but that's definitely Heath Ledger. We've all seen the Batman with Heath Ledger.
So he's no longer in costume. He's back to being Triple E.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Look at him back there, though. It's impossible to refuse. Look at him. He's got his Clayton glasses on. I don't even know where he got those things. How do you come up with a pair of Clayton glasses overnight?
So, Paulie Mac, the best part is he goes, "These are real readers, and my vision has improved."
Well,
turns out he needed glasses the whole time.
Bro, I want to see him start driving the same cars, Murph, all kind of.
Now you got to get the bold Elton. A guy wrote in and said these are more Elton John than Adam Clayton. Do you buy that?
No, that's Clayton.
Okay.
That's more Clayton for my money.
By the way, just quick digression. I know everybody's going sphere.
Drutzy, our buddy Drutzy just did the sphere.
Stefan actually turned into a verb. He texts us, goes, "Bro, come on down." He goes, "Let's sphere. Let's sphere.
Let's sphere."
So he turned into a verb. Are you feeling any pangs that you're doing this?
I do want to experience it. Yeah,
that you're doing this without LMJ on drums.
Yeah, a lot of problems with that.
Everybody's
actually,
like, "Oh yeah, look at my boy. Where's not without Larry?"
He's a huge part of the sound of that band.
Everybody seems to be moving on without him.
He'll be back. He's got a bad back like Jimmy Garoppolo, but he'll be back in time.
Who?
I know the guy, the other Vegas resident who was getting thrown on. He was either getting thrown on his ass or throwing picks last night. How many picks did he throw, by the way, on the night?
Do I need to read you his line from last night, guys?
I mean, it's a Halloween trick or treat.
It's a tough look. 10 of 21 for 126 and a pick.
So you're saying Jimmy G's Halloween costume was a quarterback? You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
6 sacks.
And I like the guy.
So his passer rating was 46.
Shout out Tim McDonald.
There's this thing called the QBR.
No, that's
3, dude. 3.
Let me give you
3.
3.
Oh!
3.
Yeah,
I didn't know it went that low.
3. I didn't know so either.
Oh.
I mean, I said it earlier.
Quarterback rating 3.
I'll say it again, Paulie Mac. I think Jimmy Garoppolo's greatest trick or treat was tricking people thinking he was an actual good quarterback.
And we have to. People are coming in saying the overthrow of Devante. A lot of people saying look familiar.
Well, that might have been a last straw right there because that was
actually he overthrew Devante more than he threw Sanders. I think, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, last night
Devante couldn't have. He was all alone. Like he came in from the sidelines. Like nobody knew he was there.
There was nothing but green in front of him too. Nothing.
As you said, Waterboy, the Raiders could have won that game.
Well, right then, especially the game was still on the table. Yeah, it was still out there for anybody.
Had 3 turnovers. Their defense actually played pretty damn well. Shout out to my guy Max Crosby.
Oh my God.
But
no, Max Crosby.
Jimmy Garoppolo just wasting performances, and also shout out Josh McDaniels. He's got a terrible offensive coordinator. Jimmy's not the same guy with Josh McDaniels than he was with Kyle Shanahan.
Would I be wrong to say that Max Crosby's got to be a serious consideration for at least for the first half of the season, Defensive Player of the Year?
Mm-hmm.
He is truly blowing up multiple plays on the night. I mean, he's in the backfield before Goff can even hand the ball off.
Well, Paulie, it's funny you mentioned that. He was my preseason pick for Defense Player of the Year. I might have a few shekels on that ticket.
Well, looks like a pretty good bet to me. He was awesome last night. Feel bad for him. Honestly, I feel bad he's stuck on that team. He's not going anywhere.
Hey, let's jump down to cut B, 1031B on the big hit. This was Shanahan yesterday, and he drops a slow and tired bomb on the Niners here.
I mean, I know we lost 3 games in a row. I thought there was things that we were sloppy on versus Cleveland, mainly the penalties, and I'm struggling against the run. I thought Minnesota, there was actually a number of good clips that I really liked how we looked on tape and our energy and stuff like that. but I thought we gave up a couple too big of plays, a couple busts, and we struggled against a quarterback who was really hot. And then I believe yesterday that to me sticks out on the tape the most is just how slow and tired I thought we looked. And when that does happen, I think it leads to bigger holes. I think it leads to more mistakes. I think it leads to missed tackles. And I could see on tape a different type of energy that was disappointing. But I also know that they need this rest, and that showed the most.
Dude, slow and tired, different energy,
need the rest.
Disappointing.
Yeah, need the rest.
I mean, come on, man. You're pro football, baby. You got to come every. You got to hit those smelling salts and hit the field.
I was
right?
going to say, it sounds like when a group of my ex-girlfriends get together and be like, Paulie Mack, nice guy, funny guy, but how was he like in the intimate moments? And like one of them inevitably going to drop. Well, he was okay, but he was slow and tired. Yeah. So that's
tired indeed.
Familiar to me.
It's a little scary, man. And I mean, should they be this tired 8 games in? I mean, and does this speak to the lack of depth, perhaps?
Yeah, it very well might, Murph. And unlike the Golden State Warriors, who have a great amount of depth right now.
Hey, Tripoli dressed as me for Halloween. Did you see the Nick Bosa, Joe Burrow? Do we have that in Cooler of Content? Did you guys see that? Nick Bosa hugging Joe Burrow. There's a lot of love, too. He's like, I love you, brother.
Boys,
I love you, I love you, I
yeah.
love you. And then he says to him, you just made our bye week trash, is what he said to him. Well,
yeah, and we've talked about the relationship before because I believe they're represented by the same agent, both of them cashing in this offseason. And I remember even talking to you guys about the time where he was sitting ringside at a UFC fight with his brother, Joey Bosa, and Joe Burrow right in the middle.
Some people wonder if that's why he didn't want to hit him in the game. You know, it's a little too close to him.
Then put a Baker Mayfield mask on him because that seemed to get Bosa pretty excited.
All right, the other thing is the Dante Whitner came on yesterday.
That's my guy. I love Dante. He'll let it fly.
With Papa and Lunch, check it out. He came up with a new nickname for the Niner O-line.
Oh, boy.
Defensive line play is about getting off of blocks. What I'm going to nickname the 49ers defensive line right now Velcro because that's how they look on field. And the offensive line is getting up to the second level very easily. You have guys backdooring. You have defensive ends that are penetrating way too far upfield on run plays. That's not team football, and then that's where it starts. There was a play out there where Joe Burrow literally held the ball for 10 seconds. When Eric Armstead missed the sack and Bosa missed it, I counted it out. It was actually 10 seconds. That's entirely too long for your secondary to cover. And then in the secondary, bad eyes. On the touchdown to Boyd and Oliver was in coverage, he's sitting flat-footed when you're taught, it's the toughest route to cover in football, the back pylon throw, but you're flat-footed. You don't use your length. You don't get a collision and throw off the timing of the route. It's just so many small things that they're not executing at a high level. It's almost like they expect it to just happen. That's not the way it happened in the past. It's the small details that equal success, and they're not accomplishing that right now.
I mean, dropping bombs there. How about that? He called the D-line Velcro because they can't get off blocks, too.
Well, that was his big theme after the game on Sunday.
By the way. He'll walk in the locker room and they'll be like, dude, how can you do us like that, former player?
He doesn't care. I mean, he's close enough to being a player himself, I think, that they'll still respect him and all that. And that's why I appreciate Dante Whitner, especially right after the game on Sunday. I went over to watch the post, and he was saying a lot of the same kind of stuff. They're not coming off blocks. They're stuck at the line of scrimmage, and it's true. It's true. I don't know what it's going to take. That's why we're talking about, I mean, Wilkes, can he drop some new stunts? Can he drop some new blitz packages? I mean, he's got to do something to shake up what we've seen for the last 3 games. And quarterbacks are just standing back there. You can't have Joe Burrow with the ball in his hands for 10 seconds.
By the way, speaking of Wilkes, you see they addressed the question of whether or not he'll come down. Tim Ryan with a strategic move, man.
Everybody's talking about that now.
I saw
that thing caught like wildfire.
Papa picked up on it after our show. Did. He said Tim was talking about coming down, and then somebody finally brought it to Kyle yesterday.
I mean, that's something we'll discuss this week, just the two of us. I mean, if he felt it would help him, that's something we'll try, but we haven't done that yet.
Oh, something they'll discuss. Man, can you imagine the sort of defeat Wilkes would be admitting by going down? It's like you got to make a change. It'd be almost like getting rid of a top 6 for a big hit.
Hey now, I like the big hit. I'm a big hit guy.
Oh, look at that.
We got big hit energy too on top of everything else. Can we do this on Halloween, you guys? Throw our hands up. Halloween.
You down with BAG?
Come on.
You down with BAG?
We'll do the.
You down with BAG? Who down with BAG? Every last homie.
Just a little.
And BHE is, Paulie?
Big hit energy.
I got you, buddy. I got you. More sound from yesterday. people were talking about Purdy's head hitting the ground.
Yep.
And should he have been out there? Hasselbeck talked a lot about it on ESPN. So they asked yesterday, I think Eric Branch was asking him, like, did you see Purdy's head hit the ground? Shanahan says he didn't see it, and they haven't talked about it.
Yeah, I don't get the TV copy in the game, so I don't see how they hit from where I'm at. So we don't see that at all. But I'm always assuming that there's people spotting that stuff and spot checkers, and that everyone's going to do that when they see it. So that's not something that I'm looking for during the game. I'm usually watching defense, and I'm looking at my call sheet getting ready for the next down. I didn't ask. The fact that nothing is wrong is why I didn't ask. If I think any of our players are hurt, I always want to get them out of the game.
Okay. So he's saying he didn't see anything. It looked weird on the TV. It really did. Do you guys want a funny, awkward one with Shanahan and Grant Cohn?
Always. I think I've heard this one. It is about as awkward as it gets.
These guys are sworn enemies, right?
Yeah.
These two. And some people, I was wondering when Purdy threw that third pick that got called back.
Yeah.
And then fumbled on the next play.
Yeah.
I was like, are they, I was going to tweet, do we have a quarterback, issue? Because he was, his fourth quarters now, how many picks in the last two games? 4 picks in the fourth quarter.
Damn.
2 in Minnesota, 2 in San Francisco or Santa Clara. And it would have been 5 because that one got called back. So the question was asked about quarterbacks.
Kyle, will you consider making a change at quarterback during the bye week? And if not, why?
A change at what?
Quarterback.
No.
Why?
Because no one just changes their quarterback for no reason.
Poor guy. I mean, this thing, boy, oh boy. They're not even in the same room. I said like Kyle wanted to rip somebody's head off.
Shout out those long distance girlfriend fights in college. You still on the phone? You still
these
here?
guys luckily won't have to know about that because with the advent of something, we used to sit out on the freaking hallway in a payphone in front of all your friends.
Yeah.
Look at him, he's still on the phone, man.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about? Right now, nothing. It's just silence. Yeah.
A change at what?
Yeah. And by the way, the silence could go on for a half hour?
Oh, yeah.
You there?
And meanwhile, racking up a long-distance bill, too. Racking up a long-distance bill.
Racking up the minutes.
Oh, man. Trent Williams update from Shanahan.
All right.
Trent Williams update. Cut D as in Delta. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Market scrambling.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, we didn't end up letting him work out or anything on game day. We thought he was too far away that day, just seeing him Saturday night. And thought he was going to be good, but he wasn't. And hopefully he'll have a good week this week of rehab and be ready to go when we come back for practice next Monday.
Murph, a variety of texters coming to point out, and I appreciate this, that Jalen Hurts and Mahomes both have thrown more picks than Brock Purdy to this point in the season. That's just something to consider.
One guy's 7-1, one guy's 5-3.
But you watch Mahomes, and he's doing this basically on a weekly basis. He did it twice last week. He will just, when he's in trouble now, he just throws it up for grabs. He just throws it high and deep, and the hell with the consequences. Unfortunately for him, those balls are getting picked off. So I would say that his are even more reckless than what we saw with Brock Purdy. I mean, there's no other way to defend what Mahomes is doing. He's throwing it up for grabs.
And boys, if we're talking about quarterbacks throwing interceptions, we got to talk about the king of the NFL right now.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Oh, man.
What do you mean the guy with the, what was his rating, Murph? What was it, 3?
3, yeah.
Yeah, 3. That's not made up, by the way. That's legit.
Somebody came at the Blutarski 0.0, man. This poor guy. What does he even say to Devante after the game?
Nothing. Sorry, brother.
Dude, he leads the NFL with 9 interceptions. He's only played 5.5 games.
There's those two guys. Devante's not going to be talking to him for a while. I think you're going to have to freeze him out.
Is Devante going to be on the Raiders after today?
I think if it's up to him, he'd say no.
My God. I'm going to look it up here right now.
When he spiked the helmet on the sideline, I'm like, yeah, see, now we got outward displays of
Actually, Paulie Mack, we have some sound from Devante Adams spiking his helmet on the sideline.
Train me right now.
Totally.
Garoppolo, 9 picks in 168 attempts. Mahomes, 8 picks in 304 attempts. Josh Allen, 8 picks in 286 attempts. These are all more like 140, 120 more. Jordan Love has 8 too. Jalen Hurts has 8. Mac Jones has 8. Sam Howell has 8.
Mac Jones.
Hey man, if it makes you feel any better, Purdy's down there pretty low with his 5.
Well, that's kind of why I brought it up, right?
Yeah. He's down there with the Jared Goffs and Dak Prescotts of the world.
Oh, you mean Murph's Lions? By the way, Murph and I are fighting now to jockey for a fan position for the Lions. It's just a really likable team. They're 6-2, and Murph, week 1 of the season, was going, you can't write the story of the playoffs in 23 without going through Ford Field, and we all kind of went, ha, ha, ha. Now it's not even a joke. That's I almost just cursed. That's legit. That actually could happen, Murph, and it might be your Niners on the road playing in Ford Field. How crazy would that be?
831 says, the guy who said, you all think he's a supermodel is looking pretty good right now, is what he said. One more, Dante Whitner from Papa and Lund about Bosa in the run game.
Okay.
I think that, with the pass rush, he's going to consistently get better. Right now, where I'm concerned with Nick Bosa is in the run game. Even on that Joe Burrow 3rd and 9 scramble when they went direct quarterback run, there is a certain technique that all of those defensive linemen are taught. It's taught to, okay, we see empty, we're going to go speed and try to get the quarterback, but in the back of our mind, we know that quarterbacks like to go quarterback draw. So you have to go from speed, trying to get up the field, to putting the brakes on it, anchoring down, and playing with leverage and go to power. And then in the interior, the linebackers, you can't drop into coverage until the quarterback shows you that he's going to throw the ball. When he just takes one little half step back and then he's going to show you that he's running, the linebackers should be there as well. These are the small things that they're not executing that is costing them giving up first downs and leading to touchdowns. So I think all in all, everybody has to play better, and it's the small things that they're not executing. Though.
Many people have said, would Dante Whitner make a good D coordinator? I don't know if he could. How would he show up dressed to work every day?
I hear some people say stuff like that about Tim Ryan, too. They love Tim's takes on the show and in the booth, and they're like, man, he'd be a great coach. Now you're hearing it for Dante. Dante's passionate, though, man. He doesn't take, if he sees something he doesn't like out there, he's just going to call it out. He doesn't care.
Yeah, and I wonder, is he, would a national, a CBS, a Fox.
Take him away
ESPN,
from us, ultimately? Yeah, it could happen.
That's what he wants, I think.
Yeah.
Because he's working hard on broadcast. You missed that Friday when Marcus and I were in. He was talking about his preparation, meditation every morning, his affirming mantras that he says every morning.
He's a fascinating guy. So we had him on the podcast a few weeks ago, and I asked him about his flair for fashion. Because you remember we had him in the Super Bowl in Miami. He talked about he wants to bring pajamas into the mainstream, and he'd throw a life raft on, a life jacket if he needed to. But then this year he was like, no, I'm bringing it. He goes, I'm bringing it in. I'm reeling it in. I'm going to start dressing more conservatively. He goes, I want to throw off a different image. Yeah, so he is. He looks a lot more literally kind of buttoned up this year, but he's so cool. Dante's just cool.
Yeah, it's really good. Anyway, Niners, that's it. Shanahan's day after report.
All right.
He ain't changing the quarterback. He doesn't think there's a concussion, but he thinks they look slow and tired, and the energy was disappointing.
Well, you don't want your head coach talking that way about you.
Oh, man, we got to wait 2 weeks. And then go see Trevor Lawrence down in Jacksonville. All right, guys. There's your big hit for today. Trade deadline. Who do you get? Is it Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson? He went to Central High in Fresno.
I say bring me Chase Young while you're at it.
I need a corner.
Okay.
Paulie wants a lineman. I want a corner. O-lineman has been mentioned. John Lynch, if we wonder where he is, he was supposed to be on today at this time. Thankfully, he punted till tomorrow because he's working the phones, and we'll get the full post-trade deadline report. Now, mind, the Seahawks went and got Leonard Williams from the New York Giants, and the Eagles have gone and gotten Byard, the safety from Tennessee, so the Eagles and the Seahawks have gotten outstanding additions while the Niners are standing by. So it's a tough deal right now, man. Tough deal. Who would have thought 3 weeks ago we'd be talking like this after the 42-10?
No, seriously. I know. It's a shocking turn of events.
So here we go. The NFL comes at you fast. All right. Cooler of content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You guys think he's a supermodel.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Steph Curry had another 40-point performance last night as the Warriors took out the New Orleans Pelicans for their third road win of the season. So to find out the top takeaways from Steph Curry's big night, check out that story and more trending now in the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, Mike Silver going to join us at 8:50. And that should be good. That should be really good. And Jake Brendle's our 49er Player of the Week, joins us at 9:30. That should be very good,
awesome.
too. Tomorrow we are chasing, John Lynch will join us at 8 a.m. and maybe a little JT Snow tomorrow. JT played minors with, you booked him? JT's booked at 9:15.
Awesome.
Great.
Nice.
He played in the minors with Torey Lavello. He has some great stories. He's kind of torn between Boach and Lavello.
Yeah.
Here we go. Micah Parsons.
What about him?
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember his whole thing about the F Dallas shirt?
I do. He issued
very upset.
Yeah, he issued almost a threat.
Did he not mention like karma or something like that?
He did. He said, we'll see.
Well, look what happened. 0-3 since the F Dallas shirt was unveiled.
Yeah, and Micah on that podcast kept on saying, laugh now, cry later.
He did.
That's what
laugh
he said.
now, cry later.
Yeah.
Sounds like a slogan at a restaurant or a movie or a bumper sticker. Laugh now, cry later.
Or my dating life, Murph.
Oh, look at that.
Hey, now.
Oh, Marcus, you do quite well, my friend.
He's just doing that to
riff.
He's just trying to make us feel better. That's all that is. Yeah.
It doesn't work because...
no, we are where we are. There's nothing we can do.
Yes. So here's Micah keeping receipts. Micah Parsons, Dallas Cowboys. Yes.
Okay. It's always a rise and a fall in the NFL, right? At one point, you're always going to be on top of the mountain. Football has a funny way of keeping people humble, right? And I'm not saying this is example for San Francisco. Everyone has to deal with these things in the NFL versus his injuries, versus his adversity. I mean, I don't even think the Dallas Cowboys could survive 3 straight losses. It's not so much as it's Purdy, because a lot of people are saying it's Purdy. And it's always easy to blame the quarterback, because when they were winning, it was always Purdy's the greatest. I just think San Francisco had to turn it around. They're battling adversity. I definitely think the 49ers will bounce back. They're a great team. I don't think we should bury them for their 3 straight losses. I think the 49ers humbled us, and I just think life humbled them. And it goes like that sometimes.
Well, that was very reasonable. I mean, almost like kind of philosophical, really, Micah Parsons.
I mean, he was saying they got humble, but he was also couching it in very positive manner.
Yeah, that's right. He was like very complimentary while saying, this is what happens. You get humble.
Doesn't he know his podcast will get way more downloads if he just bombs the Niners and rips the Niners?
Well, I think the ultimate point of concern would be, really depending on how the rest of the year goes, how Dallas is going to play, and of course how our Niners are going to play. But they could, Murph, I mean, there's a scenario they could easily wind up seeing each other again in the playoffs. It's happened 2 consecutive years.
Well, that's if the Niners get through Detroit.
That's if the Lions say it's okay.
Oh, my gosh. Well, Rich Sherman, speaking of taking no prisoners, he's taking aim at Steve Wilks. Rich Sherman, by the way, it's so funny. He has a foot in both camps. He because he's up there, he'll ride with the 12s all day.
Well, to Seattle, he's not even a Niner. As far as that fan base is concerned.
When he comes down to the Bay, he's like, we this,
Niners.
we that.
Totally, totally.
Well, here he is. He doesn't like what he's seeing from Steve Wilks and the defense.
If you were called upon to be the defensive coordinator for this team, what adjustments would you make tomorrow?
We're going back to the fundamentals. We're going back to the things we do well. We're not running man on 1st and 2nd down like they've been doing. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't think they're sound. We're going to mix it up. We're going to play fast. Our D-line's going to have to get hot like they've been doing. And for you to take them out of that, for you to sit there and run games and stunts and do all these other things instead of just ears back, go get to the quarterback like these guys have specialized in for the last, 3-4 years, is weird. It's weird, and I think Kyle Shanahan has had enough. I think this is the straw that's going to break the camel's back. There's going to be changes next week.
Ooh, okay. So he's saying that he's running too many games and stunts on the D-line. It's funny, when I watch Bosa, I think I've been watching him just
I agree.
take his ears back and go.
That's what I'm saying. I think we've actually seen quite a bit of that, just kind of straight rush, and it hasn't
they're not
worked.
Winning, as Dante Whitner called it, Velcro.
No.
You know what I mean?
And again, with the defense, kind of their success predicated on the pass rush getting home, it's like you never thought this would be an issue for this group. because they were so good at it last year and even at the beginning of the season.
But also, I think with the scheme of Steve Wilkes kind of sitting back in that zone coverage, it's the difference of quarterbacks getting the ball out in 3 seconds versus 4 seconds, which is the difference between sacks for Bosa's and pressures for Bosa.
Yes, I give you that for sure.
True, so you got to have more Velcro coverage and not Velcro blocks there.
Yep.
Here was the Bosa sound that I was referring to earlier, and listeners are saying the whole key is that he doesn't say trash, he says trash.
Good to see you. Hell of a game. Made our bye week trash. If anybody would do it, I'm on YouTube. Love you.
So it's kind of hard to hear. That was him and Joe Burrow hugging. And he said, you made our bye week trash.
By the way,
made our bye week trash.
Now, for the under 35 crowd behind the glass there, despite Triple E's really creepy Halloween costume, which 2.5 hours in is still freaking me out.
If you didn't know Triple E and you just saw him sitting in there, I would guess he's in his late 40s, maybe early 50s.
He's well into his 40s.
If I didn't know you, I'd be like, yeah, that guy's in his late 40s, about 50.
By the way,
probably.
does he look competent, smart, and together?
He does.
Well,
actually, I think it improves the entire impression.
Does he look like a man with a moral compass?
Yeah, he does. It's a zip up. It's the whole thing. It's the buttoned up look.
Anyway, the point is, if you're just tuning in, he came dressed as me for Halloween.
It's awesome.
I didn't know, and it's freaking me out.
Oh, it's so cool.
It's really freaking me out.
I love it. It's great.
Is he going higher up with the quarter zip now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I almost wore the gray one today, too, which his is gray. Would have been
that would have been the best.
Really weird.
That would have been money.
He's looking kind of handsome, isn't he?
I know.
Is there a sex appeal there?
Well, listen.
What's wrong with being sexy, Murph?
Anyway, for the under 35 crowd, is trash the way to say it?
Oh, no, just trash. I don't know why Nick Bosa said it like that.
So you guys don't know anything about that?
Trash?
They said, a listener says that the afternoon show, Copes and Tolbert, went on a digression about how that is a thing.
That's the proper pronunciation now.
I just call people trash.
Yeah, straight up trash.
That guy's heart garbage, too. That works also.
That is a current slogan for all the kids, and I got a teenager dropping trash on people I'm like, easy now.
I'm big on dog water these days.
That's not bad.
That guy's dog water.
That's not bad.
Jimmy Garoppolo's performance last night, dog water.
Terrible image to think about.
Once again, though,
dog
I mean,
water.
I gotta ride. I mean, there's nothing. I actually enjoy the sound of Trixie and Flash when they lapping up the water. It's very rhythmic.
You got a great point there.
You know what I mean?
A great point.
You know what I mean? It's like I know they're getting refreshed.
And I know I'm being like a good dog owner. I'm feeding my dog. Look at him. He's drinking his water now.
Trixie is the most communicative. We've had 3. I've never had one as smart as her.
Did you catch the SNL skit this past weekend, Saturday Night Live? Late in the show, they did like a 5-minute skit about the writers eating dog food.
No.
Did you see that whole thing?
No.
Yeah, they all. I swear to God, they all had their own personalized bowls. They were sticking their face in the bowl.
Deal.
Yeah, it was a kid. I actually think that whole skit missed the mark. I was just curious what you thought.
Shout out the Good Times episode when they thought that Winona brought dog food to the party, and she had to say that is in a big climactic moment. That is 100% ground round. That's what she said. Big dramatic.
Well,
moment.
Rodney too in Caddyshack. He goes, "Hey, go tell the chef this is first class dog food."
No, tell the dog. No, he says He says it still has marks where the jockey was hitting.
Yeah.
All right. So Taylor Lewin. He's a former lineman, Bussin' with the Boys podcast. Up and Adams, K. Adams. He does not have kind words for our guy, Brock Purdy.
All right.
I have, from a reliable source that I'm not going to tell you, told me back in January. Said this to me back in January. Brock Purdy's not the guy. He's not the guy. He's not as good as people think he is.
How reliable?
Reliable in the sense that when these guys went down, he texted me and told me that Brock Purdy's going to start throwing interceptions. He's not going to be doing as well.
You know, everybody's just going to think it's Kittle. That's telling you.
No, God, no. Kittle's like the nicest, most positive individual. He would never. It was not a player for the 49ers.
So he's just some guy with an opinion. Yeah, Purdy's not the guy. I thought he meant he had like a front office source that the Niners are still going to draft a quarterback next year or something like that.
Yeah, and what a coincidence that he's coming out with this take when the 49ers are on a 3-game losing streak. How about that reliable source in the first 5 games of the season?
Right.
Boom.
Right.
Nice, Marcus.
By the way, I got distracted. Is Lee Hammer dressed up as like a Giant today on Orange Friday or something? What's this whole deal?
Yeah, he's dressed up as a Giants fan.
He's dressed as a Giants fan.
He's wearing a Bob Melvin jersey. Oh, he's wearing it like Bob Melvin misbuttoned.
Okay, Hammer, very nice.
Pretty good.
Subtle, but pretty effective.
Hammer will surprise you.
Yeah.
He'll surprise you.
He's a joke teller.
Oh.
He loves to be on a stage with an audience telling jokes.
And it reminds me,
I got
a lady and a guy walk into a bowling alley.
You know what I mean? He just loves.
I got one for him.
Yeah.
I called the paranoia hotline yesterday. Guy on the other line said, "How'd you get this number?"
Nice. Kind of like that. Very Stephen Wright. Yeah.
That made me laugh.
I like
actually.
that.
Made me laugh. Steph was mic'd up.
Good.
What was he mic'd up?
Teach us how to improve our
Sunday
lives.
night in Houston? I didn't know he was mic'd up. Take a listen.
Three ball, Kenny.
What's this guy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right now that goes in the montage. That laugh goes in the victory montage. Dude, I'm telling you, this guy's having... These are the greatest days of his life right now. He's peaking as a human being right now. Galloping, swishing,
literally
winning,
laughing with joy.
Laughing. Who's hitting the three ball?
Three ball, Kenny.
I tell you what, man. Now this guy's something else.
And then give me the yes at the end, too. What's the yes?
Yes, sir.
We might want to add that.
My God.
We might want to add that.
Who is the guy who hits the three? Who's the guy who hits the three? He's so excited about
Chris Paul. I think Chris Paul hit his first three Sunday night. Maybe it was Chris Paul.
I couldn't tell.
He hit his first one Sunday night.
Three ball, Kenny. Yes, sir.
That's incredible sound.
what?
Incredible sound.
This guy just makes the human existence a better experience for all of us.
I don't know what to say. Curry 2024, Curry 2028, Curry 2032,
Curry Infinity.
2036.
Curry Infinity.
All right, there's your cooler of content. That was good.
It's
I enjoyed
insane.
that very much. I have a source that says Purdy will throw an incomplete pass at some point on Sunday.
Was it George Kittle? No, it's not George Kittle.
All right, guys. And I'm still creeped out by Triple E.
Well, happy Halloween. It is trick or treat, and I guess that's a trick.
Yeah. So, where's my bite-sized Snickers for that?
Yeah, I need one too.
All right, guys. Here's the deal. Mike Silver at 8:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
Three ball, Kenny.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Marcus. Paulie Mack talking to you. Hey, happy Halloween, everybody. If you want some tricks, treats, action, whatever you're looking for, get over to Prize Picks. It's the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. It's a great app for you. If you're a fantasy sports enthusiast, you go over to Prize Picks, you select 2 or more players, you predict on a wide variety of statistics, totally up to you, yards rushing, completions, touchdowns, sacks, whatever tickles your funny bone in a football sense, that's where you're going to want to be. You make your picks, and then you can easily turn $10 into $250. It's actually pretty easy over at Prize Picks. Couple of taps, and there you are. You got easy gameplay. You got quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options. They're all waiting for you over at Prize Picks, and that's why Prize Picks is the number one daily fantasy sports app. So if you're feeling like Marcus level, you're feeling ready to test your skills, because Marcus does, and he does great, get over to prizepicks.com, the number one daily fantasy sports app. Again, right now, PrizePicks is going to match your first deposit up to $100 when you visit prizepicks.com/leader. That is the code word right there. Make sure you use leader, prizepicks.com/leader. That's how you get that first deposit match up to $100. It's PrizePicks, everybody. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Garoppolo. Devante, he's picked off. Intercepted by the Lions. And Kirby Joseph.
Oh, boy. All tricks, no treat for Jimmy G.
Hey.
There's the Halloween-themed rejoins continue for Marcus, who has given us Michael Jackson's Thriller, Donovan's Season of the Witch, Cranberry Zombie, Rockwell's I Always Feel Like Somebody's Always Watching Me.
That was good.
And now the name of this track is...
My Mind's Playing Tricks on Me.
That's the name of the track. Okay, yeah. So
And shout out Bushwick Bill.
Shout out the Ghetto Boys.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the 49er fans whose minds were playing tricks on them when Jimmy Garoppolo was a quarterback. Oh!
Hey, Marcus, Ghetto Boys out of Houston? Is that right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, Houston.
I should probably use them in a Top Culture Showdown at some
Shout
point.
out Rod Brooks, another
got
Houston.
Travis Scott out of Houston.
Travis Scott, Rod Brooks, the Ghetto Boys, so far so good.
A couple other big ones, too, I'm forgetting. H-Town's big on rap. You know what's interesting? You guys doing Pop Culture Showdown? Houston, huge rap city. Dallas, not. It's interesting.
That's a good call.
I mean, only 200 miles away, same state.
I also think,
for whatever
Murph,
reason, Houston, something about the Gulf makes people want to rap more.
I have to confirm this, but my gut and my initial instinct is to say that the ZZ Top guys are from the Houston area, too. Billy Gibbons doing that Texas Blues, one of my favorite guitar players.
I almost did better, Steve, because every Arizona research claims Stevie Nicks as an Arizona resident. So the easy one would have been better Stevie Ray Vaughan out of Texas, or Stevie Nicks, and that would have been fun. But I just couldn't do that to Stevie Nicks because she's the Bay Area zone.
That's what I was going to say,
She's a Peninsula girl.
Mm-hmm.
So even though she may reside in Arizona, I couldn't throw her down there.
I
I'm
agree.
keeping her in the Bay.
I agree
Do you
with
support my decision on that?
100%.
Because it would have been kind of fun to have the better Stevie.
But I like to claim...
Which would have been the better Stevie for you?
Well, Stevie Ray Vaughan, I mean, geez, Louise.
Well, but what if I played a Knicks track that was just so compelling?
You're talking about one of my great high school crushes right there. I mean, stand back.
I would have put you in a tough position.
Oh, my God. But anyway, Stevie, I feel like we want to claim Stevie Nicks as our own, to your original point. She's a Bay Area girl.
Okay, Dangerous Danny Dunn is wondering, he doesn't know if the Warriors won last night.
Oh. Well, you should let him know.
He's the producer of the 10 to 2
He didn't
show.
see the game. He doesn't have a radio. He doesn't have a cell phone. He has no way to find out until we announce it.
A lot of people don't know. Oh, by the way, I'm getting help from my man Daryl. Beyonce Houston, Megan Thee Stallion Houston.
Oh, nice.
So
nice.
Yeah, Houston running circles around Dallas musically. My
what does Dallas really have to offer anybody?
Something about the humidity down there or something.
It was also the birthplace of the chopped and screwed movement in the hip-hop world.
You want to elaborate on that? Chopped and screwed?
It's basically they take like original songs and they slow it down and make it sound like you're sipping codeine, Paulie Mac, to put it frankly.
Because of the scissor and all
like
that?
Like Will Ferrell in Back to School when he gets shot in the... not Back to School, pardon me. Come on, the other one, guys. Help me out.
Wait.
Come on. When he gets... Yeah, the tranquil... What's the movie, though? It's not Back to School. It's the same idea. It's the we're going streaking and da-da-da.
Oh, you're talking about old school.
Yes,
old school.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what chopped and screwed music is.
Yeah.
And I hear from a reliable source who may or may not be dressed as me for Halloween, DJ Screw was the guy.
By the way, shout out DJ
Triple
Screw.
E, you got to do this for my wife. For my wife of 27 years here, Candy Sue. Check with Candace.
Well, that's
wants
a great
to see, she said, I need to see Eric's costume, Triple E's costume.
Boy, oh boy, I'm telling you.
So this is it, man. This is so, Candace, go look right now. This
there it is.
Really creepy.
That's incredible.
Do the zipper.
Yeah, zip that ass up,
You want
man.
to show the shoes, too?
Murph.
Put the shoes on tape. Yeah, he's going with the
He did it all.
It's unbelievable.
Full commitment to the character.
Do you see it? Yeah, look at that.
It's like De Niro in Killers of the Flower Moon. Got to fully commit, which he has.
UGK from Houston, I'm hearing more, too. I'm getting all sorts of Houston.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of Houston knowledge.
We played some UGK the other day as a rejoin, Murph.
I know. I liked it, too. I liked it a lot. Kyle Shanahan joining Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. So that's one thing. Number two is that the Warriors, they're having so much fun. It's ridiculous.
Well, you heard Steph laughing the last segment. He's cracking up on the court.
They just went 3-0 on the road.
Yeah.
They couldn't win a road game to save their lives last year. Steph is laughing, galloping, swishing, 42 points. The bench has outscored the other bench by plus 45 this season.
That's music to our
Chris
ears.
Paul,
That's huge.
Somebody pointed out, they said, while Steph's running and laughing, Chris Paul's never breaking expression, making sure everybody's in the right place. Paulie, my sink vision that I had, remember a couple weeks ago when I said I was rinsing something out in the sink, and I had like a daydream that they were playing Orlando in January on a Tuesday.
Yeah. Man's got to have fantasies.
In the second quarter, they came down in a possession. Chris Paul arranged everybody correctly. They ran a play. It ended with a bounce pass to Looney for a layup. And I said, I'm going to tell Paulie tomorrow the Chris Paul thing's going to be really good. And it's my vision. It's like I saw like when people see the Virgin Mary in a piece of toast.
Yeah, you have like a vision.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
Or a cinnamon roll. You see
her blueberry muffins. She's all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I saw that in the sink. And he has been absolutely everything they need.
He really has. I got to admit that I'm starting to warm up to this Chris Paul thing, man. And by the way, Steph Curry has scored 42 points last night. He's already hit the 40-point mark twice this year, Steph Curry.
Yeah.
We're just getting going.
He's shooting 55% from the field, 47% from three.
Yeah, it's really
and
something.
And he's laughing his cojones off, too.
Literally cracking up.
So Bruce Q. Frazier calls Adam Silver. Silver looks at the phone, sees the area code.
He goes, you guys again?
He said, wait a minute, this isn't the 415. You just won a road? This is New Orleans area code.
Yeah.
Frazier said, that's right, skinny boy. 3 in a row, buddy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 130, New Orleans Pelicans 102.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
There it is.
Boy,
the new one, too. You like it?
I love it. I wish it could go on longer.
You like
Steph
it?
laughing is like the greatest
Marcus
thing I've
as
ever
the
heard.
master of that mix. You approve?
Well, here's the thing. Now this victory song is about 15 seconds. Paulie Mack, I could make it longer with even a longer laugh track, but then we'd be here all day.
Well, you know what, though? I mean, I think it's like Steph has mastered, like, existing as a human being on planet Earth. He's also mastered just the act of laughing.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I can only hope I laugh with that kind of purity and joy and truth.
He's
There's
unbelievable.
truth in that laugh.
By the way, he heard about the James Harden trade to the Clippers. This was his reaction. Yeah, he heard. He said, "Is Harden going to make the Clippers the team to beat in the West?"
That's good. That's good.
I don't know. You can keep doing it as much as you want. Okay.
By the way, what did Steph Curry think of Jimmy Garoppolo's performance last night, getting sacked, throwing picks all over the place? I shouldn't be doing that. I was supposed to be defending Jimmy G against the masses, but
Sadness.
I had to give in to comedy.
That had to be.
Oh,
Does
it was
everybody check to
brutal,
see
bro.
that's the worst performance of his career?
I
Isn't it?
actually felt bad for the guy because when he wasn't throwing picks, he was getting sacked.
And I was
Either
like-
way.
I was like, "What's he going to say?"
Nah, he
to
can't say
Devante,
anything.
too?
Nothing.
I thought we had
Devante's not talking to him. If I'm Devante, I'm not even talking to him
I put
anymore.
that Devante in the cooler of content. We didn't use it. Oh, you did use it. Yeah, there it is. Do you want to play it? It's 1031A.
Sure.
This is Devante Adams last night in Detroit.
Honestly, I don't know what to say at this moment. I truly don't. I wish I had the words to say something that's not going to get blown up in the media and taken out of context. So I'm going to just, I just don't know.
What are you feeling right now? Can you elaborate on anything going through your mind?
Frustration, but I mean, that kind of goes without saying.
Devante, I know you said that you have confidence whenever you're out there in offense's ability, but is it kind of hard to maintain that when the results are what they've been?
No, it's not hard to maintain the confidence in our offense. It's just hard to curb your frustration when you can't put it together when you know you should.
Oh man, it's I don't. How about when they say, "Hey, how's your show going?" You say, "I don't know what to say."
I mean, when's it?
I don't want to say anything that will get blown up in the press.
It's the same every year with you guys, though. I mean, this is not like specific to this year. The Raiders. I mean, when's it going to turn for you guys, man?
I mean, that's the thing. There was glimpses, like Josh McDaniels took over a team that went to the playoffs. They were just squaring off against Joe Burrow in the playoffs 2-3 years ago.
I'll give you that. Yeah, that's true.
And that's why I side with Devante here. I understand why he's frustrated. He showed up to play football with his best friend, Derek Carr. It'd be like me, like signing up to work on the morning show to work with Copes, and then next thing you know, I'm working with Triple E.
There it is, Mitty. All right, Mike Silver, who's awesome on the Niners, trade deadline. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. let's talk about an incredible money-saving tip from Provident Credit Union, helping you take control of your finances. Are you ready to make an investment on your own terms? The Pick-A-Term certificate from Provident Credit Union is the ultimate solution to help your savings grow just the way you want. Yep, with the Pick-A-Term certificate, you are in the driver's seat. We're talking about a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term. Your choice. You enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. I said it, 4.75%. So whether you're budgeting for short-term goals or long-term plans, this offer puts you firmly in control to grow your investments your way. So don't hesitate. This offer is only for a limited time. Visit providentcu.org today to learn more and start your application. Rates effective October 1st, 2023. Minimum balance required on $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I know John's been working on that for the last month. He's talking with everyone, as every team does right now. If we think there is a chance to improve us, we'll do it. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of options out there, but it doesn't mean for sure no. So I know we'll look up that all the way up to the deadline and see if anything changes.
Come on.
I mean,
woo, sing it, Murph.
Just the best Halloween song going other than Monster Mash?
I'll give you 10:31:91. Grateful Dead, Oakland Coliseum Arena. They encore Werewolves of London, although Jerry changes the lyrics. He got the whole building going, woo, and he's going Werewolves of Oakland. Werewolves of Oakland. Right. Shout out Garcia.
You said that before. The only regular guest we have who would know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, Greg Cosell knows his 70s rock, but there's one guest who knows exactly what you're talking about.
He might have been at the show.
And he
might have been there.
The great Michael Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle. Mike, do you know the show he's talking about?
I know the show. I remember there was a Halloween show at the Berkeley Community Theater, I want to say 83, where they busted out a St. Stephen, which was unbelievably rare.
Nice.
But I have the same reaction. I mean, I know a lot of shows I went to, but I have the same reaction as when The Last Dance showed the Rodman getaway to Vegas, and people started texting me like, hey, were you on that? I was like, I don't think so.
That could have been. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I mean, it was like the All-Star break-ish, so it was after the football season. I don't think I was on that one, but it's possible.
Yeah. So you might have been at the show for sure, man. And hey, by the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Here we go, Mike. Big day. Big day. NFL trade deadline day. Already, we just got news in the last few minutes that surprisingly, the Chicago Bears added. They bought. They didn't sell. They added Montez Sweat from the Washington Commanders. Couple things. One, that takes him off the table for the Niners. Two, does that mean the Bears would not be inclined to trade cornerback Jalen Johnson to the Niners as you sort of maybe hoped for or said that the Niners should do? What's your reaction?
Well, they have given Jalen Johnson, the Bears, permission to seek a trade, reportedly. So I don't think, if anything, it would mean they're going to pay Sweat, who is going to get paid, and not pay Jalen Johnson. Now, if I were a Bears fan or someone who covered the Bears, I'd be like, dude, pay everyone. You guys are trash. Your team is terrible. Get more players, and don't trade a 2 for Chase Claypool like you did last year. Trade a 2 for an edge rusher like Montez Sweat. But more to the point, I think he was a real target for the Niners potentially. There's 3 obvious areas that you would look at if you're John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and they're the obvious areas for any team, really, which means that it's always hard to get. But, they would love another corner. I think if you could move Diamador Lenore to the slot where, he's really good at both right now, but he could do that really well. You get another corner there with Charvarius Ward. You're feeling much better about your back end. Everybody wants edge rushers. They went and got Randy Gregory, who I think has helped, but Drake Jackson had the 3 sacks in the opener, and it's been pretty lifeless over there since, opposite Nick Bosa with a few Gregory flashes as the anomaly. Bosa also has not been filling up the stat sheet. So, Montez Sweat was a guy that I thought made some sense. I don't think they're going to get Carolina's Brian Burns, who's a really good player. I don't think the Panthers are trading him. Chase Young, theoretically, still there for the taking inside that Washington building. They like Sweat more than Young, so that tells you something. And then there's the offensive line. And, Colt McKivitz, first-year starter at right tackle, has been okay. Spencer Burford, second-year right guard, hasn't been great. Jake Brendle, the center, I don't think has been as good as last year. And now Aaron Banks, the left guard, is hurt. Is going to be out for a few weeks. Trent Williams, obviously, trying to come back from that ankle. So, I look at a player like the Vikings, Ezra Cleveland, who's been banged up. He's a guard. Someone like that I think could help. But, Kyle Shanahan clearly setting expectations low on the conference call yesterday afternoon. They have 4 more hours to potentially figure it out.
Do you listed all the spots, corner, D-line, O-line. Is it possible? Do you see a scenario where they address all 3? I mean, that's like we went from where the NFL trade deadline used to be dead, man, nothing. Then there's been a huge culture change. We talked to John Lynch about this. He thinks like younger GMs getting in and just kind of just changing the rubric, meaning like not just one. Could you see them making multiple moves?
I mean, if you asked me that yesterday, I would have said maybe. It feels late now. They could be just all it takes is a text to pull the trigger. They could just be laying in wait. But, it feels like if they were going to do multiple, that Sweat would have been one of them. But, I guess the answer is I don't know. I don't feel like they're going to do multiple moves. And I think, one issue here, unfortunately for them, is the optics. The Eagles went out and got Kevin Byard, who's been a really good player in this league quietly for a long time and is not over the hill, in my opinion. The Seahawks went and got Leonard Williams, which people didn't see coming, which will really help their defensive line. If you're watching the Niners and you're like, again, this is the same thing when I talk about Jake Moody. Are you all in or are you not all in? And some people would say, I don't want them to be all in. I want them to try to be good every year and not mortgage the future. And all the people who freak out about the cap have taken a little bit of a step back since they freed up $41.5 million in current cap space, the highest in the league. But my attitude is, you've got Brock Purdy on a rookie deal for this year and next year at least. You have all these guys who are either older or have played a lot that you're paying a lot that are really, really good. You don't necessarily have a ton of depth, but when healthy, you might be the best team in the league, and this is a great shot for you. Get after it. And yes, they will be up against the cap much more next year, but let's say you went and got a Jalen Johnson. If you really like him, if you think he's a great corner, a really, really good corner, and you can get him, pay him and figure out someone else that you won't pay next year instead. There are always choices to be made, but I believe in them getting after it right now. And I think optics-wise, if you're a fan, you want to see them do something.
Sure. Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle. Niners have 4 hours from right now. 1 o'clock is the trade deadline to do something, as he pointed out. Seattle's doing it. The Philadelphia Eagles are doing it. Everybody's doing it except for the Niners. But we'll see. John Lynch has done it before. Likely will do it again. Mike, you've been around the league a long time. You saw a team go 5-0 and be told they were the Miami Dolphins, they were the Brady Patriots, they were the Montana Niners, and now they've lost 3 in a row, and it's you can't place blame fast enough on every
there's a
unit.
lot. Yeah, I mean, they can't score, they can't stop anybody. Yeah,
make it make sense, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of jolting, right? Because I don't think that was fake. I mean, maybe they didn't play great teams those first 5 weeks, but the way they came out with purpose in Pittsburgh, obviously the Cowboy game was eye-popping, and I think the Cowboys are really good. It was just one of those nights that kind of got away from them. So, I think that was real. I guess there are a few things going on. One of them you look at, obviously, is the pass rush just has not been what we expected it to be, what it has been, and that's been a real strength of the team, if not the strength of the team, since 2019. People are pointing at Steve Wilks and scheme, and he kind of took the fall very, very conspicuously for that 1-0 blitz call at the end of the half in Minnesota, but I don't see this as all scheme. There's some great players on that defense. Like Greenlaw looks banged up to me. He and Warner have not made quite as many plays, especially Greenlaw, as last year. Hufanga hasn't made as many plays as last year. It just, Bosa's obviously not doing what he did last year. We're seeing, a defense full of really, really good players just not play that way. And then offensively, I think Purdy has played really well, but has made mistakes, some of them when pressing, possibly some of them when concussed. But, part of it is just a leveling off. I think he's just been so good so quickly, and young quarterbacks go through stuff. And so part of it is he's going through stuff. And then the third component I would add to that, and this is the one that has bothered me, the most, even when they were 5-0, is they don't really have the depth, and so many of their key players are, play so hard and maybe are older. And so I just have always thought at full strength they're the best team, but it's very, very perilous. And so now we've seen Debo get hurt, Trent Williams. Those are big, big deals. Debo, not just what he does, but the energy he brings, what he allows Kyle Shanahan to do schematically. Trent Williams, obviously, is so, so important. So, I think you put all those things together, plus a missed field goal, right? They probably would have been 6-2, and it would have been less of a freak out.
Right.
I think if you take a real honest step back, though, you would go the three best quarterbacks they've played by far have all just shredded them, right? Matthew Stafford lit them up. Kirk Cousins on primetime tore him up.
Yeah.
And Joe Burrow, who's the best of them, was almost unstoppable. And so, that to me is something, if you're trying to do something today, go get somebody who can try to stop that. You went and got Hargrave over the offseason. If you get one more guy with all that cap space and you got a bunch of draft picks, later rounds, just figure out a way to make that move.
Man, oh man, Mike, it's some of that stuff you said was kind of daunting about the, quarterbacks are shredding them and the fact that the depth is an issue. And they play hard.
Yeah,
I don't think that goes away. I mean, you got 9 more games.
Yeah, I don't think it goes away, but I think if you gathered a bunch of 49er fans together before the Hargrave signing and said, listen, we have a choice. We can sign this guy who you just saw in the Eagles wreaking havoc and make our defensive line way better, but it's going to cost us some names you don't really think about who are better than the guys who are going to be there instead of them by a little, but you don't really notice it. Most fans would go get Hargrave, but inside the building, it's a real thing. They're like, whoa, there is a drop off. And, look, I think most teams have a drop off. That's pretty normal. The teams that have less of a drop off tend to suck on the first string. So, it's good that when Deebo Samuel goes out and Ray McLeod comes in, it doesn't look the same. That's because Deebo Samuel is a difference maker. But it's bad when you have all these guys who've played a lot of football, who play so physically, and, in a game where people get hurt, it's going to happen. So they had great injury luck those first 5 weeks. It's been a little less good the last few weeks. But, again, the thing that concerns me the most, other than the things you can't control, health, is why are they so easy to exploit when a quarterback can sling it?
Yeah. What are you seeing with Bosa? It's almost impossible to I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it. There's one, quarterbacks are just getting rid of it too fast. Maybe there's nothing he can do. They're just getting rid of it too fast. Or he's not performing. He's not living up to the contract.
A little of both, maybe. Yeah.
Which is it?
Yeah.
I mean, he had Joe Burrow around the neck on that one play after Armstead almost had him.
He still got away. Yeah.
Yeah, it's normally a sack. When he talked about it leading into the game, and I talked to him a little bit alone after his group thing, but he said, I think I've had 2 bad games. The opener, which makes sense, right? He just showed up in Pittsburgh. And he thought the Cleveland game, he was thinking too much about adjustments he wanted to make rather than just going out and playing. And he traced all of it to, normally in training camp, he would have worked some of those things out. He didn't do that this year. So, fans could go, man, I can't believe Nick Bosa was so selfish. He held out training camp. Or you could say, I can't believe the 49ers, who were going to pay him anyway, let it go that long when they were just going to pay him. Why didn't they do that in July? But whatever happened, that appears to be a real thing, at least from his perspective. So, that's good news. He should get better as it goes on. But, the bottom line is, football's a tough game and it ebbs and flows. But when you get a contract that makes you the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, and then the performance looks like it's going down and the numbers are down, people are going to be like, dude, what's up with that guy?
Yeah.
I think, his DNA is right. I think he's the perfect guy who's not going to get soft after getting the money and lose interest, right? He's maniacal. He's going to be super, super into it. And I guarantee he is harder on himself than any of us could be. But, sometimes when people get frustrated, they press. And then when they press, they're not being sound. And, I don't know exactly, what's happening on that defense. My instincts tell me that simplifying it by saying Steve Wilkes is doing a bad job after Saleh and D'Amico were good, that seems oversimplistic to me. I feel like there's something bigger that needs to be addressed.
Man, and quarterback, can't let you go with that, Purdy. I mean, we've brushed up against it a little bit here today, but just a deeper dive. The easy thing is on Halloween turns into the pumpkin, right? At midnight. I don't
think so.
You tell me.
I think he's really good. And I think play to play, he's mostly been really, really good. There have been more mistakes. And so there are three things. One, literally he may have been impaired on those 2 interceptions against the Vikings, depending on what happened with the head trauma and all that. That sucks. Two, I do think there is a tendency to press when you're behind and you need to make a play, and everyone goes through that. And I commend him for having the guts to try to sling it in those situations rather than, protect stats or whatever, or dink and dunk. Like he went after it. And then, the third thing is just, you are playing a brutally tough position, and people watch film, and he does a lot of really, really good things. But, it's part of the, eternal chess match. I think people now know some of his tendencies, and they're reacting. And so he's going through that. None of that, I think, other than the head trauma, obviously, none of that is perilous. But here's the other thing, and we should all be thinking about this. This team is constructed to play with a lead and step on the gas with the lead and close. They have not been a come from behind team consistently in the Kyle Shanahan era. And they did kind of come from behind last year against the Raiders, in a game they mostly needed to win, and they were down 7 and came back and won in overtime because should have won in regulation. But for the most part, that's not really their thing. And George Kittle kind of alluded after the game to the lack of balance. They haven't had balance with the running game because they've been in situations where they can't run it as much. But, the blueprint is not, the Joe Montana classic, we'll get magical when it matters and find a way. It's, we're supposed to step on you. So if that's not happening, that's another thing that works against them.
Man, oh man, it's going to be really intriguing.
It really is.
Post-bye situation, man. By the way, last one on the door. I mean, you mentioned Wilkes, and you're like, you think it's different than, but I mean, people want him people want a head on a pike, so they're like, get him out of the booth. Get him out of the booth. Do you buy that?
There's only a few things in the playbook, right? Like I remember some coach took over a team and gave we've got to play better, we've all got to coach better speech, like to the media after week 2. And some other coach texted me and he's like, what's he going to do after week 5? That's a little early for that. So the playbook is take back play calling, right? If it was an offensive coach, Kyle could take back the play calling if he had given it away. There's take back the play calling. There's move them up to the booth. There's move them down from the booth. There's there's fire the defensive coordinator. There's replace, give someone else play calling responsibilities. I don't think that personally that the booth is this mystical thing coming down from it is going to necessarily change anything. But if you want to shake it up, and as Kyle said, he and Wilkes will talk about it, then sure, give it a shot. But, the bigger issue is they had Robert Saleh, who evolved with Chris Kasarik on the wide 9. They then had D'Amico Ryans, who'd been part of the system and was able to keep the same thing in place. And the idea was, let's just keep it in place. We'll keep all our position coaches, and let's just get someone who can run it. Wilkes did not come from that orientation, but he's a very smart coach, an accomplished coach who's really good with the back end and the secondary. So they just thought, let's merge it all together. Yeah, there's more blitzing, and that did burn them in Chicago. I think the bigger issue to me is, why does Steve Wilkes feel like he has to blitz in these situations? And again, that comes back to, why are they not getting there when they used to get there before with 4?
Damn, it's a problem, man. By the way, I know you're a Jimmy G guy on the way out.
Oh, jeez.
We gotta like, send him some.
You need Mike on Jimmy G?
Send him a Goodwill card, get well card or something.
Mike, I don't know what you can say. I mean, it was just a rough night out there.
Well, rough is
understatement. Yeah, go ahead.
It has not looked great with Jimmy. It has not looked great with the Raiders. The Raiders are not the Bay Area's problem. I want to stress that. And, that's because their selfish owner decided to take a bunch of money in Nevada rather than selling to someone who would have kept him here. But, I do feel for Jimmy. It's I know he can function at a very, very high level. I've seen it. That was not, people who want to consign that to, it was the system. He just had good players. No, Jimmy last year was playing awesome at a Pro Bowl level. He would have made the Pro Bowl. He maybe would have won the Super Bowl. Like Jimmy was killing it last year. So it sucks to see something's wrong, and I hope he gets at least one more chance.
Yeah, he's all right. I mean, he's got the bad back. He's got a bad knee, and probably forgetting a few other things. I mean, he's got no protection.
The whole system down there. Poor Devante,
it's hard,
too.
yeah.
All right, Mike. Always love it, man. Great, long, wide-ranging convo. What are you going as? I once went to a Halloween party at Mike and Leslie Silver's house. It was a Dazed and Confused.
That's a great theme.
No, two different things. We had a Dazed and Confused party.
Parties.
Yeah, two different parties. One was a Dazed and Confused party. One was you went as Greg or Mike Brady the year I went.
We were. Leslie and I were
Mike and Carol.
Brady,
Mike and Carol, yeah.
Which we later, for Modern Family fans, we went one year.
Oh, okay.
We didn't do Phil and Claire. We did Clive and Juliana, the alter egos. So for people who really get deep into the Modern Family,
that is deep. Yeah.
It was second level. We were really proud of that one.
Do you remember Candace and I came to your party as Jay and Silent Bob?
That's pretty good, too.
That is amazing. Also, Murph, I think if you'll recall, the Unabomber was at large.
Yes, that is correct. We had one.
At least two Unabombers at the party.
Do you remember? Was one of them Greg? No.
I don't think so, but it was in Oakland, which is, we were this could actually, who's that guy? I think I know him, but he could actually be the Unabomber.
That was a little rough. All right, man. Happy Halloween, brother.
Okay.
That was really funny. Yeah, Jay and Silent Bob, because Candace had the long blonde hair, so she was an easy Jay.
Well, you're tapping into something here.
I was Silent Bob. I grew out the scruff, and I wore a trench coat, and you won't believe it. Basically, I shut up the whole night.
Well, no, neither one of you, though, has the gut of a Silent Bob. Silent Bob's bringing some size to the equation.
I wore a big trench coat.
You got to bulk it up, yeah.
And I had a cigarette behind my ear, and she just walked around flashing the horns with her tongue out saying, "Snoochie boochies."
At any point, did you guys go into a verse of Berserker? The song they sing in front of the Quick Mart. Berserker. I can't say any of the lyrics. It's all profane.
Honest, the first time I saw...
Oh, it's a classic, dude.
First time I saw Jay...
They made that money. They moved that movie for like $10,000 or something.
I laughed my ass off.
It's a classic, bro.
Jay's whole character was kind of one of those original.
Yeah, what's up, Blanks?
Sort of a breakthrough.
We used to play something and say, "Yeah, what's up, Blanks?" Can't play that anymore.
It was sort of a breakthrough role.
Yeah, what's up?
He really.
He's just walking by. Yeah, what's up, Blanks? Yeah, yeah.
All right. Let's do this. Let's get ready for Jake Brendle, our 49er Player of the Week at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
The NFL's trade deadline is today at 1 p.m. Pacific time. So to find out who the 49ers could target at this year's NFL trade deadline, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Trade me right now.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now that's awesome.
Ooh, what a vocal.
Screamin' Jay Hawkins.
Yeah, that's right, Murph. Awesome.
Fabulous. Used by Jim Jarmusch in the movie Stranger Than Paradise.
That dude scared the hell out of a lot of people. This is Fogarty, though, singing this, right? This is,
is this
CCR.
Fogarty?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's getting his Screamin' Jay Hawkins on. You should play the original.
It's kind of creepy, actually, that original. It really is. Don't look too deep into Screaming Jay Hawkins. He was into, like, voodoo. He was a creepy dude.
See that Pete Hartlob just wrote a big piece on Anton LaVey?
Shout out Peter Finch, former K-Fog morning show host who used to live literally right across the street from Anton LaVey.
This is the one.
Yeah, no, this one actually gets me. This is no joke.
Here it is.
This guy wasn't messing around. Like,
Yeah.
See, I don't know. This one creeps me out.
One more. Here. It was a hell of a vocal.
Be like, okay, I will. I'm going to stop.
One more here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mess with this dude. I don't mess with Screaming Jay.
Wait. Well, they didn't call him Whispering Jay Hawkins.
You ever seen this guy, Marcus? Seen what he looks like?
So I'm looking at him right now.
Oh, bro.
And he looks pretty scary.
Yeah, he is scary.
But, boys, that's why I was contemplating to myself to go with Screamin' Jay Hawkins, to go with the CCR cover, or I almost hit you with the cover from the movie Hocus Pocus, which was a big Disney movie when I was growing up. They also used this song.
Nice. Well, that's effective.
Who sang that one?
I have no idea.
Taylor Swift?
Like the Backstreet Boys or something like that?
Yeah.
Hannah Montana?
Totally.
One of those? Hocus Pocus. All right. Anything Mike say? He generally was, he wasn't panicking. But man, oh man, it's hard to figure out what the hell's going on with these guys. Why can't that D line perform? Why can't they get off blocks? Why can't they finish? It's really just been. And is it like a baseball player in a slump?
Well, that's the thing. See, there's another interesting element to this. It's not just one guy. It's like the whole unit is stuck in this place. Like, you could talk about, like, Bosa has not been the Bosa we've seen in the past. True. Hargrave is not the Hargrave that was playing in Philly last year. So it's like all these guys are afflicted. I'm not sure what it is. Armstead had a pretty nice game on Sunday. He got 2 sacks.
He also missed a big one.
Yeah.
Right defensive edge. They're saying, I was reading Barrows, Cleve Farrell right now is looking like RB1 over there. You know what I mean? He's like ahead of Drake Jackson, who's no longer.
What does that say to you? Seriously, like, you've been around the game. Like, I don't know, when all the guys are stuck in the same place. I don't know.
I don't know, like a baseball player in a slump. It's like they didn't forget how to play. Did they get old?
How could they get old?
Bosa's young.
They weren't old in week 5. In week 5, they were young, full of energy, and then in week 6, it was over.
Slow and tired.
But the other thing, too, is, Murph, then we're talking about defense, and the offense has then been unable to surpass the 17-point mark all of a sudden. They're having a problem putting points on the board. And that was certainly not part of the beginning of the season. They were lighting everybody up.
I got multiple people saying it was Bette Midler performed Hocus Pocus's Put a Spell on Me.
I got no problem with Bette. Yeah. I like Bette. Woo! Get some jazz hands going.
Remember that Bette Midler appearance in The Simpsons when she was terrorizing the people who were littering? Remember that? And the guy in the famous line, "Oh no, Bette Midler." Remember that?
I still can't believe Bette Midler did a guest spot on Seinfeld, and George Costanza mowed her down at the plate. Literally ran her down at home plate. Hospitalized her.
And if we're going to continue her cameos, the great it was Tom Petty and Greg Kinnear fighting over who gets to be Larry Sanders' Bette Midler. Because the last guest of the show, because Johnny Carson's last guest ever was Bette Midler. singing Frank Sinatra's.
They start crying and all that.
Yeah. And they wanted to be, quote, I'm his Bette Midler. No, I'm his Bette Midler. So very funny stuff. And shout out Missy and Ralph at a Bette Midler show.
That's all just incredible
Candace
stuff.
was a music reviewer,
I really
and
like
we
Bet.
went, and he told me, he goes, keep this on the DL. He goes, do you know what the DL is?
Blow my image.
He goes, do you know what the DL?
What's that,
I didn't know.
Ralph?
At that time, I didn't.
Oh, you
was
didn't?
I was 1997
So
or
Ralph
something.
was like hipper than Murph at that point.
He goes, keep this on the DL.
Yeah, you
I'm
gotta
like,
keep
what
it
do you
down
mean?
low.
He goes, get it down low. Keep it on the down low.
I hate to I don't want to impugn his his private life or anything, but was his did he have a date?
He was with a fairly attractive woman.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah.
He's Ralph, after God's sake. He's a big star.
Ralph pulled.
I'm not surprised. He had a lot of charisma.
Jake Brendle pulls on sweeps. All right, I guess. I don't know. That's my transition.
I'll take that.
Jake Brendle, 49er Player of the Week, next on the Sports Leader.
Run it again! Run it again!
Helmet is off, and his mic is on. Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Matt. On KNBR, the sports leader. Sponsored by
Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. And by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously going into the bye week, it's like, man, you want to win, have some momentum created for the second half of the season. To have a loss like that, it hurts. Now we have to wait 14 days to play our next game for our next shot, our next opportunity, and it hurts. We have a bad taste in our mouth. But at the same time, it's like, man, this is going to be a good time for us to do some reflection, and I think all of us are really hungry for, the second half in this stretch that's about to go down. So we'll be ready for it.
Wow, does that make you feel better or worse about the 49ers' chances?
I'm too scared to comment right now. With the music Tony put in there, the original soundtrack to Halloween. Very creepy movie, very creepy score.
Did you see it? Waiting for Jake Brendle to call in about our 49er Play of the Week. Did you see the commercials for what I believe is, the first ever Thanksgiving slasher flick? Have you seen that? Oh, you didn't see it? It was during one of the big games, like Sunday night or Monday night.
Is it a comedy?
No, bro. It is. Dude,
the night he came home for Thanksgiving.
Bro, it looks.
Pass me a leg.
No, you got to see it. It looks legit scary.
No, it's just
what
the
happens
concept.
is it's some small town in New England.
Thanksgiving slasher.
And there's the family's like in a parade, and dude, there's this super creepy pilgrim mask, dude, standing in the back with sort of like a hollowed out eyes.
I don't like any of this.
And dude, then the knife comes through the door, and they're carving the turkey, and the knife's coming. Dude, it's called Thanksgiving. I tweeted about it. I'm like, did anybody else see that commercial for what looks to be the most remarkable slasher flick of all time?
I'll make
Thanksgiving. And some people hit me back on Twitter and said the director's like legit.
Okay.
Like it might be a legit.
I'll turn your ass into pumpkin pie.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you guys, watch the trailer. And the guy with the pilgrim mask,
I'm in.
It's like he kills him.
I'm looking up right now, as a matter of fact.
I'm
fascinated.
Scary.
You just made me laugh. Hey, guys, it's the first ever Thanksgiving slasher.
Well, as I said on the Twitter, I said, dude,
that's
probably,
funny.
look it up, bro. An axe-wielding maniac terrorizes residents of Plymouth, Mass.
Here we go.
After a Black Friday
Plymouth,
riot.
I know where Plymouth is, sure.
Yes,
Dude,
dude.
look at him. He's got an
Eli
axe.
Roth is the name of the director.
Oh, yeah, he's totally... Whoa. I'm already creeped out. I probably shouldn't be watching this.
See? Connection has been made on the UMA guest line with 49ers center Jake Brendle, who, of course, is a UCLA Bruin. We're going to start in Westwood.
Look at you guys.
First of all, Jake, good morning to you. Welcome to the Murph and Max Show. I don't think we've ever had you on the show. It's a real pleasure, and it's friendly territory, Jake. Fellow Bruin here. How are you?
Doing well, guys. Good morning.
All right.
No Bruin love?
Oh, yeah. Come on, dude. Fours up all the way.
Did you see those throwbacks the other night? Those look pretty fresh, didn't they? The throwback unis?
Oh, they were so much better than what I had to wear back in the day. So I'm really glad that they're Jordan now.
Have you and Drake Jackson arranged for your SC bet yet, or?
Oh no, we have plenty of Trojans on this team, and I'm going to be taking their money in a few weeks.
Yeah, Hufanga, Drake, who else? Who am I forgetting? Anybody else?
Oh, we got Sam. We got Sam Darnold too. So.
Oh my gosh, that's too many, Jake. Too many.
Yeah, I know. I'm outnumbered, but hopefully we'll get some runs in here.
Oh man, All right. Well, listen. Thanks for calling in. Listen, you've been around the game a while. You were on this team last year. You guys won a lot of games. First real rough patch of the season has arrived. So, can you take us inside the locker room, Jake, and just tell us, what are you guys talking about? How are you guys digesting this as you head into the bye week?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the outcome of the past 3 weeks hasn't been what we wanted, and I think everyone in the locker room has, their 2 to 5 plays that they want back, and I think that's really just what we got to focus on for the weeks to come. Just focusing on getting the execution of those, those like 2 to 5 bad plays down to 0, and just really just making the plays that we're supposed to make, executing the techniques that we're coached, and just doing the scheme that, obviously it works. And you can see with certain drives in the past 3 weeks on offense that our offense is explosive, and our offense works really well if things are working and people are doing their jobs. So we just got to get back to doing that.
I mean, an easy thing to say, Jake. We're talking to Jake Brendle, our 49er Player of the Week, number 64, 49ers center. An easy thing to say is you guys are missing 2 gigantic pieces, Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel. Is that a legit excuse?
Obviously you want those guys on the field, but the front office and the coaching staff have done a great job of stacking those rooms with guys that can come in and get the job done when our playmakers aren't able to play. So I don't see it as an excuse. I think we all have faith in the guys behind Trent and the guys behind Deebo, and I feel like those guys really do a great job coming in and filling those holes when we have injuries. So honestly, it really just comes down to this overwhelming arc of, hey, we just got to do better individually, so then the team outcome is better.
Yeah, we're talking to Jake Brendle, who's, of course, 49ers center, snapping it to Brock Purdy. We should remind everybody Kyle Shanahan joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. Let's talk about your QB. You guys get to be part of every play together. You guys, of course, last year it was Jimmy G, it was Trey Lance, and now it's Brock. Tell us about Brock Purdy. So, you're going to go to Thanksgiving and your relatives are going to say, dude, what's Brock Purdy like?
I bet he's got great manners. Yeah. That'd be my first guess, yeah.
He's this young kid, Jake. How would you describe this guy?
Honestly, from the first week he was here last season, I was just impressed with how much work ethic the guy has. The guy's always in the building. The guy's always studying film. He's always looking over the game plan and the call sheet. The guy's crazy diligent, and it really just comes down to how much effort you put towards owning and knowing the system. And he's done an unbelievable job of knowing Kyle Shanahan's offense front and back, and just making sure that he knows where the hot routes are, knows where the pressures are going to come from. So he really has done a great job since he's been here.
And he's so, young and so boyish and babyface, and you guys have such, you got guys like Trent Williams out there and Fred Warner and all these guys who've been through the wars. But a guy like that earns his respect through just work, huh? Is it almost a joke just how much of a Cub Scout he looks like? He looks like a little baby.
Come on, guys. I wouldn't say that. Obviously he's a younger guy, but honestly, he controls the huddle like a 5-year, 10-year vet. The guy really does command presence and command your attention. Honestly, he's really the best. Even last season, he was the best rookie I've been around. So nice. I've been nothing but impressed with the guy, and I just hope he kind of, honestly, the last 3, picks aren't what you want, but at the same time, he played really well the last three games. It's just those, the one-off plays that we just got to correct.
Yeah. Jake, what would you say about the run game? Obviously, it's a point of pride for you guys on the O-line, and it hasn't been there the last couple weeks. Just if you had to self-diagnose and talk to the fans about getting that run game going.
Yeah, the run game is what that's our bread and butter. So, I always go into the week trying to see, hey, where can we establish the run game against this defense? Kind of where the holes are on their 8-man or 7-man fronts, and it's tough whenever you're down a couple scores. It's really hard to just continuously run the ball because you really don't want the clock to keep running, and you have to get to the sidelines to stop the clock. So, I feel like Kyle Shanahan does a really good job of getting us like the plays that are going to be successful. And these past couple of weeks, I feel like it's just been one guy or two guys that just couldn't execute their job on those plays, and that's what ends up with a 5-yard gain instead of a 15 or 20-yard gain.
Jake Brendle, our guest on the UMA guest line, and Jake, we're talking a little bit about the run game right now. Just a very small part of that is, of course, the quarterback sneak, and it was great with Garoppolo. He did it last night, as a matter of fact, very effectively, and saw Juszczyk kind of sneak one on a 4th down situation this past Sunday. But just curious if you have any opinion of what Philly is doing with that tush push, as they call it. Do you think that's a good thing for the game, a bad thing for the game? Do you like the more traditional approach you guys use?
Yeah, it's obviously working for them. I'm not sure what the league is going to deem it as legal or non-legal going forward after this season. I think there's a lot of discussions on that. To me, it's just looking at it from an outside perspective. It's just hard to see where the ball's at, and that's really the hardest thing. Is how do you judge how far the ball went when there's 8 guys on? It looks like 8 guys on both sides of the quarterback, pushing him and making sure that he gets as far as he can up the field. But obviously, yeah, Philly's done a great job with that play, and they take pride in it, and I think they should run it as long as it's legal. So,
can you guys run a form of it?
Oh, for sure, every team can. It's just how much do you want to focus on that instead of, the rest of the game plan.
I almost feel like too, like the Niners, like Garoppolo is so good at that. I don't know how he got that kind of momentum, that lunge, but I feel like every time you ran that with Jimmy, it always paid off, and Jimmy got a lot of kind of great, solid lunge forward without that kind of help, without the push.
Yeah. Jimmy's one of the best at sneaking. He definitely takes pride in that for sure. If you talk to him about it, and I think he got that from Tom. I think a lot of things are passed down through the greats and through little tricks to the trade, and that was one of the things he got from Tom.
Yeah,
I agree. we used to say that when we started. We're like, God, he does just like Brady. Do you think there's a key? Is there one key to it? It almost looks like he takes a step backwards and then rushes forward. Is there something? I don't know. What?
Yeah, there is something. There is something to letting the front develop and letting the hole develop a little bit. But at the same time, there's some. You might do that on one play, and then the offensive line might get pushed back a little bit in an area that you didn't expect, and then you lose a yard. So there is a delicate balance in which you have to approach a sneak. And honestly, we've done a decent job this season of getting the first down on those 3rd and shorts.
Jake Brendle here, our 49er Player of the Week. A few more minutes here. Just a little bit, Jake, on your career. We talked about the Bruins, and you come out of Texas. First of all, how do you sneak out? I mean, it's funny that when I was at UCLA, actually, Bill Reese was the recruiting coordinator, and he kind of recruited nationally. And we got guys from Texas. But, usually Texas kids stay in some form of Texas, Longhorns, A&M, you name it. Tell us about sneaking out to the West Coast from Plano, Texas.
Yeah, coming out of high school, I had a lot of opportunities, a lot of different offers kind of all across the nation. And one thing I told my mom was I just had to go to a school that the degree really meant something once I got it. And that really kind of cut down a lot of the offers that weren't from top schools academically. And we decided to kind of take a trip out to California. We went to Berkeley, UCLA, USC, and Stanford, and we decided on UCLA was the best fit for me.
And then you come out of UCLA. You obviously have a decorated career there, and you don't get drafted. So there's a choice of, okay, well, maybe I go do something else, or no, I'm gonna take this call and go be an undrafted free agent and make a run at it. Tell us about that point in your life, kind of weighing your options and deciding, hey, man, I'm going for this.
Yeah, I mean, draft night. I mean, I knew the first day I wasn't going, but I mean, I had high hopes that the second day I might be picked, or even early on the third day. And it's tough, the third rounds and stuff. But I mean, it's tough, right? There's a lot that goes into that. And one thing that was instilled upon me at a very young age from my parents was, regardless of the outcome, the one thing you can't do is quit. And the NFL has been a dream of mine since I was a little kid.
Nice.
And, I mean, it hasn't been the smoothest of journeys. I've been on a lot of teams, and I've learned a lot of different offenses and a lot of different offensive schemes. But at the end of the day, I'm really happy where I'm at. I'm very thankful that the 49ers saw what I saw in myself. And I'm honestly just really glad that I can be in a place on a 4-year contract and working towards Super Bowl every single year. So.
I mean, think about that. You go to the Cowboys, you get released. You go to the Dolphins. You do play there for the Dolphins, but then obviously injured reserve and all that. Then to the Broncos, and they release you. Then to the Ravens, and they release you. Then the Niners, and then you get waived by the Niners. You still keep chopping wood, and then you get that 4-year deal in March. I mean, that's just – so it took you – really, Jake, is it fair to say it took you like 7 years to get to that mountaintop you were looking for? And that's the message, right, to everybody. Don't quit.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I mean, it took six years for me to get a starting position, a starting opportunity.
Yeah.
And, I've across those 6 years, I've seen a lot of guys just hang up the cleats, and a lot of guys just say, "Hey, I'm just going to do something else." But luckily, my family and my now wife have been really supportive of me and my dream and my career, and hopefully now we'll be in a little bit more of a stable situation.
How much interaction did you have with Alex Mack before he retired?
Yeah, I mean, I was his backup for an entire season in 2021.
And how big a deal is that? I mean, that guy's one of the best, right? How much influence?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that was something that I made sure to do on every single team I was at, was just be a sponge in the room and try and absorb as much information from the great players and every single O-line room I've been in, starting with, Dallas. I mean, you name it. There was a great in that room, and then moving to Miami with Pouncey, and then, on and on from there. And Alex was the last guy that I really learned a bunch of tricks from and a bunch of technique stuff from. And I've just been really, I mean, honestly, it's been amazing how helpful those vets in those rooms have been, because none of them have been like, hey, I'm just going to get mine and you can figure it out on your own. They've honestly taken me underneath their wings, and they've really shown me the ropes of what it means to be a successful center in the league and a successful leader in a room. Even though he's a tackle, does Trent Williams play that role for you? Yeah, I mean, Trent honestly is a great guy. I mean, he brings his own sort of leadership to the room. A lot of it's through his actions. I mean, he doesn't talk too much in the room, but that's just kind of who he is and how he leads. And it's just amazing what he does on Sundays for us. And then, in turn, do you do that to Burford and Banks? You're the veteran to them.
Yeah, true story. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that I'm, being a good leader to them and hopefully I can answer all the questions that they have for me. But I feel like I'm just trying to lead by example, kind of how Trent is now, and then on the field, obviously vocally getting everyone on the same page and making sure that we're set up for the best scenario on every single play.
Last one, just on the West Coast connection. I'm trying to do the math here. Were you at UCLA when McCaffrey was at Stanford? I think so. Yeah.
Oh yeah. He got like 5,000 yards on it.
I was gonna say, what was it like
5,000?
standing on the sideline going, "Damn"?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Who's that guy? Right?
Oh man, it's tough, man. It was that you really never want to see that guy on the opposing side.
No.
So I'm really glad he's on the home team now.
And are you expecting, are you checking your phone to see if John Lynch is going to make a move in the next 3 hours and 12 minutes? Is that something you guys are expecting?
I mean, just in the locker room in general, I don't think we're really keyed in on that too much, but I feel like we have full confidence in the front office and Coach Shanahan to, make sure that we're set up for the rest of the season going forward.
Yeah, I think something might happen in the next few hours. We shall see, man. Anyway, Jake, good wide-ranging conversation.
Yeah, nice having you.
Congrats on your perseverance, man. Like you said, there's a message there. You wanted to do it. You never quit.
Keep working, yeah.
It took you 6 years to become a starter, and then you get the big contract in March, and now you're on a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl. So congratulations. Go Bruins, beat SC, and thanks for hopping on.
Yes, sir. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jake.
Jake Brendle, your center. Paulie.
No, very understated boy. You know who he kind of reminded me of, as far as the way he delivers his comments and his whole personality, his demeanor? Danny Dunn. What do you give me for the understated tones of a Jake Brendle and a
now, for people who know who Danny Dunn is, who is he?
Oh, Danny Dunn's one of our great producers here in the building.
There might be some who don't know, and he's sort of the no nonsense meat and potatoes producer of Papa and Lund.
Very soft spoken, great guy too. I got nothing but good things to say about him. And Jake just had just a kind of personality that won me over.
Jake's my boy.
So you're saying if the Niners, if we were the Niners, Danny Dunn is the Jake Brendle of the show?
100%. Okay, 100%. And I put all my trust in a guy like that.
What does that make you, by the way?
Me, I'm some rogue element out on the fringe. I don't know.
You're kind of George Kittle. I heard somebody play. I was listening before Marcus comes on at 5 a.m. I'm around the dial trying to crib as much as I can from all the national shows, and they're all doing Halloween themes. And one of them, one of the shows came back with Psycho Killer Talking Heads as their rejoin. They saw that as somehow a Halloween
That's a good one. Yeah, Psycho Killer, yeah.
And all I could hear was Psycho Kittle.
Yeah.
85.
What, are you asking for one right now?
Well, why not?
I mean yeah, it is Halloween.
That would be you. You're the George Kittle You're the George Kittle. Like if Danny Dunn's Jake Brendle, you're George Kittle.
I am looking for it. And by the way,
you're high energy and spirited.
One final comment on the song itself. It's my understanding. I can't totally confirm this, Murph, but I understand. I've heard that they wrote that tune about the Son of Sam murders.
Well,
what
it is, Paulie, is it's a positive message for the kids.
Can you smell?
A little Halloween Kittle for you? I don't know.
Wide open, George Kittle.
This is it.
How good does that feel?
It's all about the lyrics right here.
They can't seem to face up to the facts.
There it is.
Yeah,
Defense is nervous and they can't relax. I can't sleep because my head's on fire. Can't touch me, I'm a real live wire. Psycho Kittle, kiss say,
all right.
Well, 85, 5 better. Run away.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, no.
Let's go.
Psycho Kittle, kiss say, well, 85, 5 better.
Oh, baby.
Run.
Let's go.
Run away.
See, that's you. You are George Kittle.
See?
Hey, Triple E, run on
That's
in.
you.
We had a specific texter
was
saying
funny.
the 9:30 crowd. He said he was driving all day, so he couldn't stream. He got to work. He
get
has
in
the
here.
stream up.
Give him the Murph
He
treatment.
wants to see one last
Greatest
bit
costume
here.
of the
This
day
is
so far.
Unbelievable. Should we do a
side
kind of
by
a
side.
stand up here so he can see? Look at this.
awesome.
Look at this. The jeans.
awesome.
And then the shoes. You want to do the shoes?
Marcus, how's it look on the screen?
Yeah, look at that.
How does it look like just for the listeners at home watching?
It looks like Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger twins.
He really creeped me out. I've been rattled all day.
I think he looks great.
All right, we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund
Okay,
next
buddy.
on these Sports Later.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You waited to the end to drop the big one here, the ultimate Halloween song, right? Paulie Mac, the Monster Mash.
The Monster Mash.
Boris something or other.
Boris Karloff.
No, it's not him.
Boris,
help us out, Triple
Boys,
Red
I got
Pops, isn't
Bobby
that the guy?
Pickett here.
Boris, somebody? You kidding me?
Boris Karloff, yeah.
He did the mash. He did the Monster Mash. He did the mash.
Greg, kind enough to bring in candy.
I got candy.
I've already got.
So John and I have done the best candy competition every year.
We've
never been in studio before.
I was going to say, Reese's like Tom Brady.
I brought the two favorites, Reese's and Eartha Kit Kat.
I thank you. Ooh,
but then we had a long discussion yesterday. What does people have? What is wrong with candy corn?
I'm eating them right now.
I say yes.
Is it because it looks too much like the former president?
Former? Wow.
The chief executive
I'm still
indicted?
Former.
So I haven't had candy corn probably in 5 years.
Like, I'm going to throw this right at you, Mo. See, I knew he's from Marin. Here he goes again.
Oh,
I'm talking about it. Ain't mine. I'm just telling you what's out there, buddy. I'm licking my finger and sticking this out the window.
What's candy corn?
Where's he going to serve from Rikers Island?
I tried to. I can't do it.
What do we got? Do we like candy corn?
Huh?
Do we like candy corn?
I'm eating them.
Is that the time I tell this? That my sister went to. Do you remember the San Francisco Pioneers women's basketball team? Anybody? They played the Cow Palace.
Did Joe Lacob own them with the
My sister went with the
Lancers?
high school basketball team and won a year's supply of candy corn.
Shout out
we
to
had it in
Dennis
our
Bill.
house. It might have been 6 feet by 3 feet.
What are your thoughts on Dear Jam?
Oh my God!
No.
And Greg, I have to take me tell you, as a guy
you don't like candy corn?
Yeah, eat some corn, John.
As a
Come
guy
on.
who had it for a year,
Everybody's doing it.
He's like shriveling up. No, I
it
can't
takes
have
about 3 weeks, and then you're done.
Yeah.
You're done with
I think I'm
a
done
year's
already.
Supply.
Winning candy corn?
About 3 weeks in, you're done.
I got about 3 hours, and then I'm done.
Nice.
And I'm never eating again.
Winning a year's supply of candy corn
Why is
like
everybody
trading
down
for
on
James
candy
Harden.
corn? Why are they all
I don't
down?
really want it.
I got your back.
Listen, you boys have the Halloween. They came dressed as Papa and Lund.
No, I got my Boo LeMaster.
Okay, you came.
So what's the best Halloween nickname? Now this Boo was different because you're booing him. It's not Boo. Well, what's the best? Terry
That's
Scary?
pretty high level. I feel it.
Terry
wow.
McLaurin?
Yeah,
I gotta start
is
thinking.
everybody known as
Terry
the Jack-o'-lantern, or
I don't know.
everybody known as the
Slim Reaper?
The Demon.
KD?
Yeah.
He hates that,
Devontae
but that's
Smith
it.
has the same
Slim
nickname
Reaper's
as
pretty
Kevin
good.
Durant.
Pretty good.
You guys take that
Slim
idea
Reapers,
and you
yeah,
we
run
got
with
that.
it, baby, because
We're
when it's time
going
for
to
a
trade for
change,
some D linemen along
things
the way.
speed. You guys get to trade. We will be hearing it through you. When it's time for a change, think
Happy
Speedy Oil
Halloween,
Change and
boys.
Auto Service. Happy Halloween, your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to
candy corn.
KNBR
Take a
and
handful.
KNBR FM San Francisco,
Good
the
for you.
sports
It's
leader, a
delicious.
Cumulus
Your
media
dentist
station.
approves.
The 49ers humbled us, and I just think life humbled them.
Yes, sir.
That's the end of the game.
The Gravedigger. We got that one ready?
Prepare yourselves.
That's Halloween. That's the best one.
Sleeping Floyd is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
The pitch. Swing and a high fly ball crushed. Right field. That one on its way, and that is gone. Home run over the right field fence for Corey Seager. And it is 3-0, a no-doubter as the Rangers shortstop unloads.
Playing the 4. Who's playing the 5 here between Trace and Sarich?
Steph Curry! Another 3! 16 of the Warriors' 18 points.
Pajemski to the rim.
His first NBA bucket for Brandon Pajemski.
He made Hawkins take a knee. He's coming out, and
He's got a 40 spot. 42 for Curry.
he's special. That's all you can say.
I don't know what his numbers are, but he's white hot right now. It's amazing watching him. I mean, he looks better than ever at 35, but he puts the work in every summer and keeps looking for ways to get better. There's a reason he's Steph Curry, but just stunning to watch.
Garoppolo. Devante, he's picked off. Intercepted by the Lions. And Kirby Joseph
Honestly, I don't know what to say at this moment. I truly don't. I wish I had the words to say something that's not going to get blown up in the media and taken out of context. So I'm going to just, I just don't know.
John Lynch is making some calls around the league. I think I believe they're looking for an edge rusher. They're looking for a corner as well.
Diana Rossini at the end there. You got the World Series, which is the least watched, which I don't care. I love watching the World Series. Last night was awesome going back and forth between that, Monday Night Football. Jimmy Garoppolo's already being called washed in Las Vegas. We got that for you as well. Trade deadline day, there has already been one big move. What's going to happen from there? We got more 49ers upon further review. A ton to get to. As Steve Kerr said, Steph Curry is white hot. It is unbelievable what he's doing to start the season as well. And the Warriors did not get their third road win last year until December 18th, and they've already got 3. And we're not even to November?
3-0, bro.
Not even to November. Good morning.
Happy Halloween, John.
How are you?
I brought gifts. I got our favorite Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
So when we do the candy poll, did you really?
I ate them in the car. No,
look
I brought
at that. That's like
I
a
brought
combo
a basket.
pack.
So I got one filled with
Show that
Reese's
on the camera.
here.
That's got
I got
like everything.
What do you want? It's right here.
I like it.
Okay. Reese's. I got Kit Kat in the other one. Here, you take one. And then I sprinkled on top the highly controversial but forever yummy candy corn, which people are really down on.
I'm going to take this home. What if I just
here's a whole bag of candy?
What if I just poured candy cane into a pumpkin like this and offered it to the
candy
kids?
Corn?
Yeah, it was unwrapped.
Here, just give them this.
I want to give them.
Give them that one.
I want to give them an unwrapped one.
Oh, just
and
like
watch
this?
their parents freak out.
What's so bad about candy corn? Why has it gotten bad?
Parents, get out of here.
Toler's already in here.
Look, get out of here.
What are your thoughts on candy corn? He's going right for the Reese's.
Oh, he's going to me.
Yeah.
Look, he's going right to candy corn. Who knew? I thought candy corn was off. Oh, no, he grabbed a
So
Reese's.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup are scary good.
That's controversial, though, because you got white chocolate there. You got Jason Williams white chocolate ones.
Where? Where do they get that?
Right here. I got one in front of me. Some people don't like white
I think there's a smattering. Okay, people, give your opinion yourself and just eat your candy. It's not that big a deal. I don't have to hear about it.
Oh, yeah.
Scary good.
Big opinion.
So we were talking earlier. I'm wearing my Johnny Boo LeMaster sweatshirt in honor of Halloween. It wasn't Boo. Like Scary Boo, he was because the fans booed him. That was one of the funniest nicknames. He did it himself. He just put it on the back of his jersey. Many thanks to Henry and the sons of Johnny LeMaster for sending me this. So what's the best sports Halloween-related nickname? And they're coming in right now.
That's a good poll, too.
How about the Grave Digger? Javon Hargrave.
That's the top one.
How about DeMarcus Cousins, the Boogeyman? Boogie Cousins is a good one.
Good one.
Scary good are the Reese's. You got Terry, Scary Terry McLaurin.
Yep.
Who else? Terry Rozier. Was he Scary Terry as well?
I don't think they ever called him that, but Terry McLaurin, right?
Terry McLaurin, the Washington wide receiver, and they've traded Montez Sweat.
Waterboy said Slim Reaper. I was just
Slim Reaper.
I just think
so. Which one is that? Durant? Is that Durant or Devante Smith?
I mean, I always thought it was Durant, although Durant doesn't like it.
Well, Devante Smith has taken that nickname as well.
Yeah.
The Eagles' young wide receiver.
Durant never liked it, so I guess he could take it.
No, he didn't like Durantula.
But he doesn't like Slim Reaper.
He doesn't either?
Which I don't understand because being the Reaper, that's an awesome
It's his name, so.
Yeah. He doesn't have to like it. It's just, it's a good one.
So we got Reese's, we got Kit Kat.
Underrated.
Which is the perfect end to every lunch break, John, is the Kit Kat. But we're having that at actually 10:07 in the morning, so. We love this time of the year. What did they call it last night? The sports equinox and all that? Now, all it really meant was for the first time ever, Monday Night Football was up against the World Series.
Yeah.
That has never happened before. We've obviously had Sunday Night Football up against the World Series. It would have happened last year, but they had rain in South Philly before Game 3, and it got rained out. So the reason being, I mean, the baseball always stayed away from Monday Night Football. They would play, when the League Championship Series was best of 5, the World Series would start on the Tuesday. And then when it went to a best of 7 in 85, Cardinals-Royals, it started on a Saturday. So for the last several years, Game 1 of the World Series has been Saturday, Game 2 Sunday, off Monday, play Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They changed it last year, but we had the rain out. So now we got Game 1 on a Friday, Game 2 on a Saturday. Stay away from Sunday Night Football and go head-to-head last night with Monday Night Football. First time ever. So what did you watch? And the beautiful thing, they were talking, Joe Buck made the comment last night that New Orleans is probably the one city where they, what do you got? You just put it right there? Well, that won't stay there.
It's going to fall.
Yeah. In New Orleans, what was he promoting in New Orleans? Something about New Orleans, but New Orleans is the one city where they dress up the most for Halloween, which is
up all the time.
How about San Francisco? That's the problem with San Francisco is driving in when I went to Safeway to pick up all the candy.
Yeah, doesn't even have to be
Do
Halloween.
you say, like, that's a heck of a Halloween or
You just
that's
don't
just
know.
the way you dress?
Right.
It's kind of like a Raider game.
That's like New Orleans.
Like
for
Raider
sure.
fans didn't know what to do on Halloween. They were very confused. They dressed like, bankers and
dress normal.
Yeah, well, they do that anyway in the car. I see them all the time in their Mercedes and Beamers, and they turn into Skullman.
Right.
So what did you watch last night? Did you watch Steph go off, the Smoothie King, back to New Orleans for the first time in 3.5 years? It dropped 42. What a start for him. Did you watch Game 3 of the World Series and Max Scherzer get a back spasm? What a game that was. Corey Seager, what a play he made defensively. When you look at, Boch had the Game 7 play, crawl to panic to Belt, and that was Game 3 of the World Series, not Game 7, but still tied at 1-1. Marty Lurie's there watching the game, and Corey Seager is a very indifferent defender. So I just said, why does Seager play short and Simeon plays second? The range, I'd rather have Simeon at short. Anyway, the very next pitch, Corey Seager makes one of the greatest defensive plays. That ball was literally behind him when he fielded the ball and flipped to Simeon. What a play. After he hit a bomb, and he hit a bomb in Game 1 to tie it. Just incredible. Or the Raider fans and what's going on with Jimmy and Devante. So you have 3 screens going last night?
Yeah, I did, but the way I prioritized them in terms of where I had my eyes most of the way, early I had
You
it
have
on
eyes in the back of your head?
Yeah, early I had it on the World Series, and I always think of the show, and then I just love watching football, and to me, especially because the Vikings have the injury to Kirk Cousins, it's going to be tough to stop the Lions, and so I was hoping the Raiders could maybe pull something off. And
Jahmyr Gibbs, wow.
And after Marcus Peters had that pick, I thought, well, maybe they're in this game, but if there's a better illustration of how great Kyle is, it's Jimmy. Jimmy can't even play the position. I mean, he's awful.
It does help when you practice.
Yeah,
he hasn't been practicing.
But his footwork, his nervousness in the pocket.
He doesn't have any protection. They're beating the hell out of him.
He looks terrible. And so that wasn't good. And then, like you said, I don't know what happened to Jacobs. They got one drive going, and then Jahmyr Gibbs just absolutely crushed him. So, the whole time I'm just looking, I'm thinking about the crowd in Detroit, and I used to do pre-half and post for the Lions, and those fans are desperate. It's not that the 49ers couldn't go there and win. It's just that is going to be a loud environment. It's a dome. Those people are desperate. It's going to be crazy. I think they're going to get home field advantage through the NFC playoffs because their schedule is so light, and they were going to play Minnesota 2 times.
You think they're going to be the 1 seed?
Well, if you look at their schedule, I mean,
we already did. You had them 13-4.
But now 2 of those games, I think I had one of their losses being to Minnesota, and Minnesota was playing better football.
I have the card for you.
And now that Nick Mullins, eventually when he gets off IR, is going to be the quarterback for the Vikings, maybe Nick can pull something off. But
you did have them losing to Baltimore, beating the Raiders, and coming out of the bye. I think they had their bye now, right?
Yeah.
They go WWWWWW. Then you have them losing back-to-back games, but I think you kind of forced that.
Yeah, probably.
I got my handy dandy guy. You had them going 13-4.
Well, and what was scary
That's going to be better than Philly's record?
Maybe. I mean, Philly's pretty good, but
better than the Niners?
The other thing that scares you about it is that offensively, and they didn't even have Montgomery last night, Gibbs is starting to gain his confidence. Jamison Williams isn't doing much. They're really good up front. And then defensively, this McNeil kid, the kid out of Texas A&M, the D tackle, 54, he's playing really well. If I'm Detroit, I'm going to go out and get some more defensive help today because I haven't been relevant in forever. I think they'll add some defense today. The Lions, and offensively, as long as Jared Goff, I mean, that pick he threw to Peters, like Peter was standing there. I don't know what Goff was doing, but outside of that.
Ross St. Brown just quit on the route. He didn't come back to the ball.
But anyway, point is that the
Lions are
pretty good, man. And
the Lions are good.
So it's going to be tough.
We knew that heading into the year. After the 1-6 start, they won 7-2 and to get to 9-8. So how about Dave Casper, the Ghost? What's the best sports Halloween-related nickname? The Grave Digger. How about Skip Thomas, who was known as Dr. Death? Yeesh.
Dr. Death is going to be tough to beat.
Hacksaw Reynolds, is that related to Halloween? How about the Count of Montefusco?
Pretty good.
That's a good one.
Bad, especially on Halloween.
Boogie Cousins.
Good.
We've got good ones coming in. What else we got?
If we did a poll on this, we would need more than 4. These are all good.
Let's just pick the top 4. Do we want to go with, top candies? It's going to be Reese's and then Kit Kat second. Why do people hate so much candy corn is the question.
Text line is wide open.
Why do they hate it? Does it look like a former...
I don't think I've had candy corn in years.
Commander and indicted?
You got to turn it the other way.
Which way? Is that the way it is?
Yeah, the yellow's got to be on top.
On top? Well, he's kind of orange in the face, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's orange in the face and
he looks
yellow
like
on
Noriega.
top.
It's Pineapple Man. I don't mind it as much. You like candy corn?
I've been eating it for a long time, but it's
bad.
one of those things where...
It goes great with Starbucks.
Does it?
Yeah.
You just got a regular coffee there?
I have my standard venti skinny vanilla latte.
Very nice.
I was struggling with that today.
All right. Get us your nicknames. That's what we'll do. Nicknames is a good one. We do candy every single year.
Johnny LeMaster, Boo.
Yeah.
That's not related. That was Boo, not Boo.
Yeah.
So that's different.
Yeah.
So we got to take that one off. But I did like the shirt. Henry sent this to me.
But Gravedigger's
orange
pretty
and black.
good, and it's local.
Gravedigger, Dr. Death, Dave Casper. They're all
good.
Raiders and Niners.
Anything we call Curry Halloween related? No, probably not.
How about Jackie Moon for Klay Thompson?
Pretty good. You mean Klay Thompson is going to the 76ers with all the money that they just cleared?
He didn't play last night. They did fine without him or something else. He's going to go to Philly?
Philly's going to have $40 million.
I don't see Klay chilling in Philly.
No,
he doesn't seem like a Philly guy.
By trading Harden, good riddance, they're going to clear like $40 million. They're going to have like $40 million in the offseason.
That's going to be interesting to watch Harden and Westbrook again.
Yeah.
That team is good, though. That'll be, with Kawhi and with Paul George.
Yeah.
You are down on Harden.
I just, your team gets better when he leaves.
Ron Wotus just texted me. Was Richie Hebner the old first baseman of the Pittsburgh Pirates known as the Gravedigger?
He was?
What?
Check that. Look
He's
that up.
He's a baseball player.
I mean,
I've never heard that.
If Wotus
Did Javon Hargrave? Well, it was Gilbert Brown who had that nickname with the Packers. Did he steal it from Richie Hebner? I did not know that.
Well, there are no original thoughts, so yeah.
Why would Richie Hebner have the nickname the Gravedigger?
Yeah, I don't know.
Really? It is.
Is that true?
Well, no. He was known for working as a gravedigger
that's
at
different.
a cemetery run by his father and brother. That wasn't his nickname. That was his job.
He did it.
I can just hear Kurt Gowdy in the World Series. Richie Hebner was a gravedigger in the offseason.
Vin Scully. Wow. Interesting note.
Yeah.
All right. Text line is wide open if you've got any. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That's a great idea.
He literally was a gravedigger.
Let's do the nicknames, the best Halloween nicknames at sports.
Will the Thrill? Is that a Halloween one? A little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Danny, we need you to pick the 4. I don't know which one.
We're going to have 4. We'll do that coming up next. We got a trade deadline.
How about the Executioner, Bernard Hopkins?
Oh, that's an amazing one.
Oh, that's a good one.
The Executioner is pretty amazing.
That's a good one.
All right, we got a trade deadline. There has been one big trade, and the 49ers are rumored to be in on a couple of names. We'll give you those coming up next. Give us your thoughts, and because we got to get this poll going, we'll do all of it coming up next. Plus, we got a tremendous guest list, as always. It starts at the bottom
I
of
have the Kit Kat. Where are the Reese's? Over there?
You ain't getting those back.
I'll make you a trade.
Yeah, exactly. This bag of candy corn's like James Harden.
We'll flip 6th and 7th round draft picks if you give me the... what would be the trade it would take? How many Kit Kats do I have to give you to get a Reese's?
Well, this bag of candy corn's like James Harden. You can just have it.
I don't mind that.
All right. We'll do it all coming up
next.
Like
a good appetizer until I get to the main course, which is the Reese's.
Very nice. On the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Silver, of course, from the Chronicle, joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss how active the 49ers may be at their trade deadline, which ends today at 1 o'clock, so we're under 3 hours. That's rapidly approaching. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I mean, that's something we'll discuss this week, just the two of us. I mean, if he felt it would help him, that's something we'll try, but we haven't done that yet.
All right, there's Kyle Shanahan yesterday. He had a lot of interesting things to say yesterday. We'll play a few of those cuts for you later on in the show. Papa and Lund, happy Halloween. We are going to skip the candy poll because we did it a couple years ago.
We do it every year.
And Reese's won. We kicked Reese's out last year, and it was a good race. I think Kit Kat, Snickers came down to that kind of stuff. But this year we're going to go best sports nickname, and we're going to try to keep it local. And there's
it's Halloween related,
right? Yeah, from the Ghost to Chucky. Slim Reaper.
The Raiders lead the league in Halloween nickname. The best is Skip Thomas, the great Dr. Death, who was part of the Soul Patrol, which was a great nickname for a secondary with Skip on one side, Willie on the other, and George and Jack Tatum in the secondary. So,
plus, we're prized by the great Dr. Death in the Black Hole, too. He was a friend of ours. He was he brought that every week. That was a good look. I liked it.
Yeah.
So,
the Annihilator, the Violator, the Terminator, they were all there.
Amazing.
Gladiator.
So we got 4. It's up to Danny. We just threw the names at Danny, and then he's gonna be it.
So what are our candidates? Chucky, Ghost, Grave Digger, Dr. Dead. Too many Raider ones.
Yeah,
Slim Reaper.
Yeah.
Hacksaw Reynolds is a good one. I love that John the Count of Montefusco.
That was pretty good.
Is a good one.
Boogeyman is in there. So yeah, there's a lot of good ones.
DeMarcus Cousins.
So if you've got thoughts on which ones we should even pick before we do the poll, bottom of the hour, Mike Tannenbaum is going to join us. One big trade already. Montez Sweat goes to the Bears. Seems a little strange. Bears aren't going anywhere. I thought they'd be a little nervous because last year they gave up a 2 for Chase Claypool, and that didn't work out so well. But they get Montez Sweat with the idea, I'm sure, that they're going to re-sign him because if you think about it, the Bears pick in the second round is going to be at the top of the second round. So they're not just doing this because Montez Sweat's deal is done at the end of the season. What do they have
right now, 2 and 3?
Yeah.
In one, and they're going to have 2 and 3 in the second round again?
Well, no, they traded it.
Right, I understand
That's
that.
what
But I'm saying that's what they have?
Yeah, so what I think they're thinking is, we got to re-sign this guy. He's 27 years old. You're not going to give up a high 2 just to rent the guy because you're not going anywhere this season. So
Ryan Poles, he does this. He accrues talent and then he trades talent. So it's all about whether you want to pay a guy. And the thing with Jalen Johnson, and we'll talk to Tannenbaum because he wants to get traded, Ryan Poles and the Bears have already allowed him to go through his agent to try to get a trade. So they're...
Because he wanted an extension.
He wants an extension, so it's all in one. So whoever's trading for Jalen Johnson, if you do trade for him between now and 1 o'clock, you've got to redo his deal. And he's going to want, I don't know if it could be top of market money, but he sees what some of these corners are getting paid. So he's going to want to get paid. So that may complicate trading for Jalen Johnson as you don't have to do a deal right away, but you want the player to be happy. So we'll see how it all plays out. But, Chicago's going to be active. We'll see what else they do with Johnson and then Washington. And even though Montez Sweat was traded, they do have Chase Young that Martin Mayhew may trade. And the thing about a lot of these GMs are, John Lynch not only knows them, has a relationship with them, but they work for the 49ers. Costa Dofa-Mensa, what's he going to do in Minnesota? Obviously, Ryan Carthon in Tennessee. And then, what's going on, Martin Mayhew in Washington, and then the people that he's done trades with as well.
Does the Freak, is that Halloween-ish? The Freak?
Javon Curse?
Tim
the
Lincecum.
Freak. Oh, the Freak.
I just don't know
Freaky
if that
franchise?
works. This is a good one, too. Jeffrey Leonard, the Hackman. Hackman is pretty good.
That's
See,
a good
now
one.
we're really confusing
Yeah.
Danny.
Yeah.
No idea.
Well, we got to make sure that these nicknames are related to Halloween.
Well, the Hackman is.
The Hackman.
You hack somebody up.
I got it.
Not that I would do that.
But neither would Jeffrey Leonard. Jeffrey Leonard's other nickname was Penitentiary Face.
Yeah, that's great.
Which was a really good one.
All right, Mike Tannenbaum's going to join us from ESPN, former general manager in the NFL. What is it like? And it has definitely evolved. NFL trade deadline day. It used to be nothing. Now it's something. So what would he be doing? What does he think of the 49ers? What's he hearing? We'll hear from Mike Tannenbaum of ESPN next, only here on the Sports Hitter. It's always great to talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues. And today it's a big one, Steve. What if you can't pay your taxes? It was great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues. And today, Steve, it is a big one. What if you can't pay your taxes?
Turn it over to us. Let us take care of you. Here it is. It's Halloween. And I don't want you to hear that knock on the door and be afraid to answer it because it's maybe some IRS agent coming to do something to you. It's real common. People can't pay their taxes. And that's okay. We'll go to the government for you, work out a deal. There's so many good options. Whether you can just pay part and they forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments, or they just leave you alone till you're back on your feet, or they forgive the penalties, or some combination of those, or something else. But the bottom line is, don't stick your head in the sand and hope nothing happens. You have all these new IRS agents. You don't want them ruining your life, your business, your marriage, and it's avoidable. Just let us take over, and then tonight you can enjoy those knocks on your door and not be scared to death.
It is Halloween, like Steve said. It's scary if you can't pay your taxes, but he has the answers. Give him a call right now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I know John's been working on that for the last month. He's talking with everyone, as every team does right now. If we think there is a chance to improve us, we'll do it. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of options out there, but it doesn't mean for sure no. So I know we'll look up that all the way up to the deadline and see if anything changes.
That's Kyle Shanahan yesterday, NFL trade deadline day, which used to be not much, but has evolved into something kind of big. 49ers got Christian McCaffrey last year, right around the deadline, October 20th. Montez Sweat has already gone to the Bears. Let's talk all about it. Mike Tannenbaum, very busy right now from ESPN. Of course, former front office in the NFL at Real Tannenbaum. Make sure you follow him. And, Mike, I saw your tweet this morning. Let's just start there. First of all, thank you so much for joining us. But the first big trade of the day, Montez Sweat. And it's kind of a surprise going to the Bears, but to you, as you tweeted out, makes sense.
Yeah, I thought Chase Young or Sweat would get traded. They're both in the last year of their contract, and, no secret that the Bears needed a pass rusher. So Washington was in a situation they couldn't keep both. So, I thought Chase Young was just as likely to go. I think it was 50-50, but I think it's a good move for Chicago, get a young pass rusher that probably won't be there in the second round of next year's draft.
So what do you think happens with Chase Young in the next 3 hours or so, 2.5 hours, Mike? Obviously, the 49ers and John Lynch have a good relationship with Martin Mayhew when he was here on John's staff, and now he's the GM in Washington. And obviously, Nick Bosa and Chase Young are tight. Do you think Chase Young gets traded, and where might he wind up?
I don't. I think they'll keep him. I think they were going to trade one, not both. They paid Jonathan Allen, Daron Payne, but I thought they would maybe move on from one of those ends, not both of them. So I'd be really surprised if Chase Young was traded in the next couple hours.
Mike Tannenbaum, ESPN, who ran operations for the Jets and the Dolphins, so he knows what trade deadline is all about. Before we talk about more names, just the way it's evolved, because the Major League Baseball trade deadline is pretty active. Hockey certainly goes kind of crazy, but football, it didn't seem to be a thing. And now it just seems like if somebody's not in it, man, they're going to move guys and get picks.
Yeah, and I just think it's one of those things like where you could solve for issues, then you try to do that. And I thought what San Francisco did last year was great. They operated from a position of strength. They got a great player under contract for a few years, and obviously that trade turned out really good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the McCaffrey trade, and that happened October 20th, a little bit earlier than the deadline, but that was the big acquisition in October. Speaking of running backs, a lot of conjecture about Saquon Barkley being traded from the New York Giants. Do you think Joe Shane does, in fact, trade him in the next couple hours, Mike?
He should. I don't know if he will, but he should. Look, they showed no interest in getting a long-term deal done, or I shouldn't say no interest, but clearly they couldn't get a deal done. He's a great player, and I think Baltimore gets him much the way, CMC gave San Francisco a big boost. I think Saquon Barkley would make the Ravens the favorites in the AFC. They look great against Detroit. We saw how good Detroit looked last night, and you put Saquon in a backfield with Lamar Jackson, with Mark Andrews and an emerging Zay Flowers. I think that's a really hard offense to defend.
Mike Tannenbaum joining us from ESPN. Put yourself in the shoes of the 49ers and John Lynch in that front office right now. Coming off the 3 straight losses, does that make them more likely? Are they feeling more pressure? And from what you've seen, what is it that they need most?
Yeah, I think they just need to stay the course. They got a really, really good team. Look, I think their back end, everyone could use a corner, right? If you could go get Patrick Surtain, yeah, go get Patrick Surtain. I always felt like you couldn't have enough corners, but look, they have a really good team. I think Fred Warner is a superstar, with Nick Bosa, and defensively, I think they'll be fine. And look, on the other side of the ball, Brock Purdy made a couple uncharacteristic mistakes, but he's played really good football. They have more weapons than anybody else in the NFL, and I'm a big believer in Kyle and John, and I think sometimes the best moves you make are the ones you don't.
So, Patrick Surtain would be a shutdown corner without a doubt, and a guy who plays the run so well. I mean, that would cost, a couple of ones and maybe an extra pick. And then as far as Jalen Johnson from the Bears, Ryan Poles just made a trade to obtain Montez Sweat from Martin Mayhew in Washington, but it's likely he'll move Jalen Johnson. And then the other name we heard at corner is the Indianapolis Colts and Kenny Moore, the nickelback. So, Surtain would cost a lot, Mike, but then after that, between Johnson and Moore, you probably have to give up more to get him, correct?
Yeah, and they're really two different players. First of all, like what we were talking about on Patrick Surtain is a little bit of the Jalen Ramsey, package that was 2 1s and a 4 when he went from Jacksonville to the Rams a couple of years ago in 2019. I think those other 2 players you guys are talking about, one is a great nickel in Kenny Moore. Jalen Johnson's more of an outside corner, so it's sort of like apples and oranges, but Johnson's going to get paid really big money in the offseason, so you got to contemplate that as part of a trade.
Mike Tannenbaum joining us. One trade is through, just being announced. Josh Dobbs going to the Vikings, and of course he went to Cleveland, went to the Cardinals, going to the Vikings. It seems to me that despite Cousins' injury, and of course that's why they just picked up Dobbs, that they're not going to be making any moves, like a guy like Danielle Hunter, he wouldn't be moving?
Yeah, that's another name, expiring contract, good pass rusher. Absolutely, that makes a ton of sense. But, Minnesota probably feels like we got a puncher's chance to make the playoffs, so for us to trade Danielle Hunter probably goes up a little bit. Candidly, I was surprised that Josh Dobbs went down to being the 3. Obviously, you got to play Kyle Murray if you're Arizona, but to put him, behind Clayton Tune didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, we saw Josh Dobbs early in the year against the 49ers, Mike, and he played really well. He's quite the story. Cleveland traded him to start the year. I think he'd be their starting quarterback right now, and now he winds up in Minnesota. So go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no, and he may be the starter in Minnesota.
Without question.
Yeah. So starts in Cleveland, has a cup of coffee in Arizona, and now he's a Viking.
Yeah, there's no question. Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah got him to be the starter there. They got a young quarterback, and they got Nick Mullins on IR, and he can play. But my question involves Kyler Murray. When do you think he starts playing off the ACL tear? Because he had that in December on Monday Night Football against the Patriots, did not have the surgery until January. And then what's the end game with him? Do you think he's on their roster next year?
He might be, but they got to draft another quarterback. Kyler just hasn't been productive and hasn't been durable. I think it's a little bit like Daniel Jones. So, when you assess quarterbacks, you have to look at productivity and durability. And if I'm Jonathan Gannon, I'm not beholden to him. Obviously, I want to see him play in our system. But I'm sure they're going to get him on the field, if not this week, soon thereafter. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them draft another quarterback.
NFL trade deadline with Mike Tannenbaum, of course, ran operations for the Jets and the Dolphins many years in the NFL, now with ESPN. And again, a couple of trades, Montez Sweat from Washington to Chicago, and Josh Dobbs just went from Arizona to Minnesota. In regards to the 49ers and where they sit, obviously, especially from a national standpoint, Brock, over the last few games, has thrown a number of interceptions. A lot of people were really high on him, and then some people are kind of, What was your opinion of him coming out? And even though he's hit this rough stretch right now, what are your thoughts on him right now?
Look, I didn't see him play as well as he did a year ago, but he is smart. He can play with great anticipation. He's a better athlete than people realize. And those quarterbacks are hard to find. And in that system, they have more than enough to win with him. And I think the bigger body of work is more representative than the last 3 weeks.
So I know you are high on the Niners starting the year, Mike, and now with this 3-game losing streak, they've dropped back to 5-3, and Philadelphia's got one loss. They're going to play the Cowboys coming up on Sunday in South Philly. Detroit looked really good last night, taking apart the Raiders. So how do you rank the top of the NFC right now?
Well, we're going to get an elimination game between Dallas and Philadelphia here on Sunday, and then I put San Francisco up top, and then Detroit probably will be the third best team with Philly or Dallas as number 2. But I still like the 49ers in one game.
Elimination game? So you mean whoever wins this game Sunday is going to win the NFC East this year?
I do so. They'll certainly have the inside, especially if it's Dallas, because if they could win on the road, then absolutely.
Mike, thanks for the insight. We appreciate it, especially on a trade deadline day. Get back to it, and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Mike.
Mike Tannenbaum of ESPN, again, he knows what trade deadline day is all about. Ran operations for the Jets from 2006 to 2012 and the Dolphins from 15 to 18 and a number of other teams. He had a bunch of other positions as well. So, again, Montez Sweat from Washington to Chicago for a second-round pick, and that's going to be a high second-round pick. And as Tannenbaum points out, if they don't re-sign him, he's 27 years old, and giving up that kind of a pick, they'll just franchise him. I mean, they're going to keep Montez Sweat. And then Josh Dobbs is interesting, and I think that tells you where Minnesota's going to go. There's a discussion of maybe Danielle Hunter, especially with the Cousins injury.
They're not doing that.
No, they get Josh Dobbs. He's going to start, and they're going to do their best.
Josh Dobbs is a good player. I mean, I'm tremendously impressed with the guy. He's literally a rocket scientist with his degree from Tennessee, and he's got a rocket arm, and he's got mobility. I don't get, and I'm sure he's gotten better and better and better as the more he's played in the different systems, but he's waited a long time. He's in his late 20s. I don't know why Cleveland traded him, honestly. They did it to keep Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who looked good in the preseason, but this guy's a quarterback. So that's a tremendous acquisition by Kwesi Adofo-Mensah. Now the question is, could he come right in and be their starting quarterback immediately? I mean, he's smart. I mean, it was amazing. The Cardinals traded for him, what was the date? August 24th, I think it was. They were playing a preseason game the next day. It was like 2.5 weeks before the year started. 17 days, I think it was, and then he went out and got their offense down. So he's a bright guy. He may need a week or so to get the terminology with Kevin O'Connell. I think it's a little different than what they run in Arizona, but that's a season saver for me. I mean, Kirk Cousins was playing some of the best football of his career in the game he had against the Niners. Was really good on Monday Night Football, and the week before against the Bears, he was really good. But I think Minnesota's looking at, so who are your playoff teams in the NFC? After the 4 division winners, whoever doesn't win the NFC East between Philly and Dallas, one of them will get the spot. Whoever doesn't win the NFC West between the Niners and Seattle, the other team will get that spot. And then I think right now Minnesota, John, maybe stands the best chance overall to be that third NFC wildcard team. I mean, is anybody going to make it from the South this year? Is there going to be a third team? Washington, the Giants, no. I think it would come down to Minnesota and somebody from the South, whoever does not win the South between Atlanta and New Orleans or Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. As you said right now, Atlanta right now is technically in first place. They're 4-4, so somebody's got to get in from the South. But right now, the reason the Vikings went and got Josh Dobbs, they're 4-4, which is only one game behind the 49ers, as crazy as that is. And then, like you said, the Saints 4-4, the Bucs,
and they won 3 in a row, Minnesota.
And then after the two teams from the South, the Saints and the Bucs, then it really goes south because the Rams are kind of starting to show what we thought they were going to be. They're 3-5. The Commanders, they just traded Sweat. They're 3-5. Love is really struggling with the Packers. They're 2-5. The Giants, the Bears, the Panthers. Then it gets really bad. So at the bottom there, there's just a lot of bad teams.
So I think Minnesota thinks they're a playoff team, and I think with Joshua Dobbs at quarterback, depending on how quickly he learns Kevin O'Connell's terminology and system, I think they stand a great chance to be a playoff team, and their schedule is not very difficult.
Well, and here's the thing, too, and I know it's way too early to be doing this, but let's say you're Minnesota and you're the 7, and you're looking at the Lions in the 2 spot. Now, you play them twice, but we see in division games, and I think Washington and Philadelphia is a perfect example of this. Washington gave Philadelphia 2 games this year that were really, really tough, and they could have won both. And we see this all the time in the NFC West. If you play a team within your division, it's different than just some random team getting ready for them. You know that team, and you play them tough. So as they sit right now, if they just get themselves in the playoffs, the Eagles are the 1, the Lions are the 2, they potentially get the Lions. It's just, you just never know. I mean, look, Arizona's in the World Series. They're down 2-1, but they won 84 games. And so that old adage of just get in, you just don't know what's going to happen.
It's a little bit harder, obviously, doing it as a wild card team, and if you're way down in the wild card. But they can, there's teams that have won Super Bowls from the wild card spot. So the one thing Tannenbaum did say, with Montez Sweat being traded by Washington, they're not going to trade Chase Young. It was one or the other. It wasn't going to be both. And they did it for financial reasons. So were the 49ers in on Montez Sweat at all? And now are they eliminated from getting Chase Young? And if they do want to go get a D lineman, with Minnesota trading for Josh Dobbs, Kwesi's not going to trade Danielle Hunter. So what other linemen are out there to be had if you're John Lynch, if you want to add a rush end?
All right, we'll talk more about it. We'll keep you up to date on everything that's going on. How aggressive should they be today? The corner market is one that we're looking at as well. Nothing's moved from the corner market. Jalen Johnson, maybe Patrick Surtain. We mentioned his name as well. Kenny Moore is a slot guy from the Colts. We'll tell you the latest rumors, what we're hearing, and how aggressive they should be. Plus, we have to unveil the poll. And for this Halloween, it's a little bit different. We'll tell you about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't. I think they'll keep him. I think they were going to trade one, not both. You know, they paid Jonathan Allen, Daron Payne, but I thought they would maybe move on from one of those ends, not both of them. So I'd be really surprised if Chase Young was traded in the next couple hours.
That was Mike Tannenbaum doing his morning workout with us.
Was he on the treadmill when he was eating candy corn and Reese's and Kit Kat?
Chase Young.
Be nice. Be nice.
Going to be traded.
Be nice to Tannenbaum. Is he still representing broadcasters?
Oh, I should have asked him about that. He used to be the agent for our good friends Haberman and Middlecoff. I don't
He's
know
not
if
anymore?
He is anymore. I don't know if he is.
When he went back to work for Miami, I think he...
yeah, that's right. I don't remember
Now
if
he's on TV. He represents himself.
Yeah.
I like Tannenbaum. I like
Forgot
Tannenbaum.
about that. I should have asked him about that. Anyway, so that's what he says. What's interesting is that then there's other reports from reputable sources saying that they are taking calls on him. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't take calls.
Even after they traded Montez Sweat?
Yeah, so there are people saying they're taking calls.
How about Brian Burns?
That one, it sounds like nothing's going on there. Tom Pelissaro saying this morning or late last night that Jalen Johnson tried to get a contract deal done with the Bears. They said nada, or they didn't get to one. And so now he wants to be traded. What's interesting, and we had this whole conversation about Aaron Judge. I don't know if a guy wants to come home, but he is from Fresno. No, I don't know if that has any bearing on anything. But the point is that if he's from Fresno and wants to come home and he tells the 49ers, hey, I'll resign there for give me a decent number because I want to be home. I mean, there might be something to that.
Well, I think the question is whether the Niners give him a big contract with their current cap situation in the next season, the people they have to Jalen Johnson's name has been out there, and Kyle did say, I think they've been working on Jalen Johnson for about a month. It's just a question of when Ryan Foles wants to do it, when Jalen Johnson... Now, I mean, deadline spur activity. So we've got 2 hours and 6 minutes, and you got to decide now. So if you are going to trade for him, you got to give him a new contract, or you certainly have got to discuss it because you don't want him coming here unhappy. But besides that, this would be a perfect situation. He is from the Central Valley. The Niners are a great football team. He would walk right into a starting role on a very good team. And, if they are willing to redo his contract next year, then it's a win-win-win at all levels. So then what do you have to give up to get him? Kenny Moore, I think, is in play. There are a couple of other corners. The word is that with Denver beating Kansas City, they may be slowing back a little bit, slowing down a little bit on trading. Maybe you get one of their wide receivers, Jerry Jeudy or Cortland Sutton. But and Mike did say what we were talking about yesterday, John, if you're going to get Patrick Surtain in the next 2+ hours, you got to give him a Jalen Ramsey package. And maybe even more, because you win one football game and Sean Payton's competitive, all of a sudden you're thinking, how far away are we? Yeah, we laid 70, or Miami laid 70 on us, but they've had some close losses, and Russell is playing better.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if you trade Patrick Surtain, you're trading your best player.
Yeah, and then you might as well move Jeudy, and you might as well just go.
Well, you may move those guys for different reasons. Surtain is a guy you keep and build around and re-sign.
He's 23 years old, and that's what you're looking for. He was a ninth pick in 2020. That's the player that you're looking for, and just because I don't think they're going to move him. But back to Jalen Johnson, just if you're Chicago right now, you just moved a high second-round pick to go get Montez Sweat. So it's pretty obvious what they're looking for. Jalen Johnson was a top of the second-round pick, and so if you're the 49ers and you're negotiating with the Bears right now, it's a 2, it's probably a 4, it might be a future 5. He's going to be pretty expensive, and then on top of that, the 49ers are discussing, okay, is he just a rental? How much are we willing to give up for that? Is he a guy that we get long-term? You're talking to his agent at this particular point. What are the parameters of what he's looking for? Could we possibly fit that in? Does he want to come home? Would he be excited to come back here? Those are the kind of things, because they do long-term need a corner, so it's not the worst thing. It's just they also got to get Ayuk and potentially Purdy and all these different things like they always have to deal with. And a lot of contracts, you and I have talked about this, a lot of contracts are jumping next year. So they're doing all those puzzle pieces on the finances to say, okay, if he's a rental, we're willing to give up this. If he's a guy that's going to sign long-term and we can financially do it, then we're willing to give up this.
Right. No, I think for him, you'd want to get the contract in place. just because that's a big reason why he's leaving Chicago. And they're not very good there. It's a different situation. So I think you're doing it all simultaneously. And if you are able to sign him when you make the trade, then maybe you're willing to give up more in draft pick compensation to get him. Obviously, long-term, you've got Charvarius Ward, and he's signed to a long-term deal. And he's got to play a little better, frankly. He's got to stop fouling. He's just holding so many times. He's just too handsy, and he's not getting away with it. And then you've got Deommodore Lenoir. The nickel spot's wide open right now. You got Isaiah Oliver plugged in there, but they're open to a change. And then you got the young guys, Ambry Thomas and Sam Womack III. Will come back at some point. So, I hear you. I think that's something they've been working on for a while. But you could do Kenny Moore and throw him in the slot and leave Demo outside and Charvarius and probably not have to give Chris Ballard as much as you would Ryan Poles to get Jalen Johnson. And then where's Kenny Moore in his contract? He has one more year in his deal, doesn't he? Or is he up?
I think he's up as well, yeah.
But you probably won't have to pay him as much because he'll be strictly a nickel back. Yeah. Where Jalen Johnson could play in your base and also go inside the nickel.
Pop and Lund, thanks for joining us on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station. We're going to unveil a poll of best. I think they're local, right? All the sports
all played
teams
for Bay Area teams.
So we'll do that in just one moment.
Have you had any candy, by the way, so far?
Yeah, I got to quit eating it. Because
I didn't even. I just had the candy corn.
I don't even realize I'm eating it, and then now I'm sick.
I'm going to go Kit Kat.
So when we had Mike Tannenbaum a few minutes ago, he said, I think the 49ers are okay where they sit. They just got to get some things together. Do you share that opinion, or do you think they need to go out and get something done today? I'll wait.
No, I think they're fine, but I think they want to upgrade. I think that's why they've been working the phones for the last month was to improve.
Do you have a drink over there? I mean, I don't
have
mean
coffee. I'm all right. I'm all right. Sure. I have my coffee. I'm good.
All right.
Kit Kat's smooth. No, they're looking to upgrade. Now, it's a trade-off. What are they asking for? And what's the draft? Adam Peters is there as well, and John, and they're all in the room. What's the draft class of corners? If you're trading your second-round pick, what would the second-round pick get you in April? Now, that player's not going to play between the rest of the year, the last 9 games of the year, and hopefully 3 playoff games, including the Super Bowl would be the 3rd. So that's all a trade-off on how you get to deal with it. So that's what they're with. But they've been working on this for a long time. And they go out, and John watches college football, and so does Adam. They have scouts all around the country, and they break it up, and they know. So I mean, that's the call. If they don't make a trade in the next 2 hours, and Kyle did say it was a long shot yesterday, which is kind of his MO anyway. He's going to downplay it, and then if they get something, but they're trying. I was going to interview John today. That's been pushed back to tomorrow morning, so they're working all the way through it. That's their job. This is the one chance you have to improve the football team outside of somebody getting cut off a team or later in the year. And it's not like the NBA where you have a buyout market after the trade deadline. In order to get solid starting type players, you got exactly 2 hours now to do it. So they're looking to do it. If they don't do it, this is a roster they felt they could win with. But when they restructured all those contracts, right, when they got Nick signed and they signed John and Kyle to the extension right before the Pittsburgh game, they did 3 restructures right away with George Kittle, Eric Armstead, and Trent Williams to clear up a lot of money. So they do have money to add. Now, you want to save most of that for the offseason when guys are up. But they're trying to do something here, but they're not going to make a bad trade. So we'll see. And a lot of these same teams have been talking. I mean, who are you competing with? Brandon Beane in Orchard Park in Buffalo?
That's what Ed Werder said yesterday. Jalen Johnson, Bills, and 49ers are in is what he said.
I mean, those are, that could be a Super Bowl matchup. So whichever side he picks could tip a championship game. He's that good of a player. And obviously when you're dealing in the AFC, if you're Buffalo, you got to stop Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. It's clear. So you need a shutdown corner, and they lost Tre'Davious White. And they lost Matt Milano, 2 of their main matchup guys in pass coverage they've lost. So they have a huge need. 49ers, Isaiah Oliver, he's perplexing because he's so good in the run game. But he tackles as well as anybody. Honestly, if Dre Greenlaw goes down, I'd play him. You play him at linebacker. It'd be a little bit like a big nickel kind of thing. Would you do that with another slot corner on the field? Unlikely. But the guy, he does tackle. He's one of the best tacklers on the team.
Play him a weak side linebacker.
Well, I'm just saying, he'd be your stacked linebacker. Dre's got a shoulder injury now on top of the hamstring and everything else he's had, the groin.
But here's the other thing. Remember a year ago, the Niners heard about the Rams wanting McCaffrey, and they got aggressive after it. You start looking at if you're Dallas, for example, you already lost Diggs. Now, Bland has come in and done a nice job, but they need a corner. I mean, would Jerry Jones hears that the Niners are after Jalen Johnson. Does he get aggressive? I mean, if I'm the Bears right now, I'm taking this thing up to 1 o'clock. And I'm playing the leverage game as much as I can because I may have to face San Francisco. Do I want to face Jalen Johnson or whomever it is that they're trying to get? Maybe it's an edge guy, whoever it is. Dallas doesn't really need edge guys, but Philadelphia could probably. Well, Philadelphia's got really good corners. I mean, I've heard that they're in on corners, but their corners are really good.
Bradbury's overrated.
Yeah.
Slay's a good player, but James Bradbury
but maybe,
can be beaten.
So is Philly in on a corner? Are they looking at that?
They're in on everything. They just added Bayer. They're always in on everything.
Right.
Most of the league thinks they're going to do something in the next 1 hour and 50
minutes. But that's what I think is part of this, too, is that if you're the 49ers and you're looking at the Eagles and you're hearing rumors, and if you hear Dallas with rumors.
Yeah, I mean, it's partly that, but you're also looking to improve your own team. You're just looking internally, and yes, you are looking at, obviously, the NFC. I think you have a handle on Buffalo. The goal is to win the Super Bowl, so you're doing all of it. But really, it's, if we trade for this player, what's his role on this team? When they traded for Randy Gregory, they were able to get him by flipping late draft picks and not even taking any money at all back from George Payton because they didn't know what Gregory would do. Is he going to be in your base, your alpha? Is he going to be, he has moved very quickly into the Bravo. He's part of the Bravo. He's taking snaps from Drake Jackson right away. So I think he's overachieving a little bit what they thought his role was. They didn't know. If you go on and get Patrick Surtain, he's not only your starting corner, but he's a matchup guy that follows guys around opposed to Charvarius Ward.
That could be a McCaffrey thing. And I don't mean, that's a really high level, but what I'm talking about is what you just said, which is, okay, when Jordan Addison is kicking your ass, all of a sudden you're going to move Patrick Surtain on him, even if you had
or A.J. Brown,
right, that's what I'm saying.
Devontae Smith,
right? I mean, you're
or
coming
Stephon
up,
Diggs, or C.D. Lamb,
whoever gets hot for Seattle on a given day.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Right. I mean, you got to start looking ahead to say, is this group good enough to beat Philly or Seattle or Dallas again or all these other things?
3 weeks ago, we certainly thought so.
But all of a sudden, especially looking at Philly and what A.J. Brown is just on a tear, I don't think the secondary is good enough. Now, with this pass rush,
that's why you brought Charvarius Ward here. And the one thing that Steve Wilkes is not doing that D'Amico did do is have corners follow. He's not done that at all. Now, some of that is Charvarius, frankly, misses a lot of practice. And it's hard just to show up and play on Sunday and you're not practicing. That's part of it. But last year he would, follow DK Metcalf around, DeAndre Hopkins around. At Atlanta, before he got hurt, he followed Drake London around. They're not doing that. So it's more just playing zone and, some early down, man. Well, even if you're playing zone, you're still going to go into a matchup zone where you're going to have to cover a guy and not grass. But I hear you. That's what you're looking at. I mean, for Surtain, it's a Jalen Ramsey type trade. If you got Patrick Surtain, you're going to give up more in the next 2 hours than you gave up to get McCaffrey. Do you want to do that? And he's a great player. And then you got to pay him like a top corner. So that's going to cost you two ways. Draft pick compensation to get him, and then you have to pay him. But he's a great player. 2 or 3 weeks ago,
I'd have said no way. But the way they're sitting right now, and I know that Kyle said this doesn't impact their thinking, how can it not?
Well, and also the other part of it is, if the Niners play about 75% zone, then Patrick Surtain, even though he's a valuable, and even if you're playing zone, you still got a matchup. To me, he's a man cover corner. He's a guy where you're matching up and you're playing predominantly man. It'd be like, what Cleveland does, but they got good corners, so they're not in the market for him. But if you're going to play press man, you want Surtain. If you're going to sit back in a zone, then is it worth, all those draft picks and all that money to go get him? Now, if you got him, and Steve Wilkes said he wanted to play more man, then you change.
You can be like Dion, and he doesn't even have to come to the huddle.
Well, no, but he tackles. That guy's a player.
No, but I just mean you're going to man up, and then we can all.
But you're going to vary it against all these teams. And I honestly, I thought against Joe Burrow they were going to play almost all zone. I didn't see how they were going to match up in man against those wide receivers. And in the early downs, they did get caught a couple of times in a bunch, in a slot fade, playing man. But when you're up against the red zone, what are you going to do? If you line up with a guy in zone, and you got to cover a body, not just grass, so it's tough. So I don't know. I think Surtain. I don't think Denver's going to trade him for one, and I think you're more in the market for either Jalen Johnson or Kenny Moore, and I think it's been that for about a month's time, John. I think it comes down to one of those two, and we'll see if Ryan Poles wants to trade Jalen Johnson. It looks like he will, because he's going to wind up losing him anyway. And then what does Chris Ballard do with Kenny Moore?
If you're Denver, if somebody comes to you, because usually a couple of first-round picks are a quarterback type of a ransom, if somebody comes to you and offers you 2 for Surtain, you at least have to listen, I think. If somebody
I would want a Jalen Ramsey package. That's up to them and what they want. And I'm sure they're talking to his agent about he's a great player. I mean, honestly, he's Champ Bailey. I mean, who's the best corners they've ever had in Denver? Who's the best corner Sean had in New Orleans? He's better than any of those guys.
And you said Haynes yesterday, and the reason why is because of his size.
Well,
he's long.
And Mike Haynes was traded right in the middle of the 83 season, and he flipped the Raiders wound up winning the Super Bowl that year. And that was one of the greatest. Ted Hendricks was a great acquisition as well, where he gave up multiple picks. And Mike Haynes was in a contract situation with the Sullivans in New England, and Al gave up a lot to get him. But you put him on one side and Lester the Molester on the other. By the way, how's that for a name? Have we come up with our name, Shed?
Yeah.
Lester the Molester.
We kept Molester off the list.
That's a great nickname. Now, that's a name where it wasn't so shady as it is today. He was molesting wide receivers because he would get down with a stick-em.
I don't know if somebody called you, hey, you know what, and it rhymes and everything, and we know Lester Hayes. If somebody said your nickname is now the Molester, I think it'd be like Animal House. Remember that when Belushi was walking around? Your name is Flounder. Why is that? Why not? I mean, it's just, I think people would say, no, I don't want to be
It's a different world.
Exactly. I don't think people would be okay with that. Like Kevin Durant, I don't even think like Slim Reaper. I mean, if you called him the Molester, he'd be like, yeah.
Did we come up with our 4?
Yeah,
well, the other one Lester had was the Judge.
Oh, that's, okay.
He had the Judge as well.
All right, yeah, we have the poll. We'll give that to you coming up next. Best sports nickname that has to do with Halloween. We have decided we're not doing the candy poll because Reese's wins. We took Reese's out last year.
Nobody wants any of this? We have Reese's.
How
and
come
we have
nobody's
Kit Kat.
come in here? What's going on?
Polar ran in right away.
Oh, yeah.
The candy corn as well.
We still have the donut that has the Fruity Pebbles out there or the Fruit Loops on it.
What is that?
It's been there for 24 hours out there. It's the only, so everybody ate all the donuts, even hours afterwards from the morning show yesterday. And there's one like double-sized donut that's got vanilla frosting on it and it has Fruit Loops on it, and nobody would eat it, but nobody has thrown it away. And so it's been there for 36 hours?
Is that Halloween related?
No, it's like somebody throw the thing away.
Can we freeze it and use it as a hockey puck?
We might. It's gigantic. No one will eat it. All right, we'll unveil the poll coming up next. We need your help with it. Is that Holer by it? I'm looking at Holer right now. Oh, no, he's going in for more candy.
He's bringing it in.
Look at that thing. Get it away.
Wow.
Show it to the camera for our YouTube and Twitch viewers. Yeah, go ahead. How hard?
Did anybody take a bite out of it?
No, it's just sitting there.
Did I bite it?
No, don't do it.
Oh, it's hard as a rock. You bring it in here. You think I'm not going to bite it?
Well, of course you are. You ate pizza out of a urinal yesterday.
No, I did not. I thought about it. That's gonna ruin a bicuspid.
Oh, there's no question. You're gonna need dental work after.
My bicuspid's gonna be a quad
look at even
trunk
Holer's
cuspid.
face is like,
Here.
oh no, don't bite it.
Who made that?
I don't know, but it is just like, and now it's become like a piece of the furniture around here.
Use it as a doorstop.
It's like nobody wants to throw it away. All right, we'll unveil the poll coming up next, and our good friend Marcus Thompson. A ton of great stuff to talk about with the Warriors and not so much with the 49ers. He's got both covered. We'll do that at 11:30. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Silver, he joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss how active the 49ers may be at the trade deadline. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Happy Halloween. If you want to bring your child by, I just found out more on that donut. Bottom of the hour, Marcus Thompson is going to join us.
Okay.
Give me 60 seconds and we'll get to the poll. So here's the deal. He's probably going to get mad that I tell this story. So you felt that donut that was out there, right? Hard as a rock.
Hockey puck donut.
So I'm not going to name any names, and I probably will. But so that donut, those donuts didn't get brought in yesterday. They were taken from the suite at the 49ers game on Sunday. Today's Tuesday, so those are 2-day-old donuts. So I'm glad you didn't bite that thing. We were probably
the Bengals game.
Yeah, from the Bengals game.
All right.
Somebody brought them back.
No longer fresh donuts?
No, not a fresh donut.
Okay. Candy Maldonado. We have a late entry. They don't have to all be scary like
that's pretty
Dr.
funny.
Death.
Candido. But that was his real name.
No, well, his name was Candido.
Oh, it was?
And his nickname was Candyman Can. The Candyman. That's a good
Halloween nickname.
Right. Doesn't have to all be scary like Jack the Ripper.
Oh, that's a great
You know who
one.
gave Jack Clark that nickname? The great Vita Blue.
Did he really?
Yeah.
See, that's great knowledge that somebody can take around the
name
office
him
today.
after a serial killer.
That's amazing.
One of the great ever. Jack the Ripper.
All right, let's get to the poll. We're not going to do candy this year. We're going to do nicknames.
Halloween-related nicknames. Best sports, Halloween-related nicknames.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
Danny. Halloween big poll at Danny Dunn24. I retweeted it, as did KNBR. What is the best Halloween-related nickname for these Bay Area legends? Dr. Death.
Skip Thomas.
Grave Digger.
Javon Hargrave.
Slim Reaper.
Kevin Durant.
And Jack the Ripper.
Jack Clark.
So that's the 4. And there were a bunch. So
Johnny LeMaster and Boo didn't make it. I wore my sweatshirt in. Henry gave me this, the Sons of Johnny LeMaster. But that was a different Boo. That wasn't Boo.
So early results. I'm a little surprised by this. Kevin Durant's Slim Reaper leads at a whopping 45%, but it's early. 19% for Jack the Ripper, 18% for Dr. Death, 18% for Hargrave.
What's going on with Gravedigger? If he had played 18%? A little, if he had shown up on the stat sheet Sunday against the Bengals, would he? Except he got that donut over there, 0, the O donut.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're down on Hargrave? Is that what's going on?
Apparently.
Don't you love the nickname Gravedigger?
I would have thought, and I'm always wrong on these polls, I would have thought Jack the Ripper. I would have thought Jack the Ripper was would have won that thing, but it's early.
Dr. Death made it over Ghost. I mean, Dave Casper's a Hall of Famer.
This is my favorite part of the poll. Is that Danny comes up to 4 and you're like, what the hell, bro?
It was my idea. I'm the one that came up with all 10 of them. What are you talking about? We let Danny pick them. It's fine.
See? Ghost is good, though.
Well, I mean,
Ghost is good.
Dave the Ghost Casper.
Yeah, I like it. But,
And he's a friendly ghost.
Yeah, he is a friendly ghost. We found him on the show. So anyway, vote now. Dr. Death, Hargrave Digger, Slim Reaper, Jack the Ripper. If you'd like to write in your own, then go right ahead. You can write in your own.
John the Count of Montefusco?
It's a good one.
That was a great one.
We have had great, well, especially the Raiders. The Raiders have 1 million. You could just do a Raiders poll. I mean, Chucky, the Ghost. I mean, you go on and on. I mean, Chucky's amazing.
Dr. Death is one of the great ones of all time.
Absolutely.
People even know Skip Thomas. He was the outside corner opposite of Willie with Joy in the Soul Patrol, which also was a great nickname.
Absolutely. So, have not
How about
heard
Jack Tatum? What was he, the assassin?
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, boy.
That's not so much. Again,
he almost paralyzed.
One that probably
he paralyzed Daryl Stingley.
One that would probably be not used today, but that might be like a top of all time.
Jack Tatum?
It was pretty.
And he was scary.
Goodness, man.
Jack was scary.
Well, didn't Villapiano tell us a story about the Hells Angels and all that stuff? And
yeah, well, that was nothing. That wasn't Tatum, though. that was John Matuzak.
But I thought Tatum wanted to go back there, and they're like,
it was
no,
Matuzak.
It's okay. Don't worry. We don't need to fight We don't need to fight Hells Angels. My goodness.
Yeah, that was Twos and Lyle Alzado.
Yeah. So anyway, so there you go. Vote on the poll. Vote early. Vote often. We have not had any other trades besides the 2 that we have mentioned. Montez Sweat, which happened before the show, he is going to Chicago. Oh, look at this. Here's one.
You got a trade?
This was a guy that was talked about with the 49ers along the offensive line.
Ezra Cleveland?
Ezra Cleveland going to the Jags, who the 49ers play out of the break.
Wow.
So Ezra Cleveland, who's a really nice player out of Boise State, really athletic. He's playing guard, but could play tackle, played tackle in college.
He's fast. I think he ran a sub 540.
Ezra Cleveland.
To Jacksonville? Trent Baalke?
Yeah.
That's going to be a hard game, by the way, coming out of the break, playing with they're the hottest team in football, aren't they?
Yes, they have the longest
win
streak.
Five in a row after the 1 and 2 start when they went over to London. So,
all right, so
that's interesting.
Sweat to the Bears, Cleveland to the Jags,
Ezra,
and Josh Dobbs to Minnesota.
Joshua.
Those are the ones we have so far. Have not heard on the 49ers.
Those are all been rumors that Sweat would be traded by Martin Mayhew, that Minnesota would be in for a quarterback, trying to save their season after Kirk Cousins officially tore his Achilles, and that Ezra Cleveland was going to be traded. He got hurt against the Niners. He didn't even play in that game. He missed that game. So did Batonio. So that's interesting that they moved him.
All right. And then John Lynch is just like, look, I'm going to focus today. So you were going to interview him, but that's been pushed back. He didn't join the morning show today, right? He was supposed to, but he didn't, right? Yeah, rescheduled for
Today's a busy day. He's working the phone.
So he decided, you know what? We're getting serious. So
he's been for a long time, but now it's time to. This is it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can propose all the trades you want and work on things for a while, but now it's deadline, so you got to get it done in the next 1 hour and 38 minutes.
If you're a betting man, would you say they got something done?
They're trying. It's up to the other teams, and what do you have to give up to give these guys?
Just one quick side note. So James Harden today gets traded to the Clippers for a bunch of picks and all this stuff. To make salaries match, Nick Batum went to Philadelphia. I was just telling the guys during the break. So Nick Batum is 34. I was working in Portland when Nick Batum was a rookie. He came over from France when he was 18.
He was a really good player.
And he was so young when he did it that Brian Grant, the former Sacramento King, was having he was having a fundraiser. And so I had just gotten married to my first wife, and Nick Batum in that, with his French accent and all that kind of stuff is like, hello, hello.
Saintly
and
loved him.
She swooned. Like the whole rest of the night, I couldn't get her away from Nick Batum. And I look up, he's still only 34 years old. My God, man. So anyway.
I always wanted him to be a warrior, Nicholas Batum.
Yeah.
Saintly loved him. We coveted that guy for years. So Marcus Morris, Robert Covington, Rocco's a good player, KJ Martin, and a lot of different picks and future pick swaps, and it's a complicated trade. Also, the Clippers got not only Blackbeard, but they got P.J. Tucker, so Daryl Morey traded two of his, Harden turned on him, but two of his guys. I know you're down on Harden.
I can't stand him. Not down on him. He ruins everything.
He's one of the great offensive players, and he's a great one-on-one player. The problem is
he ruins teams.
He doesn't seem to value being a teammate, and he does go AWOL. He's done it many times in his career. But when he actually plays, how many guys in the history of the NBA have led the league in scoring and led the league in assists? He led the league in assists. Yeah. Was it last year or the year before?
Well, Doc Rivers was on with Rich Eisen the other day and said, look, when James wanted to be our point guard and not just chuck the ball all over, we were really good, but I couldn't get him to do it.
Well, they had Joel Embiid, and then when Embiid got hurt, he could score. I mean, say what you want. Well, we were having the conversation about where the Warriors stack up as far as in California. And Marcus Thompson was at Golden One Center on Friday, and Steph did it again. He loves that building. He hadn't played in Smoothie King in a while. And the Chris Paul thing, although it's difficult to watch.
Around.
Well, they haven't had a guy like him where he's pure point. Sean Livingston wasn't even quite like that. He was different. Jared Jack would triple shot a Jack. He would shoot it.
Yeah, he wanted to score.
Chris Paul, almost to a fault, he's like John Stockton. Stockton could have averaged 20 points a game or more. He just always looked for the pass. They haven't had quite a guy like him because there really are not many that have ever played like him where he's always looking to pass. So you put him on a team where the whole offensive mantra is to pass, move the ball, and shoot. They get a quality shot just about every trip, with the exception of when he shoots it. Now, when he gets into the mid-range, he's lethal. And, he does that Steve Nash, Wayne Gretzky, he circles out, and he probes. And when he gets to the the mid-range on either side of the elbow or the free throw line extended. He's lethal. When he was in Phoenix, I think it was a little too much Durant and Booker looking to take it over, so the passing volume just didn't work there. But when you put him on the floor with Steph, Clay, Andrew Wiggins, after the rough first night, is playing better, they do get a quality shot. The point a little bit is they play slower. You're really going to score more. You know, how often when you get up against good teams can you play them all together? He drives that second unit, or, you know, now he's coming off the bench. He drives it when Steph's not on the floor, but when Steph's on the floor, we got to get Brandon Payne on. His off-season workout is just insane. The baby-faced assassin didn't make our poll today, but he would win no matter what the nickname. He's in the best shape he's ever been in, and he's just running around and resetting, and he's just, what a start he's off to. But anyway, Paul because of this team's emphasis on passing, he takes it to the next level where every single trip they get a quality shot. He finally made a 3 last night, his first one as a Warrior, but it's just weird to see him in a Warrior uniform, and he's Chris Paul. But he's
been a great fit, though.
There's more. They've played 4 games, and we want to see him against a team where it's time. Against Phoenix, that third quarter, he got him back going. Offensively, they get good trips. There's no doubt. But you're playing slower. So is that going to result in scoring more? But in any event, James Harden, the point I was getting to, I know you have your thoughts about James Harden, and as well do I. But there's very few guys just in a one-on-one situation. Now, what do you do with him and Westbrook? They were teammates, obviously, before. But it's different now. Russ can't play off the ball. Maybe a 2-guard him the way they do with Steph and CP3, where one's on the floor at all time. You play very different, but it just takes the emphasis away. You don't have that pick-and-roll guy like they had with Embiid and Harden. That play was so hard to cover. Kawhi's not a screen setter in the P&R, and neither's Paul George. Zubac's the big guy. I don't know who they're going to run the pick-and-roll with, but right away, that was the team we feared he would wind up on, the Clippers. So
I didn't. He's going to tear them apart. That's what he does. I mean, that's what he does.
He's a tremendous offensive player. And you got Kawhi Leonard on. It all comes down to Kawhi being healthy, but obviously they got better by getting James Harden. There's no doubt.
You mean the Sixers got better?
No, you're just down on Harden. I got you. You got to keep up that point.
If you told me I could take $40 million in cap space for James Harden, I'd take the space.
Well, you wouldn't want James Harden on your team, period.
Absolutely not.
You got to acknowledge his ability.
I do. I absolutely do. He's going to the Hall of Fame. I have no question about it.
He's already in the Hall of Fame. Can he help you win a championship?
But he tears apart teams, and there's chemistry to winning, and he just isn't it. I think it's a problem for them, but we'll see. All right, let's talk to Marcus Thompson. Not only is Marcus knowing everything about the Warriors and such, but he's writing great stuff.
He was at Levi's Sunday. I saw him.
Absolutely. So we'll talk to him about that as well. We'll do it coming up next. Pop and Lund. Happy Halloween. The poll is up only here on the Sports Leader.
Happy Halloween to you. Greg Papa here for the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the leaders in modern vision correction, including LASIK, SMILE, EVO, ICL. I'll explain. In the procedure that John Lund and I had CLR, a custom lens replacement. So the eye exam I had a couple of summers ago was to see if I was even a candidate for one of their modern LASIK procedures. It's the best I've ever had as far as an eye exam. They perform something on me called the Advanced Vision Analysis, and it gives their doctors over 1 million data points to see if one of their 5 modern vision correction procedures is right for you. They determined I was right for CLR, likewise for John Lunn. Custom lens replacement. They, of course, perform LASIK, all 3 types, and are specialists in the EVO, the ICL, and that stands for insertable contact lens that is more appropriate for some patients to help them see without wearing glasses. So Dr. Craig Bindi, who I've known for many, many years, runs the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Dr. Joseph Lin and his team, and he is a surgeon of the highest level. Great guy, easy to talk to. The entire team there, just great people. And they're known for their conservative advice on proven procedures that work. So the first thing is go in and see which eye exam is best for you, and then they will pick which one you go to. But if you're tired of glasses and you want to move on, I suggest you check out the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I don't know what his numbers are, but he's white hot right now. It's amazing watching him. I mean, he looks better than ever at 35, but he puts the work in every summer and keeps looking for ways to get better. He's constantly searching for edges in his training, and there's a reason he's Steph Curry, but just stunning to watch.
Thanks for joining us, Bob and Len. We'll talk some Niners with Marcus Thompson. He was at Levi's, of course, on Sunday, and you just heard Steve Kerr talking about the miraculous Steph Curry. We are not amazed. We are used to all this stuff. 4 games, 27, 41, 24, 42. He's shooting 56% from the field, 47% from 3. Was awesome last night. And the Warriors now 3 wins on the road, 3-0. They didn't get their 3rd win last year on the road until December 18th. At Thompson Scribe, make sure that you're following him and reading all his great stuff in The Athletic. And Marcus Thompson joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Man, Steve Wilder. It's still amazing. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're not desensitized to it. I mean, it's amazing. And I'm not even saying amazing for 35. It's just amazing for amazing. That's just it.
Is he the best he's ever been right now?
Yes, I think so. Defensively, he's been really good. He's he's so strong now that he can hold up a lot. He can get in the way, can cause some problems. Like, obviously, the burners like De'Aaron Fox, who give everybody problems, still give him problems. But he can guard a small forward. But he can be a problem. He could be a bit of a monkey wrench on defense. So to me, that makes him better than he's ever been because he's better. Also, you can just tell he just knows his shot's going in. Like, he's in one of them spots where there's no doubt. He is pulling like this is bucket.
From everywhere. And when he went in the left corner last night at Smoothie King, it reminded me so much. Remember that shot he made over Anthony Davis?
When Anthony Davis fouled him.
They came from 20 down in the fourth quarter. And I think it was that same corner, maybe on the other end. Yeah, it should have been a 4-point play. But he's just the way he moves without the ball. You're right, the way he guards. So how long do you think he wants to play? Could he play till he's in his 40s?
I think he could. Here's the question's going to be. I think there was a part of him that wanted to, like, kind of get out when Riley was, a teenager.
His daughter, yeah.
Like, yeah, he wanted to be there. But also, like, he's got 3 kids, so, his wife is great. So
how old's Cannon now?
Cannon's probably 11. Based on how he's running around.
Wow.
Dictate things. What's Cannon like? Cannon's got to be like 3, 4.
How old's Riley's the little girl he had in his lap in the first finals?
Yeah, that was 2015, and she was 2 at the time. So Riley's like 10, maybe 11. So you would think in a few years, his first contract ends, I think, when she enters high school. And Steph wants to be there. But I don't know, man. He's so good still. I could see him going to 40. I think he'll sign another contract and kind of like hand off the franchise to somebody. They got to get that somebody, but I still think he can do that. I think he'll want to play 20 years.
Well, who was saying he was talking to Brady, and that his goal is to play till he's 45? Who was saying that?
Yeah,
Somebody was. Steve?
Could have been. They're Under Armour buddies. So.
Joe Lacob. It was Lacob, I think, with Kawakami. That's who it was.
45.
10 years.
Yeah. I mean, I can definitely. I know that's 10 years.
The way he works out, he's better now at 35 than he was at 25, like Brady was.
Here's the problem with Steph, though. Here's the difficulty he's going to have to decide. At some point, his basketball game's going to diminish, right? And then, he's got to have that sweet spot. He can't let his golf game diminish, though. I think he's going to want to play golf while he's still got a lot left in the tank for golf. I don't think he's going to want to be too old starting in golf. So I think it's going to be somewhere in between where his basketball starts to diminish, but he could also really be still incredible in golf. So what's that age?
Hate to interrupt you, Marcus. Yeah. The Niners just made a trade.
Wow, big trade, too.
Who?
Get this. Former number 2 overall pick, Chase Young.
Oh, snap.
Going to the 49ers.
They got Chase Young.
So it's going to be Chase Young and Nick Bosa.
Just say they're not going to trade Chase Young?
Chase Young and Nick Bosa on the edges.
Wow, Buckeyes.
That is massive.
He's good.
What'd they have to give up? What'd they give up?
Does not say yet, but we'll find out.
Yeah, we've seen him a couple of times. He came in off the ACL tear.
Rappaport saying likely a mid-round pick in 2024. Boy, if that's true.
So they
they were selling, though. They're selling.
So they got less for Chase Young than they did Montez Sweat?
And plus, Chase Young is 24, but he's been hurt. But still.
Oh, ACL tear.
But
his
still,
first game back was against the Niners last year on Christmas Eve.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs some. I mean, they have a really good interior defensive line. The tackles are really good. But they don't have that other outside. To me,
they have Payne and Allen inside. Yeah, they're good.
Payne and Allen inside are beasts, right? Which helps him. But man,
I mean, Chase Young has 5 sacks this year. I mean, that's like 11 sack projection. I mean, that's good.
There's some issues with him, and frankly, and him playing hard. But I think coming here, being around Nick,
buddy of his,
and then being around Kasarik.
Yeah.
But there have been. I remember going back when he came out.
Talented.
Well, yeah, there's been issues with him. That's why he's being traded for a mid-round draft pick. I remember Dante wanted him. They wanted the Niners to pick him. When they had a chance to get him. Was that the Trey Lance draft? I think it was. right in there.
No, that was a different draft. Because
the quarterbacks
Wilson went 2 and he went 3. Chase Young's a former second round pick.
So either way, what do you make of the team now after this 5-0 start? I know you were at Levi's on Sunday. I saw you walking out, Marcus. What's happening with this team, having lost 3 in a row going into the bye?
To me, I think this is a message that makes it very clear what they feel like the issue was. They weren't getting pass rush. They weren't getting to the quarterback. And everything is built on that. Everything begins with the defensive front being able to get to the quarterback with 4. And if you stand in the pocket, you got 3 seconds before somebody's taking you down. And that just hasn't been the case. To me, that makes the secondary better. It's what makes Fred and Dre so good when they don't have to worry about blitzing. They can do their coverage thing and tackle. And, it all begins there. And to me, this is the acknowledgement. I thought they would get a corner.
They still might. They still might.
They still could.
Jalen Johnson or Kenny Moore.
Jalen Johnson, yeah. I thought Jalen Johnson, they might go out and get that because they do obviously need a corner.
It's a third rounder. A third rounder going to the Commanders for Chase Young.
They can still get a corner.
That's pretty good for a top pick. Yeah, he could be a monster. He's got potential to be a monster. You got those two coming off the edge. To me, that's clearly the biggest problem is they're not getting to the quarterback.
Right.
And after Joe Burrow completes 80% of his passes, I think they've had enough of it.
So he was in the draft after Nick. So what do you do with his contract now proceeding forward with Chase Young? That's the whole thing with Washington,
first,
right, John? Martin Mayhew did not pick up his fifth-year option.
So this is it.
Yeah. That's why they're selling, because they're not paying all those guys, especially if they're not good.
It's interesting.
He's got to produce, though. He's got to produce.
And I think coming here and being reunited with Nick, that'll be a big part of it. And then Cassera can just get off field and wide 9 and GTFO, get the F off, will help him. But it's interesting, John, that Martin Mayhew got more for Montez Sweat than he got for Chase Young.
I think a couple of things are at play. Sweat was the better player. As good as Chase Young's potential is, when he was a rookie, he played in 15 games, had 7.5 sacks. Then he had the injuries, nine games the next year in 21, 1.5 sacks. Last year came back, only played in 3 games, no sacks. This year, though, he's having a great year, 7 games, 5 sacks. He's playing like the player they thought they were getting. And if people go back and look at the film from Ohio State, a lot of people thought he was every bit as good, if not better, than Bosa at Ohio State. So, I mean, you're talking about a guy that although he's had the injuries and hasn't quite reached it yet, and as you pointed out, the knock against him is not talent, it's effort and motor.
And I think there was when he came back and he was coming off an ACL, he looked heavy to me. And I remember talking to Martin Mayhew on the field that night, and he played. It was Christmas Eve, right? And they just did his work ethic as far as coming back, but as far as college, I mean, Nick was dominant when he played, but Nick missed a lot of games at Ohio State. He had the core muscle surgery, only played 3 games his last year. And I did the one year when they played in the Big Ten championship game, John, against Northwestern. He was an absolute monster. He had his sophomore year there, he had 10.5 sacks. His junior year, he had 16.5 sacks, and he forced 7 fumbles. So that's why he went number 2 overall, Marcus. So does this solve all of the pass rush problems? You put him and Bosa. I mean, look at the money they've got on this D-line with Bosa, Hargrave, Armstead. You go and get Chase Young, a former number 2 overall pick, and then Randy Gregory's getting paid a lot of money. It's just by the Broncos.
I mean, it has to work, right? It literally has to, or they got to blow it all up because that's where all the money is. I don't see how it can't work. First off, I wonder what's happening with Nick Bosa, and maybe this is just a matter of conditioning. He's just not making plays. If you watch Max Crosby last night, he's just he's making plays. Wow. It's like, where's that version of Bosa who just is going to do something? He hasn't done that. So perhaps if you got to pay attention to Chase, if you just have to because of his reputation and his name and his size and athleticism, perhaps that frees up Bosa to do something. But this has to work. If they get another corner, this defense could probably be dominant again. To me, that's the way it has to be. They got to be great defensively because Brock Purdy's 23 years old and he doesn't have much experience. So putting it all on his shoulders is asking for him to have a very valuable learning lesson at the wrong time.
Yeah, and plus, look, I mean, I know it's a 3rd-round pick, but remember, they've got compensatory extra picks, and so they're not giving away a lot here.
You think it's that much to get Chase Young, a third-round pick?
Yeah, that's what all the insider guys are saying, and it's a third-round pick.
Yeah,
so,
that's not a lot.
No, exactly. So you could rent him and see what he is. You don't necessarily. I mean, this is probably a rental unless he just goes off, because just on paper, I mean, if you look at Nick Bosa and Chase Young and they know each other, and you made a great point, Pop, which is, because Eric's going to get the most out of him. Whatever it is, they're going to get the most out of this guy. And if he's healthy and he has 5 sacks, he's been the best version of himself so far. All of a sudden, those corners who don't look so good look pretty good if they're getting to the quarterback.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering about moving guys around. I mean, Chase Young, when he's right, should be in your alpha. So he's the starting base end outside of Nick, and you got Hargrave inside with Armstead, Marcus, and then you got Randy Gregory, who could come in the sub package. And Gregory may be best suited, kind of like how they used Arden Key or a Menahue. Move him inside over a guard. You can go to they call it the Turbo. I call it the Gold Rush, the old NASCAR from Mike Waffle. I mean, now that you got Gregory behind Chase Young, now you got a whole group that can go get the quarterback, at least in the nickel, and we'll see if Young can move into the base. But now you're 5 and 6 deep.
Oh yeah, especially when you talk about like perhaps getting Bosa some snaps off without feeling like if Bosa's not out there, you're not getting anything.
That's
right?
a good point.
He played every snap on Sunday.
He did all 63.
And they were on the field a long time.
Because you at least need his gravity. A lot of those other guys are good because you got to deal with Bosa. But perhaps maybe he gets 80% of the snaps as he works himself back into shape. Randy Gregory has looked good. He's made some plays. Like, he's done some things. And you still, they like the potential of Drake Jackson. So, and Farrell's been,
he has been
too. Yeah. So it's like they
punched the fumble out. He saved that goal line stand. Yeah.
That's right. He did. So it feels like, if they can generate something, maybe like they just need Bosa to be Bosa, whatever it takes to get there. But if he doesn't have to play every snap, because the way they're not getting there, you have to have Bosa out there. Perhaps now you could give them some rest and let them save some energy here and there.
Interesting. And again, they're saying 3rd-round pick. We'll see the exact compensation for Chase Young. Chase Young is a 49er. They get him from Washington, 3rd-round pick. They could maybe they're not done. Maybe they go out and get a corner as well.
I think they're definitely in play for Jalen Johnson or Kenny Moore.
Wow, that's huge. So there you go. Well, let me go back to your piece, because you asked, or at least the headline says, are the 49ers cooked? Well, obviously getting Chase Young's a big deal, but he alone, because it's going to take him a couple of weeks to get acclimated and up to speed, he alone is not going to fix this defense. There's a lot of issues. They're turning the ball over where Brock Purdy didn't before. They're having trouble running the football. Their offensive line has obviously not been very good. Now Trent Williams is going to solve some of that. Chase Young is going to solve some of the pass rush issues, but still there's some issues in the secondary. They did not look like themselves in the last few games, and especially the last 2 games defensively. What's just your overall read of this team right now?
When I watched the game again, I felt like I understood why Kyle said they look slow and tired. It just feels like a perfect storm of everybody having a rut. And I don't know if that defines the season. It's just so jarring what they were and how fast they got to this. It hasn't been like over a 7-week span where you win 2, you lose 1, then you lose 2, then you win again, and next thing you know, you're like, man, what's happening with the team? It feels like it's overnight. It feels like the Dallas game was last night. And then next thing you know, they look like, oh man, it's Sunday, it's midnight, and they turn into a pumpkin. And it's just so fast. But I do think it's a bit exaggerated. Like they're having a lot of parts have a slump right now. They're having a lot of parts that's not functioning at a high level. Offensive line, defensive line, secondary. I mean, the amount of missed tackles alone just feels so uncharacteristic. So I do think if you just look at the larger body of work, this feels like too small of a sample size to judge, but man, it's really hard to tell. Like in many ways, if you're watching everybody is scheming the 49ers really well. It's like everybody's got a good game plan to counterset their aggressiveness, to handle their their timing routes and the misdirection. It feels like the league has said, we got a plan for y'all, and they haven't adjusted yet. So perhaps they can adjust, and they're just gonna have to out-talent everybody, or maybe the adjustment is coming. It just didn't look as bad as it felt live. Watching it live, it was like, yo, are they really trash? Like, this is crazy. They were just world beaters. But they did look tired, and they did look a bit like they look like they could use a bye. It's just a lot happening that nobody's really doing well right now.
And they compared to Cincinnati, they were clearly slow and tired. I mean, the Bengals came in off their bye week. Cleveland came off their bye week. They had back-to-back trips to Cleveland and the upper Midwest. Had the Viking game been on a Sunday and not a Monday night, they would have stayed back on the East Coast. And then they had to play a Monday and travel, and then by the time Cincinnati got in on Sunday, they were just gassed. So I think the bye week is going to save them. So now they come out of the bye, and unlike last year when they came out of the bye, they were 4-4, but then they made the run. So now that they had Chase Young, they got Randy Gregory. We'll see if they get a corner in the next 1 hour and 8.5 minutes. They come out of it. They got Jacksonville, and they're going to be off their bye as well. Tampa Bay, and then you go into that 3-game gauntlet we've been talking about. Seattle on Thanksgiving night, at Philadelphia, and we'll see what Howie Roseman does in the next hour, and then Seattle again. So are they positioned now to not be slow and tired, to be fast and fresh, add a new body, and make a run when they come out of the bye?
Yeah, I think so, especially getting Trent and Debo back to diversify that offense so they can have that other kind of major option where they get the yards after the catch. I do feel like Brock Purdy has made some mistakes. He's seen some things where now he's got 2 weeks to kind of deal with it and figure out what they're going to do. Kyle can figure out what he's going to do. I do feel like that. Now, the schedule doesn't help, right? Coming out at Jacksonville, that's clearly going to be a tough game against a really tough team that's got a lot of speed, a lot of skill. So it may not happen. It may not click right away, but you do see the reasons why they can still be confident. It's still like on the table that they can do some things. So I feel like a fresh Debo, healthy Trent, and some juice on the defensive line, it does wonders. To me, Fred and Greenlaw, too, they look tired. They're missing tackles. Hufanga's missing tackles. I think they'll be better, too. I think they're better than what they've shown the last couple of weeks.
Marcus Thompson joining us, and again, Chase Young traded to the 49ers for a third-round pick. By the way, he has 6 sacks, not 5. He had 1 in the last game, so he's got 6 sacks. I was just looking at Pro Football Focus numbers. Not kind against the run. He's not even top 50 against the run, but he does have a pass rush grade of 79.7, which is 15th in the league. So he is a good pass rusher, has not been good against the run, and that's generally been his career. So they do need somebody setting the edge. So I wonder if, at least for now, I don't know what they do with Randy Gregory, but he seems like, at least on paper, like a pass rush guy, and maybe they have somebody else there setting the edge, because that's another thing that we haven't talked a ton about. They haven't done well against the run, Nick or anybody else on that defensive line over the last couple of games. They got to get better. So anyway.
That's where Hargrave was, right? I mean,
right.
That's one of the reasons they're supposed to shore up that middle. That middle has to be good. It's wild how they have so many players who are not maximum right now. Like, usually it's like one area that's struggling. You got somebody. They don't have a place to hang their hat. Like even the run game, they're trying to run, but they can't run. So it feels like a perfect storm of things going wrong, and that just won't last to me. It feels like that's not going to last. Somebody's got to break out and play well, and I feel like that's going to happen.
All right, man. Sorry we had to switch directions there because we were on such a run for the Warriors, but
well, they got a big trade right in the middle of our talk. They got Chase Young.
Chase Young.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't think they would. I'm surprised they went defensive line. I'm surprised they went pass rush.
They're not done, man. They're still going to go corner. We got an hour.
But I just figured that would be all the money they got. It's just a matter of, all right, you guys need to play better. But to me, this says like, oh, maybe we don't have what we thought, and we need to do something. Or maybe it was just like a great deal right there, and you take it because when you find a good jacket on sale, you just buy it because it's a great price, right?
Boom. You just nailed it. Yeah, believe me. My wife does that all the time. Look how much money I just saved on that. And I always tell her, if you wouldn't have bought it, you would have saved all the money. And she's like, no. That's not how it works.
But then you wouldn't have the item.
Exactly. You get the item. So, absolutely. All right, man. Always great to catch up. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Have a good one.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you, man.
That is Marcus Thompson. We'll react. Text line is one open. What do you think? Chase Young to the 49ers.
He's also got a great nickname we could add to our poll.
Now that he's local?
Predator.
Oh,
the Predator.
See, again, that reminds me of that NBC show. What was the guy's name? To Catch a Predator? Isn't that show? That's a creepy show. Was it Chris Hansen? Let me just go in the back and I'll go get us some pizza. Then here comes Chris Hansen. Hello. You didn't think you'd see me here, did you?
That was really Chase Young?
That was called to catch a predator. It was just the weirdest thing ever. Why do you have a pocket full of condoms? Oh, I wasn't going to do anything. Okay. And the police are out there. They get him. Anyway, that's a little dark.
He's a safe predator.
Chase Young goes to the 49ers. Give us your thoughts. The text line is wide open. What do you think? And I agree with you. I don't think they're done. I think they might go to the defensive backfield. That was just third-round pick.
They are definitely not done.
Those
Whether
are
or
growing
not
on
they get it
trees
done
around
in the
here.
next 64 minutes,
Yeah.
they're going to try to add a corner.
They got lots of those picks. They got a lot of those third rounds. So they can still go out and get a corner. We'll talk about it. Give us your thoughts in the text line. We'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Raheem Mostert goes in motion to the right, so it's an empty backfield. Mullen's gone 3 or left, 2 or right. Bluffs one to Craycraft right, and he gets sacked. He fumbled the ball. Chase Young will pick it up, running back the other way. 40, 30, Brunskill, Williams, they can't get there. Chase Young's got a Washington touchdown on a scoop and score.
I don't. I think they'll keep him. I think they were going to trade one, not both. They paid Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, but I thought they would maybe move on from one of those ends, not both of them. So I'd be really surprised if Chase Young was traded in the next couple hours.
Wrong!
Haha, Mike Tannenbaum.
Can I change my call? Chase Young scoops it up, runs it back 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Forever Young!
Oh, Steve Young is really upset with me right now.
Sorry, Steve. Sorry.
All right, so here's the deal. Chase Young to the 49ers, and this in no way inhibits an opportunity to go out and get a corner as well, because here's what's going on. 49ers trade for Washington edge Chase Young. He was the second overall pick of the 2020 NFL draft, the year after Nick Bosa, so he played with Nick at Ohio State, and actually the next year, because Nick was injured that last year, had a tremendous senior year, or last year. They traded a third-round pick, but they had 3 in the 2024 draft, so they take 1 to take a chance on Chase Young. 5 sacks this season, 14 in 34 career games. Remember, he had a torn ACL, which basically was out in all of 21 and most of 22. That happened on November 14th, 2021.
Came back against the Niners last year on Christmas Eve.
If you believe in PFF, he is the 30th ranked edge at 75.4, but what brings that down is the run. He does have a pass rush grade of 79.7, which is top 15. And I was just looking at his draft coming out. It's glowing. ESPN had him as the top-rated player coming out in the 2020 NFL draft, 6'5", 264. It says Young is the most physically gifted player in the 2020 class. He should quickly develop into one of the NFL's premier edge rushers, blah, 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 blah. It says elite get-off ability, active hands, and closing speed. So that was the guy before the ACL. That was the guy that played at Ohio State, and hopefully Chris Kuceric coaching Nick Bosa on the other side, the guys inside the type of line that they have should aid Chase Young, and this is somebody that the 49ers are looking at, because with Nick Bosa across from me, you should be getting single covered, and that's basically it. And the reason why they got less for him than they did for Montez Sweat, bottom line is, for all the accolades, he just hasn't been as good.
And he's cheap. The Niners are going to have to pay him $561,000 this season. Then you'll see about long-term with him. So now the 49ers do have some compensatory third-round picks for D'Amico Ryans and others, John. So which third-round pick did the Niners give Martin Mayhew in Washington? Their own or one of the compensatories?
I don't believe you can trade compensatories. So it would have to be their own third-round pick, which that's actually a good thing, because that's going to be probably later in the round. They'll get this thing turned around, and it'll probably be a later round third-round pick. But here's why the 49ers have some flexibility in trading today. They have 3 thirds, now 2. They have 2 4s, which they can trade either of those, because the other fourth-rounder is not a compensatory. It came from Dallas. So both their 4s are in play. Now, 3 5s, which are all compensatory picks that I don't believe can be traded, and they have 2 7s. So coming into today, 3 3s, 2 4s, 3 5s, 2 7s. So if you want to trade your own picks in those rounds, you got plenty of ammunition, and you get your number 1 back, so you probably don't want to trade that. But I would be shocked if they're still not talking to Chicago about Jalen Johnson.
Oh, they are.
Or
Trust
somebody
me,
else.
They are. They've been for a solid month. I think they've been in on Jalen Johnson and Kenny Moore, the Colts, for a while. We'll see if they can execute the trade with Ryan Poles or maybe get them both, but I doubt that. Chris Ballard in Washington. Again, as we've been saying, Martin Mayhew was in Washington, and he was on the 49ers staff. He was the assistant GM for a while behind John, and then he took that job. And I remember talking to him on the field on Christmas Eve about Chase Young, because Chase Young was coming back to play in that game. And there were a lot of, why would they give up on him in Washington? There was a lot of negativity around Chase Young and, his how he came back from that injury, how hard he worked to rehab that torn ACL. I remember seeing him warm up before the game that night, and he was huge. I mean, physically big. He's a very different body than Randy Gregory. He's a thick edge setter, more of a power guy, but he does have get off. And we saw him at Ohio State. He was a dominant player coming out. He's not had the NFL career, although his rookie year was really good. He had a dominant rookie year right away. He won Defensive Rookie of the Year that first year in the NFL.
I don't think so, because he had 7.5 sacks, which isn't bad.
No, he was. He was the AP Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2020.
Was he really?
Yeah, and he came on hard. I mean, that you just heard the scoop and the score. That was the pandemic year, and the 49ers were actually playing that game. That was a home game that they played in Glendale, Arizona, the home of the Arizona Cardinals, when they got kicked out of Levi's during the pandemic. And he had that scoop and score in that game, and he was voted the Defensive Rookie of the Year. Then the injuries hit the next year, the ACL, and the production was down, and then he came back. So he's a big guy. I mean, he's Randy Gregory is tall and lean, more of a pure edge guy. Chase Young is, I mean, when he's right, obviously being the number 2 overall pick in the draft, he's in your base, he's in your turbo, he's in your alpha and your turbo, and he's one of those guys. So now, John, you got, you can mix in Randy Gregory behind. I don't think Young immediately will take over as a starter. Maybe he will with Cleveland's setting a good edge, though, in the run game. He's doing well. But right now, I mean, look at the money and the draft picks that they have invested in this D-line. And it goes back to when you had Bosa and D. Ford and DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead. They were all not only ones, but they were high first-round draft picks. Now in Nick Bosa and Chase Young, you have 2 number 2 overall picks in the draft. Eric Armstead was a high number 1. Hargrave, he was a later pick with Pittsburgh, but he's one of the highest-paid defensive linemen in the NFL. Randy Gregory was a high pick. He's making a lot of money. And then, just the depth on this defensive line. Then you mix in right away, what number does Chase Young wear? He wore 99 in Washington, which is Javon Kinlaw's number.
He wore 2. Oh, yeah, Demo's got 2. He wore 2 in college, so he's not going to be wearing that. I don't know.
Unless he pays for it.
This is interesting. And again, it depends on what you believe in these stats. But as far as pressures are concerned, overall pressures, he's 5th in the league right behind Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa's got 41 pressures. Chase Young has 40. Josh Sweat, 44. Micah, 46. Josh Allen, 48. So, he's a top 5 guy in terms of quarterback pressures. Now, look, you want to get the sacks and everything else. But he does have 5 sacks. He does have 40 pressures. He is getting healthy. He's only 24 years old. This is a guy that has not reached his potential yet. But what's interesting here is, let's say that this guy comes in and tears it up and goes double-digit sacks. At the end of the year, he's an unrestricted free agent. What do you do? Do you alter things and think, geez, our bookends moving forward could be Chase Young, the 2nd overall pick in 2020, and Nick Bosa, 2nd overall pick, both from Ohio State, 2019.
Let's just see how he plays.
Yeah, but if he plays well, you may have to say, you know what, we're going to have to juggle some things around because he might be worth it. You might be getting he just hasn't done it yet, but he's got immense talent. You might be getting him at the right time, change of scenery, and all of a sudden this guy takes off, and then it's like at the end of the year, it's like, well, we got to keep this guy. So we'll see.
Possibly, but he's, they did not pick up his 5th-year option in Washington. That was one of the calls they had to make. So let's just see how he does. But right now, what you're essentially, you had an extra 3rd-round pick because DeMeco Ryans is now the head coach of the Houston Texans. And so, whether it's an early 3rd or late 3rd, and Houston's playing pretty well this year.
You got 3 of them. That's
right. So you got a handful of them. So, there's no real risk in giving up the 3rd. And then you'll just see, where he's at long term as far as the contract goes.
Well, here's another one, too. Adam Schefter saying that not only Rand Carthon, DeMeco Ryans, those are still to come, those 3rd-rounders.
You still have him under contract for next year. The 5th year is next year, but they didn't pick up the option.
So he's a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah, right.
But they're also going to get a 3rd-round pick, according to Schefter, because McGlinchey went to the Broncos.
Right.
So,
compensatory.
So, they're going to get another one. So they're flush with 3rd-round picks, and they just decided, you know what, we'll just take a flyer on this one. So they really don't lose anything, and they get a chance to try to develop a 24-year-old edge rusher who was teammates with Nick Bosa at Ohio State and was a 2nd overall pick in 2020. And a lot of people thought, well, this guy's a perennial 10-sack or double-digit sack guy.
And he's just a specimen. Coming out of school, and we saw him at Ohio State. He's different than Nick. Nick's built, but this guy is just huge. The other side of it is Jack Del Rio's the defensive coordinator in Washington. We know him well. Exactly how do they align their defensive line? I'll go back and watch it tonight. Some guy like Denver had no need for Randy Gregory because they were two-gapping more. They were using him as a 2-point stance, outside linebacker, and actually buzzing him out in coverage. The Niners aren't going to do that. They're going to you're going to come off the edge and you're going to rush the quarterback. That's why Randy Gregory is a better fit here than he was in Denver. And we'll have to, obviously the 49ers look at not just his 40-yard time and his 10-yard splits. They have these 2-yard splits they look at, the GTFO, the get the F off. How quickly off the snap of the ball are you penetrating the line of scrimmage, and how quickly are you getting to the quarterback and actually pressuring the quarterback. So just based on that, and we'll have to look and see exactly how Del Rio used him. And you've got Ron Rivera there as well, the head coach of defensive mind. So, was he asked to 2-gap at all? Did they use him differently? I mean, a lot of times these guys in other systems play better here, like Arden Key did when he got here, like Charles Omenihu did when he got here, Jordan Willis when he got here, Samson Ebukam. It's just a different way they were using him. So, and really the risk is just, it's not a lot there, John. You're giving up a 3rd-round pick for a guy who a few years ago was the number 2 overall pick in the entire draft.
Wow, crazy. So there you go. Chase Young and the 49ers probably are not done because they had 3 third-round picks. They trade one of those picks for Chase Young, who's a free agent at the end of the year, but his best football has been this year with Washington. So they've traded both of their edge guys. Montez Sweat went to Chicago. Josh Dobbs today goes to Minnesota. Donovan Peoples-Jones goes to Detroit for a 6th-round pick. That just came across the board as well, and we have about 47
He went
minutes.
to Detroit?
Went to Detroit for a 6th-round pick.
He is a blocking. That guy is a tremendous blocking wide receiver, Donovan Peoples-Jones.
So,
that's why Cleveland had all the success with the pin and the pull play. Number 11 was pinning on the defensive end all day long. So if the Niners do see Detroit in the playoffs, that guy is kind of a Jawan Jennings the way he blocks Donovan Peoples-Jones.
All right, anything else happens, we'll keep you up to date. Text line is on open. Questions, comments, thoughts on everything. Dennis Brown's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. And John Keim, who covers the Commandos for ESPN, he's going to join us to give us some insight into Chase Young and why maybe he didn't live up to his potential in Washington. All that's still to come. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways as Steph Curry caps a perfect Warriors road trip, 3 in a row, a little masterpiece in Nolans. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, first Montez Sweat goes to the Chicago Bears, an unlikely destination. And now Chase Young, the former number 2 overall pick, goes to the San Francisco 49ers in exchange for a third-round draft pick, a much more likely destination. The 49ers defense really struggled the last couple weeks under Steve Wilks. Beef up their defensive line. Give them someone on the opposite side from Nick Bosa. And, if you're the 49ers, you have aspirations to go deep, deep into the playoffs. The best way to do it is to stop the other team's quarterback from doing what he does. Adding Chase Young to the mix, certainly someone who could do that, as talented as anyone. He is in the last year of his deal, so likely going to need a contract extension at some point. All of that goes into the price, but I think the main thing for the 49ers this year is that they just got a lot better on defense with a premium talent off the edge.
That's our good friend Ian Rappaport, Rap Sheet, and the 49ers get Chase Young, of course, number 2 overall pick from the Ohio State University. Nick Bosa, 2019. Chase Young, number 2 overall pick in 2020, and he's on his way. Washington has traded both of their edge guys. Montez Sweat earlier today went to the Bears. Chase Young now going to the 49ers. And from what we hear, they are not done. So keep it right here. Could be a corner, slot corner. Could be Jalen Johnson or Kenny Moore, somebody like that. So we are hearing that there could be more. But a third-round pick in which the 49ers had 3 because of all their compensation picks, they trade that, one of those 3s, to Washington to acquire Chase Young. Let's talk to John Keim. John covers the Washington Commanders for ESPN at John_Keim. And ironically enough, John is from the Ohio State University, so he knows a thing or two about the Buckeyes. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, John.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
And yes, but I am well. Busy day, but it's funny because you bring up the Ohio State thing, and a lot of Ohio State fans wanted to see Bosa and Chase Young together in this 2018 season. Well, now they get their chance to see what it's going to look like when both are healthy.
So why was he made available? Obviously, he came on quickly, the defensive rookie of the year. He had the ACL tear, and then Martin Mayhew and Ron Rivera and Shaq Del Rio had to make a call on whether to pick up his 5th-year option. They did not. Why didn't they pick it up, and why is he not worked out as a Washington Commander?
So there's a couple things. One, it goes back to the health and the knee, and that's why they didn't pick up the 5th-year option, because they wanted to make sure, listen, he was available for a trade at that time before the draft. And other teams weren't interested because of the knee and concerns about not so much is he hurt, but what's the impact of having missed almost a year and a half, right? Because he got hurt in November 2021, came back late December 2022. In fact, the Niners, when these guys played out there, that was his first game back. So I think they want to see what's the impact in his game with that. So that was one reason why they didn't pick up the option. The other thing was they wanted to make sure they wanted to test his commitment, see what his commitment was to getting better, to becoming a better player, to the franchise, et cetera. And they brought up, like, they want to see, would it push him the way it pushed Daron Payne the previous year when they didn't give him an extension before the season, then he goes and has a big year, and they reward him. So they always told him, if you go out and produce, we're going to reward you. And all offseason, and I'm sorry to be long on this one, but it's there's a lot to this one. So
Take your time. We want to know. Yeah.
And so all offseason you'd hear that they want to extend Montez Sweat. And if Chase Young produces, well, they can always franchise tag him and then keep them both because they have a rookie contract with a quarterback in Sam Howell if they feel like he's going to be the guy. So it allowed them to make that if they wanted to. And then it started to shift. And teams have been calling for a while on both players because I think they got to the point where they knew they may not be able to keep them together. And then I think the disappointing part for this group, this staff, this coaching staff, the organization this year, is that for all the talent on the defensive line, it was almost akin to a basketball team where you have a lot of 20-point scores, but you don't win. You're not playing always winning football, and that was the problem with the line. They were the other day I asked Ron Rivera in a press conference about that, like he didn't want to talk about personnel moves, but I did ask him, what's your assessment of the line? And he basically said there are some games they look good, but they're too inconsistent. And for all that talent there, you cannot invest the money in something that's that inconsistent. So that was a part of it. And Chase Young has looked pretty good. Like you absolutely see a lot of the skill, and I think in the situation out there, maybe he's better. Here, I think this group too often was kind of doing their own thing, and that was a problem here. So, but his get off the line is much better than it was at the end of last year. It's better to me. He looks better as a pass rusher than he did in 2021 before he got hurt. So there's a lot of good to his game still. I think the question here at times was, are you freelancing too much? That was a concern. There is concern. That was a criticism here. And he wasn't the only one, but that was part of why that group, as a group, did not play up to the level of expectations that many had.
That's a great explanation. John Keim is joining us. He covers the Commanders for ESPN. If you're just tuning in, Chase Young has been traded to the 49ers on deadline day. We still have 35 minutes left, and the 49ers are not done, apparently, but Chase Young comes to the 49ers for a third-round pick. It seems to me, and we all know that he's got all this immense talent, but just looking at the analytics, he's got 5 sacks this season. He seems like he's healthy. Was it not November 14th, I think, of 2021 was the ACL. Mm-hmm. To this point, is he playing his best football in Washington right now?
I don't know that I can say best football because as a rookie in the second half of the year, he was pretty darn good. So I think he's getting close to that. The difference so far has been, while he has some numbers and some metrics, he hasn't had the game-changing plays. And one of those plays that he had a couple of years ago was against the 49ers. And I think it was in 2020, his rookie year, where he returned a fumble for a touchdown, and you watch him, it's like he was really, really good that game. And so I think that's the guy that I think if he had been at that level where you're making some more of those plays, then you're more apt to keep that guy around. But he's close. I mean, he was his pass rush win rate, if people are into that, was much higher than anybody else on this team, including Montez Sweat by a decent amount. So there's a lot there, and you put him in the right spot, you might see some of those plays, because it's not like he wasn't getting close. He was winning on a lot of rushes. Again, the knock on Chase is, does he freelance too much? And there were times, like, for example, and he's not the only one who plays defensive line who does it. But, again, we're talking about him, and there was a play the other day against the Eagles where he rushes inside and the tackle isn't expecting it, so the tackle stays inside. Jalen Hurts bounces outside, and because no one's there, he's got a free throw, 20-yard gain. You keep him in the pocket, it's probably a sack. Those kind of things. But having said that, he was still getting closer than anybody else here. So, there's a good, and then there's the part that you're going to have to live with him. But the good can be a big help to a team that needs some help opposite Bosa.
Well, he's going to have to rush the rush that's called. I mean, it's very, and here it's a wide 9. It's get up the field. So just a word more about the undisciplined nature at times, and I assume knowing Jack Del Rio, they didn't ask him to two-gap, and he wasn't buzzing out in the coverage. He was coming off the edge and doing his thing. So talk more about that. But you kind of intimated what I had heard and his first game back was against the 49ers on Christmas Eve last year, and there was some conjecture that maybe he wasn't as diligent in his rehab coming back from the ACL. And I remember watching him on the field warm up before the game. He just looked huge. So was he disciplined in his rehab? And then a word more about the undisciplined nature of his pass rush sometimes.
Yeah, and there were definitely questions about how all that was handled, and I think that's why, like they always wanted to see him be a little bit more involved with their operation here in the off season. I will say he came into camp looking pretty good, and like his get off looked pretty good in camp. That was noticeable, that it was different. And I think the other part in his rush, there's a couple things with him. That, again, when I talk about undisciplined, other guys on that line were too, right? And that's what started to happen is that's why as a group, they didn't really – it's almost like you had too many alpha males on that group. Because if player X would do something, then player Y would say, well, if he's doing it, I'm going to do it too. And so they may get numbers, but it may not be an effective overall game as a group. So it wasn't just him. But that is something that he certainly would – that was criticism. But as the pass rusher, so his get off is pretty good, and what he learned, what he developed. One of his issues in 2021 and early 2021, he did a lot of stutter stepping when he'd come off the line, and that would always slow him. And he has violent hands. He's a strong guy. He's not Von Miller dipping the edge. He's going to win with some power. And then he can, has some quick hands and violent hands. That's how he wins. And so a couple of years ago, he's doing a lot of stutter stepping, and he would lose all the power in his hands. This year, he was back to, if it was a stutter step, it was more of a hesitation, like a basketball hesitation move, right? And he was a lot better with it and a lot more effective. So as a pass rusher, he was getting back to more of his game. I think and part of it too is, again, for long-term durability, I think that also played into why you may let him be available and not try to keep him, if he's being productive, not try to keep him and extend him in that way. So I think that, because the medical concerns are something I've heard from other teams when, throughout this process, that was the question they had. How durable is he? So are you just going to get him for a half year? Is there a guy that maybe you give up more on the chance that you keep him around after this? And, the Niners had the extra pick. So I think it makes sense for them in the situation they're in. But he's going to help. I mean, he can help. Guys can still rush the passer, so there's no doubt about that.
Yeah. John Keim is joining us, covers the Commanders for ESPN at John_Keim. Chase Young comes to the 49ers at the trade deadline. What is his relationship with Nick Bosa? Did you ever talk to him about it?
Not a whole lot. Just from the standpoint that, people at Ohio State would have loved to have seen you guys together in 2018. But I do think my understanding was always that it was a pretty good relationship. And I think they're very much disciples of Larry Johnson. And then they're different pass rushers. The Bosas are, they're different, right? But they come from they're cut from that same cloth. With, again, the Larry Johnson connection. I think they're big believers in him. Chase went and worked out with him, with Larry Johnson, this offseason. So I think, that's certainly somebody that he really, really respects. And I'm guessing the same for Bosa. But I know that I know he has a lot of respect for him. Absolutely. And, but it seemed like they had a good relationship. So, I think listen, I mean, again, the guy can still play. This isn't he can play.
No, there's not a doubt. And that's Larry Johnson Sr., the great running back's dad.
Correct.
Who Nick loves. I mean, outside of Kasarick, and they just, Ohio State, and we can get John Bosa on, John. They love Larry Johnson Sr. and what he taught them there, but they are different. So basically, they had so much invested in the D line there, with Jonathan Allen getting a 4-year deal for $72, Deron Payne 4 years and $90 of the inside guys. The one thing that's a little interesting to me, why do you think Martin Mayhew was able to get more from Chicago for Montez Sweat, a second-round pick, where the Niners only gave up a third-round pick, John, for Chase Young?
The medical stuff and just the long-term durability with the knee. That's why. And again, I heard that from multiple people throughout the process, just that was the concern. And so, yeah, and whereas with Sweat, the fact that the Bears gave up a high second-round pick tells me that they think they're going to try and re-sign him. I don't know that the Niners would do it that way because they have multiple third-round picks. They can take the chance that, okay, if he leaves in free agency, they can get a comp pick possibly the following offseason. So I think, that's why, I think if you think you can re-sign him, if you plan to give him an extension, then that would have been built into the offer. But I just think that the questions, and I don't know, I shouldn't say concerns, but the questions about that is why I think his value was depressed, because he's not a bad pass rusher.
Yeah, was it just the ACL and a clean tear? Because when Nick tore his, it was the MCL. Was it other ligaments involved?
It wasn't the ligaments. And this is the part that was underreported for a while, but it was a massive issue, was that he ruptured his patellar tendon in the same knee.
Oh, boy.
So he had to have a graft from his left knee. That's why it's not just...
on the same injury? He did the patella tendon and the ACL?
Same one. And so I'm glad you brought up that injury, because it's important to know that. And that's why, there are questions about the long-range durability. And so I think that's why his market was depressed. Now, like I said, when he first came into camp this summer, it's like, wow, he looks quick. He looks explosive off the ball. So that is, so it hasn't inhibited him, but it's just about durability. And he missed one game this year, but it was because he had a neck issue that missed the first game, but he's played the last 6. And last 7, I should say. He's played the last 7. So, as long as they can get 9 games out of him, they're fine. The Niners are fine, because that's how he can help them. And then I think, but long term, the reason why you give Montez Sweat a 2 is, 1, he's been more durable, and 2, the ability. It just signals to me that they're going to try and re-sign him, because if you're the Bears, they don't re-sign him. That's a bad deal, because where they're going, they're not going nowhere. And I think the risk for the Bears is, just to go on that one a little bit, he really, he's from Atlanta. I feel safe in saying that's where he wanted to be. So the Bears are gambling a little bit that they can re-sign him. And, I don't know if he's going to want to, who knows what will happen. Whereas the Niners, if they sign or not, they're fine.
Have you reached out to Chase, John? Do you know if he's happy with this trade? Have you talked to him or tried to reach out to him?
I have not been able to talk to him yet. So I know he wanted to stay here. So that I do know.
Interesting stuff. John Keim, ESPN, covers the Commanders. John, thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. Very informative.
John_Keim. Make sure you follow him. A couple of things that are going on. Again, if you just joined us, Chase Young goes to the 49ers for a third-round pick. They had 3 third-rounders in 2024. By the way, that brings the total of first-round picks on the defensive line for the 49ers to 5. Eric Armstead, Nick Bosa, Cleve Farrell, Chase Young, Javon Kinlaw, plus Hargrave, and then second-rounders in Gregory and Drake Jackson. That's called putting
that's a lot. I forgot about Cleve Farrell was number 4 overall.
That's done. 5 first-rounders on your D-line.
The St. Louis Rams, when they had Michael Brockers and Robert Quinn, the Mighty Quinn, and they had Chris Long, and they had Aaron Donald, they had 4 ones. And the 49ers had 4 ones when they had D. Ford and Nick, and obviously the Oregon Tall Furs inside Buckner and Armstead.
This is 5 plus.
Yeah, I believe. Did Washington have 5? I believe.
Yeah, their starting 4 was, because Jonathan Allen's a first rounder.
But I think they also added a 5th one a couple of years ago. But the big thing there, and I'm sure this was a medical situation, the patella tendon can be a more severe.
It took him a long time. Yeah, it took him a long time.
That can be a more severe. What's the only injury that's really worse than an ACL? Is a lot of times patella tendons. Kalen Azubuike had that, never came back to play in the NBA. They can fix an ACL. That's why I was wondering what's so bad. The fact that in the same injury, he tore the patella tendon on top of his anterior cruciate ligament. That's tough.
All right, Dennis Brown's a perfect guy to talk to, former Super Bowl winning defensive lineman. So he's going to join us coming up next real quick. Word is coming out that Jalen Johnson is staying in Chicago, even though we're not to the deadline yet. Rasul Douglas goes from Green Bay to the Bills. So there is one corner that has moved.
Kenny
so
Moore may be the site, so they're not going to trade Jalen Johnson?
That's what the word is, but then again, Mike Tannenbaum came on and said he didn't think Chase Young was going anywhere, and all of a sudden he goes to the 49ers. So we'll keep you updated on everything. About 22 minutes to go, and we're going to talk to Dennis about it, a defensive lineman, about the new defensive lineman next, only here on the Sports Leader.
3rd down and 2 without Trent Williams on the field. It is Justin School matching up with Chase Young, who kind of green-dogged it. He zone blitzed it and then backed off, and then as School went away from him, he came into the sacks Nick Mullen, who cocked to throw. Tim pulled it back, and then Young drops him. He had 2 sacks that day.
It was like when they cocked a throw, I'll tell you that much.
It wasn't
right now.
Fletcher Cox, John. It was Nick Mullins.
Didn't they have traded for Fletcher
Maybe.
Cox?
Why did I call Nick Mullins cocking there?
And then right away you knew I was listening to you.
I did.
Because that's what I do. I just listen.
That's the game he won Defensive Rookie of the Year, was that game in Glendale against the 49ers when they played Washington. He had a 2-sack game and a scoop and a score in that game.
49ers, if you missed it, trade deadline is 16 minutes away. They could be looking for a corner as well. 3rd-round pick, and they had 3 in the 2024 draft for Chase Young, who was the 2nd overall pick in 2020. So Nick Bosa, 2nd overall in 19 at Ohio State, 2nd overall Chase Young in 2020. So that's 5 first-round picks on that defensive front, and then you got Javon Hargrave as well. Armstead, Bosa, Furl, Chase Young now, Javon Kinlaw, all first-round picks, plus throw in Javon Hargrave as a first-round pick, and Randy Gregory and Drake Jackson were second-round picks. So a lot of resources in that defensive line. Speaking of defensive line, hell with all those guys. He was a second-round pick, but he's a first-round pick in our hearts.
And he's a Super Bowl champion. Can any of them say that?
What's happening?
I love it.
What's happening?
I love it. Hey, what's going on? Hey, first of all, can you confirm it? Chase Young.
Oh, he's confirmed.
Yeah.
They got him for a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah,
What do you
how
think?
about that?
What do you think?
Right. Well, I'm thinking, in that defensive line room, you're sending a message, right? I mean, this is the 3rd pass rusher you're trying to bring in, opposite of Nick Bosa, and trying to figure out how you get pressure on that other side. It sends a message in that defensive line room. I mean, if I was in D-line room, I would start thinking, listen, I got to get my stuff together, because here comes another guy that they're bringing in because we're just not getting the pressure that's needed, consistently on the passer. So, this is the NFL. And, if the job's not getting done, they pay general managers and scout teams a whole lot of money to get the job done. So, I mean, it's great. I mean, if he can come in and immediately, make a difference, I think that's fantastic. But, I mean, you've got a lot of pass rushers now in that, edge rushers in that defensive line room.
I mean, they've been using a 5-man line. Hell, let's go to a 6- and 7-man line with all it's just a word about, and it was your position, obviously, but one thing John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan both had the same thought process on how to build this football team, was to build it through the D-line. And they got one off season when they got Nick, number 2 overall, traded for D Ford in Kansas City, gave him the contract. They had Armstead and Buckner inside. And now, Buckner's gone. They give Hargrave the bag. You go get Chase Young. You go get Randy Gregory. You still got Bosa and Armstead. You got Givens and Kinlaw and Furl behind it. Just it's amazing the way they are all in on going to get the other team's quarterback and stuff in the run. This team is built by the D-line.
Yeah, and 49ers have always done that. And, I thought it was normal because, I came in as a 2nd-round pick, and the next year Dennis Stubblefield came in, and the following year Brian Young came in. So It's always kind of been, an emphasis. I mean, it's always been the D-line. This team goes as good as the defensive line is. And you've seen, the last 3 weeks that the defensive line really, I mean, to be honest, they haven't been very good. I mean, against the run or the pass. So it's very important. It takes the stress off your DBs. I wouldn't be surprised if if the 49ers, John Lynch, were go out and get a DB too, because that's what this defense is based on. It's based on that pass rush. But it starts, defending the run. I mean, making teams one-dimensional. You think back to 19 where, teams that become one-dimensional, by halftime, and then you could turn the dogs loose. So that's what this team, this is what it's based on. This is what sets the tone every football game, and it hasn't happened for 3 weeks. And I can't figure out why it hasn't happened, because you have a lot of talent, on that defensive line, minus Chase Young coming in. I mean, it's a talented defensive line. They just really haven't been getting to the quarterback or defending the run. I don't know if it's because, teams are starting to figure it out. They spread them out a little bit. It opens up the run lanes. You have become a 2-gapper now. You can't shoot the gap because the ball's going in right behind you. But teams have kind of figured out how to run against this defense. So the first thing you got to do is figure out your run game, your run fits. And then you can go to the pass rush, because if teams can run the ball, then they become balanced. And then you're on your heels, and you can't turn the dogs loose. So, it's going to be interesting to see. I haven't followed this kid. I've seen him a couple times. But it's going to be interesting, how he fits in this defense. Is he an edge rusher that just rushes the ball? Is he, he run you down from behind if you run directly at him? Can you run at him? Does he set on hard edge? Can he play a two gap? So it's going to be interesting to see how he fits in this defense. With Gregory, you get Gregory, less than a month ago.
Yep.
You get him, and you got Farrell, and you got Drake Drake Jackson that we thought was going to be a developing player. So there's a lot of guys in that D-line room is getting a little crowded right now.
Yeah, 5 first-round picks, plus Javon Hargrave, and as you said, Jackson and Gregory were second-round picks. Chase Young goes to the 49ers for a third-round pick today. Dennis Brown, Super Bowl champion, of course, defensive lineman, joining us as he always does. So one of the issues against him, one has been injury-related, had an ACL, but actually had a patella tendon injury as well, and that happened on November 14, 2021. So he's about 2 years removed from that. He's having a great season, but the splits, at least analytically, say really good pass rushing grades, not really good against the run, and like you said, setting the edge. But it's not that he can't. I mean, he's a big guy. He's about 6'5", 265. He's rocked up. He's big. He's strong. But part of the issue with him is he's been on a losing team. He hasn't been overly motivated. There's work ethic questions about him. When you go to an organization, because I know that you and I have talked about this both on and off the air, so when you came in from Washington and you had that veteran team, and you know Chris Kasarik. So here's Chris Kasarik. He played at Ohio State. Nick Bosa was there as well, so he knows Nick Bosa coming in here. What does that do when you kind of get changed to then a different environment where there's so many expectations? Because the expectation is obviously that he steps his game up.
Yeah. Oh, well, I think the expectation, I don't know if they've set it for him yet, but the expectation should be you plug yourself in and you get after it right away. I mean, I think that's what the team is thinking, or John Lynch is thinking, because he's thinking we need to get pressure on the quarterback. And so, maybe just starting off, they don't even stress about, how he plays the run. You just say, listen, we want you to get pressure on the quarterback to take some of the stress off, our cornerback. So, I mean, when you come here, I think you understand, and you talk about the coach, the defensive line coach, he's a maniac. I mean, if you can't get work ethics with him, you just don't have it in your soul, because he gets everything out you. I've seen him at practice. He's in your face. He's yelling, he's screaming. So, if he's a guy that's coachable, I think he'll see. I don't know how this D-line practices, but like you said, when I came in here, that's the only thing I knew was the work ethic. I had Michael Carter. I had Pierce Holt. I had Kevin Fagan. Those guys, I mean, they set the tone every day at practice. So it was really easy for me because it was only one speed, kind of fast. So, you just got to bring in, and he's a professional, right? He's a guy that he's going to understand kind of what his role is. And, if he knows anything about the 49ers, everyone's talking about where's the pressure at. So I think he's going to understand that is going to be the goal for him, to get consistent pressure. Now, like you said, I haven't followed him, but just hearing you talking, you say he's not good against the run. That means that, his mindset is he's trying to take that inside route to the quarterback. He's trying to make that big play. But in this defense, you got to play the run first. So, we'll see what happens with that. And he just has to learn. So, he's a professional. He was a high draft pick. And now, he sees his worth. I mean, his team kind of had a fire sale there and moved him on. So, different place, different environment, different culture, but hopefully he learns fast. And, as a fan watching the game, I want to see this D-line get back to where they were, when they were, like you say, Papa, the goal rush.
Yeah.
They haven't been the goal rush lately.
Well, why not? What are you seeing from Nick? I mean, he's got the quarterback hits to lead the league going into the last game, but just 2.5 sacks. And then I'm still seeing Joe Mixon, number 28, bounce those 2 runs to Nick's side for the one down to the goal line, then the touchdown. Is he expecting someone to spill, a linebacker or a safety to come down and pick him up, and he just slants down? What are you seeing from Bosa's game, Dennis?
I think, I look at him play, and, I know we talk about him getting chipped and doubled. He's not really getting chipped that much. I mean, he's getting chipped. He is the best defensive lineman in the National Football League. He's getting chipped every once in a while, but out of those outside runs, he was up against a tight end. So it's just, it's a matter of him I know it's getting late in the football season. I know he said that maybe missing some of the time during training camp and OTAs kind of affect him a little bit, but a lot of it's just his technique. You know, he's slamming down too hard. I mean, he's not getting, Nick was always great with that hand and foot coordination where they kind of work together where, he's running up the field, he makes contact, and then he can discard, a tackle or tight end. And it's that timing's not there right now. A couple of those plays that bounce outside, it was just a tight end, and he just couldn't get off the block to get that contained. So I don't think anybody he's expecting anybody to come behind him, because if you are, over a tight end and you're a wide nine, you're the contained guy. I mean, that's it. You're the contained guy. So I think it's just timing. And he's a great player. We've seen what he can do. So, I think it's just going to be a little more time. But right now it's just all technique. And I'm sure he would say it's just technique. My steps aren't right, my hand placement's not right, and my disengage for sure is not right.
Great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Enjoy the week off, and then we'll see you bright and early the Sunday after against Jacksonville.
Oh, we got a week off.
Yeah. Nice. Enjoy.
Nice. Okay.
Thanks, my friend. Man. Good to talk to you.
Bye-bye.
That is Super Bowl champion defensive lineman himself, Dennis Brown, who was a second-round pick. So, again, that's 5 first-rounders now on the 49ers defensive line with the addition of Chase Young. Plus, you're talking Javon Hargrave, Randy Gregory, and Drake Jackson were second-rounders. So they have put resources into that D-line. We'll talk about it. Top of the hour, we got your foreplay for you. We will make it a Chase Young edition, the reaction to Chase Young going to the 49ers. The trade deadline, 5 minutes
to the
away.
deadline. We're not done yet.
Give us some insight.
We're not done yet. And even after 1 o'clock hits, it has to go to Park Avenue and get confirmed and everything. So it could trickle down even after the 1 o'clock hour, but they're working on more.
All right. The 49ers working on more. They're still working the phones. We will update you on everything. Keep it right here. Plus, reaction to the Chase Young trade on a national level. Do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Silver, he joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss how active the 49ers may be at the trade deadline. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here and doing play-by-play during the NFL season. I have to stay on top of my game, and I really need to make sure I get the best sleep I possibly can. My Sleep Number smart bed helps me get the proven quality sleep I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every night. And while you're sleeping, Sleep Number smart beds automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. My Sleep Number with the 2 herniated discs is 100, and I sleep great. And now the new Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is only $899. It ends Monday, November the 6th, only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bob and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. We will do a Chase Young reaction foreplay for you momentarily. You will hear the trade itself from Ian Rappaport. Pat McAfee reacts to it as well. And then we'll hear from John Keim, we just had on. He covers the Commanders for ESPN. By the way, Josh Harris owns both the 76ers and the Commanders. So today he has traded.
And the New Jersey Devils.
Yeah. So today he's traded James Harden, Chase Young, and Montez Sweat. That's a pretty busy day for an owner.
Think he was involved in all those moves?
James Harden, I would imagine he probably was.
I think
It's
so.
a big enough move. But anyway, there you go. Chase Young is a 49er for a third-round pick. And hell, the 49ers had 3 of those, so no big deal. Let's get to it. Here's number one. This is when the news broke, about an hour ago? We had Marcus on. So when was Marcus? 11:30? So about 90 minutes. Here is Ian Rappaport of NFL Network with the breaking news.
Yeah, first Montez Sweat goes to the Chicago Bears, an unlikely destination. And now Chase Young, the former number 2 overall pick, goes to the San Francisco 49ers in exchange for a third-round draft pick, a much more likely destination. The 49ers defense really struggled the last couple of weeks under Steve Wilks. Beef up their defensive line, give them someone on the opposite side from Nick Bosa. And, if you're the 49ers, you have aspirations to go deep, deep into the playoffs. The best way to do it is to stop the other team's quarterback from doing what he does. Adding Chase Young to the mix, certainly someone who could do that, as talented as anyone. He is in the last year of his deal, so likely going to need a contract extension at some point. All of that goes into the price, but I think the main thing for the 49ers this year is that they just got a lot better on defense with a premium talent off the edge.
That's 5, count them 5 first-round picks. Eric Armstead, Nick Bosa, Khalil Farrell, Chase Young, Javon Kinlaw, plus Hargrave, and Gregory and Drake Jackson were second-round picks, so that's a lot. What's your reaction to all this?
Do we know what pick the Niners gave up? Compensatory picks, I do believe, can be traded.
Can they?
So which pick did they give up? That could be a conditional, and Washington would take the higher pick, depending on which one they want. And again, this is John, with Martin Mayhew, who was here. He wasn't in Washington when they drafted Chase Young. I think he was still here then. But in any event, that's just the relationship John has with Martin Mayhew. So it's a good addition, obviously. I want to see, I'll watch tape of him tonight just to see where he's at in his get-off. The patella tendon was also torn in 21, not just the ACL. That's a terrible injury. So that's when Washington had to make a decision to pick up his fifth-year option or not, and Martin and Ron Rivera and Jack Del Rio, the defensive coordinator, decided not to. And then we're still waiting to hear, even though we've passed the 1 o'clock deadline, trades do filter in for about 15, 20 minutes after the deadline because it has to go to New York and get approved. So sometimes they do get announced a little bit later on. So we're waiting to see if the Niners did anything else besides Chase Young. But that's a good haul to get him for a third-round pick, whatever pick it is. And then on top of Randy Gregory, who they got earlier in the month of October. It's quite a haul to add those two edge rushers. Stylistically, very different. Just bodies are different. You know, Gregory is so lean and long, and the length there. And you know, Chase he's a big guy, but he's stouter a little bit. Can you get them all on the field is the question. I mean, the Niners did show a five-man line at times early this year with Javon Kinlaw. Would you go to a five-man line? Chase Young's the kind of guy that could move inside a little bit and leave Gregory on the outside. But I just wonder when you go to your number one turbo, the Gold Rush package, who was on the field? I mean, you got Chase Young. You've obviously got Nick. You've got Armstead inside. To me, Armstead would be the guy coming out, or maybe you move Armstead to an end or leave him inside with Hargrave, the grave digger. Then you got Randy Gregory as well. So it would be interesting to see when they want their four best pass rushers on the field, who are the four?
Well, this guy's going to be on the field for me. I mean, I think him and Bosa, they got to be on the field. Now, I don't know which would be the better fit in terms of moving it inside, like you said, because at some point, you got to get, I think Randy Gregory is a guy that needs to be out there with his length as well. So, and then Hargrave's got to be in there. He's a great pass rusher.
They've had success moving, Arden Key up over a guard. A lot of times you want these spinners inside over a guard. You could even go to a five-man front, not even against the run, but to rush the passer. But it gives Kasarik a embarrassment of riches. I mean, not just the draft picks. What kind of money do the Niners have in their D-line? I mean, you're looking at Hargraves, one of the highest-paid defensive linemen in football. Obviously, Nick is the highest-paid defensive player in football. Gregory's making a lot of money. Eric Armstead makes a lot of money.
The great thing is Gregory's not making the money here. Denver's paying him.
He's making it overall. Just the overall contracts awarded to this defensive line.
And then Chase Young, of course, is going to be a free agent in the year. He's still on his rookie deal. So Washington probably picks up the majority of that. That's kind of how the trades
Niners
work.
are paying him $561,000.
Right. So,
but when you look at the overall, whatever these guys are cashing their checks or direct deposit, whether it's coming from the Walmart people in the mountains or here, I mean, you got guys that are making big money on the D-line.
No, even the 49ers just paid Nick. They're paying Armstead a lot of money. They're paying Hargrave a lot of money. I mean, those guys. So
a lot of money.
Here is the reaction on ESPN today from the Pat McAfee show.
We have breaking news. The 49ers have just agreed to acquire Chase Young from the Washington Commanders. That's via Jay Glazer, who's pretty tight with Shanahan and John Lynch and team at the Niners. Congrats to them picking up another weapon for that defense in that defensive line. They're on a 3-game skid. Okay? No Trent Williams, no Deebo Samuel. Their offense has certainly looked different. Joey Burrow went in and sliced and diced that Niners defense, so much so that we're celebrating that Joe Burrow and the Bengals are back. Now John Lynch says, you think we're spending money all over this roster to have a 3-game slid and sit in 4th or 5th in the NFC? Absolutely not. Let's go get better. They bring in Chase Young. Nice rotation, keep him fresh. He's not going to be expected to play every single down. This is good news for the former, what overall number pick?
2.
Second overall pick, AJ. This is good for the Niners. Great for Chase, too. And the Commanders seemingly punting this season. We'll see you next year.
All right, there you go. Yeah. Well, we just said, and he just said it as well. So I was hoping AJ Hawk might go in there a little insight, but he did not.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, we talked about the if he's in the alpha and the turbo.
You're talking about the first unit and the second unit.
Right. The alpha is the starting base defense. The turbo is the pass rushing group. The Bravo is the group behind. So now just look at, your Bravo. And a lot of teams, when they're, Kinlaw and Givens have been working inside. But, now Drake Jackson, does Cleve Furl get dropped from the Alpha to the Bravo group?
Who's this Drake Jackson you speak of? I don't know. I haven't seen him since week 1.
He was the 61st overall. You only deal with second-round picks. He's fine. And then you got Randy Gregory as well. I mean, right now, and then they're going to have to make a roster move to get Chase Young on the roster. They had to cut Kerry Hyder Jr. when they added Randy Gregory. It'll be interesting to see what they exactly do when they add Chase Young. I mean, you're not going to add another defensive lineman. And if they made any other trades, we're 9 minutes past 1 o'clock. No news on a corner being acquired, at least not yet.
They are trying, though, it sounds like, right?
It's free. You're going to have to get it done in the next few minutes here because it's already 1:09. So,
all right, we haven't heard anything on that. And here's John Keim. He gave us some great information. John covers the Commanders for ESPN, so he's kind of the equivalent of what Nick Wagner does, and we like Nick Wagner from ESPN covers the 49ers. Give us some information right now on where Chase Young is. Remember, November 14, 2021, an ACL and a patella tendon injury. He barely came back. In fact, last year against the 49ers, he came back for his first game, so he's been fighting back from that over 2 years. Number 2 overall pick. Probably more expectations to this point. There's been some work ethic questions about him as well, but he is coming to go play for Chris Kocurek and play with his pal Nick Bosa because Young came from Ohio State, number 2 overall pick the year after Nick. So Nick went 2 in 2019, Chase Young in 2020. Here's what John Keim says about where Chase Young is now.
I don't know that I can say best football because as a rookie in the second half of the year, he was pretty darn good. So I think he's getting close to that. The difference so far has been while he has some numbers and some metrics, he hasn't had the game-changing plays. And one of those plays that he had a couple years ago was against the 49ers. And I think it was in 2020, his rookie year, where he returned a fumble for a touchdown, and you watch him, it's like he was really, really good that game. And so I think that's the guy that I think if he had been at that level where you're making some more of those plays, then you're more apt to keep that guy around. But he's close. I mean, he was his pass rush win rate, if people are into that, was much higher than anybody else on this team, including Montez Sweat by a decent amount. So there's a lot there, and you put him in the right spot, you might see some of those plays because it's not like he wasn't getting close. He was winning on a lot of rushes. Again, the knock on Chase is, does he freelance too much?
Yeah, that was one thing that you asked him right away. Does he freelance too much?
Well, I just, the disciplined nature of the rush, and you're going to have to be disciplined here. You're going to have to be in the right gap, and you can't be, crossing over. And, a lot of great players. J.J. Watt did that in Houston. He just jump across from the outside. All of a sudden, he's in the A gap. How does that happen? The one thing is the Niners are not going to practice at all this week, so you are making a trade for him on a bye week, which is good for him. He doesn't have to rush here and get here for a Wednesday practice, but they have nothing scheduled on the field at all this week until they come back on Monday, and they have to give him the weekend off. They're just getting rehab, and pretty much they get the whole week off, then they get the weekend. So as far as inserting him initially, what's his role immediately? What's his cardio like? Where does he fit in? But the one thing is you're just deep. I mean, you want to be able to. Well, D-line is the one spot where you're just rotating guys and you're rolling them, and that's why you have the Alpha and you have the Bravo and you have the Turbo. He has different, Kocurek, and he calls it out in practice which group goes into rush. So Chase Young eventually will be in the Alpha group. Will he be in that group immediately? Cleve Furl set a good edge in the run game. So, and then, it's right away, Randy Gregory passed Drake Jackson and went right into the Turbo. So, and then as far as moving guys around, I mean, you can move some of these outside guys inside and rush them over guards to get your best. Be anxious to see when they get it up and running and they're here for a while, what your Turbo package is, which is your ultimate pass rush group. I mean, you got so many guys, John. Randy Gregory is on this roster to rush the quarterback. Does he come in and move him inside? Or do you take Eric Armstead off the field in the Turbo package? Right now, you are deep on the D-line.
By the way, just looking at his snap counts, he's played in 84% of the defensive snaps this year. So, I mean, he plays a ton of snaps. So, in terms of him...
That was on their front. On this front, it could be totally different.
I understand. But what I'm simply saying is that as far as being in shape is concerned, he's played a lot of snaps. Because normally, as you said, Nick Bosa in his career with the 49ers plays in about 75% of the defense snaps. Now, he played in all of them last week. But usually, if you're rotating in, so he's playing a high percentage of snaps. So it'll be interesting to see. He's got to pick everything up in the intricacies. I'm not saying he's going to do that right away. But in terms of, again, he's been injured is the reason I bring this up. 2 years ago, he had that patella tendon / ACL. So generally speaking, if you've played 84% of your team snaps, you're healthy. So that's good news.
He's got to get, I mean, it's a different level of what they demand here as far as getting off the ball. And I'll go watch him tonight and see. I mean, I think what you want him to be is when they go into that 3-game gauntlet at Thanksgiving night, and that's a short week to get ready for Seattle. That's going to be a huge game. And then going to Philadelphia after that, and then Seattle again. You want Chase Young fully integrated and part of your team by there. So it could be right away that he's at that level in Jacksonville, but they got to get him in the building and, get him in there. And it's not just Kasaric, Darryl Tapp, the assistant D-line coach. Those guys are madmen. So there's just a different level of energy that D-line plays with. It's the energy of the football team comes from the D-line. But I love that John and Adam and Kyle are not content. They brought in Randy Gregory, October the 6th, and now here on Halloween they go get Chase Young. I mean, they thought they had a good enough D-line to win with before, but they're still pushing it. Anything else come through at all as far as trades?
Oh, here you go. This isn't great. The Giants had a trade agreed with the 49ers for Adoree Jackson, but failed to report it to the league in time.
Oh,
the Giants didn't report the trade.
What?
So the 49ers didn't get Adoree Jackson. That's the word out of New York. Yeah, they agreed to the deal for Adoree Jackson, who can play in the slot, and he's a return guy, too.
He played against the Niners this year.
Yeah, former USC Trojan. So they had, and he was a first-round pick, so they had a deal agreed with the Giants for Adoree Jackson. Giants didn't report it in time, so they didn't get him. Wow. And that would have been
a facsimile snafu? They didn't report it in time?
What you got to do is call
That's like the A.J. McCarron trade when Cleveland did it too late.
Wow. That's crazy.
Can they cut him?
Wow.
And then you pick him up? I mean, is there a way to circumvent that?
Then everybody
just Adoree just comes here if he wants to come here. So they agreed to a trade to get Adoree Jackson.
Yeah, that's the
and
word.
because Joe Shane and the Giants did it too late, they're not going to get him?
That's what it says. That's the story.
Wow.
That being reported by a guy out of New York. So, Adoree Jackson was supposed to come to the 49ers. He's a West Coast guy, went to USC, plays the slot.
Drafted by Tennessee. We saw him. He's the guy he's the guy that Debo beat on the stutter and go for the touchdown on an outside move.
And he's a free agent at the end of the year, too. He could have played in the slot. And
he can play both. He can play outside. Wow.
And didn't get reported to the league in time. So I would imagine that's it, that there's going to be no more trades.
Wow.
So, wow. Yeah.
The league is tough on that.
Yeah, the Giants didn't get it to the league in time. So, no Adoree Jackson. But they do get Chase Young. So give us your thoughts on that.
Damn.
Crazy. They were trying.
Who's Wesley Steinberg? That's the guy?
It says he's a Giants insider.
Giants had a trade agreed to with the 49ers, Adoree Jackson, but failed to report it in the league in time. He sent that 14 minutes ago at 1:03.
Yeah.
Wow. Stay tuned. Maybe they can figure it out.
Like you said, the league is pretty staunch. So I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything about that. So anyway, big news, Chase Young going to the 49ers. We'll continue to talk about it. It is the bye week, but will they bring him in here? What's the deal? And what does that do? Does that change your opinion on the 49ers defensively? We'll get into all those conversations coming up next, plus the Halloween edition of the Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Pistol at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways as Steph Curry caps a perfect Warriors road trip, 3 in a row, a little masterpiece in Nolans. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
React to me, Rich.
What's the, where's the Dateline?
Okay, Dateline. Washington, D.C.
Okay. The Commanders have traded away somebody else?
Chase Young.
Get out of here.
To the 49ers.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. Right somewhere. That noise is Albert Breer losing his mind. They've got Nick Bosa and Chase Young.
This is ridiculous,
I mean, it's the Ohio State University's finest. Are they going to get Joey Bosa, too? What do you think?
Wow. For a compensatory third-round pick, according to everyone.
Now, this pisses the Dallas Cowboys.
I think Jake Glazer had it first.
Again. Wow. Chase Young.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
Congratulations, Niners.
By the way, that's one way to get Brock Purdy better, is to make sure he doesn't need to do too much, because they have separated the football from their opponent's quarterbacks.
That's the Rich Eisen Show. Reaction: Chase Young to the 49ers for a third-round pick. So it looks like trade deadline 2023 is over. It was 24 minutes ago, and we haven't heard anything. So here's your final tally. Chase Young to the Niners. Montez Sweat, Chicago. Leonard Williams, Seattle. Kevin Byard to Philadelphia. Ezra Cleveland, Jacksonville. Joshua Dobbs from Arizona to Minnesota. Donovan Peoples-Jones from Cleveland to Detroit. Corner Rasul Douglas goes to Buffalo from Green Bay. McCole Hardman from the Jets back to Kansas City. Randy Gregory, Niners. J.C. Jackson, New England. Chase Claypool from Chicago to Miami. Van Jefferson from the Rams to Atlanta. And Cam Akers from the Rams to Minnesota. That is your final tally of trades.
And then the one that didn't happen, and we don't know, I don't even know who Wesley Steinberg is. Apparently he has a following of 10,000 people, but he did report, and we'll see if it's true, that the Niners had a trade with the New York Giants to get Adoree Jackson. But the Giants submitted the trade to the league too late, and the league did not approve it. And they're sticklers about this. There has been trades involving Elvis Dumerville. I remember one involving A.J. McCarron. If you don't get it in by 1 o'clock, they deny the trade. And there's a trade call that usually is involving both teams and a conference call to the league office. I don't know how that happened, but the Giants do have to call it in. And so obviously getting Chase Young on the D-line is important. There's no doubt. And it is a combination of rush and coverage, but Adoree Jackson acquisition would have solved quite a bit of angst in the secondary. Adoree Jackson was a USC Trojan. He's a great punt returner. He's a first-round pick at Tennessee. We saw him with the New York Giants this year. He's the guy that Deebo Samuel ran the stutter and go on and the back shoulder touchdown to put the game away against the Giants. He can play inside. He can play outside. Great feet, little guy, but he's tough. So that would be a loss if the Niners were going to get Adoree Jackson and just couldn't get it in by minutes. And that's the nature of negotiation, taking it right down to the end. So we'll see if that's true. But if, in fact, they had a deal, then they were looking to upgrade, and that would mean you're not going to get somebody to go. I mean, either Demo Lenore goes inside and you start getting Amory Thomas up and ready to play, or you leave Isaiah Oliver in the slot, John. But you would have loved to have added, and the goal today was to add an edge rusher, which they clearly did at Chase Young, but they were also chasing a corner who had flexibility to play in the nickel and outside, and Adoree Jackson would have been exactly that guy. Has anybody else reporting this besides Wesley Steinberg, that there was a deal in place that just didn't get it in time?
That's what makes me a little nervous. I mean, he's a Giants insider, so he may have some insight. A lot of times on the local level, guys will have some insight that maybe Schefter or somebody like that won't. But usually after that is out there, then one of those big guys will confirm it. We haven't seen anything to that level. So again, doesn't mean it's not true. It's just I haven't seen anything other than that guy.
Although it is safe to assume whether or not they had a deal in place and just didn't get it done in time. There's 28 minutes gone now since the deadline, so I think enough time has passed to where they're not going to be any more trades coming. So they upgraded without a doubt in the D line, and Chase Young is a tremendous talent. But I would have liked to have seen him add a cornerback as well. That was the goal today.
So I'm looking, just in terms of guys who are out there and not signed by teams who you might have heard of. William Jackson has been a guy in this league. Casey Hayward is 33. He's a guy that's got some position flexibility.
Yeah, he can play
Williams.
in the slot. Yeah.
Terrence Mitchell is a guy that you've mentioned in the past. If they're going to bring somebody up, and again, this is not anything that, is it better than what they have right now? Probably not. But
although Terrence Mitchell was with the Niners in training camp and was very impressive. He's strictly an outside corner. He has long arms. They wind up doing an injury settlement with him. I think he's still up in Sacramento. So that would be someone you could look at later on. Darrell Luter, is he ever going to come off IR at some point? That guy's got long arms. The young guy, Sam Womack's also there. So,
Anthony Brown's around still, isn't he?
He still is. Yeah, Anthony Brown's there.
He was with Dallas. So
yeah.
I don't know. My whole thing is that we're seeing it. I would love to see Demo inside and love to see a more permanent corner on the outside. I'm not a Ambry Thomas guy. He's just been so up and down. Had that probably the height of his career was against the Rams. He got that interception at the end of that game to get him into the playoffs, but he's just been too up and down, and they're going to get that side, and now we're seeing Ward too struggle a little bit with holding calls and being too physical. Is that you just saw it from the Bengals, and I know that going from with Burrow and Chase, Jamar Chase, that's a unique situation, but you've got some good hookups going against the 49ers, including Jacksonville. They've got some good receivers. You got an up-and-coming quarterback there. You got Seattle a couple times. They've got that receiver trio that they've got up there, although Geno Smith hasn't been quite as good. You got Philadelphia with those guys. A.J. Brown has been absolutely great. So you're going to have to deal with this. And it's great to get Chase Young and to speed the quarterback up a little bit, but I still think they're short in that area.
So Jalen Johnson was it the compensation and the draft pick going to Ryan Foles? Was it he didn't get traded at all today? Was it just a difficult contract that he was asking for? Did Chicago change course and decide just to keep him? And then the other name out there, we heard, Jalen Johnson. We heard about Adoree Jackson with the Giants. And then Kenny Moore, the slot corner from the Indianapolis Colts. So none of those three guys were traded today. All their teams kept those guys.
Do the Colts think they're in it? Because, the South is just not very good. That's where
Sure, they had a price on them, and nobody offered that price. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that maybe is what that whole thing is, because it's kind of like the NFC South. You're not going to move anybody. Minnesota's 4-4, and despite the fact they lose Cousins, they go get Josh Dobbs, so they don't move Danielle Hunter.
Overall, it was Derrick Henry was not traded. Saquon Barkley was not traded. Ryan Tannehill was not traded. There were a lot of names out there that were bigger names that people were looking at. DeAndre Hopkins was not traded. So there were significant trades. Probably the two most significant trades is what Martin Mayhew did, sending his two pass rushers, Montez Sweat to the Bears and Chase Young to the Niners.
They must have had too big of a price on Kenny Moore, because he would have been perfect, put him in the slot. Indianapolis is 3-5. They just don't look very good. They've got a backup quarterback in Gardner Minshew. If I was Indianapolis, I would think that they're probably out of it. If you think about it, New England's the worst team in that conference at 2-6. Indianapolis is 3-5. Raiders 3-5. Broncos 3-5. I don't think they're in it, but they must not have gotten the correct compensation for what they thought.
So at the end of it, for a comp third-round pick, is it a comp pick? That's what I'm hearing, that it was a compensatory. Okay. We'll see which one it is.
Well, that makes sense if you can trade those, because the 49ers third-round pick is going to be the worst of the three, probably.
Right? Yeah, it could be conditional. But for a comp third-round pick, basically for DeMeco Ryans leaving and becoming the head coach of the Houston Texans, you got Chase Young today? Not bad.
Yeah, that's good. If you'd have told me that you're going to get Chase Young at the beginning of this day, I would have said that would have been great. I am a little bit surprised that they couldn't get somebody to shore up that corner spot. But again, we say this all the time. It's an old cliche, but it takes two. I'm sure the 49ers are on the phone. I'm sure they were trying, but you don't want to overpay either. But I'm a little bit surprised only because they gave up one of their 3 thirds. They had 2 4s, they had 2 5s. I mean, they had the ammunition to go get something done. But I would imagine that the Bears, who got a 2 and a 5, or gave up a 2 and a 5 to get Montez Sweat, probably for Jalen Johnson, probably wanted certainly more. He was a second-round pick coming in, so they probably wanted a 2 and additional compensation on that. And then you brought this up earlier, and this could have been the case. Jalen Johnson couldn't get a deal done with Chicago. He probably wanted a deal done with the new team that he was going to, and I don't know if there's, like, the 49ers were not going to do that before seeing the guy, I wouldn't imagine, so.
And the other teams, so Philadelphia, Howie Roseman did nothing today. Dallas did nothing today. Detroit did add Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Receiver.
Who's a good wide receiver and a really good blocker. I mean, he's a tremendous blocking wide receiver. He also runs back punts. So the Lions are built on toughness, physicality, and the O-line and the D-line and the men's speed. Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown, they got speed, but Donovan Peoples-Jones is a different kind of guy, John. He's kind of like Jawan Jennings. He is a physical run-blocking wide receiver. So that's the only acquisition as far as the top teams in the NFC, correct?
Yeah, and Ian Rappaport saying that's it. No more trades. So 134, and it doesn't look like anything else is going to trickle in for the 49ers. So there you go. What do you do? The thing that's interesting to me is, what do you do? So it's an off week. Does he come here? Does he take mental reps? Do they talk to him?
The whole team has the week off.
Right,
so
but I just wonder if he comes in. They give him the book. They talk to him.
They could send. I mean, he has to pass a physical, so I don't know if they're going to have a press conference.
Want to try to get him up to speed as fast as possible.
Well, but one thing, it's good to trade for him during the bye week because he's not in a rush to get here, and it's tough to be traded middle of the year. He has to pick up and move across the country. Maybe he'll move in with Nick.
Do you have an extra room?
Bosa's got a. Didn't Nick talk about buying a mansion when he was out here? It's the first thing he was going to do.
He didn't get paid nearly enough. What did he get? 170 million. He's probably got he's just probably got like a 1-bedroom or something, or maybe he's got a loft.
But there really is nothing scheduled on the field. If he wants to come out and meet with Kasarik and Daryl Tapp and Kyle and Steve Wilkes, that's up to him. But they don't have anything on the field planned at all this week until when they come back next week on Monday.
If I'm the organization, I'm like, in a very nice way, we need you to come in and learn this stuff this week.
Well, did Washington have their bye? I mean, he may need a bye week.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Chase Young, that is the big story of the day. He gets traded to the 49ers. Nothing else, although they did try to get something done in the secondary. But reportedly, they didn't get into the wire. I have not heard anybody else or seen anybody else confirm that rumor that they were trying to get a Dory Jackson, but they didn't get it in under the wire. So we got a couple of stories, of course.
Washington has not had their bye week, so this is going to be the bye week. So he's going to be busy. He's got to move across the country and go to a new spot during the bye week.
Yeah. Move in with Nick.
Probably will.
Nick's got extra room, doesn't he? With $170 million? Buy you like a 1-bedroom, maybe 700 square feet down there? Santa Clara?
What, do you want to move in with Brock and Nick Sakel?
Yeah, sure. They got extra room.
Nick was talking about buying a mansion down there, so he'll figure it out. Yeah. They have executive housing for guys like that, too.
That's nice. Executive. I've been in executive housing before. I know that's hard to believe, but I have been. It's nice.
You are not an executive. Why were you in housing?
I don't know. Had furnished the whole thing, had food in there. That's a nice thing. Had a nice gift basket. Then I went to work and they go, "We hate you." They took it all back.
Okay.
All right.
I got my gift basket, by the way, from Gold Bar.
You gonna keep that, or are you gonna distribute that, or what are you doing?
Guys, I'm surprised it's still sealed.
I told them. I was the one who told them to dig into it, but they didn't.
They could take it.
Yeah. All right. Sweet, clean, family friendly Caboose Pistol Halloween edition. We'll do that coming up next on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose.
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
This was an early MTV hit. Bow Wow Wow.
Which
I
one
want
do you
candy.
want? Have you had a Reese's yet?
I've not had.
You want this
candy
one? I just unsealed it. It's all clean.
No, I just saw your fingers on top of it.
I'm like the priest.
I bet you're like
it's
the
way
priest.
better than the white wafer. You don't want this? You're not going to eat it?
No.
All right. I'm sending you a papal
What do you mean you're
message.
like the priest?
Here, look at Holder. He just comes in every 30 seconds and grabs a Reese's and leaves.
He's going to eat that donut.
He loves those Reese's to pieces.
What if we earlier on? It's been reported that Lee Hammer stole food from donuts from Levi Stadium. It's been there since Sunday, and it's got apparently it's not Fruity Pebbles or whatever. It's Twix or Tricks on top of this donut. It's hard as rock.
Tricks are for kids.
It's 3 days old.
Yeah.
If we threw in some money, who is most likely to eat the donut?
Me. How much money? I don't need money.
You almost ate it for free.
I'm gonna break a tooth though.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't have to give me money. Pay my dental bill. Is Tolbert here today? He'll do it.
I don't think Tolbert will eat it. I don't think so.
Copes?
Somebody will. Yeah, Copes might with the proper financial motivation. Yeah. Derek might with the proper financial motivation. No, he doesn't look like he would. Anyway. All right, here's some stories you may have missed. What would you do here? Our good friend David Locke, who has been on the show on many occasions.
Voice of the Utah Jazz.
Voice of the Utah Jazz.
He's great. Locked On Sports.
Yeah, that's him. So what happened was they were in Denver, and they're just about ready to get their broadcast underway on the Utah Jazz Radio Network. And David tweets out the following last night: "Apologies, a guy just spilled a beer all over our radio engineer's control panel, so we're unable to start the game on time. Hopefully, we'll be up shortly. They missed most of the first quarter." He says, "Sorry, we missed most of the first quarter. We are back on air. Join us."
So, some fan in the crowd
In
spilled
Denver,
a beer
on their radio
probably
equipment.
a Coors Light. Did he have a big forehead yelling, "Omaha"?
It might have been.
And he spilled, and so it shorted out the entire gear?
Yeah, you know how it is. They got this big broadcast equipment up there. And in the NBA, they've moved them from the courtside up to most places up past the first section.
Yeah, I know.
So you're up high.
Yeah.
And you're right behind fans in
right
most of the arenas.
tip off, and they couldn't.
And the
swap
guy
it out?
spilled his Coors Light all over their broadcast equipment. So
Wow.
he missed the first quarter.
So I, many years ago in Seattle, Bill King was doing a game at Old Key Arena, and somebody poured a beer on Bill's head.
Oh.
And he actually went at him and fought him. He swung at him. I remember having a similar situation in Seattle with fans surrounding me. It was actually when the Warriors were a very high seed playing George Karl's Sonics. It's when Sean Kemp dunked on Alton Lister, and I got into it with the fans. As a very young broadcaster, I think when I was a freshman at Syracuse, I like my coffee, and I always brought a cup of coffee into the studio. I spilled a cup of coffee over the entire studio, and they were not happy. They didn't make me pay for it, but they were not happy.
What'd that cost?
I don't know.
The panel? Or
it was right over the whole control. I was in doing a retrospective on the Syracuse Orange game from the week before. By the way, Syracuse is playing at Cal football next year. Are they in the Pac-12, Syracuse now? I don't even know. Anyway,
ACC.
So that's I've had incidents like that, but never quite like that. That's most unfortunate. And David, a pretty cool. You know David well. You work with him. Is he pretty calm, or did he go at the guy that
freak?
Did he go at the guy that
Probably? He's like you. I mean, once he's locked into the game, that's it.
But he can't call the game because you're not on the air.
But he has a short fuse. I work with him.
So what did he do? Did they just didn't no broadcast at all?
No, they missed the first quarter.
And he didn't do it on the phone or anything?
No.
Or?
Him and I.
He could do it on his smartphone.
He did a show and I did a show, but I produced the show on the other side of the glass as well as talking. My first show I ever did was with him.
Yeah.
And remember in radio they used to have carts, so for like music and for commercials and stuff, you had to stick it into a cart machine like an 8-track tape.
Yeah.
And one time we were yelling at each other back and forth, and I was throwing those things against the glass, and they were bouncing off the glass, and he was screaming at me. He's not calm at all. Neither am I.
He didn't. So never thought about just putting the AirPods in and doing it on the phone?
I'll have to call him tonight.
So I did an entire Warriors game at the Boston Garden.
On the phone?
January 17th of 1991. It was the first war. We were bombing Baghdad that night, and all of our satellite equipment was taken away for something else. I did the entire game on a telephone. And it wasn't even a smartphone. It was an old call-up phone. My ears were ringing at the end of that, doing that game. So David could have just jumped on the phone.
I've done that, too. I was
down his AirPods.
I was down in Lakeland, Florida.
Home of the Detroit Tigers.
Home of the Detroit Tigers doing spring training. And they used to send us down there for a month, and we would do the games from the broadcast booth early in the morning. It was 6 to 10 in the morning. Oh. And I don't remember. I probably overslept or something happened. But anyway, I'm driving. I think we were staying in Tampa, home of the Yankees, and I was driving down to Lakeland. And I did probably the first half hour of the show on the phone while I was driving. Hey, welcome to the show, everybody.
Never mentioned I'm not there yet.
Yeah, but you did it on the phone. Like you said.
You could do it on the phone.
You got to do
think of that?
Something happens. I don't know. I'll have to ask him. But yeah, he said they didn't broadcast at all. But they were on the road too, so I don't know what they could have done.
Right.
And he's with Ron Boone. Hey, it's the Booner, everybody. So anyway, missed the first quarter because the guy spilled a beer on their stuff. Tonight is Halloween. Alameda Police said.
Is it tonight?
That is tonight. And this is a little bit scary because I do enjoy this kind of stuff. The THC infused. I give you some of those mints. I mean, they're nice.
Yeah.
You got to be a little careful how many you take, depending. But they're warning you because there's these things and they look like Starbursts. They're packaged like Starbursts.
Passing them out as candy,
and they're THC infused. Kids will get them in their little pumpkins, and they don't realize they think they're Starbursts, and they're like,
"Wow, who's passing that out?"
Well, and if you think about it. It's not like a Starburst is something where you maybe eat one.
Yeah.
If you get Starburst, you probably eat 3 or 4. So eat 3 or 4 of those THC ones, and
you're gonna be flying.
You're rocket shipping.
And you're a kid,
and you're 8.
Wow, then you're really getting into the Reese's.
Anyway, so be careful.
Yeah, don't do that. Who's handing those out to kids?
Bad people.
Oh, come on.
What's wrong with you, man?
Whatever happened to the razor blade and the apple?
Come on. Those are much simpler times.
Much better.
Much simpler times.
The crazy cat lady was doing that.
I mean, we'd put laxatives in the popcorn balls.
The
that stuff was funny.
The X-Lax was good.
I know, it was funny.
Oh, these little chocolates are good. I'm looking for these.
Kid sits on the toilet all night.
Kit Kat looks a lot
harm.
like X-Lax.
Right, exactly. No harm.
It's a great diet.
No harm, no foul. But, the THC
careful.
stuff, man. Let's not, come on.
You got to be careful. No, that's not.
Come on, man.
Save it for the adults.
Yeah, something like that. So anyway, they're just saying be a little bit careful. And then yesterday we did bring up this story. Officials have reported that University of Colorado football players had their jewelry stolen from the locker room against UCLA. 28-16 loss. Several players discovered their personal jewelry, which they had left in the locker room, had gone missing. Lots of different things. They said they acknowledged this athletic department and reported the disappearance of items.
Did Deion have anything taken? He wears it during the game. He doesn't have to change.
Yeah, you can't take anything from him.
No.
But like you said, at least in the NBA, I don't know how it works in college football, but yeah, they take stuff.
Would you think the Colorado Buffaloes football team leads the country in jewelry and value of jewelry?
His son does.
Has taken over after the head coach.
Well, one of the things too was they beat Arizona State, which is I think they have 2 wins. And
Weren't you at that game?
Yeah, and he went to the student section, was like pointing at his watch, like, I got this great watch and everything. It's like, I wouldn't be flaunting that. Because that's probably what happened, was like Colorado's got a lot of money and they got a lot of jewelry in there. So I guess
had nothing to do with scoreboard or time. He was showing off his Rolex.
He's big.
So what's the point in the game for a night game where he does start the other night at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena? He's wearing the sunglasses when it's already a night game, and then at some point in the second half he takes the glasses off. I mean, you can't see it all.
Well, the only reason he's doing it is because he's promoting those sunglasses and he's making millions off them, so he can't take them off.
Can he see?
No.
At all? The whole game?
Clearly, after the TCU game, he hasn't seen anything.
What are they?
Colorado
They're
State.
4-4 now.
Yeah, I think it started 3-0.
Yeah.
That Stanford loss crushed them. I mean, that was just, they were, ugh.
What was that, 29-0?
Yeah, at the half, and then they lost.
They lost in what, double overtime?
Yeah, brutal. And then this has somehow become very, very controversial. Remember, fall back this weekend for daylight savings time. This weekend.
Okay, good.
So remember, Sunday.
The mornings are just pitch black.
Yeah. So remember.
But then it gets darker earlier.
See,
I don't like that either.
You and I have had this conversation.
I'm glad they're waiting for trick-or-treating. Because you don't want the kids going out in the pitch black too soon, right?
No, but
it's good to do it the Saturday after Halloween.
But if it wasn't for those, they always say in Scooby-Doo, if it wasn't for those damn kids, I mean, I'd rather have it lighter later, but they want to have
you want them to go to
light for the
school with
kids.
pitch black?
Yes.
I know, it's good.
When is that lighter later?
Why is that on the bye week? So we're falling back? So I get an extra hour of sleep? Right. I want that on Sunday when there's a game.
I know.
Oh, damn.
So it's our bye week.
I think it was on the bye week last year after the Ram game. Damn.
So
what is that, the first weekend in November now is the fallback?
Yep. So just remember.
I'm with you.
It's all about the kids.
No, well, it's a bye week.
Want them to go to school in the light. I don't want it to get dark at 4:30, okay?
Well, how many states are there that don't change? They don't believe
Arizona,
in daylight
Indiana.
Indiana, Arizona.
Isn't there more?
There's a third one.
Somebody just passed something. Hawaii doesn't do it. I know that.
And when I was doing the Pacer games, they always, why don't you have daylight savings time?
You show up early or late or something one time?
The cows get up the same morning, same time every morning to be fed.
They don't care.
That's the kind of state I'm in. Wow.
Exactly. Is that why they kept it the same?
It's Arizona, it's Indiana. What's the third?
Hawaii.
There are 3. Hawaii?
Well, isn't there another one? Somebody else
one in the
passed it.
continental United States.
But it just seems like the last number of years, maybe 3-4 years, people got all upset about it. It's just like, you don't even
they want to do away with it.
But here's the thing. You used to have to set your clocks, and that would piss you off or whatever. Now everything just moved. Changes for you.
Except the grandfather clock's the problem.
You got one of those?
With a big wall mount.
Dong.
Like, damn, I got to go up there and turn that thing on.
Get through the back of it and mess around.
I'm just going to wait till the spring. I'll be fine.
I don't think I have any clocks in my house that I have to change that aren't automatic.
And remember, it's daylight saving.
Oh, that's right.
Not
you said that
daylight
last year.
savings.
Yeah, there is no S on that.
Yeah, it's important. Don't screw that up, John.
All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol today. Chase Young goes to the 49ers. That is the big trade today for a third-round pick. We'll finish up that conversation. Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways as Steph Curry caps a perfect Warriors road trip, 3 in a row, a little masterpiece in Nolans. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Greg Papa here for the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the leaders in modern vision correction, including LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL. I'll explain. In the procedure that John London and I had, CLR, a custom lens replacement. So the eye exam I had a couple of summers ago was to see if I was even a candidate for one of their modern LASIK procedures. It's the best I've ever had as far as an eye exam. They perform something on me called the Advanced Vision Analysis, and it gives their doctors over 1 million data points to see if one of their 5 modern vision correction procedures is right for you. They determined I was right for CLR, likewise for John Lund. Custom lens replacement. They, of course, perform LASIK, all 3 types, and are specialists in the EVO, the ICL, and that stands for insertable contact lens that is more appropriate for some patients to help them see without wearing glasses. So Dr. Craig Bindi, who I've known for many, many years, runs the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Dr. Joseph Lin and his team, and he is a surgeon of the highest level. Great guy, easy to talk to. The entire team there, just great people, and they're known for their conservative advice on proven procedures that work. So the first thing is go in and see which eye exam is best for you, and then they will pick which one you go to. But if you're tired of glasses and you want to move on, I suggest you check out the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How gross can you get pizza in the urinal? I mean, come on. I've been a listener for over 40 years. Terrible. Clean up his act. Bye.
Who's commenting on that? Who was that?
Some guy called old school.
I didn't eat the pizza. I dropped the pizza. Was he responding to me?
Can people actually call us and leave messages?
I'm not going to tell any more personal stories.
Oh, we have a wine line? I didn't even know we had a wine line.
Good for him.
I want a wine. Change my voice.
What do you want me to do? I did not eat the pizza. I dropped it in the urinal. So,
Greg Papa guy talks too much, man.
Stop
Let
listening.
the other guy talk.
Stop listening. I guess Wesley Steinberg, it's a fake account.
He's a fake.
It's not true, but I am hearing from credible sources that John was on the phone right into the last minute. But if it was Adoree or somebody else, he was trying to work the trade. But that trade that did not go through, apparently not true. Wesley Steinberg sent that out. Fake account? How do
he's
you do
a fake?
How do you do that?
I don't know, but I mean, wouldn't you have better things to do with your life?
Apparently not. They call the wine line to comment about me eating a pizza. Apparently people have no lives.
Clearly.
That's why I'm eating the pizza in the urinal, because I got 6,000 lives. Unbelievable. So Chase Young, we had an eventful day today.
I mean, it would have been nice to get a corner, there's no question, but Chase Young, it's tied together, and I like Chase Young. So 24 years old, former second overall pick, 2020, went to Ohio State. Friends with Nick Bosa. Chris Kasarik light a fire under his butt.
What number is he going to wear? 99A? See what Javon does.
Yeah, 2 was his college number. 99 was this number. Both are taken.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
92? Combination. That was Kerry Hyder's old number.
Yeah, could be.
I don't know.
Who won the poll today?
Oh, yeah, I got to check.
What's the best Halloween sports Bay Area nickname? Dr. Death.
That was
Skip Thomas. Jack the Ripper Clark. Kevin Durant, the Slim Reaper.
Yeah, Slim Reaper won the whole way today.
Did he? Durant won?
Slim Reaper, 47% of the vote. Jack the Ripper, Jack Clark, 27%. Dr. Death, 14%.
Gravedigger was last?
That's ridiculous.
Why are they down on Gravedigger?
Javon Hargrave Digger, 12%.
The Gravedigger.
A couple of games ago, they'd have voted him number 1. Now they're not.
Yeah, they're fickle.
Right.
They're fickle. Go Boatsy. We got a World Series tonight.
Thanks as always to Danny and Walter. Had a good time had by all. Mike Tannenbaum, who said Chase Young's not going anywhere. Liar from ESPN joined us. Marcus Thompson, Dennis Brown. Any and all interviews at KNBR.com. We'll see you tomorrow. You'll be at Levi's, right? Because you're going to talk to John Lynch.
Arizona's going Mantiply. They're going opener in Game 4 of the World Series.
What's wrong with you? Wow. Go. Where's Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling?
He threw out the first pitch last night. Didn't even look like the big unit.
All right, to react to the Chase Young trade and more, Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
I'd be really surprised if Chase Young was traded in the next couple hours.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's shaking. That is awesome. Thank you, Tim. I was thinking this. I was going to text him and go, that'd be cool. And Tim already knew. That's what Tim does. And Tim already knew that we like this song. And this would be a good song to throw in there. Why? Duh. It's Halloween. There you go. So happy Halloween, everybody. And what is shaking? I will say this once, and I'll say it again, and I'll probably say it a few times throughout the course of the show. There are going to be kids out there, a lot of kids out there. So when you're driving, like a kid like that wants candy. And so I'll get you candy later.
I got candy right here.
I know it's Halloween. So be careful, please. Go slower than you normally go. Make sure you're checking and make sure you're looking all the time, because they're not looking. They're running. They're going to get candy, and they're going from door to door. So please be careful tonight. And happy Halloween, everybody. On the show today, Coach Shanahan's going to join us a couple times, as a matter of fact. We talked to him earlier today, so don't expect much Chase Young reaction, because we talked to him before the Chase Young trade happened, so we didn't get his reaction on that, just so you guys know. Greg Cosell, we'll talk to him about Chase Young and what he could bring to the 49ers and the 49ers last week, and then Donnie Whitner will also so a lot of football, and then Joe Thiesmann, who's got to see a lot of Chase Young. We'll talk a little bit about Chase Young and what he brings to the opposite side of Nick Bosa. I love this trade. I think it's a fantastic trade. I mean, they got a bunch of threes. They gave up one of them, and you get a guy who automatically, right off the bat, leads the team in sacks. He has 5. So whether he is the guy he was before, don't know that. I haven't watched the Commanders that much to know what he is, but I know he's still a very capable pass rusher. And to put him on that end, and I've said before, that's the identity of your team. And I love this trade. I think it's a fantastic trade. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, we'll talk to Donte Whitner about, as you said, at 450, because we asked him last week if he had a target or what he thought of these guys, Montez Sweat, specifically Chase Young. And remember, he said he didn't think either guy were a fit. He said, I think they need to go after DB. But I think what you and I have agreed on for a few weeks here is if you secure the D-line or you help that pass rush, everything gets better on the back. You got an all-pro back there in Hufanga, right? Yeah. You got Charvarius Ward, who's a capable corner. I know the nickel corner spot has been a problem, and yesterday when we talked to Matt Mayoko, he thought that maybe they would target that spot. Now, there was something that came out from Tim Kawakami that said right under the gun. Did you see this note? They had acquired Adoree Jackson from the New York Giants, but the Giants did not get the trade in or notify the league in time for that to go through. So that's a trade that falls. I mean, that's the business of doing deals under the gun there too. You run into.
Yep.
So
yep.
We're waiting to find out if that's accurate still, but that was initially reported. But we'll see. It doesn't. I mean, either way, it didn't happen, so it doesn't really matter. But they could have been trying to shore up another spot too, because with you, I'm with you for the third rounder for all the picks that they have. And somebody asked me this earlier, and I don't know if this is true. I haven't looked. Maybe we can find out if you can trade the Rooney Rule picks. Are those tradable assets? Yes, Derek. Derek says yeah. So you have all these extra comp picks and sandwich picks, basically, that you've picked up via that rule over the last couple of years, more than any team in football. This is a great trade. To me, I was trying to think about where I would equate this or how I would equate this, and we'll talk about it later, whether or not this is as impactful to the defense as McCaffrey was to the offense last year, and that remains to be seen. It's putting a lot of pressure on him. He's not quite as proven, but we know the talent is there. This is a guy who won Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2020 and then had a torn ACL and has not been able to recapture the same success. He missed a lot of 2022 and the end of 2021. However, this is the type of move you make to go all in. And John Lynch, I had like the Pootie Tang thought. John Lynch done it again, y'all. Seems like every time a big player becomes available, he's in. I mean, they went and they got Trent Williams via trade. They needed to add a receiver a few years ago. They got Emmanuel Sanders via trade. They had Christian McCaffrey via trade. Even picking up a guy like Randy Gregory, who's a former big first-round talent. Charles Omenihu, who's a former first-rounder. They went and they acquired him. They made the trade for Kevin Givens. Didn't they get Givens from the New York Giants? Didn't they acquire him from there? They traded for somebody from the Giants. I think it was Givens who they got a few years back, or he went out there. I can't remember. They acquired somebody from there. It was a D-line. And bottom line is he's gone out and he's acquired pieces year after year to help secure what this team needs. And they're feeding their strength right now in talent. But also now, I equate this to kind of like when we were always looking for somebody to hit behind Bonds. Right, who's going to protect Barry Bonds? You get somebody else over there that's a threat, it takes a lot of pressure off of 3 other big first-round talent guys in Bosa, Hargrave, and Eric Armstead. I love this trade for what they gave up and what they're getting back talent-wise.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at what their defense has become the last few games, and we talked to Coach Shanahan about this, and, well, we're not going to talk about Chase Young. He talks about the defense. He talks about Steve Wilks. He talks about Brock Purdy. He talks about his confidence, what he told the team going into the bye. I mean, he got into a lot of stuff. So it's definitely well worth your listen at 3:30 and 5:30. You don't got to listen twice, but if you want to, go ahead.
Should. Yeah. Maybe you should, just in case you miss anything.
The defense, yeah, it's like a rewatch of a movie. The defense has been third worst yards per play in the NFL the last 3 games. Third worst. 6 yards a play. They were like in the top 5. Now they're 11th defensively. They're still second offensively. They're second in yards per play behind Miami. So the offense is still doing what the offense has been doing. The turnovers are definitely hurting. There's no doubt. But the defense, the last 3 games, I mean, you go from 5 to 11 in yards per play. You are, 30th in the league the last 3 games in yards per play defense. That's not who they are. That's not even close to who they are. Like, not even close. And that's what I told him. I go, we hold these guys to a really high standard because we've seen it. We know what it can be. And it's not like there's a lot of turnovers. A few, but not a ton of turnovers. So where is it? Like, where is it? And this helps. This helps. I think the bye week was going to be good for him, but this is going to be even better for him because they just didn't get the production they were hoping to get out of Farrell, out of Jackson, whoever was over there, Gregory. And I don't know if it's fair to judge him yet. He's only been here a couple games, but they need another dynamic guy. Like when they got D Ford, that's what they wanted. And he got hurt, but that's what they wanted. A guy that was on the other side that if you single him up, he's going to get to the quarterback. He's going to make your life a living hell. And we'll see. I think this guy can be that guy, but we're going to get a chance to watch him. You don't know about a player until you watch him every single game. You just don't. I found that out a long time ago. You trade for a basketball player and you start watching him, you're like, oh, this guy's better than I thought. Or, yeah, I didn't see that. Because you hear all the numbers, you see the highlights. But let's be honest, none of us are watching Commanders games. At least most of us aren't watching Commanders games, full Commander games. Yeah, well, maybe you are.
I'm not locked in on Sam Howell, no. To be honest with you, I was not.
You don't know about a player. Like, I think most people would say, wow, McCaffrey's even better than I thought he was. Like, I knew he was good, but he's even bigger.
Blows me away every time I see him.
Yeah, you appreciate him every single game. You get a chance to watch him. So that's what we're going to learn. We're going to learn. We're all going to watch Chase Young. We're going to get a chance to learn a little bit about him. We're going to have Joe Thiesmann on, who's going to tell us about him. He's watched him a lot, but with our own eyes, we're going to get a chance to watch him. But again, I've said this for the past, 2 weeks. I feel like I should just hit play and have a recording of this, is that this is who they're supposed to be. This is their identity. This is what they sank resources in. They sank more resources into the defensive line. This is who they want to be. This is who they have been. This is who they haven't been recently. So this is a trade to get them back to that level, to where the defensive line is just ass-kicking, and it's helping out the linebacking core. It's helping out the defensive backs. It's helping out the offense. It's forcing turnovers. It's getting to the quarterback. It's doing the things they haven't done at the highest level, their highest level this year. So I do. I'm with you. I love the trade. You didn't give up much. You're not like you're risking a ton, and I think the reward is huge. And because your quarterback doesn't make that much money, if he kills it in a Niners uniform, who's to say they couldn't keep him?
Yeah,
and keep him around for a few years. So I think this. I don't know how he's going to play. I don't know what it's going to lead to, but I think it's a fantastic trade. I really do.
Yeah, you don't want to put the cart before the horse here, but he is an expiring contract, and he's a guy who's got to play for some money here. He's a guy who's looking to prove something. I always love a player with something to prove, especially a guy coming from a team that is sort of as downtrodden, where the vibes there, guys are saying that, remember we played the sound last week? Dudes are like, wow, I'm so sick of this ass, dude. We keep losing in the same way over and over. It's such a bummer. It's been years of this crap. We just can't turn it around. You take a guy like that, put him into an organization like the 49ers and the locker room that they have, give him an opportunity to play on a stage that he hasn't gotten to see before at this level. I know he's been to the playoffs, but to see it at this level where Heineke's not his quarterback, he's got weapons around him in the way that he does, and he doesn't even have to be the star. This could be great for the 49ers. We'll talk more about this. You can let us know what you think here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-KNBR. What do you think about the trade? What does this do for the defense? Before we get out there, Tom, it is Halloween. We'll ask some of the guests this today. Your favorite Halloween candy, costume you ever had, and favorite Halloween movie? Movie, candy, and your favorite costume you've ever had. I'll start. I'll go. My favorite. My favorite costume I've ever had. My mom made it or helped me make it. Dude, I was Marge Simpson one time.
Great job, brother.
It was the best, dude. We found this pot, and she glued like 250 cotton balls to it, spray painted it blue, painted my face yellow. I'll tweet out a picture. I was Marge Simpson, dude. One funniest in my school. Great costume.
Nice.
It was a good creative costume, yeah.
Very nice. My costume, oh boy, probably when I was like in, I don't know, probably 7th grade, 8th grade, I went as a hobo. Got the Dickies,
nice,
all over them. I don't know if you can do that anymore, but I did then. And teased the crap out of my hair. So my hair was all teased up, and I had grease on my face and dirt on my face. And, I had the stick with the
thing tied to the end of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, your belongings. You get your suitcase. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and I mean, I wasn't just a run-of-the-mill hobo. I was like a legit railway hobo.
Oh, you were skipping trains, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to hop on trains and all kinds of stuff. So I did a costume. Wasn't really much of a costume. I cut I had a burlap sack. Cut a couple holes in the burlap sack. Put it over my head, then put a noose on my neck, and I had blood like coming from my neck. I did it really quick, and it scared the hell out of kids. So I don't know if I just remember that one. I don't know if that's one of my favorites, but I do.
Hobo's
like that.
Pretty good, dude. I like it with the bindle, says Tim. Yeah, with the stick and the belongings.
I enjoyed that one. Yeah, and like I get grandfathered in because I'm so old. So you don't try to do.
No, don't come and talk. Okay. Don't come at me just because I repeated what he said either. I'm not.
Don't come at me.
Here's the thing: if you come at me, I'm going to come at you. That's the difference. That's the deal here. I'm not backing down. I'm not just going to go quietly here. If I'm going down, it ain't for hobo. You know what I mean? If I go down, I'm going to fight back on that one. It ain't going to be to a guy like that. He says in Ferris Bueller. Yeah.
And I had I just had my favorite candy. Lori bought some Smarties.
Oh, nice.
Smarties are my favorite Halloween candy.
Damn,
they're not ones that I buy very often. And they only come. I know they're around, but I don't seek them out. But you get them in these packs, these like massive packs of candy. So I had a couple, and those are ones that not everybody else loves. So there's always a bunch left over at the end of Halloween, and I crush those things. So yes, Smarties, and then I'll think about a movie here in a second.
All right, we'll get to the movie when we come on back. Yeah, John and Papa, those selfish scumbags, ate the entire bit of Reese's Cups that were in here. 1 4-hour
Did they
show.
really?
Well, I'm looking at it. Dude, John asked me, you want a bucket?
Of course they did.
He's like, you want a bucket of candy? And I was like, yeah, I'll take the one with the Kit Kats. You see, I got this whole bucket of Kit Kats here. Dude, so I was going to be snacking, dude. Kit Kats are my lunch. Dude, and then he's like, no, you can have the first. John tried to run out and leave me with the bucket full of candy corn. And that's why I was late to the show. I went running out, and I was like, you SOB.
Not candy corn.
No, dude, here's what I'm going to do with the candy corn. I don't know who paid for this. I'll pay you back. I'm just going to. There you go. There's the candy corn right into the trash can for you. There you go. When we come on back, we'll get more into the. Oh, nice. We got more Reese's Cups. Tim, is there anything good?
Yeah, what was your favorite? You didn't say what your favorite candy was.
Oh, probably Reese's Cups. That's why I'm pissed.
Oh, really? Okay.
I love a Reese's Cup, dude. I peanut butter and chocolate. They make Haagen-Dazs peanut butter and chocolate. It's the best. It's one of the best mixtures you possibly have. We'll get more into it. Anyway, KNBR, best costume you've ever had. We'll get into movies a little bit later. I also want to know, in honor of Halloween, I've texted a couple of our friends close to the show, former pro athletes, scariest guy you've ever had to defend, that you were assigned to defend. I don't know if you were ever assigned to Jordan, Tom, but in honor of Halloween, I want scariest guy you've ever had to defend. When we come on back, more on the 49ers trade for Chase Young. This is a huge deal for the Niners. We will get into this, what it costs. It was just a third rounder, where he's been, where he's going, and what his numbers have looked like this year to this point. He immediately becomes the leading sack getter on the 49ers. We'll talk about how he's going to impact this defense when we come on back. And, it's Halloween, only here on these Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's Sports Leader.
The 49ers have acquired former Defensive Rookie of the Year Chase Young for a third-round pick. More on that story is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Yeah, first Montez Sweat goes to the Chicago Bears, an unlikely destination. And now Chase Young, the former number 2 overall pick, goes to the San Francisco 49ers in exchange for a third-round draft pick, a much more likely destination. The 49ers defense really struggled the last couple of weeks under Steve Wilks. Beef up their defensive line, give them someone on the opposite side from Nick Bosa. And, if you're the 49ers, you have aspirations to go deep, deep into the playoffs. The best way to do it is to stop the other team's quarterback from doing what he does. Adding Chase Young to the mix, certainly someone who could do that, as talented as anyone. He is in the last year of his deal, so likely going to need a contract extension at some point. All of that goes into the price, but I think the main thing for the 49ers this year is that they just got a lot better on defense with a premium talent off the edge.
There you go, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reporting on the trade of Chase Young by the 49ers. They acquired him for just a third-round pick, and that's what he's saying there about that all goes into the price for that, because maybe a little bit surprising to some people when you see that Montez Sweat went earlier this morning, to the Chicago Bears for a second-rounder, and I thought, boy, that means Chase Young is going to be awfully expensive, which is interesting because they didn't pick up the fifth-year option, and so that's what he's saying. Whoever gets him, if you want to keep him, it's going to cost you a contract extension. They'd have to get very creative, but again, he may have to play his way into that in a situation like this. I fear running into a situation like the Niners had with Barry Bonds, like the Giants had with Barry Bonds for many years, where we, year after year, were like, once they decided to bat Jeff Kent third and move Bonds to fourth, which did wonders for Kent, it hurt Bonds. It's when he started picking up all the walk records. I mean, they were walking him anyway, but if you have somebody behind him that can protect him, then you can't walk him every time with the bases empty or with first base open, because the guy behind him might hit a home run. At one point, Reggie Sanders was okay there, Moises Alou. The Niners are going to continue, especially with the expensive roster they have, to try to find a guy who can play opposite Nick Bosa, which is going to, help Bosa, but also going to mean big things for that player, too. And if it's a guy like Chase Young, who's a number 2 pick, former defensive rookie of the year, this could be, if they figure out a way to make this work and he's healthy enough to play here, because now it's a lot of times sort of like Tommy John, when is a guy going to tear the ACL, not if. He's got one done. Hopefully he gets healthy and stronger again, and maybe this is a long-term fix that could mean wonders for a dominant defense for a long time.
No doubt. The one thing I wish I would have, I just thought about it, and I wish I would have asked Kyle this, but here's the one thing I'm not sure they have. I'm not sure they don't have it, but the depth. They've always had tremendous depth on the defensive line.
Sure.
And it just doesn't seem like they have that this year. Like, they used to roll guys in, and all the guys would be like a DJ Jones. Bring a guy like that in that nobody knows who he is, and he's out there making a difference. I mean, they've had guys like that.
Amenahu, Givens,
and a bunch
DJ
of them.
Jones. There's a ton of them. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if they have the depth that they once had, and I should. I'll remember to ask him that next time. But yeah, no, I'm with you. The Sweat deal was weird. I'm like, what are the Bears doing picking up people? Like, where are they going? Are they going anywhere? Like, I guess that was just for next year. Like, okay, if we can get better, let's try to get better. If we think this makes us better, let's go ahead and do it. So, and then I don't mind that. It just kind of caught me off guard. I did not expect them to be one of the teams out there adding players. So, no, I mean, I'm excited to watch this defense now. I'm excited to watch him, and I think he can't help but be rejuvenated a little bit, and not to say that he wasn't maxing out when he was in Washington. But, man, you get to play for a team now that has a chance for a Super Bowl? Like, that was not going to be the case there in Washington, and probably wasn't going to be the case for a few years now. So to come here, play with your former teammate, 2 number 2 picks, bookends, getting out there and getting after it. So, no, to me, it's exciting. It's exciting. I won't say I felt the same. I feel the same that I felt when McCaffrey came over. That was totally different because he's just it's not the same. I think it can make an impact. It's not going to make that type of impact. I do not believe. If it does, I'll happily be wrong. That'd be fantastic if it made that type of impact. But I think it is going to have an impact. I think it will have an impact.
I think so too.
I think they're going to benefit. And again, this is the way they're set up to dominate from the front, and they just haven't been. This is going to help them do just that.
So in terms of some of the other trades from around the league, and by the way, the Montez Sweat one for a second rounder to the Bears, Derek said in my ear, the Bears were the only team that could afford that trade and to give Montez Sweat an extension together, as a joint thing there. So they're a team that where he was a bigger fit or a better fit in terms of price tag there. The Niners, again, give up just a third rounder. You were saying teams that were kind of confusing. I'm sort of baffled by what the Minnesota Vikings did today. In acquiring Josh Dobbs from the Arizona Cardinals. Now, the Cardinals have set themselves up now in better position to handle whatever they want to do with Kyler Murray about to come back. They'd opened his return to play window, was it maybe a week ago, 10 days ago or so? So he's getting ready to come back. And what the Vikings have done now where Kirk Cousins, I thought they had kind of hurt themselves with that fourth win because then you're in sort of a middle ground there. Kirk Cousins was an expiring contract. He's like 36 years old or 35 years old. You don't know if you're bringing him back. They weren't poised to go win a Super Bowl. They didn't look like they were competing with teams or getting better to compete with teams in the NFC, at least to the level of the 49ers and the Eagles, who are the class of the conference. Even the Lions, I thought, looked better. We'll talk about them in a minute. But I thought what they did was sort of funky because now does Dobbs help you win? Does he make you better? Does he make you as good as you were with Cousins? Probably not. But you've also now virtually taken yourselves out of the running for a guy like Caleb Williams or hurt your draft stock there. I don't really know what the Vikings were doing or what they were thinking. I thought they were kind of in the perfect spot to sell rather than add a mid-tier quarterback.
Well, here's what I'll say about that. First, they got 4 losses, so it's gonna be hard to get all the way down to bottom.
Sure.
2, and the football is so different than basketball and baseball. Like, you can't tank in football because you're asking guys to go out there and put their bodies on the line. Like, they don't care that you get the number 1 pick next year. I mean, they're concerned with getting through this year and playing the following year. Like, basketball is different. Like, if you're trying to get a good pick, you can play the young guys. Young guys are happy to play. The older guys are kind of happy to sit sometimes. And you're not risking injury when you go out there. In the NFL, you get out there and you're like, hey, guys, all right, we're just going to start selling off some parts here. You only have so many young guys on a team. You're going to have veterans out there. And those veterans are going to want to rip your head off. You're telling them, hey, we don't care if we win or not, but go out there and play. Go ahead and risk your career, risk your body, while we try to get the number 1 draft pick. I've never thought that could work in football because you're asking guys to risk so much more than they risk in baseball and basketball.
I agree with you.
To go out there and try to get a better draft pick when they might not even be here, and then B get hurt before you ever get that draft pick. So I think Dobbs, I like Dobbs. I saw him play this year. I thought he was good enough. I don't know how good he'll be with Minnesota. Maybe when you get Jefferson back, maybe they feel like, hey, you know what, we have enough here to make a run at like the final wild card or something like that. So, yeah, that's a tricky one in the NFL. I think the NFL, you kind of owe it to yourself to try to win. I know a lot of people look at it the same way they look at basketball and baseball, but I just never have because of the added element of injury in that sport and non-guaranteed contracts. If there are guaranteed contracts, guys would probably be like, well, I got a 5-year contract anyway. But like, nobody likes to get hurt. And certainly no one likes to get hurt when their contract isn't guaranteed. So, yeah, that to me is a really, really, really hard sell.
I guess what I'm saying is I wasn't suggesting tanking per se. I was suggesting it was odd to go buy in that spot because you're not helping yourself by. I mean, you're helping. I hear what you're saying too because coaches and jobs are on the line here. Is Kevin O'Connell on the hot seat in any capacity? They know more about what's going on out there than we do. But they had a big win over the Niners. They probably feel momentum is going in their direction. And obviously the Kirk Cousins injury was a bad one. But at 4-4, they look at the top of the division and they go, we can still beat the Lions. We can catch them atop the North if we have the right pieces. So I understand that. And I also, as a if I were a fan of that team, I go, good. We're going aggressive. We want to stay in it. We want to go to the playoffs. That's what the goal is every year. And if we still have that alive, why would we not take advantage of that opportunity? I think they're better than, I don't know who their backup was. I know Nick Mullins was there. I don't even think he dressed for the game.
I think it was Hall, the BYU rookie.
There you go.
Or the young guy from BYU.
So they wanted somebody else. And I do think, I kind of like Dobbs this year. I thought Dobbs has played okay. He's exceeded my expectations for what he was going to be able to do when he was in Arizona. And they got him late. And he's proven that he can jump into another offense and just go, okay, cool, let's get this thing running. So, yeah, I get, from a fan's perspective, you got to like it. I just thought it was interesting because I'm with you. They're probably not getting to number one, but if they got low enough, I don't know that Carolina's taking another quarterback, right? If they get the number one pick, you jump off of Bryce Young after 1 year. So maybe if you're low enough, you can move around. You know what I mean? When you're in the same window with a team that may not take the quarterback at number one, you may get creative. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
But Arizona, who'd they give up? The UCLA quarterback after 1 year.
Rosen?
Yep.
The Rosen one?
Right? It was after Dr. Rosen?
Yeah, he was
Penis? Yeah, I think it was 1 year, right? They got rid of him.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then got Kyler.
Yeah.
Well, yay. And maybe that's why they got rid of Dobbs, because Kyler's getting ready to come back.
That's it. It's exactly it. They'd opened that window. We're going to catch up with Joe Thiesmann.
They're starting tunes this weekend. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. We're going to catch up with Joe Thiesmann at 2:50. He'll give us his insight on the 49ers trade of Chase Young out in Washington. Again, the Niners give up a third-round pick. They had 3 third-rounders before the trade, 2 of which were compensatory picks for D'Amico Ryans getting hired in Houston, Mike McGlinchey leaving for Denver. He was Nick Bosa's teammate at Ohio State. He was drafted number 2 overall in 2020, and he won Defensive Rookie of the Year. Tore his ACL, missed part of 21 and 22, but a big addition here. The question is it in addition to the defense like McCaffrey was to the offense? Is it that big of a boost? We'll talk a bit about that, and if it can inject that same life. When we come on back, Tolbert and Copes, and then Joe Thiesmann at 2:50 on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Raheem Mostert goes in motion to the right, so it's an empty backfield. Mullins gone 3 are left, 2 are right. Bluffs one to Craycraft right, and he gets sacked. He fumbled the ball. Chase Young will pick it up, running back the other way. 40, 30. Brunskill, Williams, they can't get there. Chase Young's got a Washington touchdown on a scoop and score. As Nick Mullins fumbles the ball, and Young chases it down from the backside, scoops it up, gets some blocks down the sideline. Brunskill, Trent Williams, the center and tackle, only hoped to push him out, Tim. They never did, and Washington has their first lead.
That was Chase Young against the 49ers his rookie season back in 2020. Back in that year, he had 44 sacks, 44 sacks, 44 tackles, 7.5 sacks. He's got 5.5 this year, immediately becomes, he's got 5 sacks this year with Washington. He will be the leading sack getter for the 49ers immediately upon entering this roster. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We are going to catch up with Joe Thiesmann coming up at 2:50. We spoke to Kyle Shanahan actually before the trade went down. So we will play the interview with you for Kyle Shanahan at 3:30 and again at 5:30. We did talk a lot about this defense, what has to get right. So you can sort of apply what Chase Young will look like to what Kyle was saying there. Also talked a lot about what he spoke to Steve Wilkes about with the sideline calling versus calling plays from up in the booth. So that's all coming your way at 3:30. The question is for this one is how big of a move is it for the defense? Does it reach the level of what Christian McCaffrey did for the offense last year? Now, a guy who's drafted number 2 overall and you're acquiring him basically because of injury and not for lack of success. Because again, 7.5 sacks his rookie year. We're halfway through the season at this point. He's already at 5 sacks for this season. He's got more than anybody on the Niners. You acquire a player of that talent, it's going to add something to this team, especially because I think he's getting more healthy. I think he's playing better than he was at the start of this year, at the end of last year when he came back from the ACL injury. So does it do the same thing for the defense? That I don't know. It's going to unlock something in a different way. When McCaffrey showed up, Jimmy Garoppolo went down, right? When Jimmy goes down against Miami and McCaffrey had barely, 22 snaps or something he played against Kansas City the week that he arrived. Yep. When Jimmy goes down against Miami and Brock Purdy steps in, the offense as a whole kind of unlocked and clicked. At the beginning of this year, we talked a lot about, is it more McCaffrey or is it more Brock Purdy? It was a body of work. It was everybody working together. And that's why I think this has the chance to be the same impact that McCaffrey had, because this plug-in is going to do a lot for everybody else. They don't have to game plan for 4 different guys there on that line. You've got 2 in the middle who are not easy guys to guard. They're getting a lot of push from Javon Hargrave. Eric Armstead's got to play better as well. But I think a lot is going to change both defensively and then in tune offensively because of what this is going to do to opposing offensive lines and defenses, and you're getting a really tough stretch of teams, especially offensively in the back half of the season.
Well, think how many more possessions you're going to get because your defense can get offenses off the field now. I mean, think about the drive where the Bengals the Niners cut the lead to 7 this past weekend, and the Bengals went, 80 yards? I mean, they didn't put right down the field.
Yeah, marched.
Did not see a third down. Couldn't get to Burrow, couldn't get pressure, and this was going to help with that. I mean, that was huge. That's something that you did that was like almost shocking. Like, wow, they can't get out the field. No, look, Burrow's good. We know that. They have great weapons. It's humming. That offense is about as good as it gets in the NFL. We know that, but it hasn't been. And it was just, is it coincidence that it just happened to do it against the Niners? I mean, the Niners, just like Cousins, well, I shouldn't say just let him, had Cousins throw for 350 against him. So, again, it's not just like, oh, my gosh, look, they finally clicked. It was like, well, there's a reason they clicked, and part of it was the Niners. So getting the ball back to the offense, and the offense has been fine. They've had some turnovers, no doubt about it. They haven't scored as much as they have been scoring, but you can see where, okay, just limit the turnovers, a couple plays here and there. The yards per play are still really good. They're moving the ball. They didn't run the ball last game, which is a little bit shocking because they always run the ball, but they couldn't
They're playing catch-up.
Kittle mentioned that, and he goes, we just couldn't unlock all the plays we like to get to because it works off the running game. And we just couldn't get to it because we couldn't run the ball consistently enough. But you give them a couple more series a game. Again, yeah, I think this is going to be big. I think it's going to be big. Like, I was looking for Purdy real quick because I wanted to look at, like, yards per attempt in the NFL. And I always look at, like, yards per attempt, and as 9. Like 9's usually kind of the top. Like if you can get to 9, that's like Super Bowl type stuff.
Yeah.
But when you get to like in the 8s, that's still massive. And no shock, Tua is 8.8. Like 8.8 is massive. That is a massive yards per attempt. You want to guess what Purdy is?
Is he like 9 point something?
9.1.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He's 9.1.
I think it's down. It went up because of his attempts and the yardage last game. It went up, but he had been high for the first part of the season. The first 5 games he was through the roof because it was low
think how
attempts and big yards.
that is.
Yeah,
think how insane Tua's been.
Picks up a first down every 2 passes.
Yeah, and Purdy's been better.
Yeah,
Purdy's been better yards per attempt. So the offense isn't the problem. Again, the picks, those are an issue. There's no doubt about it. I think those can be cleaned up, and I'm not worried that much about it because, again, he hasn't dealt with this. They've just kind of come in a cluster here, and I think that could be cleaned up. But a couple of those throws he made to Kittle last game, those were, like, incredible throws. Like, seam throws toward the end of the half. I mean, right between 3 guys. This guy makes like some really. I mean, I don't know how anybody can deny that. Like some of the throws he makes, like
the picks, he was damn good. Yeah,
that was a great throw. Yeah, the picks were atrocious. They just were. Again, the first one was the worst because he couldn't even have thrown it if he wanted to. It didn't matter. The second one wasn't good either. But yeah, but he's still like. It's not like he scuffles all the time and then throws a pick. He makes some great throws, and then I'm not denying that needs to be cleaned up. There's no doubt about it. But to me, he makes enough like high-level throws that you're like, damn, this guy's pretty good. Like this guy's pretty good. And let's not make it out to be that like quarterbacks don't throw picks, especially young quarterbacks. They do. They throw picks. He just hasn't, which is why when he struggles, it makes it even more like, oh, my God, what's wrong with him? The only reason we're saying, oh, my God, what's wrong with him is because he didn't deal with that like the first 15 games, 16. He didn't, which is shocking unto itself that he didn't struggle. So, again, I think they're good there. I think they're good on offense. The yards per attempt, some of the throws he's made, and he did it last week without Debo too. So and without Trent Williams. So the offense still, other than the turnovers, like if you cut it up play by play, you'd be watching a lot of really good plays from Purdy. So the defense can get him the ball back more, get to the quarterback more. Again, I think it's all good.
The odd man out here likely to be Drake Jackson then, right? But here's how the 49ers have fared. Drake Jackson had those 3 sacks week 1. After week 1. This is per Matt Barrows of The Athletic. After week 1, the team has gotten 1.5 sacks from DNs not named Nick Bosa. They got 1 in week 6 from Randy Gregory, his first week with the Niners against the Cleveland Browns, and then 1 in week 8 just this last week. Excuse me, it wasn't 1. It was a half a sack from Cleve Farrell. So Randy Gregory and Cleve Farrell are the only DNs to record any sacks outside of Nick Bosa since week 1. You're adding a guy now who has 5. So he immediately becomes the leading sack getter on the 49ers. Does not have any yet with the team. For your money, who gets more rest of the way, Bosa or Chase Young?
Bosa.
I'm going to go Bosa, too. I think Chase Young's going to be right there, though. I think he'll be within a sack or 2. I think they'll be close. I think it'll be good.
That'd be great.
That's a great problem to have.
Unless it's 1-0.
Yeah, that would. It's not really what I had in mind when I said who has more. I was thinking, 7-6. That'd be sweet, something like that.
That would be better. That's much better.
I don't like 1.5 to 1. That's
I'm just stating the obvious. That wouldn't be good.
All right, let's see what Joe Thiesmann thinks. We'll go out to Washington, talk to Joe Thiesmann, get his thoughts on Chase Young, what this move means for the 49ers, and why the Commanders decided to cut bait with a guy who has this much talent, did not pick up his 5th-year option after he won Defensive Rookie of the Year, then went down with an ACL injury. We'll talk to Joe Thiesmann next, and then Kyle Shanahan at 3:30, only here on the Sports Leader. Steph Curry is on fire to start the season. He scored 42 in last night's Warriors win over the Pelicans, 130-102 the final. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What a treat. Today, the 49ers at the trade deadline have acquired Chase Young from the Washington Commanders. A couple of trades with the Commanders over the last few years. Of course, Trent Williams coming over, but this is a big one here on deadline day. Here to talk about a longtime quarterback with the Commanders, Joe Thiesmann, joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. Joe, Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert here in San Francisco. What's going on, man?
Not much, guys. Just landed in Rochester, New York, do a little function for a police charity event. And I just got off the plane and I saw the news, and then you guys reached out and I went, wow, okay. Just another Washington football player going to San Francisco.
So what's you get off the plane, you see the news, and we give you the call. What's your first reaction? I mean, I don't think it was a shock that they didn't pick up the fifth-year option. I was a little surprised to see Montez Sweat traded this morning for a second-rounder and then Chase Young for the third. But I think 49er fans are excited. I think a lot of people think they're getting one of the best players available.
Yeah, they are. I think, unfortunately, he looks like he's really healthy this year. Chase has struggled over the last couple of years with different types of injuries, but it looks like he's healthy. And, he'll fit into a rotation very well on a defense that I think is one of the best in football. And so now you have some depth this time of year, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Unlike you, I knew one of them would be gone, either Chase or Montez. Never expected both of them to be gone because, think of it, you paid Deron Payne a ton of money. You paid Jonathan Allen a ton of money. Both these guys are coming up. So, how much money are you going to tie up in your defensive line? So you need to leave some room. I think right now the Washington has 9 draft picks. So, they're moving forward, new regime, new ownership, moving forward, looking at younger players in certain areas on the football team. So the whole thing makes a lot of sense. Like I said, only one of them going I thought was going to happen, but not totally surprised that both have moved. Because of economics.
We know that you don't really get a chance to know a player, Joe, and to get a chance to watch him every game and see what he's all about. What are we going to learn about Chase Young that we haven't seen by maybe watching one game a year in highlights?
He's very energetic, very enthusiastic. He'll work hard. He'll work really hard. And this is a trade. I think Kyle's one of the best coaches in football. I put him in the top 3 in professional football easily as an offensive coach as well as a head coach. And I think John's done a terrific job in the front office. So, I think he's going to an organization much like Trent Williams. Trent was a really, really good football player with us, and now you've seen him get better in San Francisco. I think Chase has that same opportunity. His willingness to work, I think, is there. His eagerness to be on the team. And now he's going someplace where, you're basically looking, albeit the last 3 games haven't been the best for San Francisco, there's still a team that you have to reckon with in the NFC. So there should be enthusiasm there.
Voice here is Joe Thiesmann on the Yuma guest line. The 49ers at the trade deadline today acquired Chase Young from the Commanders, number 2 overall pick in 2020. He won Defensive Rookie of the Year. He had 7.5 sacks and 44 tackles. He's already had 5 sacks this year. And so he missed some time at the end of 21 with the ACL and most of 2022. A guy who's picked that high and the talent that he was coming out of Ohio State, do you still look at him as, and we're starting to see him get healthy, to your point, Joe, do you still look at him as a guy who could at some point in his career be the best player on a defense or be a top 3 or 5 pass rusher in the league? Does he still have that potential?
I think he can be impactful. I mean, you look at the guys that you have. You look at the different players around the league that are impactful. I think he can be that kind of football player. He'll fit into a rotation that'll work very well, which means he'll stay fairly fresh probably through the course of a game. But, now he's starting to get back to the form. And keep in mind, he missed a year basically, so he's still learning his trade. I mean, I've talked to defensive linemen, defensive ends, pressure guys, and it's like it's a continuing evolution to learn what's your move, what's your counter move. What are the things that you do? You can't just rely on speed, which I think he did early on. Now he's learning the other aspects of playing the end position.
When you watch Brock Purdy play, I mean, what impresses you about him? It's been a year now since he started, Joe, last year against Miami, but we watch him every game and think, my goodness, he struggled recently, but what do you think?
You knew the balloon was going to burst at some point. You just can't, you're not going to go through every game of every season and not have some tough times, make some decisions that, you wish you had back. But the thing that I love about him, and again, I think he fits into Kyle's offense so well, but he's very decisive with the football. If you can get the ball out of your hands and make a decision, the chances of success are much greater. If you notice, when pressure gets in anybody's face, it makes it more difficult to get the ball where you want to. Some of the interceptions, he's just trying to push the ball down the field. He has to push the ball down the field. I look at Brock a little bit like I was asked to run an offense. You want to convert the third downs. You want to create opportunities. If you get a big play, you have to be successful on it. But you want to get down around the 10-yard line inside the red zone, and that's the scoring opportunities that come up. And that's where your decisiveness with the football matters so much. Making a decision, get the ball out of your hand, because the windows are so small there. And you can't hold on to it for a long time. And I think Sweeney Dabo is just or not Sweeney. When you've got talent around that position like San Francisco does, you want to get them the ball as quickly as possible.
Talking to Joe Thiesmann here on the UMA guest line. You watch a lot of NFC East football. I'm wondering your thoughts on the Eagles and the Cowboys. And we saw the Cowboys here. That was the Niners' last win 3 or 4 weeks ago, 42-10. And now people are talking about them again. They're beating below 500 teams, but they're handling business the way they should. What's your read on the Dallas Cowboys and on Philadelphia atop the NFC?
I felt like Dallas has probably a couple of the best defensive players. Micah Parsons is just a beast to deal with. He's going to make one or two plays, very disruptive plays in the course of a game. The Eagles are solid up front. I don't think the Eagles have really played their best football yet. Jalen looks like he's limping around a little bit. Defensively, they're tough up front. They create problems, but Washington put up 30-plus on them. People have been able to score on them a little bit more than I thought they would. And Dallas looks like it's starting to hit its stride. It's a funny thing about the way the NFL is now. Without preseason, the first 2 or 3 regular season football games, to me, are a chance for a coach to get to know their football team, for players to get conditioned to be able to play football, to be able to get hit, to be able to recover. Those are all. Now we're starting to get to the middle of the year where you'll start to see the difference in who is really going to be good and who maybe could have been good, but then they start to fall away. I think this weekend, this is a big, the next game for the 49ers is huge. They whatever it is, they have to figure out a way to get it done. Dallas's defense, to me, is still something to deal with, and that was the case this past week. It was their defense that made the difference. Offensively, they do the right kinds of things. They've got speed on the outside. They've got solid running backs. Notoriously had one of the best offensive lines in football. And so I think that those two, and like I said, they go at it this week, so we'll have a much better idea of which one, at this point, will be the better football team.
Does it feel like the clouds have parted and the sun's shining in D.C., where the new ownership group has brought kind of a new life to the organization? I'm wondering how fans feel, how you feel. Does it just feel different this year?
Well, there is a renewed enthusiasm. Evidence of that, our first game against Arizona this season was the first time in 18 years that an opener had been sold out. They've had 3 consecutive sellouts. So you can say that the enthusiasm level is extremely high. And I think everybody's excited. And now you've got to put together the wins. You can't win one, lose one, win one, lose one. You have to find some consistency. But I will say this, of the games that have been played for this football team, they've been in every one, pretty much except for the Chicago game. They had a chance in the Giant game. They had a chance in both Philadelphia games. Those are 3 losses. Mm-hmm. So when you look at this football team, it's not like they're getting blown out. I really like what Sam's been doing. I really think Sam Howell does an excellent job. He didn't play well this past week. He didn't throw the ball at the end of the game in the fourth quarter that well. Played well in the first half. Second half didn't play as well. But he's still a guy that is continuing to grow. And look at the young guys in this league. We really have a wonderful group of young players that have a chance to be able to be impactful in the NFL coming into the league. And next year there'll probably be some more. And I think Washington they're loading up now with draft picks. You get a 2 for Montez and a 3 for Chase, or vice versa. So they're loading up with draft picks to, I think, try and continue to make the roster stronger.
Talking to Joe Thiesmann here. Joe, before we let you go, did this trade for you just is in the way the NFC is stacking up? Now, I think a lot of people probably had it Philadelphia and then the Niners and then Cowboys and Lions are in there somewhere. Did it do anything for you to change where the Niners are in the NFC, or do you need to see Chase Young out there first?
No, I don't. It hasn't changed. I think San Francisco will be there, can be there. Once all the pieces get back in place, I think it'll be a different football team. But it just goes to show, if you're missing just 1 or 2 players, the impact and the difference that it makes on either side of the ball. That's how impactful these players are. Trent Williams, you want to say he's the best left tackle in football. I think you can make a case for that. He was very talented here in Washington. Things didn't work out, and now he's found a great home in San Francisco. When you look at like I say, the talent level around the quarterback position out there is vitally important. I still think San Francisco can get it done. Dallas is surging right now. Philadelphia has been, like I said, it's not that they've been bad. It's just that it's not what we saw a year ago. And as each week goes by and Jalen gets a chance to get healthier and healthier, I think it'll be even more impactful. And one other thing, the Eagle, the push for the first down, I hope the league doesn't pass some kind of rule that says you can't do it anymore, because I like to reward ingenuity and creativity. The shotgun down in Dallas, the 46 defense in San Francisco. I wish they'd outlawed that one. I should say in Chicago. They should have gotten rid of that one. They should have gotten rid of that one after one game, to be honest with you. But then the West Coast offense and our 2 tight ends offense. These were all innovations, and now what Philadelphia's doing is an innovation. And by the way, other people have tried it, and they have not had success.
Nowhere near. No.
So kudos to the Eagles for coming up with something that is unique and very productive for them.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. The voice you hear, Joe Thiesmann. Joe, we really appreciate the time, man. I know you're traveling. I know you get an event to go to, so we really appreciate you stopping by. Great to get your thoughts on the move. We know you're close to the situation. You've seen a lot of Chase Young, so we appreciate the time, and thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks, guys. Always great to catch up. Take care.
Great stuff.
You,
the great Joe Thiesmann, longtime quarterback for the Washington Commanders. Good stuff there. I mean, he says it's interesting because I always wonder when guys are drafted in the first round like that, especially high up. Like a lot of times guys are called a bust if they don't end up being the superstar, and draft classes are different, right? They have different depth, and maybe a guy who goes second one year would go eighth another year because of the talent that's coming out. But he was a guy who they saw as a big frontline, best in the defense type of player. He started to show that a little bit his rookie year, and then a big injury like that is tough to come back from. But for him to say, I think he can be impactful, and maybe ends up being more impactful playing opposite Nick Bosa, a guy with something to prove and is looking for a contract. I'm really intrigued by this deal. I think this could be the type of deal that helps the 49ers win in a way that they have not won yet this year, on the complete sort of defense is showing out, not just getting stops, but turning over and hitting the quarterback, sort of filling up stat sheets the way they have not to this point.
Maybe a little friendly competition between Buckeyes.
I like that.
On both ends, trying to get to the QBs. So, yeah, again, I'll say it again. I think it's all good.
Couldn't agree more.
And if it's not, then it's a third-round draft pick. I mean, it's not nothing, of course. Thank you. We need some more sackaroonies, baby.
Yeah, dude.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Yeah, that's not
Chicken
a sackaroonie,
sackaroonie.
baby.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow said, "That's not a sackaroonie, baby. That's a first down." Of course, he's a Buckeye. He's a Buckeye
too.
LSU, but he's a Buckeye as well. So as Nick Bosa said, thanks for making my bye week trash. I guess if it's going to be anybody, it might as well be you.
Trash.
Or something like that. Trash.
It's 3:30.
Never heard that.
We had a conversation with Kyle Shanahan right before the Trash deadline. Was not Trash for the 49ers, who picked up Chase Young. But we didn't talk Chase with them. We did talk sort of about trade deadline philosophy and about what the defense's plan is and where Steve Wilkes is going to call plays from. So we've got that interview coming your way 3:30 with Kyle Shanahan. Then we'll replay it again for you at 5:30. Greg Cosell 350, Dante Whitner 450. But Tom, just one more thought on this before we get to our next bit here before we talk to Kyle Shanahan. Do you think this is a move does it seem like an all-in move? Because it's very, very, very unlikely they're able to keep it. That they're able to re-sign him and keep everybody else they need to keep. And talking about Brandon Ayuk's next deal and some of the contracts, I mean, I'm sure they'll get creative with restructuring some stuff, but it would be tough to keep him based on what he'll probably command on the free agent market. Does it feel to you like this is an all-in move? Like we have an opportunity here. Things are getting expensive. This is a push the chips in?
No, it doesn't. And I don't know that I'd agree with you that it's very unlikely they might re-sign him. Again, when your quarterback's making damn near nothing, I think you have more than enough wiggle room to maneuver things. And who knows? We have no idea what he would be asking. We got to wait and see him finish out this season. I mean, it's not going to be what Bosa's. I mean, he's not going to be like a high-end defensive end where he's making $30 million a year. So who knows what it might be? It could
maybe
be
it's shorter, cheaper, and prove it. Yeah, maybe it is.
Maybe it's one of those deals that they do in baseball all the time. You know, do like a 2-year deal. Try to get some footing like Cody Bellinger, and then re-enter the market and get paid a large amount of money.
He's 24 and he's not a running back. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
Right.
So again, I don't know. I don't know that I'd say that. I don't know that they would say that. I certainly don't think it's an all-in move because even if he were to come and go, they still got a bunch of players here that can compete for a championship. So I mean, they are going to come up on that point where they're not going to be able to have everybody. And look, that point may take care of itself because Trent Williams may be ready to retire at some point. So no, I wouldn't say that. I think we'll see how this year plays out. But I don't think you get him just to say there's no way we could keep him because you have no idea right now. I think there's a lot of variance in what his market value could be next year. So I'm just excited to watch him play this year. And look, if he earns $20 million a year or something like that, then that means the Niners probably had a great year and maybe won a Super Bowl, and that would be good all the way around.
That would be sweet all the way around. We are going to catch up with Kyle Shanahan at 3:30. We will do Greg Cosell at 3:50, Whitner at 4:50. Quick question, though. I asked you this a little bit earlier if you had time to think about it. In honor of Halloween, scariest guy you were ever assigned to defend? Where you were like, this is my assignment for this game. I got to guard this. Is Karl Malone? Is it somebody like that? Just some it doesn't even have to be a Hall of Fame dude. Just a guy who're like, man, this guy just dropping bows in my chest. Or like this. Who was it? Who's the guy? Because I throw one out to Franny. I've got one from Franny. I've got one from Bill Lasky, and I have one from FP. Scariest guys they had to face either at the plate or on the mound for Lasky.
Scariest guy. I mean, look, talent-wise, yeah, you're looking at Barkley, guys like that. Charles but just Barkley, like scary, like you thought this guy could very well have rocks in his head, and he's not afraid to hurt you.
Yeah, right.
Anthony Mason.
Ooh.
Anthony Mason.
He was a killer.
Anthony Mason's that guy that, you just thought.
You didn't know what you were going to do that game. He might just,
You didn't, I was like, he was massive. He was massive. Like, Oakley was kind of scary, too. But I think Oak kind of had it together. But he didn't mind smacking people around occasionally at practice. I wasn't there for one of those, which was nice. But he's a big dude, elbows, stuff like that. But I didn't mind physical play. I didn't mind that. But I always thought he kind of at least had it together. Anthony Mason, I never knew what was going on up there. Like he could. The scary guys are the ones that you feel could lose it and then lose control and go berserk and just do whatever and not care.
Yeah.
I played with one of those guys in practice, Byron Houston from Oklahoma State. He was like a psycho. He was scary. He was one of the scariest guys I played. And I played with him and against him, but he was scary. Yeah, look up when he got arrested. I think Byron Houston, I don't want to say why or how, but I don't think it's good.
He got arrested. I don't think usually it's good. Yeah, usually that's...
No, it's not good, but I think it's like, I don't want to say it. I think I know, but I don't want. It's one of those ones where you don't want to say it unless you know, because it's not. It ain't good.
I'll tell you this: I haven't seen what he did yet, but
scary.
he did 4 years. I don't know what he did yet, but he did 4 at least. So that's the first one. Byron Houston stands to 4 years. So there you go. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did.
Those type of guys. Those type of guys are scary to play against because you're like, there's no consequences for them. They're just like whatever. Like they go grab a 254, beat the hell out of you, leave you for dead. Like they don't care. Like there are a few of those guys in the league, and it's not about how like tough you are, how big you are, but it's just the crazy ones. And I always thought Anthony Mason was a little cuckoo, and he was a little scary.
He's a little nuts. We'll get into a couple of more of these a little bit later. We'll tell you what Franny had to say, what Bill Lasky had to say. I'll give you FPs too, and he'll check in with us at 5:45 and take you through KNBR tonight. The guys who are crazy, they might hit you, they might whack you, they might indecently expose themselves. In one former NBA teammate of Tom's case, who did 4 years, former Oklahoma basketball player Byron Houston. I'm not going to read further into that article, but there's a blurb for you. When we come on back, how about this, Tom? I wasn't here last week for it, and I've been jonesing. It's full. It's overflowing. The bag's going to rip. The NBA grab bag makes its glorious return to the airwaves next. NBA grab bag is next on the Sports Leader.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' Sports Leader.
You gotta love indecent exposure at a children's basketball camp.
The Warriors have exercised the 4-year options on both Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The return of the NBA grab bag. Now, I say return. Tom, you didn't grab bag without me, did you?
Nope. No, did I?
You grab bagged without me?
I did something without you.
NBA grab bag.
I thought when we grabbed
I did.
I thought, Tom, when we grab bag together. You know what I mean?
Dang. I broke your trust.
I thought we were, I thought it was a joint thing.
I broke your trust.
Hey, man, it's all right. It's all right. By the way, people should know Tom.
Hey, look, I just do what Derek tells me to do, all right? Blame him.
Dude, me too. I'm at the mercy of Derek Popovich, which is not anything anybody out there wants to be. Let me tell you.
Lame as hell.
Yeah, it's not the. Yeah. It's a scary thing to live. Anyway, we got an NBA grab bag for you. Tom's going to be out on Friday. Marcus Thompson's going to be in. So for those of you who have been clamoring, there's a Black Friday. There's a Black Friday on the horizon coming your way this Friday.
Pickle and Kool-Aid. Pickles and Kool-Aid.
There you go, dude. Black Friday, pickles and Kool-Aid. Maybe we'll get some more grab bag in. We'll see what happens. Anyway, we got your NBA grab bag for today.
Grab bag.
And shockingly, it's going to start with an NBA story, Tom. How about this?
Yes.
Basketball. James Harden. I could not believe this when I saw this last night. I was like, this isn't real, is it? Was this? James Harden finally got what he wanted. He never gets what he wants, man. It's nice to see James Harden finally get what he wanted. It's nice to see James Harden finally make a request or a demand and then get it answered in the way that he was hoping. Harden finally gets what he wants. He's traded from the Philadelphia 76ers to the LA Clippers. Now, I know you're going to love this. You're the first guy I thought of when I saw what the return was. So the deal sends Harden, PJ Tucker, and Flip Petrusev to the Clippers. Got to love anybody named, it's Philip Petrusev to the Clippers. And here's what they get in return. You're going to love this. It takes up 3 lines of, my notes. Marcus Morris, Robert Covington, Nick Batum, KJ Martin. Okay, there's your players. Yep. Simple enough.
Okay.
Then, a 2028 unprotected first-rounder.
Yep.
2 second-rounders. A 2029 pick swap. And additional first-round pick. They got a haul back for James Harden and PJ Tucker. That's a whole lot to get back. So, I'm a little bit surprised at what the haul was. I think it's great for the Clippers. I really do. I think what we've seen so far I don't think it's going to be too many cooks in the kitchen. I think what we've seen from Russell Westbrook to this point has been completely different than what we saw from him on the Lakers. I haven't seen a ton of them, but a couple of the games I've seen and some of the highlights of his that I've seen, how he's been used, Westbrook looks like he's kind of found his spot there. Now, I say I like it for the Clippers in terms of Harden said he wanted to be a scorer. He wanted to be a scoring first guy. I don't think they need him to do much more than that. I think if they can deploy him in a way where he can just do what's good for him and they don't need him to play defense and to take up that sort of spot, the problem here is whether or not you're throwing it down a black hole every time you throw it to him, right? If you pass him the ball, is it coming back out? And that's the concern every team has when you get James Harden, right?
Look, I mean, we'll probably need to spend a little more time than just grab bagging on this.
Yeah, probably.
There's a lot of stuff that I wanted to talk about. It's worth a shot if you're the Clippers. I'm not that optimistic about it working, but we'll see. Defense is there's 2 parts of the game, offense and defense. Never been known as a defensive guy, so it does give them a lot of firepower and gives them a chance to have at least 2 of those guys on the court at all times, and they have more than enough depth. So, yeah, I'm intrigued. I think if it hits, yeah, they can win a championship. I don't think there's any doubt about that, but I don't know that it's going to hit. I don't know that Harden's going to make that much of a difference, but if I'm proven wrong, the West just got much, much tougher to get through. Yep. It's tough enough already. You add them to the Warriors, who've been playing great, the Suns, the Nuggets, even the Lakers and the Kings. Even the Mavericks haven't lost, although I'm not high on them. But anyway, maybe we'll get on that a little bit more later. But that big trade, and yes, I think the Clippers won, and I absolutely think the Sixers won.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Jim Harbaugh is, we haven't talked about this really at all. You've been following this story? Jim Harbaugh is currently battling a cheating scandal with Michigan where he's accused of stealing signs and having a scout in person in attendance at several opponents' games. There have been false reports of Harbaugh having reported that his contract extension was rescinded. That was a false report. They're investigating a member of his scout team that has ties to former former government job or something like that, or some kid who had interned somewhere. Dude, he had purchased tickets to 12 different opposing games. And I'm like, why is it a big deal to go to an opposing team's game in person and scout their sideline stuff? Also, why can't we just give these guys a green dot? What the hell's going on?
Yeah,
Keep talking like it's too expensive, and I'm like, you know what's one thing? that's never a problem for college sports and college football specifically, things being too expensive. I promise you, it's not because it's too expensive.
I've heard.
There's no way.
I think I heard. Maybe we should get Joe Klatt on talk about this. I had Joe Klatt. I think said that the reason they don't want to do it is because the coaches don't want to do it. They say they want to do it, and then he said they go tell their ADs, "Look, don't do it. We cheat. We want to be able to take advantage of what we do."
That's it, yeah.
And he said all the coaches do that, so they don't want to have the green dot.
It's honor among thieves, right, exactly.
Yeah, they think their cheating is better than the other team's cheating. So, yeah, it's just a mess. I think this whole thing. Look, if there are rules, there are rules, and you broke them, look, you're going to pay a penalty. That's just the way it is. You can argue whether you should be able to go 65 or 55, but when the speed limit's 55 and they catch you, then what? You got to pay a fee.
He was going 65, yeah, but we caught you.
Yeah. So Harbaugh may have to pay a fine, but I don't know. It didn't hit. Like I've kept up with it, but it didn't really hit me.
It's just sort of a funny.
It's weird.
Yeah, anyway. I guess they haven't rescinded the contract, but it's a 5-year extension of $34 million or something. It doesn't seem to me like this should be something that should like end somebody's career at a school. Like it just seems bizarre to me that it's this big of a deal. It's like they're almost looking for something here. But yeah, it's being investigated by the NCAA, and we'll see what happens. Of course, Harbaugh has no knowledge of it, which I love when college coaches say that. It's my favorite thing. When college coaches have no knowledge.
Plausible deniability.
It's the best. It's the best. You guys control everything. You're God at that school, and you know nothing about it. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Is this a mistake? Another NBA story? Interesting. What? Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, Utah Jazz radio broadcast. Oh, dude, they were off air for the first quarter. I did not see this story. The Utah Jazz radio broadcast went off air for the entire first quarter when a fan spilled beer all over their engineering equipment right before the start and tip-off of the game. The broadcast was back on air for the second quarter and beyond. That is fantastic. A fan spilled beer all over. Can you imagine that time? You're like getting ready to call a game and then it just gets knocked over. I mean, like John Miller's getting ready to go on. And then here comes DC.
No,
I can. Beer.
I can believe it because trust me, we are not, much like John Miller and Kipe and Dave Fleming, we're not in our own little space. Like we are amongst the animals when we go out and do games on the road. We have our own little space at Chase, which is nice. But you go out on the road, you're sitting right in the middle of people. It is not a broadcast booth, so to speak. It is just like a broadcast section. And some of the sections are just like, let's see, there's seating for fans. There's you, and there's more fans on the other side of you. It's wild. Like you're climbing down in there, trying to get to your seat. So it didn't surprise me at all that happened. But that is, that's... Getting ready, and the beer spills on.
Back here in the second quarter. Welcome on in. We'll get to the second quarter starting lineups for the Utah Jazz. That's fantastic.
That's funny.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
There we go. How about this? Max Scherzer last night in the fourth inning catches a line drive, and he leaves the game. And then they say he leaves the game due to back spasms. Corey Seager ends up hitting a 420-foot home run or 421 or something foot home run. An absolute tank job. The Texas Rangers take a 2-1 lead over Arizona. They got Game 4 today. So another sports equinox for you. I love this. Well, the World Series going, we'll get the sports equinox. But the story everybody's talking about today is that Game 1 of the World Series had like the lowest ratings in modern history. Fewer people watched Game 1 of the World Series than watched it in 2020, they said, when, by the way, ironically, it was played in that same stadium out in Texas. Wasn't a big deal for me, though, that it was lower than then because everybody was home then, right? Like October 2020, we didn't even have a vaccine yet in 2020 of October. So I wasn't, actually, I don't even remember when, do we play it in a normal time? I think we did. Fairly normal time in the World Series because we played the short season. But anyway, there you go. Thoughts on World Series to this point?
Don't care. I don't care how many people
I don't care about the ratings either.
I'm enjoying it.
I am too. I think it's been fun.
I think it's been a fun World Series so far, and I hope the Diamondbacks win tonight. So I hope we get more games. I hope we go 7, and I hope at some point Aroldis Chapman blows a game for the Rangers.
Ooh, I hope so.
That's what I'd like to see.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be nice. That would be nice. Still waiting on that blown knee for Deshaun Watson, too. Anytime you want to blow that knee out, Deshaun, I'm happy with it. All right, that's going to do it for your NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
And, it's always better when we grab bag together, Tom. When we come on back, Kyle Shanahan. We spoke to him, by the way, before the trade went down for Chase Young. So we will talk to Kyle Shanahan about this defense, about what he saw in this last game, and about whether or not he spoke to Steve Wilks about moving from the booth down to the sideline. Kyle Shanahan, our conversation with him from before the trade deadline is next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. Got a special opportunity for you. And that's because when I was a kid in the Bay Area, going out to live sporting events, always the coolest thing, especially when you get to go to a venue or somewhere that you have not seen an event before. So why not head on over to the Cow Palace? That's because on Saturday, November the 4th, Westside Promotions is bringing you live championship boxing at the Cow Palace. It's the third event in the series, Resurrecting the Palace. This is going to be an exciting, action-packed night of boxing with the WBC Latino lightweight title on the line. In the main event, Adam Blue Nose Lopez faces off against Giovanni King Gio Gonzalez, and also in action that night, undefeated Filipino sensation Jacob Makalui, as well as an undefeated 2016 Olympic boxer Peter Kamakov, and from Cork, Ireland, Irish Tommy Hyde, versus Kenny Lopez in a battle of two undefeated prospects. Going to be an unforgettable night. You don't want to miss this great night of boxing at the Cow Palace. That's this Saturday, November the 4th. Doors are going to open at 4 o'clock. You can get your tickets at westside-promotions.com. That's westside-promotions.com. You can live stream the event also there, by the way, westside-promotions.com. Boxing is back in the Bay Area. Don't miss it this Saturday, November the 4th at the Cow Palace. For more information, visit westside-promotions.com.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big day for the 49ers as they acquired Chase Young, defensive end from the Washington Commanders. Now, we have a weekly conversation with Kyle Shanahan. Due to the bye week, we spoke to Kyle earlier this morning before the trade deadline went down, so did not get a chance to talk to him about Chase Young. However, did talk to him a lot about how the Niners performed over the last 3 games against the Bengals and whether or not he had spoken to defensive coordinator Steve Wilks about moving from the booth down to the sideline. You'll hear that in our Kyle Shanahan show, which starts now.
Faithful. To him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, it's that time. Actually, it's a little earlier than that time. We usually do it later in the week, but because it's a bye week, we thought we'd let Coach Kyle Shanahan get done with us and be on his way. And, of course, it is Halloween. So, Coach, what's going on? Welcome. Appreciate it, as always.
No problem, guys. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, man.
Doing good. Just getting ready for the kids. I just saw a load of candy that my wife got, and I'm like, how many kids are we expecting exactly? When there's no way we're getting through that. No way. So I'll be dumping, Copes, get ready. I'm going to be dumping a lot of candy off at the studio here shortly. All right, let's get to the games. So I guess the big question, Coach, is just what happened? Like, this was a top 5 defense in the league for the first 5 games, and then over the last 3 games, it's slipped to 11th overall. I think in yards per play, it's like bottom 3 in the league. Same players, same coordinator, same everything pretty much. I'm just, to your eye, like, what's happened the last 3 games?
Yeah, I wish I could say it was one simple thing, but obviously we haven't been playing good enough. And, you can go back to the Cleveland week, and, I think they got us on a lot of screens, and we didn't play their run very well. And we tried to tighten that down, and, I thought our energy could be a little bit better on tape than it was at Cleveland. Not to be confused with bad, but I just didn't think it was as up to the standard that we're used to. And then we went to Minnesota. I thought we were very ready for that. I thought the energy was better. I think I can go through that game like I show our defense, and I'm like, this is how we're supposed to look. But then I also showed them about 10 plays in that game where when you're going against a quarterback who's hot and you are getting someone's best shot, energy's not just enough. You got to play things at a high level. And there's a couple things that we aren't playing at a high level, just whether it's from coverage or just getting a blitz off. And this quarterback exposed us every single time it happened. And when that happens, they are going to get some points. You hold them to 22, and I think it was, and I believe that should be enough still for our offense to win. But we didn't play very good complementary football, and when they did get the stop, we weren't able to come in and score, so we didn't play that well together. And but I did see the stuff there that I truly believe we could fix this and play it better. And then we go to this last week, and I think that was the most disappointing one, because when I was done watching the tape, I felt we looked more tired than the team we were playing against. And that's not an excuse. That's the reality. And that's not okay. For whatever reason it may be, you can't do that. And that's something that I really haven't said much around our team in a number of years. There's a standard that we play to that I think we've earned, that people are well aware of, the whole league is aware of, that you're not going to outwork us. And I don't think anybody out there was just consciously not going as hard, but I feel we got a team's best shot, and we don't surprise anybody, and they played at a higher level than us, and that's something that we can't ever let happen again. And when I look back at who we got in this building and stuff, you can sit here a lot of times in these situations and have to talk to your team after. I don't care if you're 5-0 or 0-5, but when you lose 3 in a row in this league, I always say 2 is miserable, but you lose 3 in a row, it's Armageddon. And that always is the case. Fortunately, we won the 5 in a row before that, so you're still sitting here at 5-3. But when you do go through that stuff, a lot of times you're sitting with your team, you're like, guys, we got to find out who we are. We got to figure out our identity, what we want to do, and who we're going to be this year. And the good thing about our team is we know exactly who we are. We know exactly how we have to be, and we still have all the same people who are very capable of being that. And that's why I want these guys to get away here for these 5 days. And I really want them to look inward. Don't look for an answer outside, what someone else can do better. Look at what you can do better. And when we have 53 guys come back thinking that way, when we got everyone on our coaching staff coming back thinking that way, then I guarantee our team will play better collectively. And when you're in these situations, it kind of excites me. That is what I'm asking. I've been in these situations before where you're down to your 3rd quarterback, or you've lost players on, we lost Nick to his ACL that year in week 2 and a number of guys, and you sit in there and you're trying to rally the troops and stuff, and there's not that much. And that's why when I sit in these meetings now after these 3 losses, and the answers are there. We can't talk about it. We got to go out and do it. And we haven't been able to do that 3 weeks in a row. And I think it is a good time for us to get away. But I expect when these guys come back to have that exact mentality that we've always earned and we've always had here. And whether we have that or not now, I haven't seen it on the tape the same way. And that's what the most important thing to me is. And I expect to see that when we get back together here next Monday.
Take us through the dynamic of Steve Wilks in the defense. Obviously, he's kind of the new guy here, so he gets a lot of the blame. People were saying maybe he should be down on the sidelines. I'm like, well, he was up in the booth for the first 5 games, and that seemed to work out okay. So it's interesting when things go a little bit sour. I mean, things need to change. People don't remember what happened earlier on, but I don't know if that's an issue, if him being on the sidelines helps. I mean, what's that dynamic like? He's kind of coming into a pretty established defense who has that reputation, and so far, it was good early. I mean, 5 games, it was really good. In the last 3, it just hasn't been. I mean, just take us through that and kind of the dynamics of that.
Yeah, I think I think all that stuff's a little bit overrated. There's pluses and minuses to both. You know, I was a coordinator for a long time, and I was on the field for 8 of my 9 years calling plays, and I was in the box 1 year. And I loved being in the box for that 1 year. And the reason was I enjoyed having a chair and a desk because you're thinking so much, you're writing stuff down. And man, is it nice to have a table there, to not to have everyone away and kind of always organizing your thoughts and writing stuff. And it can help you call a game better. There's also times that, man, I need to talk to this dude, and I don't feel like talking him to on the phone. I need to look him in his eyes and have a conversation with him. There's stuff about that I missed. So I don't ever think that's the answer or what's wrong. Now, I have talked to Steve about possibly coming down. One thing I do love about Steve is I think he's a man. He's a leader of men, and I would love in some instances to have him down there to be able to address some guys certain ways and things like that. And when you do that, there are always stuff you lose from being up top. So there are pluses and minuses to both. So if we ever do that, it's not going to be the answer. It can help in some areas and it won't in others. But that's something that we do look into. And I kind of want Steve to be where he's the most comfortable, and I want him to be where the players are the most comfortable with him. And we'll see what we do going forward, but that is definitely an option.
Talking to head coach Kyle Shanahan here, as we do every week on the UMA guest line. I'm wondering for the bye week, you talked about losing 3 in a row feels like Armageddon in the NFL. Does anything change for you with how you spend the bye week preparation wise, or is that thinking or overthinking it too much?
I mean, I always do what I feel like I need to do. Whatever that situation is. I don't have a book that says you've lost this much, so you only get 3 days off, not 4. You do what you think you need, and I do think there's a part that I think guys need me not to be around them for a little bit. Guys need a little bit of break from me. Sure. So I like letting guys go, and because they're going to have to deal with me a lot when they come back, and there's lots of time to get some of this stuff done. So I think a lot of that's important. But it also sometimes nice for me that depending on how the year's going, that this is the easiest time for me to gather thoughts and look around, and I get to watch a lot of other people around the league. I get to put some philosophy things together, and I don't have to be so locked in on, who we're playing that week. And so I do plan on using that time, whether it's here in the office, whether I have an office at my house, and I have one that follows me everywhere on my iPad too. So we'll see how it plays out.
It's so funny. The quarterback position, coach, I mean, as you well know, is so scrutinized that a few bad games and people want different people to play the position. Look, I think Brock's played fantastic. I really do. But the picks were a little concerning. What one was most concerning last week to you? Because the one to Wilson, obviously, you didn't see him. The other one, as you described it, other players described it, he couldn't throw it anyway. And even if he threw it, the best that you could hope for was a 5-yard penalty coming back because the legal man downfield. Does that show any sign of maybe a little bit frazzled, or he wasn't thinking it out when because that one I was like, wow, you couldn't even do that if you wanted to, and he did it anyway. What did you take from that, and is there a bigger picture to that, or is that just kind of an isolated thing?
No, I mean, that was his biggest mistake because we need to hand the ball off there. We got to read on it, and you're supposed to hand the ball off. If the DN closes, if he goes up the field, you shovel it underneath. And so he just missed that read, and then that's just experience. I've had guys, you go to throw a screen to someone, and there's someone on them, and they run around for a second, and then they throw it away. And then everyone's down the field, and they're like, oh, man, I can't do that. And then they learn. And I think that's what happened to Brock. He made a mistake at the beginning. He was scrambling, and he saw a guy wide open in the end zone. So he just reacted and threw to him. And it was going to be illegal guys downfield, which happens all the time on screens. And then you learn from it, don't do it again. Unfortunately, the guy made a hell of a play and picked it. But in terms of Brock, you're 100% right. Brock's been one of the reasons we've been in these games these last 2 weeks, and he has done some unbelievable stuff. But I also will say, when you're down some points and you got to get back into it, the quarterback's going to win it or lose it. That's part of the position, because he's got to make some big time plays just to get us back in that. And I thought Brock made some big time plays for Cincinnati. A number of them scrambling, a number of them with his throws, and he was one of the reasons that we got a chance to at least be within one score at the end. And he's one of the main reasons we believe we're going to be able to go down and score. And he made a rip. Brock lets it rip. And when guys let it rip, sometimes you can't pull it back when you do it too fast. And he did that one time in the game on that throw over the middle, and that was just a bad pick that he had. But by no means does this change how he's playing. He's made a couple mistakes at the end of the game, but if you watch that tape, just like you're saying how you think he's playing when you watch the game, you're dead right. He's playing at a very high level, but when you throw picks at the end, when you're down points, that ends the game right there. And that's why this was part of playing that position, and Brock is accountable for that. You should hear him talk to our team after the game. I mean, he's sick over those turnovers. I understand how they happen, and we don't want them to happen, but I can't tell you how much I believe in him.
In terms of the deadline going down today, and I'm not talking specific players or anything, I just wonder your involvement in that process, in looking at players around the league, guys who may be available, talking about what you think could help you. How involved in that process are you? Are you sitting right there with all of it, or is this a back and forth where John will bring you stuff and you'll go back to him? I just am always curious about when deadline stuff goes down, who's involved and how it works.
Yeah, that's stuff that's John and his group upstairs are working on, for months. They're always evaluating stuff. I mean, every week, even when it's not trade deadline, they're giving reports on around the league and what's happening and ranking players, so that you're always ready when someone comes available to be able to make that decision. And you got to have confidence that as a coach, because we're all sitting here as a coaching staff getting ready for, last week. There's one thing we can think about, and that's Cincinnati. And when we get here on Monday, it'll be one thing, it'll be Jacksonville. But those are such big decisions that you do need not just a personnel input. They can tell you how they feel about the player, but they also want to know where that person fits and how you'd use them and things like that. So however they're doing, John and I are always talking, whether it's at the end of the day, whether it's at lunchtime, but that's stuff that's always discussed. So I always know kind of what they're into. But when it comes to that stuff, most of it's just talk. There's so much dialogue that goes around, and then it gets real close to the time. And that's why you got to always have those discussions. And then when it gets realer, especially on, like last night or days like this, when then I at least can isolate more and give a stronger opinion on where they're a month ahead of.
Let me ask you, Coach, about Nick Bosa, and I'll kind of relate that to what you said about the defense, and I feel the same way. It's not that I'm saying Nick Bosa has been bad or the defense has been bad. It's just they have a standard that they've set that it doesn't look like they're meeting. At least recently they're not meeting. What do you think about Nick? Because it just doesn't, to my eye, he's not having the same impact as he had last year. And I know everybody keeps saying, well, Pro Football Focus has this. I'm like, okay, that's enough of Pro Football Focus. I'm just telling you what my eyes see. And I don't know what you see. Maybe he is having the same impact, and I'm just not seeing it. But when I watch it, there are games where, he gets chipped, he gets doubled, but he doesn't sometimes. And it's just, he's not getting the push, not getting to the quarterback. Again, you tell me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like the standard that he set that last year, he's quite there yet.
He's not, just in terms of, again, the results. And yeah, there's times that, just what you say, he'll have an opportunity and not get there. But that did happen last year also. I think one different thing is when he has gotten there, which, I don't know the PFF numbers, but it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise.
Don't worry about it.
It doesn't surprise me at all that they're really good on Nick, because when you don't watch the TV copy, or nothing's going to jump out the first when you're watching something live unless someone does make the play. And when you get to go through it a number of times and you get to watch 3 different angles and you get to slow it down, it's very obvious that his grade is like that, because Nick does affect the quarterback. He is there in a number of times where I feel like he's got 3 to 5 sack opportunities a game that he hasn't gotten, because the quarterback is able to get rid of it right then, which is earlier than expected. And then the times that the quarterback's been able to hold on to it, there's been times that he hasn't had his best rush then. And that's what you kind of look into, where I say this with offense and defense too. It's about playing complementary football. When Nick's at his best, our coverage can't be at its worst, because I don't care how good a rush is. If someone's open when that back foot hits, any quarterback should be able to get rid of that. It's about taking that away. And then when you see a quarterback take a number of hitches and hold on to it, a guy like Nick should get there every time, and because of how good he is. And so those things kind of happen, and we haven't paired it that well together. I look into last week just from an offense and defensive standpoint, and we were really struggling to stop them. But when we did, and we had our chance, we went right down there and we turned it over on 1st and goal on the 7. And then our defense stopped them again later, and we were able to go down and answer. But that was when we were starting to run out of time. We were already down by 2 scores. It's about, there's some plays in that game. When do you do it? And when do you do it with the other guys on the field? And I hear what we're saying about Nick, because Nick is one of the best players in this league, and we want him to take over stuff all the time. But I think he's a lot closer to doing that than it looks. And I think the closer he could get to making that happen, I think is a lot more about everybody else and him taking another step too.
You'd mentioned just a couple of minutes ago that when you were rewatching the tape of Sunday's game, you said for the first time you felt like we looked tired, more tired than the team we were playing. I know they were off a bye, but you said that's not an excuse, that's a reality. Is that something you relayed to the team entering the bye week, and because you talked about the focus and coming back ready to go, is that something that you said to them, maybe in not so nice terms that you said to us?
Yeah, exactly. It's it's not acceptable, and I get every excuse, but excuses are reasons. I don't really get what the difference is between a reason and excuse. I mean, so I just go to that's reality. But that can't be the case. So why are you tired? And yeah, you can say not enough rest or whatever, but we got 3.5 hours to not be tired. And you got to find a way to get to that. And I'm very thankful that they get this bye week right now. I wish it was after a win. It definitely makes getting away a lot more enjoyable. But when I watch the tape, and I'm not dealing with players that I don't know. I understand the character of our players, and I understand how they play. So when I think guys look tired, I'm not totally questioning, hey, you're just dogging it? Is it not important to you now? I know our guys too well, and I know how important it is. But the reality is that's how it looks. And so I need you to do some soul searching when you're away. I get all the reasons of the games and the lack of rest, but it doesn't matter. That's whether you want to make an excuse or a reason. That can't happen in those 3.5 hours. And so you got to spend this week away the right way, not just to get your body right, but also to get your mind right. When you come back, this is going to be a grind, and it always is. I mean, the NFL is about what challenges you get, and this was the first time we didn't face a challenge till week 6, and now we've failed at that challenge 3 weeks in a row. And challenges are not just the challenge, it's what you learn from it, how you react to them. And we got a way to react, I believe, the right way. And that's what I need guys to think about individually, not just outside of them, what's going wrong at other positions. I want you to look inward and think of how you can react better, how you can prepare yourself better. And I think if we do that collectively everywhere, I think we'll come back and these challenges will make us stronger like it has in the past. But this is our first one this year, and it's time for it to make us stronger, not weaker.
You've had experience with this before, going to the bye week, needing to come out of the other side ready to go and buttoned up. How have you changed in those years? Because for some coaches, I would think you have like an itch to change a lot of stuff. Like, God, we're not playing great. How tough is it to stick with what you do? Know if you do it better, everything's going to be fine.
It's tough to stick with. It's tough to stick with what you're doing when you don't believe in what you're doing. Mm-hmm. It's tough to stick with something when you don't believe the guy you're asking to do it can do it. I can't tell you how hard that COVID year was when we lost our quarterbacks, when we lost all those D linemen, and to go in and try to get guys to fight and battle when you knew deep down how hard this was going to be for them because we were just missing too many pieces. Those are when it's the toughest. Yeah. When you go into some things, you're doing things you think completely wrong. Hell yeah, you change a lot of stuff, but that's not where I'm at now. I believe that we do have the answers in our building, not only with the players but with the schemes. I think that's been proven, not only in years past, but it's been proven this year. And when I watch in our losses, it's not like, oh, people just figured us out. No, I don't think we're doing it at a high enough level. And it's not because we're missing a ton of guys. Yeah, you go through injuries like everybody does, and that's part of the challenge. but I know we can do this at a higher level than we've done the last 3 weeks. And it's my job to find that with the guys, and I need the guys to look inward and be hard on themselves and not look anywhere else. Because if you look inside, you will make yourself better no matter what the situation, no matter what your excuse or reason is. And that's really what I'm doing now, because I believe that's the answer. I don't watch the tape and see something else. I watch the tape and see how much we need to tighten stuff up and get back to the mindset that we had and start fighting for this.
Well, enjoy Halloween. Maybe you can dress up, you can go undercover. You could just be like an angry Niner fan. Go out there and get it all out of the system and be ready to go on Wednesday.
I'm going out with my daughter. It's last year, so I'm definitely going undercover. My wife got me 5 different masks, and they're all a little bit different. We'll see what mood I'm in tonight. But last year, my wife got mad at me because I ended up scaring too many kids because I got into my scary mask, and she said I was having too much fun scaring people, so I'll try to be better this year.
Good deal.
Isn't it? I mean, nobody likes the fact that and you know what, I got to be honest, I do it in June. I'll hide around the corner and scare somebody, and they hate me for it because I get them. Halloween, I'm we're supposed to scare people. I don't understand why we can't see it. Now, if they're if you're going around scaring 4-year-olds, coach, that might be a little much. A little aggressive, probably.
See, I look at it as I'm just getting them ready for Halloween. That's the reality of it. If they learn at 4, you'll be better at 5. It's Halloween. It's one day a year. It's the time to be scared. No, you're right.
Maybe they won't go out at 5. They'll be like, oh no, where's that coach at?
You do it to a 4-year-old and they'll never go trick-or-treating again, and they won't know why. So, no, you got to be careful.
I'm rooting for another team, coach.
Nah, you get the teenagers, it's good. See, what I do is I used to walk around, but what I do now is I set a chair right next to the path where you got to walk up and get candy, and I dress up in a way that you can't tell. If you kind of know it's human, but the kids don't know, and I'll just sit there as still as possible, and then as they're walking by, I'll just reach out and grab them.
That's good.
Oh, and getting the parents. If you can get the parents, that is the best when you scare adults. That I got to go inside and get a celebratory beer if I do that. It's awesome.
Have a good time tonight, coach.
Enjoy Halloween,
guys,
coach.
Thanks.
See you,
all right,
fellas.
talk to you, man.
Good talking to you.
There he was, the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. You missed any of that, we will replay it for you at 5:30. Again, the 49ers today did acquire Chase Young for a 3rd-round pick from the Washington Commanders. We can talk about his impact on the defense, what the defense looked like this past week, and what it will look like going forward with the addition of Chase Young when Greg Cosell from NFL Films joins us next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. The Warriors may have more competition in the West as James Harden finally got his way. He's been traded to the LA Clippers. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and on the KNBR app. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Look, football and basketball season are both here, and there's no easier way to get in on the action than with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. I'm doing it almost daily, and you can too, starting as soon as tonight with all the basketball that is underway. The Pick'em game, it's where you pick between 2 and 5 players. You select whether or not they'll go higher or lower than one of their stats, and you do what you usually do on game night. You sit back and you watch your team play, try to make yourself some money on top of it. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's legal in California. A ton of fun to play, to watch along as you try to make some money with your fantasy team. On the Pick'em game tonight, I'm looking at a couple of games here. We've got Cleveland. The Cavaliers are at the New York Knicks. They're at the Garden tonight. I'm looking at Donovan Mitchell right now. I've got him on my Pick'em list here. I've got him in my play for 23.5 points. I'm going to go higher than the 23.5. Then we'll go somebody on the other side. Why don't we go the other point guard? We'll go Jalen Brunson. Knicks, of course. That game is actually at Cleveland. My mistake there. Not at the Garden. Going to be at Cleveland. I'm going to go lower than the 4.5, 4.5 free throws made for Jalen Brunson. Pair those together. You can make 5 times, but if you go all the way up to 5 players and you go 5 for 5, you can make 20 times your money in a single game. Build your dream team today. It's easy to use. You go to the mobile app at Underdog Fantasy or UnderdogFantasy.com on the website. Sign up. Use promo code KNBR. Underdog will double your first deposit up to $500, but only for a limited time. Plus, new customers are going to have a mystery special pick live in their Pick'em lobby. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code KNBR. You'll get that first deposit of $10 or more up to $500, doubled for a limited time, plus the special pick in your Pick'em lobby. You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
This is NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell with Tolbert and Cokes.
Sponsored by Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, getting chills just thinking about it. I should have worn my Michael Myers mask for this segment. That would have been fantastic. I think we all would have enjoyed that. Well, maybe not. But I know what we are all going to enjoy, the fact that Greg Cosell is joining us to break it down as we like to do once a week. Happy Halloween, Greg.
Well, you too, Tom. You know, Halloween is really not on my radar during the football season, but that's just the way it goes.
Oh, come on. You got to love Halloween. I'm telling Greg what he has to love.
Greg, you have to love Halloween. Would you like to try that again, Greg? Yeah.
Just working, Tom. Just working,
right.
you know?
I know. You're a grinder. You're an absolute grinder. I'm trying to have you peek your head outside the window just a little bit during football season. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often, but, you know, that's the way it goes. What can you do, you know?
Yeah, doesn't sound like you're all that interested, so let's get to the football game. I mentioned last week that when the Bengals played the Seahawks, 214 yards of offense. It wasn't like they lit up the Seahawks. They scored 17 points, and Seahawks shut them down. How much of this game do you look at and go, okay, that's the Bengals that we know. Like the Bengals are finally got it right. They're clicking. Or is it a little bit of, you know, the Niners are kind of scuffling a little bit on defense right now. They're not getting to the quarterback as much as they usually do. Kirk Cousins had a great game against them. Like, how much of it is a little bit of the Bengals maybe kind of rounding into form and the Niners just not being who the Niners are?
I say it's probably a little bit of both. You know, it was kind of an odd game for the Niners defense. I mean, Burrow obviously had high level efficiency. But I didn't feel like watching the tape like the defense was shredded. Like I didn't come away going, man, they just got kicked. You know, in the first half, there was only one completion of 20-plus yards. There were a couple more in the second half. Burrow was just super efficient. The ball came out quick. They actually, again, just like the week before, there were numerous plays in which they did get bodies around him at times. But Burrow has such a great feel. They started out the game playing high percentage zone coverage. Burrow, you know, he's really good against zone. He has a great feel for where defenders are, particularly underneath coverage. Knows where to go with the football. It gets out. Then they realized they had to play a little more man. They came out. I think the first play of the third quarter, they were in press man. That was the halftime adjustment because they needed to change what they were doing. But, you know, so I think, you know, ultimately it's a combination of both. Burrow looked like the Burrow of old. And actually, if you go back the last 3 games with Burrow, his first and 10 passing numbers are off the charts. They're ridiculous. I mean, against the Niners, he was 17 for 19 on first down for 175 yards. 175 yards, excuse me. But, you know, those numbers are nuts.
That'll get it done, no doubt about it. Well, let me ask you about the other quarterback, because once again, Brock Purdy, to my eye, I mean, he made some incredible throws. Yeah. Those throws to Kittle down the middle were just, amazing throws. What would you think? I mean, he had the picks. The one, obviously, was a misread. Kyle told us he should have handed it to Mitchell or pitched it to Kittle. He didn't do either. And even if he didn't throw it,
the one that was down
pick,
in the red zone, the Pratt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Pratt. That was an amazing play by Pratt, by the way. But
that was actually a called shovel pass to Kittle.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And Kittle.
So he was telling us that, like. Yeah, he was telling us even if he completed it, it was going to get called back because that was just one that he just didn't, you know, kind of short-circuit a little bit. The other one, Wilson, I think fooled him and got him off guard. I mean, just talk about his game as a whole because the picks, obviously, we can see him. The picks the last couple of weeks haven't been great, but you still see some pretty good stuff, if not great stuff out there.
I mean, obviously picks, and particularly when they happen in the second half, tend to be magnified, as they probably should be. And those are problematic. I kind of thought the second one this week to Wilson was the tougher one. That was not good. I mean, there was a definite route spacing issue with Jennings and Ayuk, but Purdy threw the inbreaker right to Wilson. So for whatever reason, he just didn't pick him up or didn't think he'd be a factor on the throw. And even though the ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage, Wilson was sitting right there. The other one was a strange play. I did not view that one as an indictment of Purdy. That was, I mean, first of all, no matter what happened, it would have been called back because of the ineligible downfield. But that was just a weird play. But I think overall, you have to sort of look at the good as well. I would say for the large part in this game, he threw the ball well, made some big time throws. Obviously turnovers, as I said, they're always magnified in the second half of games. But I would say that for the most part, he looked pretty good.
Talk about. Just real quick, I wanted to ask him specifically about those throws to Kittle. I mean, the one at the end of the first half, he made another one down from deep.
Yeah. That was really, really. I mean, that was a great throw. I mean, that was that was just a big time throw. I mean, there's not a whole lot to say about it. I mean, it was they disguised the coverage as well. It was late rotation to cover 2. They rushed 3. They dropped 8 in coverage. The linebacker Pratt was late to get to his middle seam coverage responsibility. Purdy obviously saw all this. He sees things well, and he made an excellent throw to Kittle. That was a big time throw.
Talking to Greg Cosell here, NFL Films, on the UMA guest line. We do it each and every week of the season. I want to ask you, trade deadline went down today. I want to ask about the player, Chase Young, that the 49ers acquired. I know you watch all these games because you come on and you talk to us and you talk to Murph and Mac about him. When you watch what the 49ers have done on the D-line this year, I mean, obviously Bosa is fantastic. I know you're not watching a lot of times individual players, but does it feel like that side, the opposite side of Bosa, that there's been a deficiency? I mean, statistically there has been, but was that a hole for you, or is that something you noticed when you watch the tape?
I think that's one reason why they went after Gregory as well. They feel that it's something that needs to be addressed. I don't work for a team, so I'm not caught up as much as teams are in the idea of draft choices. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm not saying I'm right, but I don't live in that world, right. So I don't hear that every day in the building. But I have no problem at all trading draft choices for, Chase Young's 24 years old. He's a high level talent. I don't know Chase Young, so I know there's all kinds of reports out there. Those are reports. I never know what to make of that. I don't think about that a lot. You assume the Niners did their due diligence on the individual. The player is a high level talent. And he's played well the last 3 or 4 weeks since he's come back from injury. So, you're not going to get Chase Young with the third round pick in the draft. You're not going to get that level of talent. So to me, I have no problem with that at all. He's still on his rookie contract. I don't know what that means as far as the contractual situation going forward, but this guy's got high level pass rush traits. Yeah. So, there's not 50 guys in the league like Chase Young. So to me, I don't have a problem at all giving up a third-round pick. I mean, look at Tyree Wilson, who the Raiders drafted with the 6th pick in the draft. Yeah. Okay, he's not even in the same conversation with Chase Young, and they're giving up a third-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, the value of the draft pick to me was somewhat irrelevant. I mean, I thought they got good value on it because I agree with you. I think you're not going to find that type of talent at that spot. And to me, that is a deficiency for what they've needed. Now, Chase Young, the player, what does he bring in? Is he a game-wrecking type of talent? What can he do?
He can be. Yeah. I mean, don't forget, he was the number 2 pick in a draft, and everybody would have taken him there. That wasn't a reach for anybody. The guy is just a big-time talent. So now you've got Bosa on one side. I'm sure they're friends, too, both Ohio State. You got Bosa on one side. You got Young on the other side. You got Hargrave. You got Armstead. I mean, you got a ton of depth on your defensive front. Now, in some ways, and you're there, I'm not, but I think this is a little bit of an indictment of Drake Jackson, who probably hasn't come along the way they had hoped. He does not play a ton of snaps. Look how many snaps Cleveland Farrell plays. And he's actually played very well. He's just not a pure pass rusher.
Drake Jackson played a season-low percentage of the snaps this past week. So it tells you exactly your point. Tells you where they're going.
The fact that they went after Gregory and now they just traded for Young tells you that Drake Jackson has not really come along.
I'm curious, what impresses you, if anything? I don't want to keep saying what impresses you because it might not impress you. But about Purdy's, I mean, I'm just saying, hey, what impresses you? Nothing at all. Okay,
absolutely nothing.
Question.
Nothing ever impresses me.
Yes. About Purdy's scrambling, because everybody he's not great, he's not an athlete, but I tell you what. He makes moves. He gets around guys. He can move in the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
And once he gets outside, I mean, it really is an added element that maybe I don't think a lot of people expected. I watched him enough at Iowa State to know that he could do stuff like that. I didn't know that he could do it at the NFL level, but he's crafty enough to be able to get away with that.
In some ways, he's like Burrow. I mean, they're more than functionally athletic, which is a term a lot of people like to use with a quarterback when he's not a great athlete, but they're more than that. They certainly can make plays with their legs. They can move around. They can do things when necessary. No, Purdy is not a bad athlete at all. And we saw this week, we saw him make plays with his legs. And he can get out of the pocket, not only to run, but to throw. I think when he hit Ayuk, I think, for about 25 yards when he moved to his right and hit Ayuk. But he's done that throughout his time as a starter. I think the other thing we have to remember, we know that Purdy doesn't have a gun. We know that, okay? That's we don't need to discuss that. But this guy now has started, the equivalent maybe of a full season, one full season in the league. You have to kind of understand that, there's still a learning curve here. He's still going through the ups and downs. There's going to be some downs. That's the way it goes. And for the most part, I think you have to look at the big picture, not just a couple of plays. Are there going to be bad plays? Absolutely, there are going to be bad plays. But I think if you look at the big picture, guys, I think you have to say that Brock Purdy has played pretty darn well.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about that. I totally agree with you.
He's become one of those guys, and maybe it's a media thing, Tom. You live with this every day being on the radio. Yep. I don't have to do this every day, and I don't sit here in my office listening to sports talk radio. And to be honest with you, I never listen to sports talk radio. But
good for you.
When I'm driving around on the weekend, I tend to listen to music. That's just who I am. But the point is, now there's this big blowback against Purdy. That happens with a lot of players who all of a sudden they're raised to a certain level. They're put on a high pedestal, and then obviously they make some mistakes, and all of a sudden everybody wants to say they stink. And that gets just silly.
Well, it's just dumb. No, he went from MVP to bench him in 3 weeks.
It's like I was joking with the guys in our matchup room this week. I said, well, I guess the Hall of Fame jacket has now been passed from Tyson Badgett last week to Will Levis this week.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
the thing that really kind of jumped out to me, Greg, was we know what kind of season 2 is having. I mean, amazing season. He's averaging 8.8 yards per attempt. Purdy's 9.1 yards per attempt. I mean, it really is. I don't think people are. I mean, because of the last few weeks and the picks, I don't think people are like really appreciating really how good this guy's been.
And I think the other factor people have to keep in mind, and in some ways, as Purdy develops, look, no team wants to lose. Niners have lost 3 in a row. I'm sure the fan base isn't thrilled. The faithful are not thrilled right now. But in some ways, they've kind of learned, I think, that even though this offense isn't necessarily structured, I'm talking about conceptually structured to be a throw ball offense, and, they don't necessarily, quote-unquote, come from behind, but I think they might be finding out that Purdy can do that. Now, I know he threw picks. Yeah. I get all that. But he's also made some big-time throws. Look, how about what happened in Cleveland? Would we be having a totally different conversation if Moody makes that kick? We might be having a totally different conversation.
Possibly. One thing I wanted to ask you before you run and not enjoy your Halloween. Like
well,
the rest
I'm going to walk.
Are.
I'm not going to run. My days of running are over.
Okay, yeah. No, I feel you there. I definitely feel you. What did Cincinnati do to shut down the Niners' running game? Because Kittle says a lot of their plays come off the stretch plays. Like that's what they use to set up a lot of their passing plays. And he said we couldn't get to a lot of that because they shut down the running game. What did Cincinnati do to so effectively shut down the Niners running game?
I mean, Cincinnati played a lot of 5-man fronts, and I think they struggled to run against it. I think that's one thing tactically, but then there were also numerous plays where I watched and I went, wow, DJ Reader, man, he's just blowing people up. Sometimes that happens. But I will say this. I think their run game, and I don't want to say it's an issue, but I think that that's something they definitely need to get back on track. Because the way, you're not going to change who you are in the middle of a season. Like I said, I think they're finding out that Purdy probably can make some bigger time throws, but they're not all of a sudden going to become a team that by choice asks Purdy to drop back 40 or 45 times. That's not going to happen. So they need to get that run game going. They need a little more volume in the run game. Look, I think the way games start sometimes, there's a snowball effect. When the Bengals go down and score touchdowns on each of their first two possessions, even though the game's not out of hand and the Niners did score to make it 14-7, Tom, just it's sports in general. When games start a certain way, there's a certain feel to a game. And, sometimes that feel, when the Bengals go down and score like that, the whole feel of the game is different than if they don't do that. And, the Niners just never really got to their run game, to me, in a meaningful way, and they just didn't stay with it. And then, of course, the game moves along, and now you're in the third quarter, early fourth quarter, and you feel like, oh, man, we got to score points.
Greg, have a great week. We'll look forward to doing it again next week. And how about instead of enjoying Halloween, just survive it?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go home now. I have no idea, if people have been knocking at the door. I don't know if my wife's had to answer the door. I'm sure if she has been, she's probably not overly thrilled.
Not thrilled about it, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either, Greg. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you, man.
So
walk, don't run, Greg. Walk, don't run.
Yeah. No. Hey, I don't want to pull a muscle or tear an Achilles,
Yeah, right. So, totally. Yeah. Right. Totally. Greg, thank you. All right, man. We'll see you next week, Greg. Thanks so much.
All right, guys.
Greg.
Appreciate it.
See you,
Thanks.
dude. Oh, man. Dude, Greg is he's the most, you always know what you're getting from Greg. I wouldn't say it's predictable, but you kind of, his personality, who he is, what he's going to give you. And it always makes me laugh. He's such a great character, man.
He's consistent.
He's nothing if not
very
consistent. Greg Cosell, if you missed any of that great breakdown on what the Niners getting in Chase Young, the type of player they're getting, and he thought Brock Purdy made some great throws last week as well, but also admitted, that one, that was a bad one. That second pick, he's like, that was pretty bad. But he goes, hey, he's a young quarterback making mistakes that young quarterbacks make. So that's something we take away from this. If you missed anything going on today, the Niners have acquired Chase Young at the trade deadline for a third-round pick, a big acquisition, the Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year from 2020, and the number 2 overall pick, a guy who was not, or a team who was not. Probably not going to win any Rookie of the Year awards or any awards at all. That's this week's Munson Award. The Munson. You had the world in the palm of your hand, and you just blew it. It's a figure of speech. We've got this week's Munson from the NFL that's coming up next, and then we will catch up with Dante Whitner coming up at 4:50. We'll squeeze in some Dubs talk as well. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
The 49ers have acquired former Defensive Rookie of the Year Chase Young for a third-round pick. More on that story is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. Do you have tax issues that are keeping you up at night? Do you dread going to the mailbox? Mail. IRS. Phone ringing. IRS. It's like a horror movie. It's stressful. You don't want to have to deal with that. You got yourself in a tax jam, now you got to figure out a way out of it because the IRS ain't going anywhere. IRS will always be there. Looking in the window. Ooh, where's my money? That was kind of spooky, actually. So you got to have someone on your behalf deal with your issues so you can drop that bag of stress and you can move on. And that person is Alex Kugelman. So if you have any issues that are bothering you, that are stressful, that you want to resolve, give Alex Kugelman a call. Set up a consultation, and that will be your first step toward getting the blueprint, the roadmap to happiness. That's the sftaxteam.com. That's all you have to do is go to sftaxteam.com or just Google Kugelman Law, Kugelman. That's Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of result.
Well, each week we run through the NFL and we find the Munson of the week. It's a figure of speech, Tom. Boy. Yeah, you have the world in the palm of your hands, and you just let it slip right through your fingers, dude. Figure of speech there, the Munson of the week.
Oh boy!
Why don't we go, Tom? Just gonna leave it wide open here. Why don't we go to MetLife Stadium in New York?
You know what? I thought you guys might go here
for this week's Munson of the week. You know why? Because MetLife Stadium always a good burial ground for a Munson. You might get the Jets. You might get the Giants. You might get a torn Achilles after a big offseason and hard knocks. You might get Daniel Jones with some big eyes and not knowing what to. You might get Tyrod Taylor audibling out of a play that wins him a football game. You know what I mean? You might get Dable yelling at his QB as they walk off the field together towards the tunnel, or you might get all of that. You might get Jets and Giants in one of the worst games anybody's really ever seen. I mean, it was really a dud of a game, a total stinker. We thought we were going to get the playoff Giants against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Instead, you get Tyrod Taylor, who attempts 7 passes for 8 yards before leaving the game. There were 13 punts in the first half of this game, Tom. The first half. So at this point, we don't know who the Munson's going to be, right? Because nobody at this point has anything in the palm of their hands except a boatload of punts, right? Until we're gifted one of the greatest names we've ever been gifted. And all you can say when you hear this name is go, oh, that's Giants' third-string quarterback, Tommy DeVito. Oh.
DeVito.
So here's the thing about DeVito. He comes in the game, and DeVito, he's absolutely going to be our Munson, along with the New York Giants this week. We'll run through how they lost the game, too. But DeVito, you see his numbers for the day, Tom? He finishes 2 for 7.
Not good. Not good.
Finishes 2 for 7 with negative 1 yard. Oh, their net passing for the day, 6 of 14, negative 9 for the New York Giants. They go 4 sacks for a loss of 16. So Tommy DeVito, 2 of 7 for negative 1 passing, but he did rush for a touchdown. So there is a positive there. The more funny stat you will ever see is that. It's one of the more hilarious stats you'll ever see.
Funny how? Funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you, I make you laugh, I'm here to fucking amuse you. What do you mean funny?
That's actual Tommy DeVito sound, by the way. The actual sound of Tommy DeVito. Oh. Here's the thing, though, about Tommy DeVito. He's come a long way. Had really humble beginnings, right? I mean, this is a guy who we didn't anticipate was going to see the football field this year. Humble beginnings. Actually started his career shining shoes at train stations, Tom.
No more shines, Billy. I said no more shines. Maybe you didn't hear about it. You've been away a long time. They didn't go up there and tell you. I don't shine shoes anymore.
No, not working for you, Tom.
Oh,
no.
Man.
Here's the thing, though. Unfortunately, it sounds like Daniel Jones has been cleared from his neck injury. Tyrod Taylor, by the way, was sent to the hospital. But Daniel Jones, lucky for the New York Football Giants, he's back this week from his neck injury. So, unfortunately for Tommy DeVito, he's going to have to go back to the bench.
Motherfucking you fucking piece of motherfucker. Come on. Keep that motherfucker here. Keep him here. Keep him here.
Those are Tommy DeVito, the name of Joe Pesci's character in Goodfellas, dude. Which is hysterical. It was Jimmy and Tommy and me and Anthony Stabile. Hey, how you doing? Frankie Carbone. Mo Black's brother, Fat Andy. There we go.
How you doing?
Hey, take it easy. Oh! The Razor and Mr. T. The best, dude. One of the all-time great opens on KNBR, dude. One thing that gets lost, that gets cut out is the, I'm going to get the papers. Johnny two-time. I'm going to get the, because you always said things twice. Like, I'm going to get the papers. Anyway, Tommy DeVito is going to be our Munson of the week. You know, we have one more bit, and there's only one guy at the station who can pull it off, so I'm going to do it. Dude. I'm gonna roll the bones here. Here we go. Yeah, Derek shakes his head at me. No, I'm going in, dude. Here we go. One more soundbite from Tommy DeVito. Found out once he was going back to the bench, his girlfriend might have been sleeping around the team, dude. He wasn't happy about it.
I want to make sure I don't end up kissing that King Cole.
One of the all-time great lines, dude. Oh, what? I'm going down for it? I don't think so.
God.
I don't think so. Not on my watch. Anyway, Giants end up losing 13-10. To the New York Jets. Did you see how this one played out, by the way, at the end of this game?
See, I didn't think you'd go with Tommy DeVito as the Munson of the week.
It's just the Giants in general.
DeVito, he never had anything in the palm of his hand. Certainly not the world in the palm of his hands. And my guy from that same game, when I said, I thought you guys were going to go here, was, yes, Gano. Don't you know? Who misses a 35-yard field goal with 28 seconds left to put the Giants up 6. Clank. And then you could put the defense on that list, too. They gave up 54 yards in 28 seconds, so the Jets could get in field goal range and tie it in overtime. I mean, just a mess of a football game. I didn't watch a lot of it. I just kind of bounced it around, saw a little bit of it, but there's no reason to say, well, every time you click it on, it was a commercial because it was after a punt.
Right. But,
yeah, I thought you guys would go Gano, who had a chance. He had everything in the palm of his hands. New York against New York in the Meadowlands, a chance to beat the Jets. Clank, 35-yarder. Boom. See ya. That would have probably sealed it. But no. Didn't come through.
I want to get you the total punts in this game here. If you give me just 1 minute, I'd like to get total punts.
Yes.
I've got 13 punts for Jamie Gillian of the New York Giants and of the New York Jets. Yeah, 24 total punts.
Oh,
dude,
24 punts.
Jamie Gillian punted for a total of 549 yards.
Holy mackerel.
Thomas Morstead of the Jets, a total of 529 yards. So he got out punted, but by average, Morstead was better. 48.1
That
yards
is
per punt.
unbelievable. 24 punts.
And that's why they are.
How about this? 24
punts,
punts, 24 first downs.
How about that? You always like to see that symmetry for the two New York
like to
teams.
see symmetry between first downs and punts.
Yeah, that's a stat I always go to. Did they match their number of punts on first downs? If so, you may have a victory here. That's the Munson of the week.
You want to know one more good stat from that game?
One more, yeah. Give it.
Third down efficiency.
Oh no.
A combined 4 for 34.
Oh boy. Oh.
4 for 34.
That's not good.
Oh, my
34
God.
third down. Dude, they just kept punting the hell out of the ball, dude. And
34 third downs.
24 points.
4 of them.
That game sucked, dude. That game absolutely sucked. And that's why it's the Munson of the week. When we come on back, let's before we talk to Devante Adams about the trade, and by the way, he didn't think that Chase Young was a name the Niners should go after when we talked to him last week. Before we talk to Devante Adams about the trade today, let's talk a little Warriors. Steph Curry off to an electric start. 41 last night in New Orleans. New Orleans, like, damn, we haven't seen this guy in forever. Steph made sure they remembered. They're going to remember this one for a long time. Steph Curry's hot start. We'll talk about it next as the Dubs are 3-0 on the road on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy, the best place to play fantasy sports, especially now that basketball and football are going on at the same time. All you have to do, download the Underdog Fantasy app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com and start playing with the Pick'em game. It's where you pick between 2 and 5 players, pick whether or not they're going to go higher or lower than one of their stat totals. Then you do what you do every night. You sit down, watch your team, and hope you win a little bit of money. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's legal in California, and it's a ton of fun to play. And you can watch along as you make some money with your fantasy team. So here's what you do. You go to the Pick'em lobby. You pick a player or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. You can make up to 20 times your money. Tonight I'm going with Jalen Brunson, Cavs, and the Knicks. I'm going Brunson lower than the 4.5 free throws made. And I'm going to go with Donovan Mitchell higher than the 23.5 points scored in the game. Pair those together. I can be making 3 to 5 to 7 or 3 to 5, 10 or 20 times my money if you go 5 for 5. Build your team today. Head on over to the easy-to-use app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code KNBR, and they will match your first deposit up to $500, but only for a limited time. Plus, new customers are going to have a mystery special pick live in their Pick'em lobby. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to get your first deposit of $10 or more, doubled up to $500, plus that special pick in the Pick'em lobby. You must be 18 or older, present in the states where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Oh!
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Step out of the corner. Oh, he got another one. Come on, are you kidding me? Well, Williamson couldn't do his job. Steph shook him. Steph has got a big smile on his face. He's got 38. He's just hitting shots. He's playing with the game right now. And he's got a 40 spot. 42 for Curry. He's special. That's all you can say.
Steph Curry is off to an electric start, dude. Shouldn't surprise anybody, but when he gets the season going like this, like he did in the 2 years ago when they won the title, looking like he's playing some of the best basketball of his career. And it's so funny. We haven't really seen this era of player yet. By the way, as he goes for 41 last night, and the Warriors hammer the Pelicans. Took the Warriors till December 18th last year to get their third road win. They're now got it in their first three. 130-102 win over the Pelicans. We kept talking about how he hadn't played out there in forever. He always sat out the Pelicans trips. But what's wild about this era is that old saying, Tom, that the jump shot's the last thing to go for jump shooters. It's the last thing to go. He's not going to have the quickness or the agility or the ability to get to the rim maybe anymore. But when the jump shot is your best asset and you're the best jump shooter of all time, who knows how long he's going to have a window open here. I mean, this guy is still, as long as he can continue to get open, and he's not a guy who has to create for himself at all times. As long as he can stay, and again, his energy and his stamina is what makes him so dangerous and the way he tilts the court. But as long as he can shoot, he's going to have that gravitational pull. The way he has started this season, and defensively, I think it's going to be a work in progress. The way they've started, though, with these wins over Houston, Sacramento, and New Orleans on the road, it's been impressive.
Well, I don't think we know what the kind of outer limits of someone's prime is anymore because of the work, the conditioning.
Yeah, I think he dropped there for a second. But the work and the conditioning, we don't know. We don't know how far it's going to take them because when jump shooting is the number one asset, and because you've talked about this a bunch, as health and as training has changed, guys aren't playing 82 games. Guys are maxing out at 50, 55. I agree with you there.
Yeah, we just don't know. I mean, what do we see Brady do? 45. We've seen LeBron now do what he's doing. So,
yeah.
And Steph, there's not a lot of physical toll on the body either. So, I don't know. Maybe he can go at this level another 3 years, but their defense has been good. That's been huge. That's been a reason they're winning road games. The bench is better. Chris Paul has fit in beautifully. Draymond's hit the ground running. So, yeah, I mean, they look like a different team. They don't look as wild. They don't look as rushed sometimes. And look, a lot of that is because Jordan Poole's no longer here. I mean, Jordan Poole was a little frantic and would get going really fast and make some mistakes. It wasn't all him, but that kind of led to what that game became when he was on the court. And I don't want to say there wasn't a lot of positives, too. There was with Jordan, but it was just a different game, and he played differently. Bring Chris Paul in. Chris Paul is going to be under control. He's a vet. Going to get things settled, get things organized, defensively and offensively. So it's just different right now. Is Steph going to continue to do this? No, he's not. I mean, he's insane right now, and he can get that way. We've seen it. That's why Steph's one of the best basketball players in the game right now. Top handful of players in the game. Hall of Famer. Easy. One of the greatest players of all time. So that's what they do. That's why they get paid $60 million a year. It'll go away for a little bit. It'll come back. I mean, at the end of the year, his numbers are going to be what his numbers are going to be. Probably 40% from three, mid-40s field goal percentage, average mid to high 20s, 25 to 30, somewhere in that range. Like, that's Steph. Question is, when isn't it going to be Steph? Like, when isn't he going to be able to do that? It ain't this year, apparently, and I don't know if it's going to be in the next year, the next year. He just looks like Steph. And Steph, we all know what Steph looks like when he's right. He's a dominant force on the basketball court. So he's just fun to watch, man. I mean, he doesn't do a lot that surprises me anymore. Like when I'm calling the game, I don't go like, whoa, that's it. Like it just, I'm so used to it now. Like his normal is absurd. That's a true sign of greatness. When you do stuff like that and you're like, nah, that's just Steph. That's true greatness, and he is truly great.
His point totals through the first four, 27, 41, 24, 42.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn good. What have you thought of Chris Paul?
And very efficient.
Extremely efficient. What have you thought of Chris Paul and Draymond off the bench? Chris Paul off the bench for 2 games now that Draymond's back. This is kind of what we're going to look at here for, hopefully, consistently for the next 6 months or so.
Yeah, again, you're winning. Nobody complains. Nobody cares. And Chris Paul's a vet. Chris Paul has said it. I've been in this league a long time. Things change. So right now he is good with it. And look, if things aren't going well, Steve will tinker with things and change things up. But right now, this is the best way to go about it. Chris Paul's cool with it. They're all cool with it. Wiggins has sat a couple closing lineups. So they're going to have some guys that are just going to have to sit. I think Steve's going to go with kind of hot hand, what combinations playing well that night. We know Steph's going to be out there. That's about the only one we know for sure is going to be out there. And other than that, everyone's got to realize it's about winning. Everyone's got their money at this point. Like, everyone's got tons of money. Steph, tons of money. Chris, tons of money. Draymond just re-signed. Wiggins signed. Looney signed. I mean, the only one is Clay, who I'm sure would, like to sign one more big contract. Could that be an issue? Maybe. Probably not, but who knows? Until it is, I'll say it's not going to be a problem. But they all know what the score is. It's about winning. It's about what's best for the team to win. They want to win championships, especially a guy like Chris Paul. He's the only guy that hasn't won a championship, and that's really the only thing he has to prove. He's done everything. He's a Hall of Famer as well, but I'm sure he'd like to add that ring to his resume. So just as long as that's the focus, that's the mindset, it's not about anything other than what's best for the team, this team will be fine. They're going to be right there with Phoenix and Denver. And maybe the Clippers, and maybe, there's, again, Sacramento, and there's the Lakers, and who knows? The West is tough, but they're going to be right there. That's all you can ask. Like, I just want to see them get a home court advantage, or a top 4 seeds. They can have home court for the first round, and then go from there. It was so tough last year to go road, and then on the road again, and then if you win that one, you're going to have to go on the road again, and try to beat a Denver team, which wouldn't have happened. But you got to have at least one home. You don't want to go road. That's a tough road to take in the Western Conference.
Slipping your bet a little bit's a big deal, yeah.
Yeah, top 4 seed. I think top 4 seed is a big deal. Not top 2. That'd be great, but top 4.
And a long way to go. The NBA always shakes out funky. We don't know yet what Memphis is going to be still. We'll see what the Clippers end up being. All stuff we will continue to talk about, and I'm sure with the deadline having passed today in the NFL, we will get more time to talk some NBA tomorrow. But when we come on back, we will catch up with Dante Whitner. Last week, he told us he didn't think the Niners would go after a defensive lineman, didn't think that it was a fit to get Chase Young, but he is an Ohio State guy. So I'd imagine he may have a change of tune here.
Change his mind, change of heart.
He might come on singing the fight song, you know what I mean? Which is quite literally what he did every time an Ohio State player was drafted in last year's draft when we were on the air. So we'll talk to Dante Whitner next about the addition of Chase Young to this 49er D-line. Something tells me he might be a little bit more hyped. We'll talk to him about it next. And then, if you missed it, our conversation with Kyle Shanahan from earlier today, we will replay for you at 5:30. Whitner next on the Sports Leader. Steph Curry is on fire to start the season. He scored 42 in last night's Warriors win over